on through, the time ticking down. All you need to find is one headshot. Might just be able to clock this one out and send them to the grand final.
It's all left on Vanya's shoulders.
There's one way to do it. That is the way to do it.
Red Bull Instalock time. Let's go, let's go.
You don't put 4 of the best Game Changers teams we have in the world under one roof and not expect some shenanigans, crazy performances, and of course, those duelists coming in as well. Hello everyone and welcome back to day 2 of a Red Bull Instalock. I thought we could introduce ourselves. I am your host, Yingsu, and I deeply, deeply miss GiantX. I've got this gentleman next to me. Would you like to introduce yourself?
Yeah, I am Hazard JC, one of the casters typically, but I'm here on the desk to open up the show, and today it is sondering time.
Hey! The reason that I said I deeply miss GiantX is, of course, after the long day we had yesterday, we had to send a team home. One team was eliminated, and they did end up being GiantX. Are you surprised that they went out on day 1?
I wouldn't say surprised is the words that I'd use to convey my feelings in some ways, because you were playing with 2 subs, but I had high expectations with the fact that it was Dream and Lou both coming from Zeront. I think the majority of the rounds they won were where they were setting up a little bit of micro in French pre-round, right? We were hearing what kind of plays they were trying to make, and yeah, I was impressed with them. It was a great opportunity for them to show what they're capable of, but GX not able to bring the full 5, you kind of felt that that might be the expected outcome.
And I love the interactions we had of these players, because I was outside at the end of the day and they were waiting for their cars to take them back to their hotel, and the vibes are still good, and they all gave, because I think Dream was going, I don't think she's going to be with us here today, but they all gave Dream like a big hug saying, thank you so much for stepping in, you know, we couldn't have done this without you, and that's super, super wholesome. And for players like Lou and Dream, we love Zerons, we know how good they are, but they don't get opportunities like this to play on LAN unless they qualify to GCC.
No, absolutely not. And I think that's a great thing about that Zeron's team as well, to just sidebar it a little bit, because I remember they would always say like, oh yeah, you know, we never have time after prac or anything to actually go ahead and do this, but they're making the most of those LAN opportunities when they get them, sorry.
That's all right, don't apologize. The only thing that I would apologize for is not being a bigger cheerleader for GX. I could have sent them my energy just a little bit more, but I don't think they needed it given how Lou was popping off left, right, and center. And for FlyQuest here, you guys are seeing some highlights for them. They've kind of got a second chance coming into this. It's a new day. You're looking forward to sondering time. Can they make it all the way? Are you willing to put your full reputation behind this?
I'll tell you what, at the very least, I think they can make it to the grand final. I'm not sure if they can beat a G2, which looked very efficient in terms of how they were playing off of each other. They are the most set up team. They have the best foundation. They've got 4 players there, which, you know, consistently have played with each other for multiple splits now, multiple stages. But yeah, I have to say, I think, look, there are great individuals on both sides. We saw a lot of that. I think it's definitely something that we're going to be taking a look at in just a minute. But yeah, the firepower is definitely something which FlyQuest have going for them.
How poetic would it be if they were to make it to a final and win a trophy for Sonder?
I mean, that's the perfect way to do it, right? To cap off your career, especially because then you can say like, well, they weren't here last year either, so I'm unbeaten at Instalock, and that's how you go out. I'm
such a narrative Nancy. I'm like, that's the storyline, I think, the strongest one today. Although G2 back-to-back champs would also be a big storyline, but that's almost too obvious.
Yeah, it is, and it goes back to what I was saying there as well, where G2 are such a fundamentally efficient team. What I was saying on the cast yesterday was that this feels like a stress test. Like, how good is your system? How good can you be when you don't get the pick of the draw in terms of what agents you really want? But you can still, trade off of each other. Do you have good protocols? Are your rotations solid? Like, the kind of things that you practice for.
I think we have a bracket. we maybe can pull up a bracket and take a look, because we just letting you guys know the schedule for today as well. We've already seen the upper bracket first round and also the lower bracket to a game where GX were eventually eliminated. But today we're going to see the upper bracket final. No, that's a lie. We saw that yesterday as well. We will see the lower bracket final even. We have a cheeky little show match coming in. I won't spoil too much. I'll let Meg take care of that later. And then after that, a grand final best of 5, where the format is a little bit different this year for G2, which is the upper bracket team coming through.
Yeah, last time we had a weighted veto, so it was 1 map advantage for G2 coming into that final. It was for Shopify, actually, I believe.
Yeah, because they were the upper bracket team.
Yeah, right. So you had that 1 map advantage coming in, and then G2 just won all the maps that were actually played. So I think it is nice to actually have like the standard double ban that you would see in VCT and in Game Changer's main event as well. So it's a little bit more by the book, and I think that's nice.
I think it's nice as well. And today there's something even more special. We have the show match. I've already talked about it. We also have a watch party over the Fnatic HQ. Have you been to the Fnatic HQ yet?
I have, yeah. There was a watch party on last year. It was Fnatic versus Koi. It was going on at the same
riveting
time. Yeah, well, I tell you, it was a good game. It was a good game. We showed up, Koi 11-3. Game ended like 13-11 Fnatic.
Yeah.
So I'm sorry to all of the Koi fans watching.
It was the bind.
Yeah, look, it was the bind. It was the bind.
Yeah.
But yeah, no, it's a great venue for a watch party. I'm sure everyone there's going to have a great time being able to, sort of carry that LAN energy over. You were speaking so much about how great it is to be here and how the players are finding it, but I think that's a great moment for the community as well.
Yeah, and we might drop by. I know Kairo's definitely going to drop by later. Whenever I get a break from here, I'll definitely swing by as well and check in at the watch party over at Fnatic HQ, which is just down the road. It's nice being able to walk from the Red Bull Gaming Sphere here in London. Now, we do have a very important game coming up, and we're just going to hit you straight up in the fields. I already spoke about how much I miss GX, but it's elimination once again. And this time around, it's going to be between Falcons and FlyQuest. Now, both of the players from both teams have already spoken that they kind of want to go up against each other. This is globally, whenever some of these players make it to a global event, it always feels like an inevitable matchup, whether it's like EG, the old EG players, now FlyQuest. Are you looking forward to this one?
Oh, absolutely.
Yeah.
I don't think there's a world where you're not excited for this matchup, where there is that history there between the players as well. Like you say, they've played each other in GCC dating back to whether it was SMG, EG, or Zipto in years gone by. So yeah, absolutely. I think for both teams, there's a lot to prove here. I would say that for Falcons Vega, the pressure is definitely on them, being the team coming in, which we know, I think this format suits their individual skill, the depth of the duelists they have. People joking about that 4 duelist comp and how that's how the format was originated in the first place. Whereas FlyQuest come in with a couple players who maybe they're retiring, maybe they're subbing in, but at the end of the day, they've also got something to prove. But I think the pressure is slightly off in that sense.
I'm just sad that we haven't seen the 5 duelists yet, because the rules are you have to field 3 minimum. There's no maximum cap there. So if they wanted to do 5, they could. I want to see some shenanigans as well. I mean, we saw the players earlier warming up here in the Sphere. The energy was high. The vibes were pretty good. I'm hoping we do maybe get the infamous 4 duelist 1 cypher just for the funsies.
Maybe, but yeah, I mean, look, there's not been a Lotus, so teams not really leaning into that at all. And I have to say also too, you mentioned that
one, right? We had 1 Lotus.
Yeah,
we
maybe,
did. It was
right?
map 1.
Map 1 is a long time ago now. We're talking about the meta within the tournament evolving. I'm looking at some of the iceboxes here from Falcons. They changed up their comp in the middle of the tournament between that first game and the second game, kind of feeling out what works for us in this chaotic sort of hellscape that we've born with the 3 duelists.
Yeah.
So yeah, there is an aspect of that to it, absolutely. And then to sort of like counter the let's play 5 duelists, it was Camus on the controller, on the just on the controller. Yes, there is the Viper and the Astra that we saw from her, and I think that was unbelievable.
On the side of FlyQuest, I really want to highlight Unstable and Lace as well. I mean, I think Winter had mentioned yesterday, back in the days, that teams were very much running the strat of find a star player. I think it was famously Steel and Hiko Nico talking about CNED. Find CNED. Once you know where he is, go to the other side and just avoid the crap out of this person. And I do believe Unstable, and to a degree maybe Lace, is probably the players that Falcons might want to locate and avoid.
Oh, absolutely. Yeah, no, I agree with what you're saying. I think it's like, is there one player that you can avoid though? Because I feel like there are so many talented individuals on both sides that, okay, all right, I'm running away from the jet with an op, and it's like, oh, hang on a minute. There are actually two duelists pushing the other side of the map at the same time.
But Unstable has just been unbelievable.
Yeah, that's true.
Absolutely unbelievable. And currently leading statistically in the tournament.
Yeah, I think they've been genuinely insane with a lot of the rounds. You spoke about the Jet there as well, and you can see 3 times most played for them. Lace 4 times she's shown the ISO, which came a little bit out of left field. I wasn't expecting to see her pick that one up, but genuinely, I think as the tournament went on, the ISO got better and better. Unstable started really hot, maybe got a little bit quieter towards the end of that G2 game, but then showed up again when needed against GX. So I'm kind of keeping tabs on it. I think it's a lot of games in the day, especially with it being the lower match as well, heading into a potential best of 5 where you don't have veto advantage. So just making sure that you're keeping yourself honest, like game to game, not overheating too quickly, I suppose. It's a long day.
I would like Unstable to rebrand to Unbelievable, because some of the things I saw, there was like an ADS. I don't know if we have any highlights we can show you guys, but there was like an ADS 1 dink on Icebox that I didn't see anybody. I don't know what Unstable saw on their screen, but I didn't see anyone. And they ended up walking away with every single time multi-kills after multi-kills after multi-kills. And they're doing this against, they're not doing this against me. I think you can do that against me. They're doing this against world champions, Hazza. I'm out here to really push the narrative that Unstable might be the best player in this tournament in this time.
No, look,
in this moment in time.
I'm happy to go with that as well, because I think that's the mentality you have to bring to a game against world champions. Unstable's another player who, in some senses, has nothing to...
That's what I meant! What was that?
Yeah, has nothing to lose, right? And you bring in that brazen attitude, because this is someone who... the last official they played was the grand final against Wadada in kickoff, right? Because they've gone off...
Wadada's a good team.
Yeah, exactly. Because they've gone off to school. So they're not playing in the roster consistently from this point onwards. And yeah, it's an exhibition at times. And I think you do have to just maybe show a little bit of disrespect, right? A lot of the opening rounds that they got, they were able to convert. And that came from, the confidence that you have to take to that situation.
And there is also a dynamic duo, I think, on the other side of this for Falcons. Aneri is probably the obvious one to talk about here. But the reason I wanted to talk about Camus real quick is because she's not playing any Duelist right now, but she's putting up Duelist numbers.
Yeah, it's what I was talking about a moment ago. Like the Astra, which you see there 2 times, and also the Viper as well on Icebox. I was impressed with that. That's the composition change that they made. We had the Harbor before, but I think her anchoring on the Viper was really, really good. Similar in some ways to Thea, who I think we have to be looking at in contrast on the FlyQuest side. Very good at finding 1 kill and then dropping off to a deeper line and getting that rotate where, you're seeing a lot of Yoru, you're seeing a lot of Neon, you have quicker rotation times. If you can find 1 kill and then hold on to that space, like that is such a difference maker.
I'm also such a fan of these controller players just saying, I'm not going to play Duelers. I don't want to do that. I ain't got time for that, because they're already doing this on their respective agents, which is something that Vanya has always been able to do. So it's going to be very interesting, like you said, to see the head-to-head once we get into game. But let's take a look at the map vetoes. This is elimination. It's going to be a very important best of 3. The grand final later will be the one that is a best of 5. So coming into this, oh wow, okay, it looks like Pearl and Icebox is gone. We're going to go straight into Ascent.
Yeah, Ascent starting off for FlyQuest here. This is a strong map for them. You saw GX were able to respond coming into the latter stages of the first half. Things looked pretty close when FlyQuest seemed as if they were running away with it. But the big point that I want to harp on about, and something that I've already mentioned here, is in terms of those opening picks and how much of a difference that's going to make. We saw huge individual pop-offs from both teams against G2 yesterday, but the big difference for me was FlyQuest were able to convert a lot of the first kills that they had. I think it was 22 rounds in total where they had a first pick. 18 of those they were able to convert. So only 4 missed over 2 maps against GX. We need to see a little bit more of that today.
Yeah, and we're ready for agent select too. Let's take a look for Ascent. Now, the ISO has been the most picked agent throughout all of the maps, which I think is crazy. And it looks like we're definitely going to get the Lace ISO once again here. And the Tejo hasn't been picked that often, but I have liked him when they picked it.
Yeah, I think Tejo's a really good fit on this map. It's kind of frustrating that you need that smoker because I would have loved to have seen the combo with the deadlock, which we've been getting so much recently. But yeah, just a brilliant all-rounder, and this is pre-patch with the nerfs as well, so perfect time to make the most of his kit.
On the other side, we've got Mad V on the Reyna, Alexi on the Sova. I have so far liked Alexi's Duelist.
Yeah. I think slotting into the Sova here, definitely it's, you know, the information game as much as possible. I think you've got a lot of great cross-map recons as well. I mean, Ascent with an open skybox is great for that, where other maps don't facilitate it as much. And Mad V back on the Duelist, where we didn't really see that from her yesterday at all, I think is really nice. A callback to what she was doing a lot of the time previously in EMEA.
I'm just really espresso depresso about Sonda moving away from the Phoenix. No,
Yeah.
I loved her Phoenix. I genuinely was such a big fan. I don't think she team flashed once.
Yeah. I mean, look, you can't team flash at all now with the Lear, so that's not a problem. And that's the trade-off, ultimately, that we're talking about. Utility usage. You're not going to be getting any premiums, but if Sonda's feeling confident individually, I almost prefer the Reyna to the Phoenix just because of how much she can enable herself.
Oh, I don't know. I just love the Phoenix.
I agree.
And no one else plays it either. It was just her.
Like,
yeah.
that's the thing. Even if you're having a stinker, you do have the ult to fall back on, but then it's like, if you know that you're going to play well, you got the Empress, and then you're just dismissing, devouring all over the place.
Part of me kind of wanted the Phoenix again. You know, this could potentially be her last game, her last best of 3 of her career. And something doesn't sit right with me that, I mean, maybe there's Matt too, you know. Something doesn't sit right with me that it ends on Arena.
But does it have to end though, Sue? Does it have to?
That's true. There's a grand final. There's a grand final.
This is the narrative that we're painting here. It's feast or famine. You go in first map on the Reyna, you play well, things are looking good for FlyQuest. These first couple of maps for them, really great statistically. Back end though, Lotus. And that's what we've spoken about before, where Falcons are going to be really strong. If FlyQuest don't start hot, as they didn't, you know, yesterday against G2 on both opening maps they played, you know, the first 12 rounds of each half, they did struggle until they had that first timeout. Yeah, it's a process, but I'm expecting them to come out the block swinging.
Well, we've got some catchphrases out here, of course, for Sonda. Chat, I need your help. I need some creative catchphrases for your casters for this game. It will be Cairo and Winter. Take it away.
Thank you very much, Sue. Yes, the lower bracket final is ready to get underway here. Winter, FlyQuest Red against Falcons Vega. And I'm going to say, ever since I knew that after last night that this was going to happen, I was so excited.
I think for me, it's the revenge matchup for Thea, right? Because we were talking about like how this tournament came to be, maybe theorizing it came from that quad duelist we saw at GC Champs. Do you know who was playing on those two teams?
Tell
Well,
me.
e.g., the ones that got 13-3 by those 4 duelists and 1 Cypher, Thea was there. And the people who did the 13-3 were that triple sort of Exipto SMG called That's Now on Falcon. So there's a storyline on top of it being this tournament. It's the revenge arc for them wanting to make it to the grand finals because both of these teams have traveled far, and for it to end here, neither of them are going to be happy.
100%, and we've got map number 3, which will be Lotus. But with that being said, we look towards the now map number 1. We look at Ascent. We're going to start to get ready to get into this. No Phoenix coming out from FlyQuest Red, which I thought was pretty good, but we still have Sonda on the Reyna, on the Duelist, up against Falcons.
Yeah, and just looking at how well Sonda actually played on that Phoenix, I don't think there was anything wrong with it. There was like 17-13 with 10 assists as well, and a lot of information they were and value they were able to get from the ultimate. Obviously, it's one of the cheaper ones, realistically, right? Coming into all the different changes and the ore points that you need to collect, and Sonda was sort of recycling that ult over and over. But Reyna, it's not the worst pick either. And coming in, the devs were saying if Sonda's feeling confident, you can really see it shine on an agent like Reyna.
100%. Well, it's a quick start as Falcons try to get down short, but unfortunately, it's ended in FlyQuest Red getting the opening pick. Saunders dismissed and given up the space, but recollected as 5 here for FlyQuest Red.
Yeah, but recollected as 5, but also all of Falcons are here, so there's no lurk threat, but the player on site is still surviving, and yet the players from Heaven are just dropping down and getting a double for Neri. Yeah,
and Neri now having to go up against 2, it won't work out, and FlyQuest Red will open up their account on this map. A nice start, and I think you can see the ideas that Falcons have been playing with, bringing out the paranoia combined with the intel dart for the short play.
Yeah, and we were talking about Sonda on the rain. I think she's already proven that it's the better pick for her already with the 4 kills on the board. And nice use of the dismiss and also the heal. And yeah, it's a great start for them coming into this. Both teams, FlyQuest were actually up a lot later, right? Playing into the night, and same goes for Falcons. This is an early morning for both of them, so it is always looking at the first round in the first map, so you can start building up the momentum for themselves. And onto pistols, full eco for Falcons. They might have an opportunity to overwhelm Thea here, but there's a judge.
There is a judge. Players going in. The judge hasn't hit. Sonda is taking theirs and dismissed out. In fact, there's a second there. As Lace from Heaven now comes in to get some of their own. Cameo is left with it all to do. Spike is cold, and well, it gets even colder. FlyQuest Red double up the round count, converting that anti-eco.
Look how strong this bonus is going to be as well. Obviously, Sonda's just absolutely hitting shots against Classics, fine. But Empress Online, full shield, Vandal, this is just the perfect round for Sonda to have a Sonda moment, to Sonda time all over Falcons, because converting this, getting a 3-0 start, especially on the defense. Sure, we're talking about the triple duelist, but this map, we've seen it once, right? But it is attacker-sided, and it makes sense, right? You have the triple duelist, there's a lot of lack of utility holding out down over towards site. Sonda getting a little bit cheeky, wanting to go for a spam through the smoke. Unfortunately, she's the only one who's going to be getting any sort of damage. But look how much space they've gathered towards mid for Falcons.
100%. Salvos have come in. Mary was vulnerable, but unfortunately the Outlaw hasn't hit, and FlyQuest, they're falling to the wayside here. At least Lace is able to get one back in the conversation, but Postplant is ready to be set up here.
Numbers in favour of Falcons. So is positions, right? They have so many. They have main, you have player towards logs. There's no real estate for FlyQuest to get for free.
Yeah, oh, Alexi's messed around with the util, and Saunders Empress has got the value they're looking for. Mad V caught out, and now FlyQuest Red look to bear down on site. 2 players remaining, and Cameo's caught. It's down to a 3 versus 1. Saunders trying to get the classic for style points, but Mary, no way, can do this, can win it out! Clutches out in the end, and that's 4 for Mary in the round.
This is what we were talking about yesterday when we were seeing FlyQuest against G2, and it feels it's the same story. One player comes in, Sonda 10-1 right now, comes in with a triple kill, couldn't convert onto the 4th, and then Mary from backside just said, do you know what, I can get the 4th, gets the 1v3 as well, denies any sort of retake from FlyQuest, but it was expensive.
Yes.
I think that's the main thing is FlyQuest. This was a bonus round, one Vandal, sure, a couple of stingers, and off the back of Sonda, it looked so competitive.
100%. This mid space is, well, Sova's finding a lot of value already. We can see that intel dart being used to clear space, and I mean, this is where Falcons are putting a lot of priority as well, as you can already see. At the same time, Unstable's backfilling the space, and Falcons have no idea about it. The only issue for me, Thea is stuck at the back of site. This could be one and done. In fact, it's not. It's just done completely, and Falcons will have that site.
But for FlyQuest, they have main control and also CT, and now he's going to get caught off in the side. Unstable converts, and now back into a 4v4. All players for Falcons are stuck on site.
They are, but as they've come back in, Falcons straight away getting what they're looking for. It might have been expensive in the last round, but it's going to be even more expensive for FlyQuest Red, giving up their lead. You're looking to rely upon Ev, who yesterday had highlight moment time and time again, but this time they're looking to save out.
And it is off the back of Falcons 2 times in a row now, fought through that mid pressure, right?
Yeah.
Going super aggressive over towards mid, just absolutely sprinting it down up into market.
Yeah.
With the player in spawn, there's not really much you can do on that cross. I believe it was Lace just trying to do some chip damage, but it's on such a tight angle. Players can just B-hop across into market, and then, like we saw, Theo was just absolutely bullied towards site, completely isolated from any players rotating in, and it's a 5v1.
Yeah.
Sure, they had the fast flank, but at that point, all the Falcon players are on site and they're happy to just hermit crab onto it and just hold lane and hold stairs. And even then you have Madvi who just said, do you know what, I'm just going to fight forward, gets two for herself and just secures the round.
100%, and I think as well for me, when you think of Falcons Vega, how they played the Lotus last time round, very slow, very methodical. I think this is something that the Sova will be very good for. Same round here, but there's an adaptation. Lace has decided to rather play from CT, play through mid, and unfortunately gets traded out here. And a quick pivot towards A.
To regain that Guardian though for Sonda on the retake, but again, Thea isolated over towards site should be spotted out. Okay, yeah, spotted out now by the Yoru. So it's going to come into question again, is there the support to help her?
That's the question. Mary taking control of the smoke, and just when you think the Stinger will have its chance, it doesn't. Unstable Sheriff. It's got one of their own. In fact, Saunders here as well. Just misses out. 1 versus 3, and well, FlyQuest Red will make no mistakes this time in the advantage. They'll take their advantage back.
And I think for me, it's just so nice to see Sonda having a good game, right?
Yeah.
For anyone who doesn't know, Sonda has put out onto socials that this will be her last tournament as a professional player. And it wasn't necessarily the best showing for FlyQuest, right? On the first day, they went into the lower bracket, have survived to get to the lower bracket finals, and the fact that we're seeing her on the Reyna hopping off, it is so nice to see, and it's going to be a nice note to end, even if they aren't able to convert this into the grand finals.
Yeah. As I was talking earlier about the way that this tournament meta has developed, I think something that we've been seeing defensively is this kill contract that Lace has online being used in retakes to take players out and gain an advantage for the defense.
Let's see if it actually comes into fruition. But FlyQuest have completely walked through B. They know this is going to be an A hit, although Anaria's just dealing with the players on site. Sonda's down, so is Thea. Lace does convert the kill contract onto Mary.
Spike has been attempted and have taken that shot space. I believe Falcons know about it, but they didn't know about that late luck through main. Now, site being a little bit more vulnerable, you could say. Drone being used to clear out these players, but it's about the crossfires and the time that Falcons can perhaps waste here. The rifle firing off, but Madvi can't find the kill that they're looking for. In fact, they'll find their death, find their doom, as FlyQuest Red make it 4.
And off a triple kill from Unstable on the flank. And that's a thing that Falcons have had to deal with multiple rounds in a row now, and they're not ready for it because of how quick these flanks are coming through. You saw any single pressure that was on shore, you had a double player walking through B main, and it was Unstable that committed fully for that flank all the way through to A, and it's sort of the timing, it messes with the timings, right? Because usually these players, they have a sentinel, right? So they have at least a little bit of an early warning sign, and coming into this tournament, they've had to make those little adaptations, right? And on top of the fact that they have a lack of sentinel utility on both teams, really. They're opting for the initiator. At the same time, they're hard committing towards 5 onto the site, that when they do start to go to re-clear, the flanks are already there because FlyQuest are not scared to push mains.
See Thea is just jump spotting towards main. Saunders been called in to support, and once again Thea as the site anchor has been caught out. 0 support for her at the moment, and a reset for FlyQuest Red to try and retake.
This was similar in the game against GiantX though. Thea was just getting absolutely bullied onto site, and it was just really coming down to multi-kills on the retake from the rest of the players. Let's see if they can do it this time.
That's the question. Can Falcons hold on, right? And at an advantage, you would hope so, but every time we always see one kill go untraded, and that's the first one for FlyQuest Red. At least Madvi is starting to hit their shots now. As we go back to 2 versus 2, a tap of the spike, try and bait out a peak. There's the fast, the timing not working out. in Ev's favour as both players now holding towards main. The swing out works for Falcons and they're still delaying. Mary has the health advantage as Lace just decides to hold out. The wide swing works out and Falcons come back.
I hope I see some sort of adaptation to help Thea though,
Yes,
right?
100%.
Because even though there's a lack of utility in regards to initiation, right? You have one initiator on both sides. It is still 3 people, 3 duelists running at you. And as the solo player, there's no sort of cross-map utility that can come to help. Especially, like, sure, you can make the conversation about Ev's salvos, but there's a time delay on that.
Yeah,
And as soon as Falcons spot a player, they are in. So hopefully Thea can start to get a little bit of assistance.
Oh, the flashes are absolutely sublime for Falcons. Unstable, you know how good they can be. Stopped out here.
Are they happy? They're happy with that 1 kill. And look at the rotates that's brought it over. You already have a Luke from Inari through onto B. The TP coming in from Camu with the spike. So that's going to get down nice and early. And even the drone coming out from Ev is going to clear through mid. But you still have the 2 late players that are going to come into fruition over towards main.
FlyQuest Red, I mean, being stalled out in towards the site. You can see the salvos used to clear players out. But as you said, those main players, 3 of which Falcons have to hold on towards this. The special delivery sent out, the utility from both teams. It's a little bit chaotic, but still Falcons keep their nose in front. But it looks as if that's going to continue to be the case as Ev doesn't account for the other main players. And Falcons now even up 4-4.
Yeah, when do you expect 3 players in main?
I mean, yeah, that's the problem, right? And I think as well, like, Falcons, for a few rounds now, are doing really well at gaining that initial advantage, that entry pick, and stopping and waiting to see what the reaction is, and using their advantage in the post plan.
They also have the options as well that we've seen when they get the kill onto Thea, for example, over towards Dysonic. They have the ability to then speed up. So the sort of adaptations in the speed of the rounds and how committed they are after they get that initial pick is sort of sending FlyQuest a little bit dizzy, and I'm just going to be dizzy after that shot to the skull.
Yeah, 100%. And I think as well, this is another thing we need to talk about, is the fact that FlyQuest Red, you know, are from NA. The time difference will be a lot worse for them.
Falcons are from Southeast Asia.
Yeah, that's true. That's true. Maybe I'm just talking nonsense then.
Yeah, these are both teams that have travelled like 20 hours to be here. It's just the opposite way, right, of the time zones.
100%. Yeah, well, FlyQuest Red, they've done this before. Tried to take main, paranoia to help players come through, and Falcons should have an idea about this. But remember, once again, Falcons have that advantage to work with, and Mad V's doing very well to hold on to lane, and there he's supporting, and now it's up to Unstable and Lace to try and find this, but they just can't. Falcons now gain their own advantage for the first time in this series.
And you were mentioning about the kill contract coming in from the ISO players for the retakes, and Lace has been absolutely stellar on this agent, whether it was in the matches yesterday or even coming into this one. It's just, sure, you get the kill contract out, you get your kill, but then by the time you're out of it, the rest of your teammates have dropped, and yeah, it's a matter of formality. And coming into this one, a FlyQuest timeout, better late than never. Still an opportunity to recover and even possibly win out the half.
Yeah, of course. Like, you've got a few rounds to play with still. And I think for me, FlyQuest Red, when you think of the position that they're in just now, lost 3 rounds in a row. The economy's not in a good state. And I think a lot of it has come through these aggressive early plays that we've been seeing, and Falcons understanding, right? We think towards the last night in the way the tough match that GiantX had. They maybe like watched that game and be like, look guys, they are being aggressive, so let's account for that, and when we're going into these initial mains, let's have lots of bodies on the line and lots of utility to fight forwards.
Yeah, I do hope Thea does get the help. Right? And we have started to see the rotations from FlyQuest in the last couple have been a lot quicker, but at the same time, Falcons have started to adapt themselves. Like, you had an Inari look, the Jet Duelist look through B, and then you have the TP coming in from Camu, and then it sets themselves up perfectly for a complete lockout of the B site.
There's 2 players standing up, ready to fight this one. Sonder playing anti-flash. Thea having the paranoia ready to go, and this is what we were asking for. Thea having the support. Sonder again takes that initial pick and dismisses out. Unstable though, trying to come out of short, doesn't find that. And now Falcons are just overwhelming this A site. All the players on the line have fallen, and this looks like it could be 6, but it's all up to Ev to try and deny that.
Yeah, it was a half buy for them, but at the same time, Lace and Sonder are struggling with money.
Yeah.
And Falcons have money for days, right? Across the majority of the players, and keeping 4 alive here is sort of going to give an extra boon to their economy, up onto 6 as well. So at least securing an equal half. And the second FlyQuest timeout, this is the last one.
Yeah, I don't know if it is, because the players are still moving about. Usually it stops. I think that just might be like a little bug that's come through, but yeah, I think like obviously like now you look towards this. This could be the last the second last full buy that you possibly get. If this breaks, Falcons find 7 next round. You're not going to have that. That's the last round. So yeah, this is the last buy for FlyQuest Red.
Who's
Maybe a
next?
trip and a stumble into a Falcons 8.
That would be not what you're looking for at all, and the dimensional drift from Mary has identified where Thea is. Can she get out? Can she survive? That's the question, and the answer is resounding. The retake, Armageddon coming through, and FlyQuest Red have flooded out of heaven and found what they're looking for, and now they're just 1 away from Falcons.
Oh, they take
Last round
advantage of
in
the
the half.
disorientation
Yes.
that Armageddon comes through, and it also pushes them further up into sight, into more open positions, that when you have a triple swing out from heaven, it's just an easy pickings for the players coming from FlyQuest. And like we were talking about, it was such an important swing round for this one, for FlyQuest to have an opportunity to make it to a 6-6 half, or risk it being a 4-8 for Falcons just due to the money situation. So round 12, this is going to be one of the more competitive runs that we were expecting, and there's an operator out for a Neri.
Unfortunate not to find the pick that they're looking for, but Bladestorm being used in case they need to get
No
up
chance.
close and personal, and Lace on these one-and-done angles. It's absolutely insane.
Yeah, that angle in particular, I think she's found 3 kills already, and Sonder's
Spike
just
down
pushing out
mid.
through a smoke, gets hers, gets dismissed out as well, and it's again these one-and-dones, but the trades are going left, right, and center over towards mid, and it's just further players. Falcons are just throwing players and numbers at the issue, and they come out on top.
Omen ultimate used to clear out towards A, and now it's all up to Ev. A real highlight from last night on Ascent. Was very good at holding on and clutching up themselves, and they're able to escape out onto site. The paranoia has hit though, and Falcons make no mistake. They'll take an advantage into the second half.
But it could have been worse.
It could have been.
Sorry, and I think that's the main thing for me is, again, we're looking at, for FlyQuest, they started off really well. And especially looking at Sonder and Lace, these 2 duelists together have been sort of not necessarily quiet for Lace, but on the ISO has been incredible across the weekend. And we were looking over towards those one-and-done angles you were talking about.
Yeah.
Especially over towards mid, just the accuracy on those is incredible. And then Sonder just having the aggression, the confidence as well on this rain, I feel like it really enables her to take duels like we saw in the last, just running out through a smoke.
I think that's the thing, right? Like, you're seeing, like, you get so blindsided by Lace, like, and the fact that, like, it's the ability to know when you've stepped in too far. Falcons know that they can win that fight, and they've completely destroyed any B push, and it's a quick pivot for FlyQuest Red.
And it's an entry as well over towards the site. Sonder wanting to double up and just taking damage from the Sheriff, and instead offers up the heal over towards Mad V.
2 versus 4, a tap at the spike. FlyQuest know that they need to get something back for them to work with, and yeah, Ev had no chance with 3 players sitting, and now it's up to Thea, who's had a tough map of it, and well, it looks like it's going to get worse as all 3 players from Heaven swing into hell and find her.
Yeah, you're looking at the situation, it's a 2v4, you're wanting that paranoia to get something that was really other than the drone, that was really the only enabling piece of utility that you can have and realistically fight with. And it does hit a player, it's just the timing's just a little bit off. and is unable to convert onto it. And yeah, Thea in the 1v4, it's not much you can do with a right click.
FlyQuest Red are actually bringing forward like a bit of a buy here. This is a force which Falcons need to be careful of.
Yeah, especially the fact that two players now have full armor, and Eric's gonna have to be careful, or at least get those double body shots off.
Oh, that shot though has softened up a lot of these players, and FlyQuest Red announced that they have the stingers. The info dart has found what they're looking for, but so is Alexi Sheriff. Those shots are sublime. Still though, it is a 3 versus 2 and somewhat convertible for FlyQuest Red, but I feel as if this might be a step too far, as Falcons know exactly what they need to do to get it over the line, and it's back to these fundamentals and microplay.
And also, it's just the support from the Falcons players, right? And Neri, sure, it's a bit awkward on that angle, up close and personal with the Outlaw. Uses both bullets, runs away. Do you know who's there microseconds later? Madvi, running in, making sure her teammate is protected. And I think the players were calling her a princess earlier.
All right, okay.
And really putting her duties to the kingdom of Falcons Vega and stepping up to support her teammates. And again, after Madvi falls, another player's there to support.
Unfortunately for Aniri, the Outlaw isn't working, but Alexi hasn't really missed so far from what I can remember. I think for me, like as well, you look at this round, they obviously FlyQuest Red tried to force into it. Falcons have bought into this, a few rifles for them to work with.
Yeah, and especially when some of the players came in with just those sheriffs. Although saying that, Alexi hit a double with a sheriff in the last, falls to Lace in this one, but it's just one is all that they can get. Mary's there for the trade. Now the explorations go over towards A, but the spike isn't committed anywhere, and the fact that FlyQuest are unable to realistically capitalize on any of these entries, I say any, one of the entries that they're able to get over towards B, it's making this sort of sheriff round fall really flat. And everything's covered realistically by Falcons, right? You have Mary backside on B, you have 2 towards A, even Madvi protecting mid.
Cover going out.
Oh, the timing from Camille is perfect. Drops the smoke to support if it was needed, but that'll be double digits for Falcons. And with a broken buy on the attack, a spike plant not achieved, that economy will get worse. So we're back to another swing round in this one, as FlyQuest Red, their money in the pockets, it's not looking that big.
And Eric still has the Outlaw, which is not necessarily the best weapon for this round in particular, but a lot of damage can be done. And we saw even on the 4th round that we saw FlyQuest come through, the shock darts coming in from Alexi really softened up those targets.
Snuff them out.
But the fact that the 5 players over towards A, I don't know if the shock darts are going to do much.
Yeah, exactly. But Camille's up high. Nobody shot her!
Oh my god!
Oh my lord! Falcons have completely obliterated FlyQuest Red. We speak about one and done angles. I think Camille's done everything they needed from their one and done.
I mean, above and beyond, right? That, admittedly, is a position that's hard to clear out with only Ev as the initiator, right? Normally you get like a Sova drone or a Sova dart coming through. And yeah, Camille doesn't have to shoot the Leas coming in from Sonda. She can just sit up on high and rain down hellfire on the FlyQuest Red players, just trying to come through. And you were talking about it being a swing round, and to be shut out by realistically one player in one position, just holding mouse 1 and hitting a beautiful spray. Gotta be questioning the mental. And a FlyQuest Red timeout coming through officially this time. It's this last one for them. They can scrape together a buy, but it is gonna be rough. Sonda can't have shields, 1 away from the Empress though, so you can bring that into the conversation. But Thea down for the count in money as well. Lace could scrape together a buy. You could talk about using Lace's ultimate to try and isolate a 1v1 because she's been relatively successful in those, right?
Yeah, 100%. I think Lace generally in 1 versus 1s, whether it's in the kill contract or whether it's out of it, has been winning a lot of these duels. I thought last round was a swing round. I think it will be this time round, considering that FlyQuest Red have decided that even if they don't have shields, they want to have a rifle in their hands when you look towards Sonda. And I think mid is where they're going to start their conquest for this one.
Yeah, they might be wanting to go towards mid, but look at main. It's a double walk down.
No distraction. That'll catch Alexi. Mary, on the other hand, has got the other two players sitting. And Lace, while they've won their duel, they won't be able to win anything after that. Falcons have just started at a blistering pace, and FlyQuest Red don't have what it takes to stop them. Mary, known and calling exactly where Thea is, and she has no chance of getting out of this one. There it is. Falcons find 12.
Yeah, you're getting pinged out by Mary. You're getting a paranoia thrown at you, a flash thrown at you, and then Mary just jumps around the corner. It is unfortunate. It's not the position you want to be in any day of the week. But even then, you saw the ideas coming in from FlyQuest. They wanted to challenge over towards mid because Falcons have done so in the past. But it's just the little adaptations, the little changes Falcons do. They walk through B. Lace picks at 1 with a kill contract, but by the time she gets out of it, again, it's a similar story to when they were talking about the retakes. The rest of her teammates have fallen.
Yeah.
It's just easy pickings.
And this is FlyQuest Red's pick as well. I mean, players saw towards Tiles because of the info dart unstable. If you walk into this smoke, you are going up against Mad V. And unfortunately, again, Falcons find that entry.
An entrant to Unstable who's been uncharacteristically quiet today.
Yeah.
And it's just silence across the map. Losing one of the spearheads of the team, Unstable early on. And what could be the last round of this map? Attempts at information using Thea's ultimate. But nothing. Falcons are giving nothing to FlyQuest. They're going to have to walk into the operator of Neri.
Neri knew about Sonder trying to peek out because of the shoulder peaks. Fortunately loses their life, but Cameo's quick on the trade from the shadows used to try and go for the flank, but instead it's distracted Thea. And all remaining players ready to retake. Still advantage towards Falcons here.
Pick up from the operator as well. This could be nasty at holding the angle coming through CT if she can get on it soon enough, but it doesn't matter if lane falls.
Yeah, exactly. I mean, it's going straight in towards Falcons' favour, but Ev denies Cameo jumping into sight. Lace's operator hasn't missed, and now you have to depend upon Alexi. And unfortunately, not accounted for Thea in main. 12-6 is a scoreline. As FlyQuest Red managed to keep themselves alive 1 round longer.
Falcons are going to have to be wary now of this operator. Something Lace excels at. We saw it on Pearl in the previous matches yesterday. And even just in this one, on the angle, it's great holding and supporting the teammate of holding the stairs. Even then switches over to lane and just continues to be mobile on this operator, on realistically an immobile agent, but is going to get dropped over to Unstable on the jet. So it's a little bit more suited to the playstyle we've seen them put forward.
Oh no, Falcons, they're looking to play this on the front foot. They're looking to end it right here, right now, as they've done so, or put themselves at least in prime position to do, as you've got to rely on Unstable, and as you have said, has been uncharacteristically quiet, but she's looking to try and take this towards mid. Find a pick, she won't get Mary as the shotty comes through. Has a shotty of their own, 3 players here though. I think they're just trying to escape and get towards the A site.
An operator is not the weapon you want in this situation. You had the Blade Storm short. Going up against the shorty, decides, do you know what, I have a little shotgun of my own, shotgun knives, but 50 seconds to work with, spike in hand. So there is a conversation, but look at the setup from Falcons. They are not playing solo at all. You have a jump peek and then a double stack up.
I mean, why would you risk it? And unfortunately, Unstable has been pinged out twice, so they know this is going towards B, but it is a long line of sight where that operator will be able to work better.
Had an opportunity, but wants to get the spike down and get into a post plant, alternate positions, an opportunity missed. Alexi jumping over the bullets, and Alexi takes that opportunity to close it out. That's 13 for Falcons, 13-6 on FlyQuest map pick in the first map of this lower bracket finals.
I think that's the big thing, right? Falcons have struck first, and it is FlyQuest Red's pick. I mean, yesterday, right, when we saw FlyQuest Red play against GiantX, they were overwhelmed by how aggressive FlyQuest Red played. All the duels seemed to go FlyQuest Red's way. Falcons seem well up to the task, and they have not missed a beat when it comes to these duels.
Yeah, and at the same time, you can make that conversation about some of the FlyQuest players, right? Especially looking at Sonder and Lace. Sonder had an absolute phenomenal start to the start of this map. It's just, by the end, it started sort of slipping because there was a lack of support systems around FlyQuest as a whole, and it really did come down to those individual moments. And I'm talking about Thea, right? Just isolated on that defensive half time and time again. It makes it a struggle to even start to put up numbers when you're in a 1v4 every round.
Yeah, I think I have to agree. And I think when, like, obviously, when we look towards how the site setups are, Thea is, as you said, like, left on her own a lot here. And you look at the difference when you see Cameo holding on the site. She's doing really well at like holding on and getting picks, right? You think towards the round with the Lear. She has a player actually destroying the Lear for her. She doesn't need to shoot her bullets and give her position away. And if we have a look at the stats here of how the players performed as well, and straight away you can see like the difference between the two. Sonder, I mean, Lace all the way up, but the rest of the team for FlyQuest Red just not as close to those top MVPs.
Yeah, and I think, again, I was talking about it yesterday, I'm so happy to see the support agent on top, right? Cameo was doing on the Astra, on the Viper, and now even on the Omen. So what can't this girl do? Because absolutely phenomenal. And again, it's been able to shut down FlyQuest, right? Who's been on an absolute tear, pushing G2 to the limits yesterday, realistically destroying GiantX with such confidence, and being able to make unstable in the game, right? It's something that has been uncharacteristic for them, and promising signs for Falcons.
Yeah, 100%. And I think for a lot of us, if you've been watching here, I think FlyQuest Red, Falcons, and having Cameo being almost like, well, the controller and a support. When you saw the Astra, for instance, on Split, it worked like an initiator in the way that they were pulling back the stars. The players were getting caught off guard because they thought they could play within the smokes, and having that uncertainty and always managing to depend upon that and find a way to entry through that was massive, considering like you don't have as much initiation on these maps.
I mean, yeah, Cameo just playing around the smokes as well, especially her own, just being a thief in the night with positioning. And it's something we saw again in this one, right? The position in A when they came through and just absolutely shut down by Cameo, a triple kill from up high. And it's talking about, I was always thinking, is this repeatable? Is this player going to have similar performances and similar style of play going into other maps? And I think we have our answer. It's a resounding yes.
Yeah, 100%. And for those of you who don't know, we are heading to Split next for map number 2 as we look away from map 1, which was FlyQuest Red's pick. This is Falcons' pick. They know exactly what they want to do, and so far in this tournament, triple duelist format, we have played 2 best of 3s, or every team has played 2 best of 3s. This would be their 3rd. FlyQuest Red haven't played Split yet.
And to be fair, we had the same thing, right? Falcons hadn't played Ascent, so it was a little bit of a surprise coming into that one. And while FlyQuest didn't adapt in time, maybe it might be a similar story going into Split, right? They have, well, footage to look at Falcons on, and they have a lack there to sort of have that answer back, right? So there is questions up in the air about what composition we're going to be seeing going into Split. Again, remember, it's the 3 duelists, but let's go to a quick break. Let these players have a little bit of a cool down, right? Because that map was quick. And we'll get into Split as soon as possible after a short break.
Red Bull gives you wings.
Hey everybody, I'm Thea.
And I'm Lace, and we're from FlyQuest Red.
Hello, we are Ness and Smurf from GiantX.
And today we're going to be rating some British snacks.
Scran or ban? Okay, round 1. What do we have? Crisp!
Just fancy some crisp, love?
Cheese and onion. I like this. 10.
Mmm. Cheese and onion.
That's a thing. Scran? Scran!
Round 2. Oh.
Oh, that's porky.
It's not that bad.
This is banned for me now.
It's gonna be a band though.
It's gonna be a band.
Round 3. We got chips again.
Let's try it.
Mmm.
This is sour, but I don't know. Is it lemon?
Fish.
Oi, love. Oi, bro. That's not bad for me.
This is scran.
This is like top scran. Ooh, sweet stuff.
Red Bull.
Fancy a Parma Violet?
I would love one. Tastes like medicine.
It does.
Like if I went to a dentist and they gave me this, I would think it's cleaning my mouth.
Ban.
I'm gonna ban out.
I'm gonna ban.
Okay.
I don't want to eat that.
Variety. Good luck.
Cheers, man.
Cheers. Bubble gum.
Can I get put this like to trash? I need trash.
I taste the coconut.
It's actually not bad.
No, I think this is a scram.
Oh, this is Scran for sure.
Another candy.
This looks fine.
Corn.
Corn? Is it actually corn?
I don't know.
This
Scran. Yeah.
Cheers.
Cheers.
This is lemony.
Lemon.
Mmm.
This is a scram for me.
A Scran?
I like lemon.
Hi guys, I'm Alexi and I'm playing for Team Falcons Vega. I would say our team dynamics this year was very balanced because we're always like willing to fix our team problems in game. I would say our chemistry to Mary and Mavi is like easy to go along with. It's not like hard for us to bond with them since our cultures outside and inside the games are quite similar as well. I would say it's fun because it's a very unique format since it's at 3 duelists. We're just gonna hold W's together. That's exciting because we're gonna play with like 3 of the best teams in the world.
Hello everyone and welcome back to Red Bull Instalock. Before we go any further though, we have to give a massive special thank you to our official monitor partner, Aegon by AOC. Returning to Red Bull Instalock for a second year in a row, they've provided our players and coaches with top-end 540Hz monitors for the very best in-game and competitive experience during the tournament.
I mean, you can obviously have to shout them out, but also a massive shout out to GiantX for hooking everyone up at Red Bull Instalock with these sick PCs. If you want to check them out for yourself, throw 3XS in the chat.
Yeah, I mean, you know what? I'm very jealous of them, jealous of these players here, Winter, because something that I was speaking about to Billy, like, my setup is nowhere near as good as this, and it just shows you how well looked after these players are actually been in the tournament.
I mean, the hoots that these players are getting on these monitors is insane.
Yeah, I mean, the eye only sees 24Hz, so do you really need 540? Oh, I'm sorry. Sorry. Right, enough talking about that. Let's start talking about this game once more. We are going into map 2 for Falcons versus FlyQuest, but it was a very quick map number 1.
Yeah, and it really does leave a lot to sort of expect from FlyQuest, especially after what we saw yesterday. And I think that's just still in everyone's mind around here of unstable and lace, and thankfully Sonda getting her time in the spotlight as well. But going into this was FlyQuest map pick, and they have been shown up in a fashion I think we can say is quite dominant, right? It was a 13-6, and realistically, we're going into that second half, there was nothing FlyQuest had to say.
Yeah, and I think that's the big thing. It's the first time that, like, we could argue we've been underwhelmed by FlyQuest Red in terms of their performance, because even when we think to the series that they got beat off G2, they actually looked pretty good, right? You could see that, like, Unstable was performing. And now today, this map number 1, do you think it's just they're coming in with cold feet, that they're not warmed up as what they should be?
I hope not, but at the same time, I hope so then we have a more competitive split, right? But at the same time, Hazard on the desk was saying about the first bloods that they were able to get, and they had like an 18 out of 22% conversion, right, into rounds. That's insane. But the only issue is they was only able to get 4 first bloods. So it's a great stat to have, but you need to get those first bloods to actually enact it, right? And that's something that FlyQuest were struggling with, and Falcons were just first blood after first blood after first blood.
Yeah, exactly. And I think we are just getting ready checks as we get ready for Agent Select. Is there anything that you're thinking about in Split? For me, I'm looking forward to seeing Cameo's Astra if it comes back. That was a real highlight from Falcons yesterday.
I mean, she's so comfortable on that agent.
yeah.
Why wouldn't you want to put it back? And they had a good showing on Split as well. I don't think it was necessarily a dire showing. Sure, it wasn't necessarily what they wanted to come out of it in regards to results. But at the same time, I'm more looking towards FlyQuest. We haven't seen them on Split. We don't know what necessarily they're going to be coming into it with. I'm expecting a similar sort of thing of having an ISO and maybe the rain on Sonda, because she's been absolutely amazing on that first map. But I want to know what initiator they're going to bring, because we've seen Ev play on the Theo, we've seen them on the Sova as well. But yesterday, both teams that were playing Split opted for the Sky.
Yeah, I found that really interesting because Sky, as we know, is an initiator that hasn't had a lot of, I guess, has a lot of pick rate, right? Hasn't had a high pick rate, especially since those nerfs came through a while ago. There was some teams trying to play around with the idea, especially in Tier 2. Tier 1 maybe not so much. So it's nice to see the Sky get some, I guess, some activity in this tournament. But for me, like, I always felt as if a Breach would be really good if you're playing triple Duelist.
Yeah, it does enable a lot of these duelists to pop off, but then you have to make the sort of sacrifices of a lack of information, right? And you can see Breach being used as that solo initiate. It's just not the most ideal. And I will say, respect the Sky on Split. KC, the GC team, are insane. We're looking at Glance there as well, and they make it work. And a lot of these teams have been finding a lot of value from the Sky itself, in regards to being able to fake pressure with the flashes as well, and also the Trailblazer. A lot of information from the ultimate in those clutch situations, because realistically, a lot of these rounds have got, like in the matches we've seen on Split in particular, have come down to retakes. And what's better in a retake than a Sky ultimate? Or an ISO ultimate on top as well.
Yeah, of course. I mean, that's the thing, like the Euro dimensional drift, like there's lots of things that you can use to retake into these maps. The thing is though as well, we're talking a lot about Astra. You think of the Cosmic Divide and what that can provide if we do get to see that. For me though, like it's well, like it's just a wonder to see exactly how Split is played, right? Because FlyQuest Red, well, we haven't seen them play on Split in this tournament just yet. The other aspect to that you could like speak about it is like they played very aggressive, right? And on Split, if you try to play out of those chokes, you can get really stalled out.
Yeah, hopefully we can get into the Agent Select soon, just to see what compositions, if there's going to be any changes on the side of the FlyQuest, on the side of Falcon, sorry, and what FlyQuest are wanting to come into this with. Again, they haven't actually played Split yet, so it's going to be a little bit of a surprise for both of us. And hang on, do you notice what Cameo is playing? Not the Astra. No! She had a lights out performance yesterday on it.
Yeah, well, as for FlyQuest Red though, we are seeing Lace being brought back on the ISO. Saunders picked up the Rays, so while we've seen her on the Reyna, we've seen her on the Phoenix, the Rays I'm really interested in. Unstable, sticking with that Jet. Ev still on the Tahoe, and obviously Thea is sticking with her Omen.
Yeah, it makes sense. Thea is absolutely committed to him, and they're in like sort of a long-term sort of situation, right? And it is nice to see some of the players sticking with the controllers. They're not opting to go for, oh yeah, give me my time on Duelist. They're set in their ways, and honestly, for the side of Cameo and Thea, they've been doing great in regards to utility. But in this one, I want to see more support given to Thea to give her an opportunity to not only survive longer than the site hit itself, but have players to necessarily trade off of her as well.
Yeah, and I think that's what I have to agree, right? Like when you have your site anchors, you kind of have to give them that support, right? And perhaps like maybe not even like giving the support, but maybe play it differently, right? Have Thea pull out of the site, have a little bit more synergy throughout the roster. And I think the other aspect to this that we have to remember is FlyQuest Red do have a couple of subs, so maybe there's that aspect to it, right? Like that they just haven't got those game plans down to a T.
I mean, Falcons are the only team at this event that haven't
changed
something, that have had reps in officials with this full fight. And they've had a lot of reps, right?
Yeah.
And you look at G2, sure, that's their full roster now, but they haven't had Akita in the team for very long.
Yeah.
This is her debut performance. FlyQuest, they got subs everywhere.
Yeah.
And GiantX, they're sort of a merge of GiantX with Zerons. Yeah, so Falcons, they're at full strength here.
Yeah, I love how you mentioned that. You mentioned the G2 change. We didn't get to mention Drew, my Scottish goat. But with that being said,
you mentioned it now.
I had to mention it before we got into game. It is FlyQuest Red versus Falcons on map number 2. Falcons pick, and we look towards mid straight away.
Yeah, and looking at mid, everyone is here for the side of Falcons. They're going to have a nice crunch in for both sewers and over towards the right side. And same goes for FlyQuest. You have 4 players ready to fight this off of a paranoia possibly from Thea.
Yeah, straight in. Look at this deathmatch towards mid, but it's a little bit delayed from Falcons, and a trade even as now the recommittal comes through, and FlyQuest are happy with what they've got. Push back, Sonder tries to find a position on the other side of the smoke, but at the same time, Falcons, they've had their duels, they've had their fights, and they're done with mid.
Yeah, and that smoke as well is kind of that lockout for Falcons for them wanting to re-clear into this. They do still have the Trailblazer coming in from MadV, so there's an opportunity to clear out towards site. But this position from Thea is getting pinged out already. They're aware of a possibility of this.
Thea needs to be careful. There's no way that she can TP away. Drop of the smoke allows her to stay alive a little bit longer, but look at Falcons and where they're going next. The Boombot's cleared out towards CT, and Alexi's taking that space for herself. The dog to support. The stun was good, but unfortunately the classic wasn't. And well, MadV now tries to keep things going and gets 2. Back to a 2 versus 2, all even. And Cameo gets the advantage. Falcons in prime spot to find the first pistol on split as the right clicks fire off. Sonder tries to clutch up here, but instead, no, it is what we thought it would be. Falcons win out.
Bit of a bite back from FlyQuest coming in for the retake, and again with a lack of utility, a lot of it being dumped towards mid in the initial sort of brawl that you had. The only thing realistically they had for that retake was the salvos coming in from Ev, and also a blind paranoia coming in from Thea, which realistically didn't get to have its opportunity in the spotlight because MadV's kind of just right-clicked her face.
Yeah, exactly. And I mean, that's what... I mean, that's the problem, right, with these classics. It's a free gun after all, and somehow the right click is still as powerful as what, or it feels as it when it first came out. This is an open B site for Falcons here as FlyQuest have stacked towards 8.
Yeah, Nanari just containing that sort of A push if anyone starts to get curious from FlyQuest, and soon enough Falcons are going to realize if they start to put any utility out onto B, whether it's a flash from MadV, obviously you get that audio cue if there's a player that has been blinded. It's just at what point do FlyQuest start to rotate over, and the fact that they are staying in this sort of pack of 5, they have an opportunity to do a decent amount of damage. I'm not necessarily a believer in the round.
Yeah, I think already we're starting to see everything shift as Falcons have taken control of this B side, and FlyQuest Red are starting to realise that. There is I guess, something different in terms of this push. We are seeing Thea go for that flank.
The majority of the players are coming in from spawn, and all through this singular choke point that you have 2 players ready to spam.
Teleport. Time to jump.
We've heard the double tap being brought out by the ISO, and Mary just careful of the salvos coming through. Cameo though has identified Thea, so it is all these 4 players on site as the guns are starting to just work their way through FlyQuest Red.
You see the attempt, right, from FlyQuest. You put the smoke close spawn so they can get out towards backside, but the only issue is Cameo throws at one of her own towards the other side, towards New Box. And yeah, it's just, you try to jump through that smoke with the classic, you have Bulldogs just shooting back. It is one of those situations where you can talk about thriving in the chaos, but with that smoke being put up, nice utility from Camu, just kind of slows the roll of FlyQuest, not letting them thrive in the chaos they wanted to create.
Yeah. Back to the bonus round, and well, a very dangerous bonus round, it has to be said. This is the second time that we've said that in this series. Well, it's a few times anyways. Unfortunately, Falcons weren't able to capitalise on that mistake by Sonder.
And you know what, it's so much information that she's managed to get, and
Yeah.
the fact that she's come out of it unscathed completely, respect, but there's still an opportunity for Falcons. They have a super strong bonus. Mary's even got the rifle.
I've got it. It's here. FlyQuest Red are under siege. It's just completely. What's just happened?
Unstable happened.
Yeah, I mean, that's what we wanted though from FlyQuest Red, to have the rest of the players helping out, because I mean, last map, FlyQuest Red overall, it felt as if there was two players that took the highlights every time.
And Unstable, just being able to pop out events at the perfect timing to catch the players off guard that we're going into heaven, that we're being under siege realistically by Sonder's utility. Great timing to capitalize off, and yeah, a quick end to the round, right? As soon as the action started, it was over in a blink of an eye. And again, Lace on this one and done angle isn't successful this time and actually gets chunked down.
Sonder sticking around in this angle is not somewhere where we see players be able to escape from, but instead we're seeing that combination of utility come through, and Unstable finds himself in a spot. Falcons need to be careful. Need to clear towards this spot. They've not checked it. Not fully. Unstable gets one more. An advantage towards FlyQuest Red.
There's only one player and the A site is completely free, but the spike needs to cross and they're already there. Sonder over towards CT. Pushes out before the smoke lands. Nets a double. And that spike down in main. Round realistically should be over. Lexi wants to have a say in it.
No way. Oh, for a second. You think there's a chance. The players swing out from heaven. It's Stia that gets the ending kill there. And you know what? Well, we go 2-2. I mean, FlyQuest Red are identifying some issues from Falcons.
You can make a different story about if that spike managed to make it into sight. It's just isolated in main. Lovely double kill right on time as well. And this time, Falcons pretty poor buy. Sheriffs, half shields. 5 players all day.
I like this though. They've done the initial push, created a little bit of pressure. Still Unstable. Continues to test the limits of Falcons. Catching players off guard.
They're not really ready.
They're not ready at all, although Camu has identified it, and the Blades having it after. The Sheriffs finding what they can. Showstopper in. Mary's got the chance. Flash is perfect, and Falcons, there's no way you're about to thrifty FlyQuest Red. After the comeback that they've had, Lace knows that Mary's close by, and unfortunately the bullets haven't hit. The blind side puts her in a difficult spot. Knows that that's the fake out. The spike has gone down in the meantime.
They want to peek from elbow. Just again, it's just chip damage going over, and it's a double peek from elbow, and it's an eco round for Falcons off the back of a really, really aggressive and early flank from Unstable. Just not actually able to net the second follow-up kill that could have been the final nail for Falcons in that round.
I'm wondering, like, what was the plan from Falcons to, like, do this, like, kind of play with the pacing of the round? You know, like, they hit in towards A, they stop once they've got the ramp space. Is that because they know that Unstable has been pushing to see if that's a way, like, to get an advantage in their favour? And at the end of the day, it was, right? Sonder has their showstopper to be used here. They also have a judge. Unstable happy with what they've got and trying to disconnect for from the engagement that Mary's bringing forwards.
Lace as well, going for the peak, but that's an instant break of the shield and a headshot follow-up from Mary. That is not what you were expecting for Lace as she peeks into heaven. But a peek from Unstable into main, not happy with the one they've been able to net this round once more.
Ooh, Unstable. Oh no, that's 3 in the round. Is there a chance at an ace here as Mary's all alone? And now, Cameo. Yeah, I mean, now what else can really be done here? Falcons have been identified. It's been 1v1 after 1v1, and FlyQuest Red are just winning all of them.
That's similar to what we saw from Falcons in the previous round, right? When they had the full sheriffs, they take towards ramp and they just sit there. They're happy and comfortable in that position. And sure, when they had the sheriffs, they were able to convert it, but it was off the back of shots that they were able to hit. They were really forcing this round and a couple of the rounds to come down to sheer gunfights and just backing themselves to, oh yeah, you peek me, I'm going to deal with you. And then that's how we're going to get the round. Unfortunately, they could not deal with Unstable in that one.
100%. Well, the aggression through B main. There's players at mid. What a shot! Oh, did these players just get better with the Sheriff? I know we talked about the GC Sheriff earlier, but these pistol rounds, the Thrifties have been absolutely mental. Oh no, I mean, Thea's even been caught off guard as well. Flicked round 180. There's 2 players coming out from heaven. I mean, Unstable's able to get one back in the conversation, but there's upgrades that have been had by Falcons, and this should be as easy as possible to get it over the line.
You say that.
One enemy remaining.
Oh. Okay, I was a believer. I was a believer.
You were a doubter on me, though.
Always. Always.
Man, why does everybody doubt me?
I don't think I'm allowed to answer that last one.
Right, okay, I see how it is. Bringing out a timeout though here, Winter. FlyQuest Red looking to sit down and talk about things after that's twice that they've been thrifted.
Yeah, and honestly though, Cameo, what were those 2 shots? Well, sorry, 3 shots, because you had to break the shield as well. And that's the second time now that Lace has popped that double tap the shield. When it was against Mary over towards heaven, sure, Mary had Vandal, so it's a little bit more acceptable that that was your fate. But you come around the corner, Saunders already satcheled through with her showstopper in hand. You're like, yeah, I've got the follow-up, that's fine. Yeah, no chance at all. I mean, that's the thing though, right? Like, it's not even that, right? You see the like, you're talking about Lace's like double tap and whatnot. Sonder was flying through the air. It was literally like having a clay pigeon being shot out. You know what I mean? Like, absolutely insane shooting. Cameo's been to the range.
Mate, telling you, he's been in the aim labs anyway, I'll tell you that. Looks as if there's going to be a bit of a play here coming through. As Coach Joe has spoken about what he wants to be implemented into this.
But Falcons have a timeout of their own. Also, they have the time to discuss, and with 4 ultimates across the board, starts to get scary.
Dimensional drift towards A here. It's just Mary all alone. There's nothing here to clear things out, and it's mid that Falcons have more priority on as the dimensional drift is done. And Armageddon forcing players out to B. But is this what you really want, FlyQuest? It seems to be, as they're winning out all the fights. Mary not accounted for. Well, Mad V, she's left to do it in a 1 versus 3. Knew that the Lace was all alone in CT after using the kill contract. A nice set play from FlyQuest, and they come out all even in the round count.
Yeah, and you were talking about, you were a doubter then of the Armageddon, right? It is a little bit late in regards to wanting to get it for the kills, but it's the repositions that are being forced out from Falcons into sight, dropping down into the players that have already cleared out main, and now they can put their full attentions to the players having to run away from utility, on top of Lace then again using the kill contract, wind it out, but if not, it's a player mid-site ready to be traded.
I like this. Sonder takes the contact, and you can see Unstable looking to activate at the right time. Baited for and well played, FlyQuest Red. This defense has got well underway as they come back straight away with a flawless round.
Yeah, and it was against
we know the
full
drill.
sheriff side.
Stick to your roles
I
and
can't
we'll
even remember
crush
the last time that we saw like a spike properly go down.
Yeah, we're not. Like I said, a lot of the time, some of these rounds, and especially a lot of the times when Falcons are going over towards A, they're happy just to wait for the gunfights to come to them, and they're backing themselves. But the only issue is Unstable started to back themselves too, right? We were talking about quiet showing, uncharacteristic in the first map. Now they're 17 and 6.
Yeah, that you don't make that mistake twice, do you? Falcons did well to keep most of the team quiet on FlyQuest Red, but once they start shooting, there's no looking back. With that being said, though, the other thing to note is this is a defender-sided map.
Unstable is on the flank.
Saunders with it, with them. Oh, and straight away, Sonder who gets the pick. Execute, forced in. Falcons trying to make it work, but FlyQuest Red, they're so aware of what needs to happen and where the players' positions are. They'll find 6 in this defense on what I was trying to say, a defender-sided map-like split where it can be so difficult to execute in. Falcons are starting to really struggle.
At what point do they just default? I know it is a struggle when you have that triple duelist, but have someone on the extremity. I know they had someone watching and they fell to it, but more like sort of spread out across the map, because we have 5 players all sat towards A main, hiding from the drone coming out from Ev, then they're progressing and making space off the back of it. But Stable's part of the team.
100%. Ev, though, isolated, paranoid up. And well, I mean, they've been found out. FlyQuest Red are trying to be quick here, but I mean, sight's gone. These thrifties, sorry, these stingers are so much better at close range.
Satchel out.
We don't coming back to gunfights again. There's a lack of utility on both sides. Mad V, but the sheriff sings towards heaven. But there you go. There's Unstable getting active.
Yeah. Oh, a Neri from left field finds the picks that they're looking for and finds 5. I'm going to ask you a question here, Winter.
Before the switch.
Do you think 5 or 6 is enough on the attack?
I think it's going to be a 6-6 half. I don't want to say if it's enough or not, just based on the fact that Falcons have had a little bit of a change. This is, I think, one of the, from what we've seen so far in this tournament, one of the more defender-sided maps, but not by much, right? Some of them are tipping more into that attacker-sided. But yeah, for the side of FlyQuest, you're definitely happy with 6. And the fact that you have Unstable and Sonja and Lace all performing on the duelist role. Even a Showstopper out survives with the shield. And that's exactly what you want from your ISO player. The one to be facing forward with that Showstopper pop from Alexi. But Falcons have found refuge over towards A.
Well, yesterday, Falcons were only able to get 5 on the attack, and they lost to G2. They'll be hoping for more here. Into the 2 versus 2. The kill contract has brought it to 2 1 versus 1s, and Lace needs to be careful, because if they lose to Cameo, it would put Thea in a spot. Now, Mad V. I mean, has utility to work with, but do you really want to bring it out in this position? Does it all come down to the Phantom? It seems to be both players swing out, and FlyQuest Red, they'll make sure Falcons stay on 5, and they'll have the advantage moving into the next half.
I was just double checking the stats on what sort of percentage win rate. I think it is slightly sort of biased in regards to the game that Falcons actually played against GiantX, because it was a complete shutout, right? It was a 10-2 half into a 13-5 victory. But it was more, I'm more thinking about the G2 game we actually saw Falcons play against. It was really close. It was like a 13-10 scoreline. And I don't want to say it was necessarily hyper defender sided or vice versa, because it was a 7-5 half.
Yeah.
Similar to what we've got here.
100%, and it was the attack that got the 7 on that initial half. G2 were able to do that. I mean, when you look towards what Falcons Vega did on their attack, they were only able to get 5. So does this mean that FlyQuest Red are in with a good shout here? That's the question that you've got to ask yourself. But Falcons will be having ideas of how to change up from last map that they played on Split.
I will say though, FlyQuest actually picked in to start on the defense on this map, which is super uncommon for us in the tournament. A lot of the teams are picking attack, and whenever Falcons had the chance, they did so too. So maybe they wanted to get the harder side out of the way first, right? It's got like a 40% win rate for the defenders, above and beyond with a 7-5. Now looking to stretch the lead.
It's a big smoke because the players have to walk straight in, and Cameo with the stinger. And Alexi managing to beat the shorty. Now Falcons have what they need to get this round finished and done. Spike still not planted, remember, and the Sheriffs come alive on the Duelists. Defensive pistol round 1.
That's criminal that Alexi walks away from that engagement against a shorty, basically shaking hands with each other, right? Gets the headshot, gets out, and even follows up with more towards sight. And yeah, I'm an avid fan of, especially with Duelists, you're thinking more of the sort of ranked play style of buying up the Sheriffs in the first round. They have the confidence to put both 2 of their Duelists onto Sheriffs, and they've just shown why it works out, because these players can aim.
Yeah, I remember sitting yesterday with the G2 coaches as we watched the last game of the day, the upper bracket final, and Tebow was saying, oh my god, Mad V with a Sheriff. I mean, she's shown it time and time again, and on an anti-eco, a Sheriff can feel like a hand cannon.
Cover going out.
3 pistol rounds won by Falcons so far in this series out of 4.
But also, there's 0 investment bar 1 Sheriff coming in from Lace. Everyone else is on full classics, 0 shields, so it could just be a cleanup. They are going to find a free A site and an opportunity to get this spike plant down, have a little bit of extra cash going into the next round.
Remember, you've also got good post-plant utility, if you're being honest, with FlyQuest Red, considering that the Tejo is in play. On top of that, Sonder could find a nade online if they get a couple of their own picks, but these are all if, buts and maybes. We need definites, and well, Falcons ready to make their way onto the A site. FlyQuest Red swapping positions. These Sheriffs are hitting! Oh my god! Onto the spike, Falcons go. It's not even the upgrades. Lace hasn't been identified, but they can't find any sort of damage whatsoever. And well, anti-eco is flawless.
Yeah, you were talking about the Sheriffs against an anti-eco. It can be one of the better guns, and well, out of the 5 kills that we saw Falcons pick up, 4 of them were with the Sheriffs, and it was only the last one realistically a cleanup onto Lace. And that also means 2 players that didn't invest into this round have that extra sort of money coming in from the kills that they're investing up into this one. You have some rifles coming out. Mad V's on a Phantom. Alexi opted for the Guardian. Still a really strong bonus, and they're just running into the line of sight up, and the angle, and Alexi just holds it down, holds down the fort, and that's 3 players already gone for FlyQuest in a round that could have been their opportunity to get back into the game, to get the lead.
Disheartening as well, right? And ultimates now starting to come online for Falcons. How do you come out the other end of this one? And I think as well, like the defense starting to take that lead, or we may be seeing that bias on split creep through once again. FlyQuest Red, I mean, the question that you ask yourself is, how do we get ourselves back into this one? Alexi taking a bit of damage, Ev also low though. Actually, it's Ev that comes out on top.
Salva's back online as well, full utility for Ev to work with. To force down the players onto site.
And that's given a position for Thea to work into on top of Heaven. walking through, and the player's caught off guard. Now it plays in
enemy
and
remaining.
Magvi hasn't thought about it. Oh no, FlyQuest Red.
30 seconds left.
This was a 2v4.
Planted.
It was, but now it's a 2v1 and an area out of heaven. The Sheriff shot's hitting. It's coming back to haunt FlyQuest Red. Outlaw in prime spot. The paranoia hasn't hit! But Neri has! And wins out the round for Falcons!
She knew she hit that Sheriff shot through the wall. Knows it's only one shot going to be needed from that Outlaw. And we were talking about an opportunity for FlyQuest squandered by the first initial engagement, the triple from Alexi. And then there was a way back into the round, a 2v4 brought down to a 2v1, but Neri stands in your way.
Insane, absolutely insane. And now on top of that, the buy doesn't look too good. There's ultimates that Falcons Vega can bring forward to push themselves at an advantage. And the other thing to think about here as we look outside of A and the 5 players from FlyQuest Red, Alexi has the showstopper. Surely there's no way that that's exactly what she's waiting for, right? If all the players are grouped together instead, no, they execute in and A site's left free.
But looking at the retake, you were talking about that showstopper, they reclaim space over towards ramp. This can be scary, especially if the showstopper gets popped. Following up the util, Magvi just trying to initiate. But there's a delay. The Armageddon comes through, that's so much space. Look, they're running up behind it, but Camu's ready.
Yeah, it seems like all of Falcons are showstopper and doesn't hit what they're looking for, but it at least clears a little bit of space. There's fights ensue, but we're still at an even player count between the two teams, not accounting for Ev in the corner. FlyQuest Red are now looking to put themselves in a winning position. Keep sure that the round count is even as time ticks away. Magvi might be out of it because they still have to clear Ev. And there they have it. It will be 8-8 after the spike pops.
Let's just look at what that has done to Falcons. Sure, the last round before the one we've just seen, they were able to convert it. Off the back of a Neri though, it came down to a 1v2. They were only having one player survive. And into this one, again, one player surviving. So they still have a weapon to work with. A timeout being utilized to decide, do you buy up around it? Because there's not much money to go around from Falcons. Do they force up into this one and risk FlyQuest again extending the lead into a 9 and possibly hitting double digits because of the effect on the money on the long term?
100%. And the other aspect to this you've also got to consider is money isn't great for FlyQuest Red. You got the spike down, but you also lost every single player in that last round to make sure that you were able to win out. So the other aspect to me is this is still a massive swing round between these two teams.
It's a make or break round for both of them. Like, Magvi can drop a weapon over, and that's so important that not only one, Magvi got those exits and also forced Ev to go down to that spike, but also saving that weapon over can drop possibly over. We're seeing maybe over towards Mary. Camu has an ultimate to work with. We've seen them do wonders on the Judge in particular on this map. Again, it was on the Astra, so it's a little bit easier to play around your own utility. Instead opting for the Sheriff, they are going for an investment into this Falcons, but FlyQuest have to match it as well.
Need to look at the players on towards site, the Judge in, but Magvi is actually the one that finds their pick through heaven. So it's still even all across the board. Sure, the Judge never got their pick. He's got a Judge of their own, so it might be a little bit harder for Falcons to get into sight.
There's not really much they can do to work with in regards to the utility. You have a fake out from Mary. Let's see if they can get it and flash some of the players, especially to go around L, but this is exactly the weapon you want for the job.
It is at close range. Mary's found what they're looking for. The rest of Falcons are taking their time though to get into spot, and when they do, they win out! And they know exactly what they had to do. The Judge, not good at long range, get it out from CT through elbow, and that was just a big distraction for the player coming out of heaven.
Yeah, and Camu just dancing around the bullets, avoiding them, basically in the Matrix out there. Is able to connect it with the Sheriff finally. And for a round that was down on their luck for Falcons, FlyQuest, you want to favor them in the sense of weaponry. Falcons managed to scrape up a buy, and we were talking about it being a swing round. Look at the money for FlyQuest, but they have ultimates. Unstable is a massive win condition for FlyQuest into this one. But the only issue is they're on the wrong side of the map.
Shoot. But at the same time though, let's think about like win conditions, right? Getting that spike down, perhaps something to work with. There's also the possibility that Armageddon could come online. On top of that, you just right click and take a rifle for yourself.
Yeah, you don't need the Blaze Stones anymore if you can get a Phantom. But look at the flank. And they do have players watching for this. FlyQuest already, they're aware of Antics Unstables managed to rope a K, but unfortunately, Falcons...
Oh no! Camu! It's just completely obliterated this! An outplay! Unless at least wins out in the kill contract to make this 2v2. Both Falcon players are disconnected. The right click from Aneri works out. And now Falcons are together. They can play off one another. And it's up to Lace's Sheriff. Swing through. You thought you'd isolated Camu, but that's not the fight you want. The controller player who's been dominating the triple duelist matchup, and she's given it.
Wouldn't you? So, FlyQuest had isolated her. She was isolated over towards A main, and instead it's sort of some fancy footwork with the teleport and is able to just pick up kill after kill after kill, and even a flick shot to close it out, and it's double digit for Falcons, putting them in a prime position to start to run away with it. But FlyQuest do have a buy still, but the ultimates aren't great. You were talking about the Armageddon in the previous, that's one away from Ev, so post-plant is still an opportunity for FlyQuest to succeed.
I mean, this is the last chance at resistance from Falcons. But will resistance be futile here? It seems as if though FlyQuest Red have what they're looking for. Pivot to heaven. Meaning on the off angle, they know exactly what to look for, but still the trades are good, and now it's a pivot to B.
But Camu hasn't moved. Camu is still here, and the paranoia could be absolutely perfect.
That is perfect. So are the fights, but Camu might be done. No way! What did I even do? Oh! Falcons hit 11 and break FlyQuest by.
And again, it is Camu, the player who has just stepped up phenomenal amounts for Falcons, not only in this map, not only in the past 2 rounds, but for this entire tournament from yesterday to now on Astra, on Omen. She can do it all, even on Viper onto Icebox. And again, it's FlyQuest's back up against a wall. Sure, there's a little bit more fight in them onto this map, but how much is left in the tank? Because last timeout being used for them, a lot of rounds to recover just to equalize the scoreline, let alone think about pushing this to a victory.
This is starting to look like that, right? You win this, you hit 12, the ultimates you have to be that like saving grace. But again, and I hate to be that person, but I mean, there's still that Armageddon, there's still the post plan. The money might not be great, but there's ways, there's win conditions that FlyQuest Red can use.
Yeah, we were talking about in the previous Unstable, had the Blaze Storm, was able to get a pick. It's just the only thing is, Camu had an answer back. And an answer back, you're talking about to Armageddons, to the site takes from FlyQuest. It's been have been relatively successful, right? A lot of the time they're getting this spike down, and that's something that they can start to work with. The only issue is they're going into a judge again.
Well, Mary didn't get much value last time, maybe on the site take, but at least gets 2 here. So players cut down at the same time. Thea in mid, she gets caught, and now you've got to rely on Unstable and Lace here in the post plan.
Lace is 1 away from the ultimate, so you can talk about that, but the only issue is an ultimate coming in from Mad V. The Seekers are going to know the last 2 remaining positions, and Neri's ready over towards CT, waiting for the cabbage to note.
Yeah, I mean, that's the thing. What?
Hang
Hello?
on.
2-1 versus 1, and it's brought out Lace's kill contract. It doesn't hit, but of course, Cameo does. The controller who tops the charts. Falcons are on map and series point to get the rematch against G2 Gozen.
And it's the G2 Gozen that have been the only team to defeat them. Sure, they've dropped a couple maps here and there, but 2025 has been a green streak for Falcons Vega until they met G2 yesterday. An opportunity to restart a streak for them in this map, in this matchup, and going into the grand finals. An opportunity to dethrone G2, the reigning Instalock champs.
Well, it's back towards A they go, but once again it's Mary just holding on with the Judge, clears the corner, and again it's Lace that's her undoing there though, with the perfect work, catches out the players that have been consistently trying to flank. The post plan, FlyQuest Red have called this absolutely perfectly here. And well, they'll find the round that they've been looking for.
I will say, Lace has been so incredible. Obviously, being that first player in, ahead of the movement duelist of Sonder and Unstable on the Jett and Raze, but being the first one in, especially with that shield up, and the way Falcons are playing, and admittedly with poor money, so that they have to be forced into picking these judges, which has worked out for them in the past, but it always takes an extra bullet to start doing damage, and by that time, Lace has already hit the headshot, and that's their way into sight. This time though, they have so many players to fight it.
Yeah, they want to send this forward to sting it in! Oh, Lexi! The Phantom! It's FlyQuest Red though who come out on top, and of course it's their demon, the player of Cameo, who has been able to undo everything good that FlyQuest Red have tried. She has to stand up once again with her sheriff. I can't believe that I still believe she's able to do it, even though she has just a sheriff.
I can't believe they were going to give her the opportunity. Trying to face towards heaven. It comes down to fine margins, right? You hit a couple of the shots we've seen Cameo hit in the previous rounds. And now it's a little bit of a flip of a script. It was a half buy coming in from Falcons in that one. Obviously, we saw Cameo on the Sheriff, a couple of stingers. But now this is another test, another testament to what Falcons can do. Now they're back on the rifles. Full rifles, 3 ultimates across the board, and 2 heavy-hitting ones in Alexi and Mary.
This could be the ace up the sleeve, the last chance to stop us going to overtimes. It seems as if FlyQuest Red are starting to adapt finally, right? Like, we saw Thea getting her chance at like just stopping the flanks that were coming through. And I think that was a really nice adaptation that FlyQuest Red tried.
Yeah, it's just a little bit of an adjustment in position, right? In the previous round, we saw her lose out to Alexi on the angle from Sewers with the Sheriff. In the previous, just switches over towards the other side of mid and catches both of the players wanting to go on those fast flanks, trying to replicate the success Unstable had in the previous half, and gets 2 easy shots, easy kills to the back of the heads of the Falcons players. And still, Falcons were able to make a story for themselves in the round. Like you said, we were still believing of heroics that can come from any of these players. And especially if you put rifles in their hand, it starts to make it a little bit scarier.
Lace is the only player here, and this time round, Mary will not lose out when it comes to the Judge versus double tap fight. At the same time, though, it was all a ruse. I mean, it's a fake for FlyQuest Red to get on towards B, but still Falcons, they've found a way to get an advantage and a dimensional drift to gain. Oh! To gain the information that they need, but Alexi's ultimate shot out the sky, and they're still able to get themselves back into a winnable spot. 2 versus 1. Mad V, though, tried to deny it, but Cameo's the one who wins it out. Falcons will rejoin G2 Gozen in the grand final.
Cameo is inevitable on this Omen in a tournament where you're looking towards the triple duelist that has been required from these teams and tops the charts for Falcons at 23 and 14. What more can you ask from your controller player?
I mean, that is exactly it. What more can you ask? Because Camu not only topping the charts in terms of the kills department, but you look at the assists, the smokes having effect. On top of that, the paranoia placement. I mean, she looks like she could be the best controller probably around in GC at the minute. I mean, sure, we're not seeing Shopify Rebellion. Maybe I'm being a bit disrespectful considering that the G2 Gozen, right? They actually defeated Falcons, but the performance that Camu is putting up right now, it can't be understated.
And it's not even one place.
Yeah.
She's up there with 3 first bloods, equaling with Alexi on the raise. And yeah, it's just talking about this one player. It is overstating the fact that you have 4 others on the server for Falcons, and you can really tell the fact that they are one of the main teams here that have had the experience, and they're the complete team, they're at full power, and it really shows in just the micro adjustments and how players play around each other, the supporting utility, even when there's admittedly a lack thereof with this composition, and they're just thriving.
Yeah, 100%, and I think like it's really nice to get that rematch between Gozen and Vega, because obviously Falcons have history in EMEA. They were originally from this region before they moved away and picked up that SMG core, and right now I think it's looking like it was a very good decision, right? An opportunity that doesn't come round very often, and they've picked up a team which I think can be real contenders for GCC coming round towards the latter end of this year.
Yeah, and I think that's my thought as well coming into this tournament as a whole of Falcons. They haven't lost. They're in a region that they're just absolutely stomping, even playing in the Saudi E-Women's League, and now also coming to this. This is the main sort of conversation of what can we expect going forward into this year, going forward into GCC. Even with the asterisk that is triple duelist, but you cannot understate the firepower that any of these players bring. And even over towards the other side of the server, FlyQuest, you can go out holding your head held high.
100%, and I think for me, FlyQuest Red now, they're out the tournament, they would have had a lot of fun, and let's be honest, right, me and you have been around the venue, they are an absolute vibe, like lovely people, lovely human beings, but they now have to reset straight away, because when they go back to the NA, they have to go up and play against Shopify Rebellion of all teams in their Swiss stage. Like, it's the match of all matches and game changers. Shopify Rebellion Gold, like, I mean, going up against your old teammate Dodonut as well, like, this is going to be a big reset for them coming out of Instalock.
Yeah, and it's talking about what can they take away from this tournament. I don't expect to see triple duelist run against Shopify Rebellion, but it's also the fact that they've had an opportunity to play with each other on LAN, and this isn't actually their final roster because they've had to bring subs in, so it is more of that asterisk against their name again. Like, if they can put numbers like these up against Falcons, who are at full force, who have been dominating all year, they can take some of that little bit of a confidence and go into the matches in their regular season GC and have a little bit of a, okay, we can actually do this.
Yeah, 100%. Well, with that being said, a lower bracket final has concluded. Falcons have won, and with that, it is time to have a really tough interview that Yinsu has Sonda as she concludes with a retirement after Instalock.
This is a very, very emotional one, of course. Elimination is never easy, but the stakes are even higher because, Sonda, that was your last professional game as a pro player. Was it a little bit poetic to end it on Raze?
I think it's definitely poetic to not end second place.
Oh,
no. Yeah, I mean, I was on Raze. That's kind of like how it all started my career, to be honest.
Yeah, we've really, really enjoyed watching you, throughout these years. I wanted to ask you, is it an extra special moment to finish alongside your current teammates here and be able to play one last tournament with them?
I mean, I think it's extra special because it's also international. Like I kind of popped off from the international Berlin's 2022, and so playing against people that like I saw, like Mary, Mary was like kind of like an OG from the beginning. She took a break and came back, and then now I'm the one that's taking the break, or forever gone.
Is this forever? Is this really goodbye forever?
Yeah, honestly, it is. I haven't played the game in like, I don't play the game often anymore. I don't play games a lot often anymore. Like, I've just been busy with school, and I just like have other things that I'd rather do.
Oh, I'm really sad to hear that, but also happy for you because, you know, you got to do what you want to do in life. And speaking of your career, what's been I'll give you like maybe 1 or 2 highlight moments you or always remember as you go forward doing whatever else that you're going to do.
Highlight moments in my career?
Yeah. What will you always remember?
It has to be like Grand Finals 2022 is definitely the highlight. I think also like me switching orgs from SR because I was on SR for a long time, and then I swapped over to FlyQuest. That was like kind of like the biggest shift in my whole career, and being able to meet like different staff and then the management and then also different players. Those are probably the 2 biggest moments.
I think for everyone that's watching you, it's probably Sondering time. Can we get one more, you know, for the road?
It's Sondering time.
It is.
Yeah, I'll do you this
time.
too.
Yes! Oh my goodness. I'll clip it. This is iconic. So what's next for you? What do you plan to do after this?
I'm going back to school, and I'm gonna be studying finance. So I'm gonna be a lot of hours are gonna be taken up in my time, and yeah, grinding in life.
I'm sure you're going to be watching, right? Maybe you're going to keep an eye on what's going on.
Honestly, even
GCC?
right now, I don't really like keep watch of Americas, or like I would like probably watch Worlds. I'm going to Toronto Masters.
Ooh.
Like, yeah, since it's like in NA. If it's like there's events in NA, I probably will go with like friends and stuff. But aside from that, I'll be scrolling Twitter, so like I'll still see like the drama and stuff like that. So please keep it spicy for me.
Definitely not going to be the last time we see you. But for now, is there anything you would like to say to close out this chapter?
I think thank you all for the support. I know my mom's watching right now too.
Shout out to Mama Sonda. Shout out to Mama Sonda. Go on, come on, give her some emotional support. Come on, guys, come on. Get in there, get in here.
Thanks for letting this happen to me.
We love you.
Thanks for letting me have this life.
You're so Oh, okay. Well, on that note, we're gonna have a little nice send off for Sonda. Thank you so much for joining me.
Thank you.
It's been an absolute pleasure. We love Diana, and we've got a very special show match coming up right after this break.
Red Bull gives you wings.
In 2024, Red Bull brought together the world's top Game Changers Valorant teams for a one-of-a-kind showdown.
Welcome to Red Bull Instalock. We are coming to you live from the Red Bull Gaming Sphere here in London.
With a duelist-only twist, teams had to adapt their rosters and approach to the new style of gameplay. Shopify Rebellion dominated their early matches, advancing to the final undefeated.
What is there from Fluorescent?
Carmine Corp's journey ended early as they struggled to keep the pace with the competition. GiantX started strong with a 2-1 win over G2 Gozen, but fell short against Shopify Rebellion.
There is absolutely no chance.
G2 Gozen with a surprise upset to lower bracket redemption, pushed through after an early stumble.
The wall there does a lot of damage. Might just be able to clutch this one out and send them to the grand final.
And in the grand final against Shopify Rebellion, G2 Gozen turned up the heat.
G2 are in prime position to take it all home.
Dominating 3-1, they secured the Red Bull Instalock crown.
Hey, it's Mary from Team Falcons. I'm here at Red Bull Instalock. Initially, my role in G2 was a sentinel because I was mostly playing chamber. Towards the end, I was playing Duelists, but I didn't really have that much time on Duelists. But I have it in my blood, so it feels right to be on Duelists now, and I love taking the initiative for my team. I'm not really scared of anyone, if anything. I love to take duels, and yeah, I'm super confident. I mean, honestly, it was my first tournament and my first international tournament, and winning it at the age of 16 was something that doesn't really happen often. I learned so much from my previous teammates, and I took in so much of their experience. It feels like a dream, honestly, but I'm here to win it again.
Red Bull gives you wings.
Hey, it's Mary.
Hey, it's Alexi
From Falcons Vega.
We're Mimi and Nilo from G2 Gozen.
And today we're gonna see how well we know each other.
Yeah. Question number 1.
Who knows the most random facts?
So I would say it's Odell because she always like an internet weeb, you know, like she always
she knows the
every time we
weirdest.
ask her a question, she always know.
I guess you, because you lived
Well,
longer.
because I'm older.
Yeah, that's the thing.
Who is most likely to start singing during a warm-up?
Oh, that's so me. Oh, you starting a lot of songs.
Just keep
Breathing,
breathing.
Who would survive the longest in a zombie apocalypse?
Me. They're all gonna die before me.
Next question. Who is most likely to forget their mouse or keyboard before a tournament? You want to say it together?
you.
No!
No! Which teammate is most likely to sleep through an alarm?
Amy, again. She was like this morning.
I thought it was 9:30.
You ready?
3, 2, 1.
Mad V. We know each other too well. Too well.
One enemy remaining. Red Bull Instalock time. Let's go, let's go.
Welcome back, everybody, to Red Bull Instalock. I am joined on the hosting couch by the one and only Lou. Lou, how are you today?
Good, good, good. I actually got some sleep. You know, after the losses, you know, it's always, you know, you get back to the hotel, you chat with the girls, and you're like, oh, I wish we could go like further in the tournament. But yes, this morning I woke up like super happy and excited to join you today. So that's gonna be cool.
Yes, I mean, very unfortunate that obviously you won't be playing today, as if you did miss day one, GiantX unfortunately did get knocked out in those lower brackets. But on the flip side, we get the pleasure of now having you on the desk with us. I wanted to talk a little bit more about you though, Lou, because in case anybody at home doesn't know that you are a sub for GiantX Game Changers team for Red Bull Instalock this year, but you actually made your playoffs Game Changers debut with Zerons this year. Very, very exciting. What a start to the year. How are you sort of feeling that this is like how you've kicked off 2025?
First of all, I love the way you pronounce it, Zerons. Like that. Yeah, I love it. It's just, you know, like that British energy, like saying like French words. So first of all, love that.
Thank you.
About our start of the year, I'd say there was no better start possible, I would say, for 2025, because, you know, like we got a bit heartbroken last year when we lost to Alternate and missed out split 3. We were like really aiming, you know, at doing better and, you know, like battling for contenders that are actually occurring, I think, this weekend.
Yes.
So we're going to soon know who's going to join us in main event. So, you know, like qualifying, having some of like roster changes and stuff and still making it work felt like insane, to be honest. Yeah.
And did you enjoy sort of subbing in for GiantX, and was it nice to have Dream as well alongside you?
Yeah, it was awesome. I got asked by Nami like a long time ago, I think it was a month ago, to sub in for her because she knows she couldn't be attending back then. And I only got told like 2 days before the event that Eva didn't get her visa. No. So we had to get like an emergency sub. And I was like, wow. I have one of my teammates who's like supposed to go to London anyways this week for other reasons. So I'm like, I asked her, you know, it would make sense, you know, that if we're 2 subs, then 2 subs from the same team can be fun, you know, also for like synergy and stuff.
Yeah, definitely.
So yeah, it made sense. I asked her, she was like, let's go. Let's go. She didn't hesitate a second. It was fun.
And although it maybe didn't end how you wanted to, maybe I'm assuming that you would have liked to stay in a little bit longer, potentially have been there this morning, sort of giving it a go for the grand final spot. But you did have a lot of fun, and I think that definitely translated to everybody in the venue. You know, we heard you so loud, so proud. Do you know how hype you are? Is that definitely one of your key points, is keeping your team hyped?
Yeah, I think so. Actually, I was a bit curious, like coming into my first like international LAN, because I made like many LANs, but only like with the French scene, you know, like in a French speaking environment in Paris and stuff. So I was wondering whether I could, you know, like deliver and give that energy and that, you know, kind of trash talk and banter, you know, French energy that is important, especially yesterday against FlyQuest. I was yelling on Ascent, you know, to try to get us back the momentum and stuff after that tough icebox. So it was kind of a concern for me, like going into this tournament, like knowing whether I was going to be able to do it first in English and second with players that I didn't play with before. And I think I did manage to do it.
Smashed it.
I'm proud of myself for this.
It was amazing. And I'm definitely, although I was already a Lou fan coming into this, I'm even more of a Lou fan now.
Too.
Oh my god.
You know that.
But how is the competition so far, in your opinion? Do you have like a favorite player in the tournament or a standout sort of duelist player that you've seen on the server?
I mean, of course, you know, like seeing my ex-teammate Akita, with whom I was playing 3 weeks ago, Scream still, you know, felt weird, like seeing her in the G2 like jersey and stuff. But I'm so proud of her. She's doing like really, really good. I'm so glad to see that for her first tournament with G2, she's already in the grand final. So first of all, like her for sure. Then from my team, I was really impressed with all the players, especially how like warmly they welcomed us. Like they're like really good persons, and I was like really a pleasure. And from another team, I would say from Falcons, I would say Mary, because she's always been like so nice to me. And yeah, you know, she's a world champion. It was an honor to play against her yesterday. And when I killed her in her ISO ult, I was like, maybe I'm the main character too.
You
know?
are. That was your moment. That was 100% your moment. And obviously, shout out to Akita as well, because she did actually get the first ace in the tournament yesterday. So what a way
the
to
Euro
come
on
into
heaven,
it. Yeah, truly unbelievable. You did whip out the raise on Lotus as well. We did get to see you on the Duelist. How comfortable are you on that role? Because obviously, we've seen you on the Killjoy and we've seen you on the usual Initiator. What was it like for you?
Okay, well, the raise on Lotus was okay, but you didn't bring up the raise on Split, which I appreciate, because I ended up like, I think 7-18 or 6-18, something like that.
I thought I'd go with the Lotus one, yeah.
We got smashed, you know, so that shit happens. But I actually played one official on Raze when I was a pro player back in Japan with Grow Gaming. I played Raze on Bind, so I was like, yeah, I can do that. Turns out it's much harder than what I thought, especially the satchels. I think, you know, it's pretty hard to mess up Raze nade, but the satchels are pretty tough. Now, it was fun. It was fun, and since in the team we didn't have that many Duelist players, you know, like comfortable with Duelist apart from Smurf, I wanted to let my teammates play like their comfort roles. I was like, I can do it. I can do it. And it was fun. Like, if I wasn't attending a tournament like that, I wouldn't have dared probably like doing it. So it was a fun experience for sure.
And we did enjoy watching. And although the Split one maybe not the most enjoyable playing experience for you, it was great to see you sort of come out of your
you know, it happens, you know, it's important to have those kind of lessons of humility, you know, sometimes, so you don't
it
get
humbles
too much
you.
Yeah,
For
absolutely.
sure. And Lou, you wear many hats in sort of the Valorant scene. You do a lot of hosting, casting, pro playing, content creation. So I wanted to look forward to the show match. If you are just joining and watching from home, we are going to have a creator show match that we will head into very, very shortly. We did one last year. It was so much fun. But this year we've got a little twist. We have Team UK versus the rest of the world.
Wow.
So there's definitely going to be a lot of hype on that stage. I wanted to ask you have you had a look at the teams? Is there anyone that you think is going to pop off on the stage today?
I did. I actually met some of the content creators back at the Fnatic HQ. I know some others from other events, global events that we've attended together as content creators and stuff. So yeah, definitely, I think I will be rooting for my girl Helidia, you know, with the rest of the world team, because she's a very cool French creator that works also with Casey. So we got to work and do events together, and I really, really like her. I think Aileen Sia and Piplop Tiny too. I got to meet them a few months ago back in GCC Berlin, and before that in Madrid. And yeah, I just think they're little sunshines, you know. Every time I get to speak to them, they're really fun. And when I hop on their streams, you know, for a bit, they're always cheerful and nice, which is absolutely the opposite of me when I'm playing ranked. So, you know, props to them for being like that. So, yeah, I'll be rooting for them for sure.
I love that you bring that. I remember one specific game I was lurking in your stream, and I think you were playing with Benji on Sunset, and Benji was being like, we can bring this back, and you were going, no, it's a GG. I don't want to play. Get off.
Why do you have to bring this up, bro?
But I loved it. I was like, I love that you literally just know when enough is enough almost.
Yeah,
so
no, you know when it's cooked. You know when it's over.
Exactly.
You know, I'm not a fake optimistic person. Never.
Exactly. I did also want to ask you, because obviously you know Helidia quite well. I do think Team UK here, and again, I'm not going against my team UK, but I think that they would really appreciate any sort of information that might give them a helping hand here. Is there a go-to duelist or a role that Helidia likes to play, or a play style?
I mean, you know, if you know, she's a Jet one trick, and she's pretty good with Jet actually.
Yeah.
So yeah. But she doesn't play op. From what I know, she doesn't play operator, so you should be scared of her knives and the rifle, mainly.
Okay. There you go, Team UK. You're very, very welcome for that one. In the meantime, whilst we wait for them to set up, I did actually have a question that I totally forgot to ask you from the games yesterday. Was there anybody that you expected to play Duelist that didn't?
Actually, Camille. I thought Camille was going to play Duelist on some map, because I know how flexible Madvi can be. I know how flexible Alexi can be too, because she was playing Initiator sometimes back in Zipto. So yeah, I was expecting her maybe to bring the Duelist on one map, but she was smashing and farming on the Harbor, Omen this morning. I saw on the Astra, she can literally do anything and carry, you know, a 3 Duelist tournament playing the support role, which I think is amazing. So yeah, props to her. But I was surprised that she didn't pull up the Duelist.
Well, you never know. Now they're in the grand finals. This might be her moment to whip that one out. Whilst we wait for the creators to set up, do you have any personal tips, having sort of worn both hats as a creator and a pro player? I'm sure there's a lot of nerves for these guys because I'm not sure a lot of them have played on LAN before. Do you have any sort of tips for them going into this on how to stay a bit composed and calm?
The thing is, like, usually when you go up to like play on your stream and like start a stream and play ranked, or for instance like this kind of stuff, you don't really have the pressure of like performing, because you know that people usually are here for your personality. Like, I mean, from the kind of content we make, you know, it's different from pro players. But when you arrive like in those kind of tournaments, even if it's a show match, you know, you want to do good, because you know that people that don't especially know you are going to be watching, and you want to be like, you know, playing good and being like, oh, she's the best amongst like the content creators and stuff. So I think there's going to be a little pressure, you know, when you like just start like getting the vibes of the you know, the stage and stuff. But the advice I would give them is yell as much as you can. I mean, I'm venting, you know, stress through like yelling,
out,
like cheering
guys.
up my teammates, like flaming. I mean, you know, like waving at the opponents and stuff. I think, you know, they are content creators, so they should be insane at doing this, I think.
I really hope that we do see a bit of BMing. I'm so here for it.
I would love to.
Especially, I feel like this is giving content potential. This is what these
Absolutely.
guys thrive and do
Absolutely.
well.
And rivalries, you know, new coming rivalries. I'll be looking forward to seeing that.
1,000%. I'm also hoping that the Team UK are coming in with a little bit of prep in their step, because we have sunshine here in London, which is very, very rare. Have you been enjoying your weekend in London? Anything exciting been happening?
I got like some nice food, and I was planning on maybe going to see Big Ben like tonight, maybe, you know, like as the like full
Big Ben.
tourist experience. Because usually, like when I was coming to England as a kid and a teenager with my family and stuff, we were like going to Canterbury, like London a little bit, but not doing like that much of the tourist stuff, you know, coming to see part of my family in England. So yeah, I actually like as a grown up like adult, like get to like do those little like tourist things that I always wish to do.
It's so fun. I think sometimes you forget to be a little tourist when you grow up, don't you? And I have to say, genuinely, as much as I could sit here and say silly little things about the UK, the Big Ben and Houses of Parliament, when the sun is setting, is truly beautiful along sort of the river.
I'm taking the recommendation.
Yeah, go and enjoy it. And there's loads of food spots as well.
Awesome.
I will get a sort of time update on the show match for you guys at home, but I would also love to hear in the chat anyone's predictions. I would love to know if you're rooting for Team UK or Team rest of the world, who you think the MVP is going to be. Do you have like an MVP in your mind that's going to sort of pop off in this?
The thing is, I don't know all of them, you know, so basically you would rank them according to their ranks, right? In ranked, I know like Helidia is immortal. I'm not sure about People Up Tiny, but I think it should be like around that.
I'm
maybe.
pretty sure she's correct.
Yeah.
Yeah.
So maybe like between the two of them, I know like Sid City was like so nice to me, like smiley and stuff. But I actually don't know her in the game, you know. But I would go with one of my girls, like the one I mentioned before.
Well, we'll put the pressure now onto our casters for today's show match, and we'll get their thoughts over to you, Cairo and Winter.
Thanks very much, Meg. I mean, something a bit different for us, Winter. We're used to the high octane of the Valorant competitive scene, but we're going to get a little show match to cast here.
Yeah, and I'm just excited to see some of the creators we actually have for this show match. Lexi did kind of spoil that she hasn't played Valorant in a long time.
Yeah.
So I'm doubting. I'm worried for Team UK because from the desk, they have some shooters on Team Rest of the World.
Yeah, exactly. I love that Lou's telling us that Hillary is Immortal 3, and then I'm talking to Lexi yesterday, and she's like, yeah, my peak's like Bronze 3, so I'm going to be frying. And it's like, well, no bother, mate. We'll see how that one goes. Like,
But
okay.
Can a Bronze 3 mind and play style be an Immortal 3? Because they might not check the corners she's hiding, because they're not on the same level or the wavelength, right?
Yeah, 100%. I mean, that's it. Like, you can just try and like shoot the bodies, like get in the head, you know. Yeah, little BM. I feel as if Lexi would be like the absolute vibes person as well. Like, that's who you want to like try and upset the opponents. And I mean, like, on the other aspect, right, you've got like Karagi and Tenshi to pick up that fragging power as well. They're two creators that are towards the upper echelons of the rank queue.
Are you expecting them to be the ones on Duelists? Because Tenchi loves Phoenix. So
Yeah.
we were talking about the Phoenix only coming out once. Sonda picked it and then switched off it the next time he went back to Ascent. But there's an opportunity to see Phoenix coming in from Tenchi in this show match.
Yeah. Well, speaking of these creators, let's get over to Meg here, who's going to introduce us to Team Rest of the World.
Welcoming Team Rest of the World, we have Alicia, Piplup Tiny, Farting Glitter, Lydia, and Sid City. Okay, I'm gonna squeeze in between you girlies here because I just wanted to talk to you. Hello, Tina. How are you, first of all?
I'm doing great. It's so hot in here.
Can we get the AC on? Somebody, it's blooming boiling. How are you? Are you dealing with jet lag at all? As I know you've come from far.
My sleep schedule's already been messed up way before this. So honestly, this is the most normal it's been.
Yeah. You've been preparing.
Oh yeah, for sure.
Have you been to the UK before?
No, this is my second time internationally outside the Texas, honestly. I only know yeehaws.
I hope we hear some yeehawing on the stage because FlyQuest Red were giving it some yeehaws yesterday. Is this your first time on LAN as well? Are you a little bit nervous?
A little bit. This is my first time just coming out doing anything in general, so I'm just, be nice.
Yeah, everyone make sure you're very, very nice in the chat. I'm sure they will be because I know everybody absolutely adores you. I would love to know if you're eyeing up that duelist role because obviously we have to see the 3 duelists come out on the team. Are you going to give it a go?
Girl, I'm initiator only. Sova only, actually.
But maybe today's the day that you come out your comfort zone and, I don't know, play like a Yori?
I can't say too much. They're watching over there. I can't give too much out, you know? A little secretive.
You've got to keep your secrets close to your chest. And I respect that. I really, really do. Are you familiar with any sort of the players in Team UK? Is there anyone that you're sort of eyeing up on the server that you want to take down?
The other Vietnamese woman right over there. Karagi.
I definitely want to see the BMing and a sort of maybe a few body sprays. Maybe even a tea bag, yeah. I'm so here for it. Well, listen, best of luck, Team Rest of the World. I'll let you go and get set up and get ready and prepared. Good luck, everybody. We're going to go back to the casters before we meet Team UK.
Thank you very much, Meg. Team Rest of the World, what are you thinking? What are you thinking about that one?
I think Farting Glitter needs a little bit more sort of because I've seen some of the clips that she's hit. It doesn't matter what rank's next to your name. If those shots coming through, whether RNG or a jump shot or not, or a potato whiff that you're getting, it's still a kill. So there's still opportunities and even a little budding rivalry.
Yeah, I seen that. Karagi needs to be careful. You know, obviously they're on Team UK. What do you think about Team UK going up against who you've seen on Rest of the World?
Oh, I'm excited for Team UK. Obviously, we I think we're allowed a little bit of bias in this one, right?
Of course.
We were talking about Yinsu's bias of the region of seeing NA versus EMEA, but now this is the UK against the rest of the world.
Yeah, well, you're saying this right, but you're saying bias towards Team UK. I feel as if I've bias towards Rest of the World because it is Team UK. You know.
Oh wow.
With that being said, though, let's introduce Team UK and throw it back over to Meg.
Introducing Team UK! We have Jordies, Karagi, Tenchi, K. Wadley, and Lexi Marie _Kiss! Right, again, I'm just going to come and shuffle in. Hello, Tenchi. How are you feeling? Not your first year here. You were here last year. Are you ready to come back and fight for that crown again?
Oh, yeah. I didn't get the crown last time, but I dropped 29. I got to get the 30 bomb, man.
Oh, she's already dropping the KD, guys. Your team, GiantX, obviously didn't make it too far in Red Bull Instalock. Does that mean that you want to come back with a bit of vengeance and win the show match out for them?
Yeah, but I got to avenge my team. We lost all our games. We got to, we got to win one at least. We got to win one best of 3 or one match, I guess, you know?
Well, we're rooting for the show match trophy for GiantX Game Changers today. Do you have a game plan? Have you sort of arranged who's going to be IGLing, who's going to be sort of making sure everyone's locked in on the server?
The secret. We got our secrets, man. You don't know. We come out like a surprise, you know. We can't tell them. They're over there, man. They could listen. They could hear us.
I respect that. We like keeping it a secret because it means that you guys at home, you'll have to lock in and make sure you're watching to see how they end up playing. What is there anybody on the enemy team that you're particularly looking forward to going up against? Anyone that you're going to kind of? I'm going to assume you're playing Phoenix here, Tenchi. Like, there's no other way, right? Anyone that you're going to sort of double Phoenix flash and take down?
Well, I'm wondering if the rumors about NA Immortals are true. So I'm wondering how good they are. I'm trying to see for myself. So we'll see. There's a couple of Immortals over there. So unlike last year, I think everyone was bronze. I'm sorry.
Well, then you lost to bronzes, so that's a little bit awkward. But there's only one way to find out if NA Immortals are as good as they say that they are. Let's get ready. We'll go back to the casters, and we'll see you very shortly for the show match.
Big words from Tenchi there, and do you know what? I actually want to take back. Do you know what? I'm supporting Team UK. I saw Geordies there as well. True, another Scottish.
Turn of the tide as soon as he knows the nationality of the player. That's crazy.
But yeah, with that being said, what you taking from Team UK?
I mean, we were right about Tenchi going to be playing onto that Phoenix. If any of you watch her stream, she is a Phoenix one trick. And honestly, I'm kind of scared. If she's setting her sights on someone with that double flash and just running it in on that Phoenix, they're going to have to be a little bit scared.
Yeah, 100%. I mean, that's the thing though as well. Depends on the map. If the Phoenix is on is maybe on a map that doesn't suit it, it could go wrong. But yeah, I mean that's what I'm excited for. I think this will be a good match.
Yeah, I'm just excited to see what map it is because, like you said, like the agents that we're bringing out, I'm interested to see if it's going to be similar to what we were seeing from the actual tournament of the officials that we've been seeing at Bull Instalock. A lot of the teams have been going for that icebox, right? Yeah. It's one of the most played maps. Same goes as Split now, sort of up in the ranks. And then there's a couple of maps we haven't even seen at all. Yeah. If we might get to see it here, maybe a Fracture. And it was the third map in a couple of the series, but sometimes you just don't get there. And maybe the best of 5. If not in the show match, we'll get to see some more maps in the best of 5.
Yeah, 100%. I mean, a best of 5, there's nothing that you can really hide. G2 Gozen, they have that double map ban. But yeah, about this one, I mean, in terms of what map, we've still yet to see Fracture. Do you think that's a good show match map? Do you think maybe an Ascent's maybe better?
I feel like Ascent might be it's a bread and butter of Valorant. Everybody knows how to play Ascent. It's been around for yonks. It's been here from the start. I don't think there's anyone who hasn't seen it, and we've just been told the map is not Ascent, it's going to be Icebox. So it is a map that a lot of the teams are playing. So maybe a lot of the players have been doing watch parties, right?
Yeah, of course.
If you put 2 and 2 together, make it 3, all these creators are going to see what the actual teams have done and maybe attempt to replicate it.
Did you say add 2 and 2 together and get 3?
Yeah, because are the creators going to be able to replicate it? If they can, we'll upgrade it to a 4.
I thought you were going to say, can the creators actually do maths here for a minute? And I was disrespect.
Hang on, you're the one who went there. I didn't.
Nah, no,
I was just talking about the Valorant skills.
That's the worst part. I don't even have qualifications. Why do you think I cast Valorant for a living? But
hang on.
What?
Don't put me in the same boat as you.
Yeah,
whoa.
It's just me, Scottish education, right? But anyway, point being, we'll move forward with that. Right, so we've already got one of our Duelists, Tenchi. What about the rest of Team UK? Do you think we could see a Lexi Marie Reina? In fact, do you know what? Do you think we could see just 5 Duelists here?
Do you know what? I hope we do.
Yeah?
Just because it spices up a little bit, but it is only a best of 1. So it does come down to the fact if they maybe get a handshake agreement between both teams, we could see something crazy like that. But Lexi was talking about playing the judge and sitting in some corners. So maybe looking at on a controller or on a raise. Get some couple of statuals in, or the Yoru.
Yeah, that's true. That's very, very true. I know that obviously Lexi had played in the Tubbo, played in the
that was the last time she played Valorant,
the Tubbo boot camp. So she's played against some pro players. She understands how the game works. Got a little bit of coaching. So maybe that bronze 3 isn't as bad as what you think.
Well,
that is not a convinced face. That was not a convinced face.
I want to see what can be done. But I was on the wavelength of the bronze 3 positioning can outsmart some Immortals, I
That's
reckon,
okay.
right? And with the support of players like Tenchi and Kragi who have streamed Valorant like day and night, up in the echelons of Immortal. I've played with Kragi as well, and she's cracked in aim. If she's in the right situation, she can like get a 3K out of a hat. So I think there's definitely things to fall back on if the initial engagement of the judge from Lexi doesn't always work.
Yeah, exactly. That's what 100%. And in terms of like, do you think there's going to be like any help when you look at these like side biases as well, attackers, defenders, all that nonsense?
I think it's going to be an absolute brawl because a lot of these players don't play together, especially with team rest of the world coming from loads of different regions, right? And I think that can be both a positive and a negative. Negative, there's so many different play styles and ways they approach the game, but then that can be turned into a positive of, will Team UK know how to read them?
Yeah, 100%. I mean, that's it, right? And I mean, it's a different regions, different part of the world that they have to try and read into. I mean, I guess Alencia is kind of like, we always think of Valorant in regions, right? And we have the Northern European region. I feel as if kind of like Alencia is betraying us a little bit, you know, by going to Team Rest of the World against Team UK. Because usually Team UK, we have that kind of Nordic, like, what do you call that? Like friendship, you know? Yeah,
but who do you think's going to win out? The UK or this betrayed Nordic that you're sort of leaning into?
Well, do you know what? Like, purely because I know Team UK has a Scottish creator, I'm just going to go Team UK.
Full bias.
Full bias.
Full bias.
Full bias. I mean, whenever like I see like Jade or Fluxy play in GC, I'm always like biased towards them. So why would I stop now?
You make a valid argument. I can see it.
Yeah.
But what about the rest of Team UK though? Is there anyone else other than sort of that you're expecting to be on the supporting agents that can really shine? Because I don't think there's any chance that we can see Tenchi on anything but a duelist, especially anything but the Phoenix.
Yeah,
but
100%.
Who do you think can be the supporting sort of cast to the 3 duelists we're going to see?
Do you know the best thing is I actually don't know what everyone's mains are. You know that's
okay.
That's kind of where I struggle off the top of my head. Obviously like Lexi we've spoken about, like, but it's Karagi, Key, and Jordi that we're kind of having to think about here. I don't even know. I think I've seen Karagi play a lot of Reyna before, so maybe that's somewhere where they'll go. Key and Jordi, it's like that. It's all up in the air.
Yeah, and would you want, talking about this, there's obviously a variation of ranks going in. Would you want to be putting your lower ranks on the duelists or putting that mainly just for those high ranks? A little bit of a mix, because for me, if you put your highest rank at the start and bottom of this composition, you have a great spearhead into the site, but you also have someone to sort of follow up and clean up and get the trades. So I think it's sort of the spread across rather than keeping it all on the duelist. What do you think?
I'm not sure. I'm actually not sure, like, because I mean the question is, right, do you want your utility to be on point, or do you want your fraggers to be on point? And to be honest, I would more go for the fraggers.
So you reckon whoever's the highest rank, that's the order of how you do the duelists?
Yeah. And well, let's bring in our experts here, Lou and Meg. How's it going, guys?
Oh, hello there. Long time no see.
Yeah, do you know what? The longer the time between me and you seeing each other, the better. But listen,
you want to watch what you're saying, because we're about to do something crazy up in here in the Red Bull Gaming sphere.
What's that?
We're joining you on this cast, me and Lou.
Hello, mate. Oh, it's good to have you.
Can we replace him instead? Like, I'm happy to have a googly cast. We can get rid of Cairo.
I mean, if you guys want rid of me, I can go.
He's like, I'll have an early finish if you want. Go on then.
The sun is out.
Yeah.
But let's talk to Lou though, because she actually is like the best player out of all of us, right?
Oh, period. Yeah. Wow, appreciate that.
Yeah, you know, but how and probably best caster, to be honest. You know, French broadcast as well. So how's things been with you, mate?
I mean, that's awesome. Like, I'm getting gassed up on this stream since I arrived. Thank you so much. Magnificent. Yeah, it's been doing good. Of course, we would have wished to be playing, you know, this morning and today. But yesterday was a lot of fun. Like managing to like take down Falcons on Icebox and bringing a little bit of a comeback on Ascent was nice too. So yeah.
I have a question though.
Oh, go on.
You played for GiantX at this tournament. We have a GiantX content creator on Team UK, but you're technically on Team Rest of the World, right? Hailing from France, you have your friend Helidia also playing. Where are your allegiances?
That's pretty hard, you know, but I'm not betraying my people like Meg. I'll be standing, but I'll be standing behind the team rest of the world and heavily DS Jet for sure. I'm not betraying my people.
Fair. I have to just vouch for myself here, betraying my own country. I'll take any opportunity I can get, really.
I can see that.
Do you know what? I'm just a realist. I'm not a liar. I'm very much like, let's not beat around the bush. Team Rest of the World is strong. They've got some strong contenders. And I love my girl Lexi Marie, but the fact she hasn't played Valorant in like a good few months, I think.
Yeah, but she was on a boot camp, literal boot camp with like pro players and stuff. So like, surely
she only had her moment because Lydia did them a favor by playing Brimstone in the first map, and I think that's one of the only maps that she got kills. Bless her. I say bless her, but
you said bless.
Honest to God, last year I would just like to then flip that around 180 because the shots she hit last year had me like verbally sit back in my chair and shut up. Like, I was silenced by Lexi Marie with that Vandal in hand. So maybe I'm just gassing her up here by being her
worst critic.
Yeah. I'm not a hater.
You are a hater.
I love her so much with every bone in my body.
Just not watching her play Val.
But even she will tell you how god awful she is at Valorant.
You have a very nice way of being a hater. I think it's you know, like it's you're really good. You're really good at this.
I like to play devil's advocate. That's what I'm doing right now. No, honest, I love Lexi so much, and she's definitely hopefully gonna still love me after this. I hope. Hopefully she doesn't watch the broadcast back. If you do, Lexi, I'm so sorry. Please forgive me.
Oh, she's definitely watching it back because she's gonna hit a clip. And she's gonna watch back the broadcast.
You'll be casting it.
Yeah, you will be. Yeah, we're gonna make you cast this full thing. Like your play-by-play for this one.
God, honestly, props to casters, I have to say, because I am joined by 3 casters in the room right now. It's tough. You've got to be so spontaneous as well as knowledgeable, as well as sort of predicting and looking ahead.
I think the hardest thing I had to figure out, like in my career of casting, was trying to find the right balance between like guessing up the team that's winning. Yeah. And saying that the other team like trolled or played wrong, you know, because it's really hard, you know, when something happens, not to say, oh, that player whiffed, or oh, they missed it, or oh, they weren't like in sync, you know, they didn't play together, rather than saying, oh, that was an insane play from the other team. They actually managed, you know, to pull up this clutch and stuff.
To avoid the biased caster allegations, really.
Yeah, I mean, you think of a 1v5, it's absolutely insane if someone clutches a 1v5, but you're kind of sat there scratching your head of how have they been allowed
it's
to
tragic,
clutch a
you know?
1v5? Because
100%.
sure, you can make the conversation about the first player out of the 5 didn't troll because there should have been a trade, but 4 people failed to trade, or they weren't out of position, and it's just kind of like, well, it's not great, but that 1v5 was insane.
Yeah. I have a question then. Do we think we're going to see an ace come through in today's game? And if so, which team? I'm not going to put you on the player with on the spot with picking a player, but maybe which team?
I don't think there will be one. I think it's going to be really messy of like the game,
I
but in
agree
a
with
good
you on
way.
that.
It's because obviously these aren't pro players, they're creators, so it's going to be very ranked vibes. On top of having 3 duelists required, maybe we get 4 or 5. But I think it's going to be sort of however many players are in the right place at the right time, and the trade game.
Yeah, I might have like a very stupid concern about this, but if that's gonna be like messy and stuff, but if you want to get an ace, you need to like find all 5 players and be in the right place at the right moment, you know. And I think if like since they're not having like a proper IGL and stuff, it's gonna be like go beat like stuff, or maybe someone lurking and stuff. I think it's gonna be hard for one player to like find all those 5, you know.
Without someone else getting the kill.
Yes, without someone else finding the kill, basically.
I was gonna say something though, right? This is something that I want to direct towards Meg entirely.
Can I speak before you? Because I think I know what you're gonna say.
What?
I think Lexi's gonna get an ace.
No.
Now I'm gonna follow up with: Would you like to make an agreement here that if Lexi gets an ace, you shave your hair off?
Wait, look at Lexi's sign.
See, she's also not feeling it herself, you know. But I would absolutely not do that.
What
Thank you.
about getting Lexi's name tattooed on like your
Or
arm?
naming your next dog
I'm trying
Lexi.
to think of something appropriate that's not permanent / semi-permanent.
Maybe she's allowed to tweet on your account. One
That's
tweet.
fine. I'll
Yeah.
let her do that. If Lexi, I would even say if she gets a 4K.
Yeah.
Yeah.
What about Triple
You're
Kill?
underestimating her.
Yeah. You're being rude.
I'm not being rude. I'm not being rude.
Oh, there it is. The
Yeah.
Scottish accent.
Oh dear. But we'll see. Okay, I will stake my name right now on. Well, I don't know if that's the right sentence. I don't think it is. I will agree that if Lexi gets a 4K or an ace, she can tweet on my account.
Oh, fantastic.
But it has to be something that she could at Red Bull UK in.
Yes, I agree with that. I agree with that.
Adding a condition. I like that.
Yeah?
It would have to be like PR trained, like having something to do with Red Bull, but at the same time being humiliating for you. I like that.
Exactly. I think she could do both. She's a very talented woman in that sense. She's a great content creator. Any other things we sort of want to discuss about today's game before we get into it? I also think we're sort of being naive to maybe not mention Tenchi ego dropping her KD from last year when she played in last year so much. She dropped 29 kills and still lost the game.
Not 30, come on.
True.
That's the problem. If you don't drop 30, then you can't really complain, can you?
No. But do we think that that's going to make her even more hungry for not just the 30 bomb, but also the win?
She has improved. It's been a year, right? And she was here last year. If she can drop 29 last year against players that they were last year, and even have some pro players coming in from NA we had last year. But I will say, I don't think it's going to get to a 30 bomb. It's a best of one. We're going to Icebox. Phoenix isn't that great on Icebox.
Yeah, I would say that.
Oh, it's confirmed Icebox.
Yeah.
Unless it's changed.
Okay, well, I would love to get Lou's take on the Dream 3 duelist composition here on Icebox then.
It's gonna be probably go A every round because I'm not. I don't really see a Viper coming on. I mean, depends on what the players can play, but I think it's gonna be a bit of like one-sided. We fight on A main every round, and whoever shoots better wins.
That is a ranked mindset.
Stuff. I think they're gonna be like team blinds and stuff, especially if there's a Phoenix going on with all like the angles of A main and Icebox. I think I'm pretty happy to see this map because I think it's a map that highlights like individual skill and aim pretty much. So I'm
definitely
curious
with
to see.
Lydia.
Yeah, definitely, and it's a jet map, so I think she's starting with pretty much of an advantage here.
But you said Hylidia doesn't actually play the operator too much, and Icebox can be insane for an operator, especially when you're talking about solo holding B or the early picks you can get on A. Do you think that might come back to bite them in the butt, or do you think someone else on Team Rest of the World can pick up the mantle?
Yeah, I don't think that the op is mandatory, right? Especially in a show match, like in general, like for like VCT or even Instalock, I think it's important. It's probably like the best map for oping, in my opinion, with Ascent. But I see her like doing like the pipe like silent drop, going nest, and getting a kill and falling back, like kind of stuff, like having aggressive plays where she kind of get punished for, rather than on some other maps. So yeah, I think it's pretty much of an advantage for Jet players going up to Icebox.
Yeah, I actually had a question for you, Lou, because obviously you had those like really lovely glasses, the sunglasses.
Did you enjoy them?
Yeah, no,
They
me and Billy were saying they're very Y2K, like really, really fashionable. But there's a few players here with sunglasses on, and I was wondering if you could rate the sunglasses if we get the player cams up on screen. I don't know if production can do that for us.
I think it's Team UK mainly.
Yeah.
Well, can I interrupt you there? Because I know what production can do. They can actually give us a little look into the Fnatic HQ watch party right now. So we can have a quick look over there before we judge people's sunglasses and see what is happening. Because if you didn't know, we have an amazing watch party over at Fnatic HQ right now. Everybody say hey!
We cannot hear them.
God bless. God bless. Yay! It's the hype. I was there this morning. Is great. The sun is shining. I hope everybody's having the best time watching. Obviously, my peeps, my Fnatic legends. Oh, look, we got people
there's a neon.
So yeah, just shout out to them over there.
I was there this morning too, and people, were getting comfy, and there was reactions, to like double, like 2-3K. That was, you were getting the vibes here in the office. That was really cool.
I have also been asked to give a special shout out to Megan and Ivy. Otherwise, I don't think they'll be very happy. So just shout out to them. They said you will not return on the Fnatic team if you don't shout us out on the broadcast.
Oh, right.
They asked for a very special shout out, and I said I'll try.
Yeah.
But I might lose my job. So here we go.
Well,
shout out to
The
them.
last day.
Yeah.
Who knows?
Well, I was actually hoping for that. That's what I was aiming for. But fine, can we go back to
We
the
can go back to
sunglasses?
the glasses,
Can we
yeah.
go back to the sunglasses? Right. What are we rating Lexi Marie's, Lou? What are you saying here?
Lexi Marie's sunglasses are very fashionable, kind of mysterious, like it girl vibes, I would say.
Yeah, what would you give it out of 10?
Out of 10, I mean, she was playing with them a little bit earlier. She had them on her nose, like like in being in the range. And given how Meg depicted her as like you were not seeing her get an ace and stuff, I think it could be kind of a handicap, going in and having the sunglasses on her head. But I think that if she looks like full try-hard mode right now,
She's locked in.
yeah, she's locking in, and I would give her sunglasses a solid 8 out of 10 for sure.
Solid 8 out of 10.
Yeah.
Oh, we've got Jordis up now.
He's got an orange tinge.
Yeah, an orange tinge. What are you saying here, Lou?
I like the vibe. I like the outfit. It's more like a, as we would say in French, like bohème kind of like look, which I really enjoy. I think I would give it like a 7.5. Probably.
Fun fact, Jo's very into her fashion. She does sort of lookbooks and creates fits.
I'm not
so I think she'll
surprised.
appreciate
I love her
that.
outfit.
I have seen the videos she's done for like specifically team looks. Like she'll dress up as Vitality and like in the colors, and they look insane.
Yeah, she eats them up. But do we have any other sunglasses wearers? I don't know if these count. Helidia's specs.
And we have Helidia's glasses, who are like, she's just known for that. It has become quite a meme also, like in France and on her stream. So yeah, that's a 10 out of 10 for me.
10 out.
She knows.
Oh bless. Any other sunglasses that we've spotted, or is that it?
I think Tenchi did have some. Did she have some?
I mean, Team UK had them for the walkout, and I think they had a plan for everyone bringing the sunglasses down, but a couple of people were missing.
Yeah, because yesterday we were told, like for the walkouts to do like something cool.
Yeah.
And I was like, well, I brought sunglasses, so maybe this like I can showcase it. But my teammates were more of like waving and being sober, like kind of like not doing something like super fancy. So I felt a bit stupid, being like the content creator of the team.
Iconic,
if anything, the
iconic.
opposite. And I mean, that picture on Red Bull UK's Twitter is literally saved in my meme folder now. I love it so much.
I've got it as well. I retweeted. Probably one of the better pictures of this event. All I'm saying is
I would say
the
so.
vibes.
Yeah,
I think it encapsulates how fun this event has been, both for us and the players.
Yeah, 100%.
I wish I was remembered for something else than the glasses. I wish I had like the kind of 30 kills. Yeah,
And do you know
maybe
what
too
makes
early.
this worse? Is I had an interview with you the day before this event started, and one of the questions was, if fans had to remember you for one thing, what would it be? And it was a beautifully answered question of for the work you do for women in esports and just for the women's scene in general. And now coming from this tournament, there's just going to be that picture of you with the glasses, and I'm going to put it I'm going to have them side by side in the video at the end.
Truthfully though, I feel like we haven't spoken enough about Lou's Killjoy on Icebox. Like if we really are talking about moments that stood out in this event, I am a Killjoy girly through and through, and seeing you absolutely come alive on that Killjoy on Icebox was truly riveting. Did you enjoy that game?
I did. What happened was Killjoy was my main for like the 2 first years that I've been playing Valorant at the very beginning of my career as a streamer, because I had like no aim, and having someone, like the turret shooting for me too, like being 2 against the world, actually was kind of motivating, and I think that got me like better. And when I started playing with teams, like with my comms and stuff, it appeared that it made more sense for me to be playing, you know, something that is more like team oriented. But for this kind of matches, it would help me like in the Instalock tournament, like being on my side, being able to focus on the macro, and then just like giving a call and then focusing on, you know, my lurk on A main. That turned out pretty well. So yeah, it was fun being back on this agent because I never get to play with Derance.
What was your rank when you first started then? Do you remember?
I think it was before I started streaming, it was gold, and when I started streaming, I was already like platinum 3 or diamond 1. I think, something like that.
And is there like something you would give as a tip to maybe aspiring pro players out there wanting to progress in the Game Changers scene? Because I know there's a lot of up and coming teams, like you said, going through contenders this weekend. Any sort of tips or feedback that you would give from your journey to them?
I think it's something I told Winter in our interview early on this week, that I think the opportunities for women in esports, and especially in Valorant, have been enhanced since the beginning of the game, and that the rank doesn't mean that much as it does for like men or like the scene in general. You know, when you want to go pro, you have to be Immortal 3 Radiant and stuff. There are more and more like academies, even for Game Changers, who, you know, try to like put the players in the right environment, like getting good coaches to like get them, you know, that professional mentality and willing to grind and stuff. So I think you shouldn't like stop because you are like platinum or diamond and think that you're not good enough, but keep grinding and try to find a team as soon as possible.
I love that, and I do think it's totally different to like a ranked game. I think very much once you're in sort of that competing sense, it's different with the IGLing, with the way that you're playing and communicating. It's a totally different kettle of fish, and I think get into a team and start learning that way.
But also playing in mixes, I think that's why a lot of the players that we see now at this event started. Is back when like we were talking about Game Changers first came about, there wasn't really a main event. You went through those open qualifiers.
Yeah.
People entered with
Hunger Games.
Yeah, and it's just you entered with people you met in ranked or met through friends of the friends, and you're like, oh guys, there's a tournament next week, like should we go for this? And it starts to breed that sort of competitive spirit between players of some might not want to play anymore. They're like, oh, do you know what, not for me. And then it ignites in some players, do you know what, this is what I want to do. And same goes for like you're talking about the academies, but also schools and universities with the NSC and Newell in the UK, and obviously there's stuff for other universities. Collegiate is a really good way to start playing as well, especially for GC players.
Well, there you go for my aspiring Game Changers girlies in the chat. That's a way in to the scene. And yeah, I hope that the scene just keeps progressing and that the opportunities keep growing as well. To anybody sort of just joining who is wondering, where is the game? Why haven't we started yet? We're just making sure that all the players are comfortable getting set up, because it's gonna be an absolute belter of a game. How important is it, Lou, to have sort of everything set up and you comfortable? I know sometimes maybe you don't have that privilege, but it makes a big difference, right?
Yeah, it's something that a lot of VCT players say, you know, like it's focus on the controllables, like on what is under your control, and sometimes, you know, like tech issues, like being cold, like not having the right setup, not being sat properly like at home and stuff can, you know, impact your mental, and you're gonna be like tilted about it, being like, oh, I can shoot, but I can't shoot because I'm not like feeling comfortable, or like it's too cold, or my hands are cold, or I can't hear you properly, or like the headset hurts and stuff. Like these are typical things, like or I'm lagging, or, you know, like the monitor is not, and
the
you
monitor
know, given
is
the
at the
context,
wrong degree, guys. It's supposed to be 70
given the context also at
degrees.
VCT, EMEA, like previously, you know, we know that was a big issue. So I think it's important, you know, to take the time to do like all your settings, like try to feel as comfortable as possible to then enter the game.
I remember when I was looking to get a second monitor. Oh, we're an agent select. I won't tell my story about my first 60 hertz monitor until 144. But now we have 540 hertz monitors on the stage and agent select coming in. What are your thoughts on this one, Lou?
Lydia, as I was thinking, people have tiny teased me because I saw her like outside, teased me the Reina, so I'm glad that she's playing this agent. I'm curious about the Yoru and the Neon, though. I'm really curious.
I'm a bit sad because I thought you Team UK were going to bring out a 5 duelist comp. I heard Lexi Marie was going to go on that Euro role. And listen, from all I've said about Lexi, I was so excited to see her on that Euro. So I do think she's maybe been.
She picked it up in the interview.
She did. But I do think the Sage is definitely a comfort pick here and could work to the advantage. Because for me personally, again, talking about your Killjoy on Icebox, I like a Sentinel on Icebox to kind of keep that mid control, right? Stop those lurks. Sort of shut them down.
The thing is, I think that in those kind of tournaments, like initiator role can be a bit tricky. Like Sova kinda is something that is pretty slow, you know, compared to the pace of the 3 other duelists that you have. I'm thinking only, but first of all, about the drone. Like droning, as Sova takes ages. I mean, when you compare it to Tejo, like there's nothing like, you know, that little like spider running, like sprinting, rather than the drone. But when you have like a Yoru, a Jet that are gonna be running, maybe even an Omen that's gonna be tipping and stuff, like doing crazy stuff, you're not gonna be waiting for the drone, basically, you know. So it's questionable. So I'm curious to see what they're gonna do with it.
Oh, they're definitely going to be ahead of that drone. 1,000%.
Right? Yeah. And
or you
poor
just don't buy
Sova,
the drone.
poor Glitter is going to be like tilting, like, guys, please wait for my util, you know?
Please stay behind my drone. Yeah. Any thoughts, casters, on this one?
Yeah, no, I totally agree. I think for me, it's like, how is the neon stun, the relay bolts, and the Tenshi flashes going to be as well? I mean, is Lexi Marie going to get her slows on point? That's the other thing, because like this is other util that could go against you.
I quite like the rest of the Will comp.
Yeah?
I think the Sova, yeah, it's a little bit of an interesting pick. But if you don't necessarily think of putting a lot of pressure on the drone, you can use the arrow to get a lot of early space, especially over towards A, which we've kind of teased it being that sort of A rinse and repeat. But the Omen, right? This is like a 4th duelist.
Yeah,
because
I guess.
when you're looking at going over to NA, sort of main event, right? You're seeing 0 duelist comps, but the Omen is that duelist, especially looking over towards Zekken.
Yeah, definitely. But with that being said, troops, we can finally get ready to send it into this one. It is Rest of the World versus Team UK on Icebox to kick things off. Team UK on the attack with Rest of the World on the defense.
And we were talking about it being an A rinse and repeat. UK want none of it. They are 5 people outside B ready to run it down, and the only person close by is Valencia.
I mean, with the Euro being there, that's the play that you want. Can easily TP away.
Oh my god, man. Just like that, we understand.
Yeah.
Just like that, we understand that caster is a proper job and that you cannot just come on the couch and start casting out of nowhere. Thank you for this, man. Like, loved it, loved it.
Do you know, I feel like she's just proven our job.
Yeah,
with
exactly.
I really
Yeah, she did, she did.
I feel validated. Thank you very much, Meg.
Oh, the flank.
Oh my god!
That was brilliant.
Oh, I love the cam. I love her so much. Oh dear. Well, anyway, that's my stint in casting over. Carry on, guys.
No, Meg, you have to break it down. Come on.
Yeah, exactly.
You've had your stint of play-by-play. Let's see the colour.
Well, I think what Lou was saying, I would like to sort of echo with the very fast round that sort of started and ended within sort of, what, 10, 20 seconds? Sid City there, unbelievable shots. I think that's definitely going to set up momentum for the rest of the world coming into the rest of the game with that cheeky little free K. Also, we do see Alincia as well on the board, so I definitely think she will be feeling the firepower right now. We have a tech pause.
Oh no.
Sorry to traumatize
monitors. Give me the red light somewhere.
The trauma that we're all feeling right now. Anyone else want to break down that round as well? I guess we could have a little look into how things have started and our predictions for the rest of the game off that one round.
I mean, the pistol was quite of a statement, both from Sid City and the rest of the world team. So I think this is going to be, you know, like just the beginning of what the whole game is going to look like, according to me, because I'm rooting for rest of the world team, of course.
Yeah, well, it seems as if they're going to Team UK are just sending it.
Of course.
They're just playing fast through mid and onto the site.
That's a perfect call. Look at like Team UK that was going under tube, and Team Rest of the World was stacking A, and I'm not sure that Jordy's position is going to be expected there.
Oh, the frenzy's doing the work as well. You're talking about the fast round, it's just up close and personal, and it could prove scary, especially against Valencia and Glitter with those scoped weapons.
Oh my god, the shots are insane! See, I couldn't hit anything like that if I'm being honest.
At least you're honest.
Yeah, I mean, that's feels. I think the first time that we met, Winter, like, I think I was Iron at that point.
I was as well.
Yeah,
I started in Iron 3, guys, and I've peaked Immortal 3. You can do it too.
Wait, Tenchi is insane, guys. Like, she's been flashing the whole team. Now we're getting the smoke on the spike and the frenzy.
Oh, they got off it.
Tight.
Is that enough?
Oh, the time.
No time.
Wow. The clutch from Tenchi is insane, guys. She kept both of her flashes and she flashed like 4 different people and she got like a 3k with the frenzy. That was insane.
So fun fact, Tenchi is a die-hard Phoenix main. She only plays Phoenix.
Oh, really?
Yeah. So
Phoenix
it
one
makes
trick.
sense. Phoenix
Okay.
one trick, yes.
But I'm
so
still
she knows what
impressed.
she's doing. But
I'm still impressed.
Ditto, ditto. I mean, I did expect Tenchi to come alive pretty quickly on this one. Again, also coming in with that experience of playing for Red Bull Instalock show match in 2024. I think she's kind of warmed up, and it will be exciting once a couple of the other players warm up and sort of come in to the game.
Do you think the players had a warm-up routine?
Yeah, maybe. Who knows? They could have been sweating it in the rage before this.
Oh!
It's
tiny.
Tenchi is still up though. Kate? It's Kate that's come straight through.
She already has her ult at
No way,
round
Lacey
3.
healed
That's
the-
crazy. And she took so much space for her team as well. And I'm not sure. Nice kill from Lydia. And the flank is arriving at the right timing for Encia. She's going to pick a Vandal. Man, wow. Tenchi must have been scared.
No, I actually would have got a fright, to be fair. But not. I mean, a lot of things scare me. Mitchman's probably the biggest one.
So
Ooh, that's my goal. That's my girl. She's going on for more. Oh, they're going to be any trade. She needs to defuse the spike. And there is this big wall put down by Lexi Marie. That's going to be annoying for her.
Oh, the snake bite as well. No chance for Hilaria in this one. Team UK, they double up, Meg.
A round-winning wall from Lexi Marie.
Definitely.
But do you know what? Lexi healed Tenchi while she was ulting as the Phoenix. And I just find that as, do you know what? It's so cute.
The ultimate support role. The ultimate support role.
Nobody else had taken damage, really. Sure, heal the Phoenix ultimate.
I have to say, I did not see Tenchi or Karagi losing that one out. They definitely are familiar with sort of playing the time, seeing that clock run down, and then sort of peaking at the right moment. So not shocked at that post plant.
Yeah, I just wanted to secure the round, like you said, with the snake bite from Karagi, and then Tenchi taking contact first. Just looking at the setup, right? They have a walk into A. It's a 1-for-1. It's the Reinas clashing.
That's a nice shot. That's an important kill from Boldy on mid. And Lydia has to worry about whether there could be a lurk or not. And we're hitting A from Team UK again.
I mean, it's what you said, right? Like, rinse and repeat, hit A, Valencia with a lovely shot. 3 versus 3, but it's starting to go to the wayside a little bit. That res will at least bring things back for Team UK.
Yeah, Lexus has got that so early on. It's only round 4, already using the resurrection. Hopefully, if they can get that being a sort of recycled ultimate a lot of the time since half, it makes it definitely scary, especially with Tenchi. You could have like a 7-man team in a round.
100%. Plan going down now. 3 versus 3, and Lydia very quick on the mark. Catches Karagi as well. This could be a 3k if Tenchi can't stop it. Has to curveballs to win! But she doesn't need it. She just clutches out herself.
She's insane. I was shocked by the frenzy, but I'm even more shocked now.
I think she has the ego for a reason, guys. Coming in, she was saying, I dropped 29 last year, and we have to win this time. And Well, she's already starting to put Team UK off to a good start. They lose the pistol off the back of her heroics with the frenzy, wins the follow-up, and it's just been red carpet for them.
But you know, I was remembering that Helidia back in GCC 2024 got the title, you know, to her name on her stream, like I am her. And I thought, you know, she was going to be the main character of that round, getting the 2 kills on yellow, but then she had another thing in mind, you know?
I mean, I was going to say, like, Zeron Smint, they just lost the Duelist.
I was going to say that!
I was going to say, maybe
We can pick her up, that's what you think.
Yeah.
Unfortunately, she's not a French speaker, guys, but you know, maybe we can teach her next cover.
What if we got Dueling lessons?
Another unbelievable wolf.
Yeah, I'm not quite sure.
Spike planted.
Be sure that we can get that.
Oh, a redemption on the Guardian Whiff.
LED on the flank, getting down Lexi Marie. 2v2. We can't really trade each other here, but Tenshi is absolutely insane. She's smashing it.
Oh, a Team UK are smashing it.
Right? I fear I should have rooted a bit more for Team UK here.
I feel it.
Wow, only
It's too
now
late
they've started
now.
winning.
It's too late.
I
slipped
potentially
over.
might be backtracking ever so slightly, but I didn't realize that Ella had like 4 scoops of protein powder for breakfast. You know? And about 9 Red Bulls, because she is absolutely dominating right now.
She is. And, you know, I wanted also to highlight like Lexi Marie as a support goat, because she already has 5 assists on board, and I think that's what you expect from a Sage, unfortunately, on Icebox. It's get the spike down and heal your teammates, basically.
And getting the orbs, getting the spike down.
And revive too.
The revive is going to be so important. We've already seen it used on Tenshi, who then clutched out a round. So you have to give some sort of stocks over towards Lexi on this agent.
You got a fake. They were faking A with like K Wordley running and Alicia going for more. Will she escape or not? I'm not sure.
She's sticking around.
I respect this so much.
Oh, double down. Triple.
Lexi!
Lexi's on the ball!
Team UK are finding everyone though.
And Tenshi has been like so impressive since the beginning of the game. Like I'm really shocked of her performance so far. And her teammates are, you know, stepping up too. Like that's actually a team performance that they're bringing up now.
Karagi might go overlooked in this corner behind the Sage wall. Do they expect it? Finally doesn't, but she can get the gun out in time. Karagi falls.
2 versus 1 as well. Well, make it 1 versus 2. Tenshi, this is the goal. This is the raid boss. Has those flashes that we talked about earlier, but big flash to bring the player off the spree. Can't quite get the trade.
She
Can't
almost
quite.
had it.
Yeah, nearly couldn't get the. Was it the spree transfer? Couldn't think what the word was, for God's sake.
This is a one that I think Team UK need to talk about potentially their communication. They did give away 3 1v1s there in a 2v3 situation. So maybe that's their downfall. I think if Team Rest of the World continue to manage to isolate those fights,
Lexi
maybe
got
they'll
a
come
kill,
back.
and Team UK lost the round.
And she did another unbelievable wall.
No, the wall was fine.
I said unbelievable.
But that doesn't sound in a good way.
It was unbelievable.
The funniest thing about this, right, is like obviously the 4 of us are like trying to like cast this and stuff, right? But Winter keeps putting her hand up like she's in school, like, teacher, please give us speak.
I'm not gonna. Actually, no, I would talk over you, but I was being polite.
Thank you, I appreciate it.
I'm so sorry, but it had to be said.
Spike down.
Not really sure what happened there.
Yeah, defense has been kind of solid. Maybe are going for more, and finally Karagi getting on board. And Tenshi is alone, and Sid City's gonna get her down. We're coming back for rest of the world, you see? And are you gonna like change who you're rooting for again?
No, now I'm always rooting for the winner.
Just asking, just wondering, you know.
I do have to say, I think they are sort of finding their feet. Maybe the first few rounds were a warm up. I think the aggressive pushes on defense with the 3 Duelist comp were a little bit discombobulated. Whereas I think after that round, you saw them sort of coming together to fight. They read the rotations well. I do think that Team UK here are going to have to rethink potentially sending everyone onto one site, which it looks like they might. Lexi is still at spawn, but maybe a B split come through here.
Under troop swing, and she gets 2, and that's not traded. That's my French go. Yeah, pulling up the numbers. Do you know any other line? Like, have you?
No, but I do know there's one French song called On s'attache. On s'attache.
Et on s'empoisonne. How do you know that?
Avec une flèche.
What? This is so niche. Like,
I
how do you
holidayed a
know
lot in
that?
France, and they would always pull that one out at the Caravan Club.
Wow. Yeah, that's really niche.
Yeah.
Je ne sais pas, that's what I say.
And I would like to shout out poulet braise as well.
Poulet braisé.
Poulet braise. Yeah. Unbelievable crisps.
Last player standing.
And yeah, we're getting back for rest of the world. Coming back, yeah?
They
getting
have
back
found their
momentum.
feet.
Yeah, it's just a clean-up really on the eco round, obviously off the back of Helidia's 2k over towards mid, playing the numbers as a smart duelist should, gets the double entry, backs off. And also the money situation, I know it's a show match, but still Valorant economics are still in play. UK weren't able to keep many players alive when they were winning those rounds. It was coming down to Tenchi clutches a couple of times. So their money got broken relatively easy, which was a massive way for rest of the world back into the game.
I do think I'd like to see Team UK slow this down a little
Meg,
bit.
put her hand up as well, Kyra. I just
I
want you to
think
notice
this is a
that.
really, we don't have like a spoon to pass around when you want to talk, so
Exactly.
I do quite like this. Sid City finding that first kill there on Tenchi, I think that's really going to slow Team UK down and have them kind of rethink things, potentially try and find a trade.
I mean, you literally knocked down Thanos, like in the game. Like, she's the main character at the game at the very beginning, but we're reviving her. Yeah, that's a very good decision from Lexi that might carry the whole round. Can Sid City get more? I'm not sure about that. Repositioning and 4v4 now as Team UK need to get the spike down.
They've got the crossover towards mid. You have Tiny on it. So at least going to be noted on the cross, but Tenchi takes down Glitter. So that's at least the numbers back in favor. You have the heal coming through as well. It's not on the ult this time, so Tenchi's going to be back up to 100.
Wait, I lied. Helidia is playing with the AWP.
Fake comms, fake comms.
Yeah, fake comms from me. And Sid City getting triple. Oh, that's seems complicated for Team UK now.
Still have Tenchi's ult as well if they need it.
30 seconds left.
He's gonna use it.
Surely
That's gonna be
Moffat
a
to run in.
Yeah.
Especially when you're up against the ult. She's not got clearance.
Oh, Lydia missing that shot. And maybe the ace for Sid City. In a 1v1 against Tenchi. Time is running short. Can she get it? And Tenchi again.
I do love, I'd like to quote Lexi Marie here, where she mentioned yesterday that nothing is more difficult to play against than a bronze player who doesn't know what they're doing. So I do feel for Helidia there because that peak is like no other. That's a sort of the widest peak possible, but it was like a panic peak. So
yeah, she doesn't see that in Ascendant and Immortal lobbies for sure. She got caught off guard.
Lexi was just having a casual stroll onto site. Just not even towards side, just towards the corner of Jenny. So not even the pathing was something Helidia could read into. Op shot missed and capitalized on by Tenchi.
Team UK are definitely scared here of that A push. I think they've failed to it so many times. Nice trade coming through there from Tenchi to even this one out. 4v4 as they do commit to that B site push. Oh no!
She almost died there. Yeah. She almost died there. That's a nice trade from Lexi. Reviving, healing, trading. She's doing her job as a
She
Sage.
is sensational.
And she's getting the Sage wall down, getting the spike plan. What more
I've
could
said
you
this
ask,
from the beginning.
Meg?
She's their MVP.
What else could you ask?
Yeah. I said I'm
is-
onto gaslighting here now.
She
I'm
is
just
the
gaslighting you.
foundation that Team UK are built upon.
She is.
She's like
My MVP.
She's like Big Ben.
She's tall.
What a metaphor.
Yeah, that's
She
true.
is, yeah. Her middle name could be Ben.
Could be,
Could be.
but is her first name Big?
It's not, shockingly. We have a 3v3 post plant here. I do again question Team UK taking those 1v1s. However, we do have Tenchi in her ult to go and pressure, play some time and fight them back. The clock is ticking.
Oh, City's got the moves though. Up into the smoke, over and top onto Lexi. Tenchi's got two. Flash back up, flashes onto the corner. Knows Glitter is not on the spike. But it's half. She has to peek. Oh, Glitter's off it again. She's absolutely crumbling in the pressure. But Tenchi stands up to the play, gets 6 on the board for Team UK, and another quadra kill in the bank.
I need to see the scoreboard right now
my God,
because
it's tension,
she was already 19-7. Where are we going to be now? 23-7 27. That's mental.
She wants the 30 bomb. She was
does.
denied last year.
She really, really does.
She's running up for more. We're not
7
even
kills
half
away.
Yeah, we're not even halfway, and she already got 23. So I think she's gonna go.
Yeah. It's
beat
not
the
even that.
record.
She's got like she's got the pocket sage as well from Lexi. So like.
Yeah, she's getting like 3 chances.
The
Yeah.
pocket ult sage.
Vac is crazy, man.
In that round, we had, like before we had a Sage res onto Tenchi. Tenchi has her ult as well. She's had a couple of times. So there's like, Tenchi's got like 9 lives. She's like a cat.
It's like a cat.
Yeah.
I was about to meow, and then I was like, maybe that might be a bit too much on the broadcast.
You still
you know.
have the mic that you can do it.
We can all meow together, like I'll count us down and we meow.
Right, 3,
2, 1.
meow. Why is it only me and you that's done that?
We had the same idea, you know. We're just like letting you do it.
Bro. It says gullible on the ceiling, by the way.
I thought you were going to do it as well, Megan.
I nearly stopped just so it was Cairo, but
Ah, mate.
listen.
Lexi again,
Point for
Lexi
Lexi.
on the duty again. And TUK.
Wow.
Kay had
Wait,
an
hang on, look at
insane
where everybody
round.
died on Rest of the World. Kay's just pushed all the way through A and decided to not even let them rotate off B, fighting them towards that kitchen walkout, and then everyone else died in mid to Jordas.
Obviously, with it being 3 duelists, though, we can't deny that this is potentially attack side favoured. I do think it's good for Team Rest of the World here to get 4 or 5 on the board, and we could see them sort of dominate on that attack half. Do you think that's likely, guys?
Could be.
I
What
hope so.
do you think? Like, do you think Icebox attack or defender side effect?
I think when they changed Icebox and brought it back, it was more defensive, in my opinion. But that's in ranked, so don't ask me in pro play. 'Cause I ain't got speed.
Oh, that duel was long, but Alien CF finally won it.
The
And
triple
Lexi
Lexi!
did!
That's insane.
That was a shot and a half.
But Helidia is still alive, guys. Helidia is still alive. Nothing is over. Switching to the Vandal. 3 bullets. She's going to find Lexi, and she's going to find her. And maybe finally the last round for rest of the world.
Oh, no, she's even going for the round. She's not going for more. Can't get half. The smoke fades. And again, Tenchi's got another ultimate.
She's going for it. The flash is always hit with Tenchi. That's it on the board for Team UK. And it's Tenchi getting closer and closer to that 30 bomb.
I do think the half there from Helidia would have been sort of maybe potentially a game changer, them knowing the comfort of having that bomb halved.
Yeah, but you know, as a Jet, you always kind of have that a bit selfish and egoistic thought that it's not your duty to go and defuse the spike when your like support players and teammates are still alive. You know, I get it. I get that she wanted to like go up for more and find
Especially in this format.
Yeah, 2 remaining players. So
I
yeah.
was surprised she even went for the smoke and
Tap,
try and
yeah.
get hot. Yeah, I thought she was just going to keep going, especially with how far back UK were playing in regards to the post plans. Like you got Karagi's just playing sort of the stinky Viper of always playing so far away. She's playing for the win, right? She's playing for the win here. And
goddamn, she's
using
right.
with the snake bites and then letting Tenchi be the first player going out with the ultimate, using that sort of facade to get her double kill. But still a chance for the rest of the world, right? We're talking about being super attacker-sided, now going on to the pistol. When are you going to find 2 players backside?
Super cautious of the flank Sid here. And they have found the A site pretty quickly into the round. They've got a lot of time to play with.
The timing for Sid City.
Spike planted.
Oh, she turned around. Oh no.
I didn't see her. She didn't see her, and then she's gonna get
she's
so
turned
many
around now.
kills. Karagi going up for. Ooh, she's getting checked, and she got only 1. Then it's a 2v2 now, having to retake. Lexi doesn't have her wall. Maybe she placed it at the beginning of the round. Not sure.
Nah,
She has the heal for Tenchi.
Last player standing.
Players need to peek out. Time getting low. And Tenchi, I think, is backed into a corner that she can't get out. Rest of the world will get that pistol round.
A very nice post plant there. A very nice post plant.
Without Viper, without Killjoy mollies, you know, like a post plan, just watching the spike, just jiggling, you know?
Yeah. God, honestly,
That's the difference though. You have the Viper of Karagi and also the mollies coming in from Tenchi, but Karagi was playing all the way back in spawn, being that flank watch. Same for Sid City, but Sid actually has to peek for the spike. So it gives an opportunity for Team UK to kind of play around with that going forward. But also Lexi's wall, if she had that, because of how far away the rest of the world works,
And on
she could have
pistol,
walled and
it's one of, I
defused.
think it's one of the strongest abilities
The
on
ace.
pistol round. Yeah.
Lexi wanted a ghost though. She believed in those taps.
The A stack with the double shorty here, I think, is going to be a struggle to get back onto this B site. The spike goes down.
Oh, with a ghost as well.
Classic.
Classic?
Classic? I don't know what that's. I'm still thinking about Lexi's ghost.
Kay's got a shotty as well, so she's gonna have to get like a good. Oh my god, what a shot! I was fucking glitter on a Marshall like hip fire.
And I think Alicia in City is not expected at all.
Last player standing.
Yeah, that's gonna be 6 for Team Rest of the World. We're back, guys. We're so back.
Rest of the world is so back, and so are the tears in my eyes at hearing Scottish with his Scottish.
Well, it's because I said
Cairo is
fart
just-
glitter.
Cairo's Scottish accent saying farting glitter is just truly iconic. Sorry, that did send me a little bit. I do like their buy here coming into this. They did manage to retrieve the 2 Guardians. They've still got that Spectre in hand on Alicia. And that Marshall, which we just saw farting glitter, hit that amazing shot. Interesting here to see how they cope with this buy round on defense from Team UK. Do they get aggressive and potentially risk giving up those rifles?
There's a defensive wall you talked about, Meg. I think it's placed drop.
Yeah, it is.
Yeah.
It is there. They still have to break something, okay? Even if
Still,
it's
you're
just
trying
one.
to scare the opponent, you know, like never let them know what your next move is.
Exactly.
And I think Lexi understood the assignment there, for sure.
Wait. No way they've looked up this far. Okay, it's being watched by Duelists. That's fine. But City's managed to find one towards mid, and another gap that they're leaving towards mid. Hell Leaders managed to exploit it, get a pick over towards A, and B's completely free.
I do think Team UK here are potentially being slightly too cautious. I think with Tenchi's playstyle, I would like to see a bit of aggression coming on the A or the B site to take that early information that they haven't got.
Ooh,
from
nice
Initiator.
shot. Again, like, you know, this is an angle that she wasn't really expecting. And the fact that she managed to land like the flick shot is actually impressive. Again.
Time ticking. Will they find a way back in me again?
Wait, hold up.
Hello.
Wow, what a retake.
That was insane. Double kill from Tenchi. Karagi's in the mix as well.
Don't
Enough
let go.
time to get the defuse.
Does that mean that Karagi's 2 off 30?
Tenchi.
Tenchi, oh my god. Oh, she's
Now
one
that
off.
Team UK players, you should know them better than...
Yeah, it's not that.
Right?
We talked about it earlier. I'm not really good at maths, so.
She's 3 off the 10.
3 off the 10.
Yeah. So that's very similar. We do see Tenchi on that 29er though that we heard her talk about this time last year.
Yeah.
Is she gonna freeze in this moment from the pressure of wanting to hit the 30?
I don't know, but the 6 duelists on Team UK, like, I think could do really well here.
6 duelists.
Because I'm bad at maths.
Oh.
That
Yeah,
was
but
the
the thing
joke.
is, it just doesn't land.
Do you know what else you are bad at? Jokes.
Yeah.
Don't ever try that
Thanks.
again. I do like the Bucky Neon combo here. We did see some Bucky Neoning yesterday on Neri on that Lotus. Is Kay going to be able to do the same magic?
She's gonna get checked. by
Olivia.
India. No!
Oh,
She gets it!
Maybe not
Traded,
3, but 1 will do.
So, yeah.
Aw. That's really heartbreaking. It looks like Team UK are making no mistakes here, but City, look at this, the luck on A site. She's got so much space, calling for the spike to come over. Jordis, though, could upset everything if she wins this duel. She has seen it, though, and decided to pull off.
Do they know where Sid City is, though?
No, but I think Tension might use her ult on City, and then Sid City might have to get her down. Yeah. So she's using it. Oh, the
Wait, it
trigger
hasn't been
discipline.
cleared.
That's insane.
No.
Lexi
Lexi.
Marie checks her, though.
Oh no! If she got that kill on Joe, she could go onto the body. But unfortunately, she does not find that kill.
She's got, I mean, Tenchi's got all the info here, though.
Nowhere to run! Yeah, she tagged her, got halved. And
One enemy remaining.
second kill. That's a furious Sova here. Jordis in a 1v1 against Farting Glitter, and she gets it. What a masterclass from her on the Sova here.
Tina happy as Larry with that one. That's going in the highlight reel for sure. For sure.
What's the best like London slang that Meg's taught you, Lou?
I don't think I've taught Lou any yet.
Teach me some.
Some that are safe for broadcast. Cool blimey, mate. Cool blimey, mate. Or is that more?
Wait, what does that mean?
It's like, hello, governor.
Hello, governor.
Revealing area.
What the hell are you making me say?
It's just, it's like Cockney rhyme. Not Cockney rhyming slang, but just Cockney.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Ooh, that's tough.
Cheeky wallbang there on 2K Wordly. On the A site, seemingly Team Rest of the World. However, we have seen the retakes from Team UK be very strong, and with the two flanking here, Sid does find
I don't think she's in the
Karate.
second.
No, she's not of the second.
Lexi with the deagle though.
She's just full
One
blind
tap.
running into a
Bang.
wall.
You weren't expecting it, right?
I was not. I was not. But a very strong post plant and site take there from Team Rest of the World. They're back on their form that we saw them at the very middle, not at the very start, but the middle of the game when they started to come back. This is a close. Do you know what? I am so relieved that this is a close game, because nothing makes me more upset than an absolute stomp, unless it's Fnatic doing the stomping.
Yeah.
Not getting stomped, right?
We don't talk about yesterday. If you're going to bring up yesterday, I don't want to talk about it.
I was about to, but I guess I won't then.
This is a sore spot for me, okay? Anyway.
Moving on.
Lydia has the knife, so that's what I'm going to be staring at for this round. Next Marine 2.
Oh, she's fixed the wall.
With her, oh, and she's going to get Lydia.
Look at her laughing.
The goat. And evil love from her. And as she was going for the second, that won't be enough.
At least Tenchi's able to bring it back to 2v2.
It looks like she's immortal. Like,
Yeah.
I mean, literally. Like, people can't kill her.
Nope.
Not just a rank like that.
Yeah.
Chill, yeah.
You know, I was trying to...
Can't even say that, she's immortal too.
Still has flashes as well.
One remaining.
Doesn't have a life though.
And the ult to reposition as well. This just makes it so much harder. So Jordan's in a situation, doesn't know where Sid City got to. Wants to try to get onto the spike. Paranoia comes out. A peek from... Guess what Tiny knows? The spike is not even going to be tried to stuck just yet. Another tap forces the peak and a triple for Sid City in the round. And she's been one of the consistent ones for rest of the world, I think, for the multi-frags and just the positioning with the Omen. You can definitely tell that she's comfortable on this agent.
Yeah, 100%.
I'd like to take a look at Team UK's ults here, though, because I have a feeling they've been farming a few up. Yeah, they've got 3 on the board, close to Tenchi's again as well. I do think we'll see a few of those invested into this kind of scuff buy, so potentially they'll save it, but I'm not too sure about this one. We do have Tenchi on the 30, though.
Yeah, that's what I was going to say. Like, Tenchi got the 30, so, you know, she broke the record already.
She's buzzing.
Buzzing.
Who's next?
The shorties in hand. The eco. And K straight into 3 of their gun barrels.
Looking for me.
Long duels are always in favor of LNC, and she gets another one.
Hold
That's
up.
really, really good. And I think the retake is going to be complicated here for Team UK. Only 2 sheriffs in hand, maybe Jordis upgrading, but I don't think that will be enough.
This is an important round as well. Like, we're starting to head towards the end of this game. Like, now to the rest of the world starting to get towards 10. And I mean, they're only 1 player ahead, right? So you get 1 good kill, like maybe get Jordis back healed up. Kragi though can't quite find the information, tries to pick up the rifle, and well, that will be double digits for rest of the world.
Kibo!
Have you wrote a script or something, Meg? Is that what it is? You're trying to make it as exciting as possible?
What, by saying Kimon?
No,
No,
getting the
by
rounds,
the round,
rounds
Meg.
script. When people talk about scripts, it's like how the kills go and the rounds go back.
That kind of script. Okay, I understand. Yep. No.
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 Thank you.
I haven't. No.
Okay.
I am just a host.
Just a host.
Just a host.
Just a host trying to make a way through a show match.
Time to jump.
Period. Tenchi walking down tube here.
Go on, Rap God.
Could potentially find Sid City on top, but she does. And that's it. That's no. Someone else will jump in
but
now. No?
Surely you're like Marcus is a big fan of
Okay,
Eminem.
can you rap a beat and I will
Right.
cast on top of
Right.
it? You do the beat. You do the beat.
Boom, boom,
Elixir fighting for people in spawn.
boom.
Some people say that's just the beginning. She's gonna find one but not two. Oh my god, what's the rest of the team gonna do? They're gonna res 10 Chi in mid. And now they're committed onto site A, trying to put the bomb down. Tenchi ulting. It's going wrong now. What's going on now? I don't know what's going on. And Tenchi's gonna win the round.
Wow.
No, that was amazing.
That was insane.
I was pure bobbing my head along with it, like trying to make sure I was kept right.
Yeah, I'm not gonna be rude here, but that was the worst beatboxing. It was so out of time. It was just a truly horrendous. Like,
So I'm not getting through to the judges'
you're not.
houses.
I'm sorry. You are not going any further in this competition. Goodbye.
I just like you to know it's not only immortalized on the stream, but I have a video of the BTS as well of that sort of section. So, and I have your head just bopping up and down.
I was trying to make sure I was like keeping along with it.
And Meg just says you're out of time.
It will live forever.
Straight to the heart.
It really did pierce the heart.
Everything on the internet lives forever.
All right, Oasis, calm down.
Okay, this is a really important round. The money of both these teams are kind of in question. Wrestlefield obviously a little bit more favourable. But it's again this Vipers hit on A that they just stood on the molly. Leader goes down without even a chance.
And I think she was like vulnerable, I mean, decayed by the Viper wall too from Karagi. That's why she died so fast to the Tenchi molly. And that is actually insane. 5v4. Can we capitalize on it for Team UK? I didn't see her. Didn't see Jordi here. Are we gonna expect her in number 2?
I think they just saw the shoulder. Leah knows there's more than 2, but still keeps around on the angle. But Glitter and Alencia finding what they're looking for, but Spike's still not in a position to go down.
And if they go B, you have Neon still over towards B main, so there's a backstab opportunity. Spike is making its way over.
30 seconds
I feel like
left.
They know. I feel like Tiny is kind of aware of this, unless smoke going down.
Find me.
Finding her. No, it's Tiny who cleared K Wadley. That looks like the 11th for the rest of the world.
Could be, but it's Tenchi and Karagi who are still up. And it's 4 for rest of the world. Alencia identified TP. Karagi capitalises, and now there's still that poison orb that allows them onto the spike. Time though low, and that Hunter's Fury going to be an issue. Tenchi's seen Farting Glitter and knows there's a chance that they can get on. City coming in at the right time, but it's now all up to Karagi, who can't quite find it. And it's Sid City in the end.
I feel like that goes to show how incredibly important mid-lurks are on Icebox. I think it's so important to have that kind of late surprise factor coming into the round when they think they're safe and they're retaking as well is all good and well, and then Sid comes behind.
You also had it with Alencia, right, towards mid. Shaw kind of sort of like ships passing in the night of Jordi towards mid, kind of gets through window, gets an early pick onto Lexi. Sure, they get onto the B site, falls, so then they just don't have the thought in the back of the mind of, oh, everyone else is towards site, it's fine, we've dealt with the look. No, Sid City's on for a second.
Yeah, and I think that Sid City has been the most important player in most of the world in ends, you know, like at the ends of rounds. Like she's super, super calm and getting those clutches. K-Wadley getting one, can she get more? It doesn't look like it. And we're gonna head up to match point unless Lexi.
Okay, Lexi Marie. Prove me wrong, girlie.
That's a weapon for Karagi to pick up as well. Spike only now going down, so there's time for UK to work with.
He was up as well if Lexi needs it after a duel. Oh, the steps. Heard. Karagi not getting the timing that they're looking for. Sincetti up to Lexi now, but she doesn't clear the corner, and rest of the world will find 12. That is map point.
Match point.
Are we gonna be winning against the UK at home, guys? What are you guys?
No. We should have the home
What's
field
happening?
advantage.
Is there any, like, I was wondering if there was any, like, Scottish streamer in the crew.
Geordies. That's the only reason why I'm Team UK.
Oh, okay, makes sense.
That's the only reason why I'm Team UK.
Second
Because
on the leaderboard.
if they had no Scottish people, I would be Team Rest of the World.
Wow.
Yeah.
How come?
I'm always against the UK. Yeah.
You seem pretty happy about it.
Yeah.
Oh, hang on. What aggression coming out from UK.
Oh no! Lydia! Oh, she's able to escape and at least get a kill.
She goes for more, and Sid City is helping her. That's nice teamwork from the both of them.
I was down for Lexi in the clutch.
1v2 as the spike is getting down on A, and Alien C is behind her. She has no idea, and she's going for the wrong side. No! No, that's tragic. I think... What? She's typing.
What is she typing? I wonder what she said.
I wish we could see the chat.
Yeah. I think, is she going?
She's one away from the ult.
She said, guys, please.
Oh, no.
Oh, and both players are set up in a crossfire as well. That should be it. Team Rest of the World looking to finish it and beat out Team UK on their own home ground. Even though Tenchi got more than 30 kills, she still couldn't save her team. It'll be the Rest of the World as our show match champions.
Yeah, and really props to the last two players who actually closed it out. But across the whole game, Alincia has been great at finding those picks over towards mid, finding the gaps. But Sid City, consistent. Even almost rivaling the numbers of Tenchi, who ended on 35. Sid City put up 32 for her own team, and just breaking the ankles with her TPs and just channeling her inner just confusion and just replicating that across and putting it onto the Team UK, who just couldn't keep up.
Yeah, exactly. And on top of that, like, I think as well, like, you think of like Fart and Glitter and the way that they were able to get the reveals out and stuff like that. The flashes looked great. I think when it comes down to it, like, while Lexi Marie was the support goal, it just did not work out like that.
Yeah, just looking at some of these replays, even from round one, Sid City was just dominating. But I will note, Lydia was great on the entries, so consistent. I think she had the most entries across the game, and when you have 3 duelists, it's easy to snowball rounds after you get the entries. Like, you're looking at the stats from some of the official matches, like an 18 out of 22 first bloods converted into rounds. That's an insane stat, and the fact that these players were able to replicate it in their show match really does go to show some of the caliber of the players we've got.
Yeah, of course. I mean, if you guys are sitting at home and thinking, well, I need a stream to look in, pick any one of these names here. Because great people, and I guess we'll get to take a look at the stats as well. Who do you think's topped the charts for like out with their MVPs?
I just have to be looking at Sid City, right? Just less kills than Tenchi, but Sid City was just consistent, not only for being a mid-round fragger, but also a closer as well.
So you telling me that if you were to pick an MVP for this show match, you would pick Sid City?
Yeah.
Wow. Well, there you have it.
What do you mean there you have it?
Oh, well, you're the person that's picked the MVP. It's
Who would
official
you
now.
pick?
I guess it has to be Sid City, right? Like,
wow,
they've lied
okay.
and they got the MVP. So yeah, I think that's fair enough. Tenchi though with the match MVP, unfortunately not able to 416 ACS, not able to win it. That's insane.
Yeah, and honestly, multi-kills after multi-kills, quad kill after quad kill, and it's easy to see those numbers start to rack up very quickly. Also, first bloods clutches as well, similar to Sid City, of having the durability to do both, be the entry, be the mid-rounder, and also the clutcher.
Yeah.
And it was one of the reasons why we saw this game get so close.
Yeah, 100%. And I think we do have Meg, who's going to be on standby for an interview as well. So with that being said, we're going to send it over to Meg.
We are joined by the trophy with the 2 MVPs from both Team UK and Team Rest of the World. And I'm sure you can hear the hustle and bustle in the background because everyone is buzzing after that. Sid, I'll start with you as the MVP of the winning team. How are you feeling? You played insane. Do you feel good after that one?
Yeah, no, I'm feeling really good. Our team chemistry was really good. Even with Lydia, with her, she was so sick. We couldn't hear her voice, but her comms were really good. And our team worked really good together. So I'm excited. I'm happy.
You always seem to be behind them. And I was saying there was one round pretty much near the end when Karagi was trying to win out that post plant where you just appeared through mid on upper and killed her from behind. Are you confident with that kind of lurking role that you kind of took on with the Omen?
I think I just really trusted my team because they were going in there, especially with the 3 duelists. And I took on like kind of the controller role. And I was yelling, I'm flanking, wait for me, wait for me, wait for me. And they did, and they listened so well. So I just had like a lot of trust in my team. I mean, they're amazing.
I suppose that's a little different from ranked teammates, right? Actually having people to listen to you.
Yeah, no, definitely.
Yeah, for sure. And Ella, of course, unbelievable performance. I mean, Lou in the sort of room couldn't believe how unbelievable your Phoenix plays were. Of course, though, we do have another 30, well, this year a 30 bomb.
I came here to get the 30 bomb. Last year I got 29. And I was like, I came here, all my friends were like, you're not gonna, there's 2 immortals on the enemy team, it's not happening. All my friends were like, it's not happening. Nah, I got it. 35!
35 kills.
Next year 40.
We'll see. I like and respect the confidence in it. But of course, you didn't win this one out, unfortunately. You're still not sad, though, because I think the individual performance was so insane. I do want to shout out Lexi Marie, though, as I feel like she was the support sage that you definitely needed.
She's like, IGL, what do I do, IGL? Like, I'm kind of the IGL, she's the vibes. You know what I mean? I love her so much. I was trying to teach her how to wall, and because none of my team play the game. So, like, other than Karagi, she's also amazing at the game. But I was trying to teach her how to wall. It went great.
Yeah, and a very, very close game. There was one moment where Lexi did actually heal your Phoenix ult. So she was so committed to that Sage role. Is there any sort of moments in that game for you that really stood out? Any rounds that your team really enjoyed particularly, or for you?
I mean, I think I had a blast in the clutches that I did, so I think I got like 3 pretty good like 1v3s or something like that, and I was like, damn, I'm buzzing. I'm just here.
Is it the Champions Vandal skin? Is that your favorite right now?
Yeah, so I never bought it, so I was like, today I'm gonna use it, and yeah.
Never miss out on those limited edition skins because you'll regret it. I am going to ask you, Sid, the finals are coming up between G2 Gozen and Falcons Vega. Do you have a winner that you would like to see take the trophy today?
I love G2 Gozen, but I'm a Falcons fan all the way through. I love Alexi, she's amazing. I love Madvi, I love all of them. Love G2 Gozen, but I think Falcons takes the win.
It would be nice to maybe see the reigning champions not take home that trophy and Falcons come into this and take that win. The reverse sort of sweep as well from Lowers. Have you managed to be in the Red Bull Gaming Sphere when Falcons are playing and hear Alexi scream?
No, I have not. Yeah.
You should stick around because it's quite something. It's quite an experience. And Ella, before we sort of head back to the casting desk or a break, who would you like to see win out this year's Red Bull Instalock?
G2, obviously. G2, I love G2. I'm a big Mimi fan, #1 Mimi fan. Mimi, if you're watching, I love you. Yeah, no, G2. Bring it home for EU. We failed. They gotta bring it home.
Amazing. Well, thank you so much, girls. We'll go and leave you to enjoy the sunshine. I hope you all enjoyed that show much at home, but we're going to head to a break whilst we get geared up and ready for the grand finals.
Hey, it's Mary.
Hey, it's Alexi
from Falcons Vega.
We're Mimi and Nilo from G2 Gozen.
And today we're gonna see how well we know each other.
Yeah. Question number 1. Who knows the most random facts? So I would say it's Odell because she always like an internet weeb, you know, like she knows the
every time we
ask her a question, she always knows.
I guess you, because you lived longer.
Because I'm older.
Yeah, that's the thing.
Who is most likely to start singing during a warm-up?
Oh, that's so me. Oh, you starting a lot of songs.
Just keep breathing, breathing.
Who would survive the longest in a zombie apocalypse?
Me. They're all gonna die before me.
Next question. Who is most likely to forget their mouse or keyboard before a tournament? You want to stay together? No!
Which teammate is most likely to sleep through an alarm?
Amy, again. She was like this morning.
I thought it was 9:30.
You ready?
3, 2, 1.
Madvi. We know each other too well, too well.
In 2024, Red Bull brought together the world's top Game Changers Valorant teams for a one-of-a-kind showdown.
Welcome to Red Bull Instalock. We are coming to you live from the Red Bull Gaming Sphere here in London.
With a duelist-only twist, teams had to adapt their rosters and approach to the new style of gameplay. Shopify Rebellion dominated their early matches, advancing to the final undefeated.
Shot is there from Fluorescent.
Carmine Corp's journey ended early as they struggled to keep the pace with the competition. GiantX started strong with a 2-1 win over G2 Gozen, but fell short against Shopify Rebellion.
There is absolutely no chance.
G2 Gozen with a surprise upset to lower bracket Redemption, pushed through after an early stumble.
The wall there does a lot of damage. Might just be able to clutch this one out and send them to the grand final.
And in the grand final against Shopify Rebellion, G2 Gozen turned up the heat.
G2 are in prime position to take it all home.
Dominating 3-1, they secured the Red Bull Instalock crown.
Red Bull Instalock time. Let's go, let's go.
As if that was not enough excitement for you guys, we have a grand finals coming up here at Red Bull Instalock. Welcome back, everybody. I'm your host, Yingsu. I'm joined by Meg here in the Red Bull Gaming Sphere live from London, England. I want to first of all apologize with tears. I didn't believe in Team UK.
Nor did I. And I did have
did you apologize with tears?
I did when they started in a very dominant fashion, and I questioned everything that I had done. But luckily, rest of the world, they did come back and they did win out the show match, because I did have a lot on the line predicting that they would win it and going against Team UK.
Yeah, I actually went one step worse. In front of Tenchi and Sid, I said, yeah, I'm pretty sure Team UK is only going to get 6 rounds. And I think that I might have been the reason that Tenchi decided to try and prove me wrong.
She showed up just to say,
yeah,
screw you, Yinsu.
As
Next
she should.
time, rethink what you say. But no, I honestly, I did underestimate them. I think that they really put up a good performance, and I was very much the same as you in sort of thinking and looking at it on paper. But this is the amazing thing that I guess we've seen throughout this whole weekend. Maybe this is a very predictable grand final and who we expected to see in it. However, the games have been so incredibly spicy with that 3 duelist format that I think they've been a lot closer than some of us anticipated.
And speaking of the format, we do have a little bit of a change this year when it comes to the grand finals. Those of you that watched last year will remember that the upper bracket team came in with a map win. So we started our best of 5 with a 1-0. But for this year, we are not doing that anymore. We're reverting back to, I guess, the bog standard VCT format of a grand final. It will be a best of 5, but the upper bracket team, as you guys can see here, will just get the double ban. I say just, but sometimes I think this is a bit of a trick, Meg. I think it's like a hidden trap, because a lot of the times the teams that don't get a ban actually do end up utilizing the veto quite well.
Yeah, I almost feel like it could kind of be not a jinx in a way, but you come into it expecting to be on that sort of upper foot and starting off stronger with having that map veto advantage. However, then the sort of team on the other hand, I think is quite geared up to come in and almost prove everybody wrong. And also the thing about that is they're still choosing the attacking side. And again, in a format like this, the attack side is definitely favored. So I do, well, maybe not for the first one, but there is still the possibility of them sort of seeing that through. And I'm pretty sure last year when it was different with the map advantage, Shopify Rebellion had the map advantage and G2 Gozen still won it out.
Yeah, G2 won all 3 maps that they actually played. So I think it can be a trickery, because some of these teams, they do have maps they don't want to play. We heard it from Aneri quite literally yesterday after the first game. We don't play Ascent. We're not going to want to play Ascent. I wonder if G2 were listening to that interview and wonder they would leave it open and maybe even instantly pick it.
I hope so. I do. I spoke to Minnie when I was over there. Don't ask me. Never will again. Thank you. Thank you so much for your pissy. But yeah, no, genuinely, he was saying that Fnatic had left Ascent open for so long as almost just like a, go on then, take us on. And I feel like maybe if Falcons are doing the same, it's kind of that reverse.
But they lost. Yeah.
But so did Fnatic.
Yeah, that's what I mean. They lost because it wasn't a trap.
Yeah, but like almost in the just leaving it open so that waiting for somebody to take them on. And I wonder if Falcons is going to be similar.
But they've been banning
then also win.
Yeah, they've been banning it. They just don't want to play it.
Maybe today's the day.
We will see. We will see. Actually, did they play it today? They did play it today. I'm eating my words. Yeah, they actually played. They ended up playing it in the first game. And we remember how that went. Yeah.
Yeah. But that's what I mean. Like, it could have just been like they've kind of done a Michael Doublé on G2 Gozen and made them feel like Ascent isn't something that they're super strong at, and it was the opposite to force them into picking it.
Mind games.
Yeah.
Now, we haven't seen G2 Gozen today. We did see them yesterday, and they are, of course, the defending champions. And this time around, they will be going into this grand final, Meg, from the upper bracket. They've only dropped a map.
I do believe that there is something like the upper bracket curse almost. You know, we saw it the opposite way around with G2 Gozen coming into it from the lower bracket last year. However, they have looked unstoppable. They have been putting up an insane performance, especially with Akita coming into the roster. I was talking to Lou about it in the show match, and just how I think that she's coming into this with that extra fire that G2 Gozen need to kind of really, really not just win it out for them and their new roster without Petra, but to show up for Akita as her first performance on LAN and come into this and be very, very dominant.
Yeah, and as the great band Cat's Eye would say, it would be very gnarly for them to come in, change a roster, change a player, have Akita, and then instantly win a trophy. But it would also be, you know, very G2 Gozen.
It would. It would be very on brand for them. And I think it's kind of potentially the fire that they need for the rest of the year going into future sort of tournaments to kind of come in and have this little win when they have just changed a roster in a very drastic way. You know, it's not like somebody that was with the team for sort of a year. It was Petra who's been with them from the very beginning, right? So it was a very, very big change. And I think that to win out this tournament with somebody who has come in literally 3 weeks ago, I think it was 3 weeks ago that she found out from today, and win out a trophy like this is definitely going to put them on that sort of upper step for the rest of the year.
Oh, 100%. As if they're not scary already, you know, for the other teams that have to play against them. And I think Mimi put out a tweet yesterday or today, I think it summed up a little bit of how it's going over at G2. Her saying here, getting warmed up together and it feels better and better, because we're going from a 2-1 to a 2-0. You know, they went from dropping a map to not dropping any maps, and it was super late at night as well. And they have the opportunity, which I think kind of embodies the spirit of Red Bull Instalock, which is not only get experience and reps with Akita, but LAN experience and LAN reps, because so often you see a lot of these teams, they will go to GCC or even a finals having never played on LAN, but where, I mean, Akita's getting plenty of chances and also playing against some of the best players in the world.
I was going to say, you know, Falcons was definitely mine and yours, Yinsu's sort of prediction to take home the trophy coming into this.
Wrong already.
Yeah, God bless, God bless.
Yeah.
But to 2-0 them in such a dominant fashion. Yes, the games were slightly close, but I think, you know, there were moments where we were like, G2 Gozen going to take this. They're going to take this 2-0. And I think the performances that Akita was putting up as well were just genuinely unbelievable. So I just think what a way to come into this. And yeah, to win out in such a fashion against Falcons of all people, you know, the front runners in our eyes coming into this, they're definitely going to come in today with a prep in their step. And I hope Akita has a great time as well.
I think she will. She was in really good spirits yesterday as well,
because it's a lot of pressure, right?
Like, yeah.
We've spoken about it a few times, like not just filling Petra's shoes, but again joining a team like G2 Gozen to then come in and instantly play a LAN. And she's so young, like it's scary stuff.
Instantly locking in a LAN. Sorry, I'm just, we have time.
We do.
Now, what I feel like we got to address, which I don't think we've spoken enough about yet this event, is if there's one player on G2 that won't feel the pressure, that knows what it's like to be here specifically, MVPing here specifically, playing Duelists specifically, is Vanya. And it almost feels like a crime to say that she's been just quietly getting on. It has not been quiet, but she has been just so consistent.
Yeah, well, to talk about their sort of matchup against Falcons Vega yesterday, she did sort of MVP that Icebox game with the Reyna. And I do think that she is just so consistent because of the roles that she's come in from. You know, coming in from a controller role into that duelist role. When you have the skills, that Turkish aim already, I think is only going to set her up for success. And to kind of come in from a role that's a bit slower, that maybe isn't the one that's going in and taking the fights, even though she did still on that controller role. I do think that allows her to be so consistent because she's a lot calmer. She's not super just let's run in, shoot. It's not Vanya go kill. It is, but in a more composed kind of thought out sense.
Clean up
crew.
Send in the clean up crew. Now, you said that she's got the skills. Does it pay the bills?
What do you mean by that?
Does her skills pay the bills?
I would say yes.
Yeah. I think her skills are good enough to pay my bills at this point. You know, I have some addictions with collecting cards. Well, that's a whole other thing we'll talk about. You know, hopefully we'll get time for that. One person I also want to address, just because I think has a very different philosophy and approach to his position and his role, is their new coach. Of course, with Petra departing, they also announced that Leader wasn't going to be a part of this team anymore. And Leader was someone that, you know, won a lot of titles with them in EMEA, took them to champs as well. But Drew, bless him. I love this tweet. You know, we're cooking when Drew is smiling like that. But he is always smiling like that. He's the anti-Alex, Pipson, Gaius, you know, he's just so happy when he's calling timeouts.
I do honestly think he might be the happiest coach I've ever met.
Yeah, right?
I love that though. He's so full of life and he's so full of beans that I'm just like, I feel like...
Wait, what beans? Like baked beans?
Like baked beans, yeah. He's full of baked beans. Love and life.
What's the law?
I know, it's just, I don't know. I've always said it. Just full of beans.
Okay,
do you know what I mean? It's not like literally.
I thought you meant like
beans.
you witnessed him down a pint of beans.
No, I don't know if this man likes beans or not, but it's a saying
Scottish,
that they're like full of energy, I guess, because beans give you energy. It was kind of my theory of it.
Yeah.
But that's what I'd want from a coach. You know, I think there are some we can talk about. Maybe Foot's coach as well,
Gaius,
shouting.
yeah.
That for me is not maybe how I would lock in. I'm very much there for the let's just have a good time. Let's vibe. I think there's very much the time that as a coach you're gonna have to step in and maybe have those difficult conversations. But at an amazing event like this, I don't think that's the place. So I'm glad that it's not just the players, it's also the coaches as well.
He's
fun.
doing it with a smile.
Yeah.
Doing it with a smile. Now, they will be going up against Falcons, of course. We saw them already earlier today. And this is a rematch that both teams wanted, which is always good to see. I know Camu was talking about how excited that she would be to have to go up against G2 again. There's a lot of, I guess, story there, history, maybe a little bit of revenge as well, but it is very much reciprocated. So first of all, my goats G2, that is so wholesome. And then we got G2's manager coming out just saying, you're scary, which I feel like if you're someone that makes G2s think that you're scary, that's the S tier compliment.
Well, if you saw her, well, you did. We all saw her performance against FlyQuest in both games, absolutely carrying on that Omen role. She just went above and beyond to do the absolute utmost on that controller role in the Duelist format by also killing absolutely everybody. And we saw this a bit yesterday on Split with her Astra. I just think she's so knowledgeable of how to not just IGL, right, but how to also do all of these amazing things. She's the IGL, or am I tripping?
I think Alexi. No? Am I tripping?
The way I've just had a moment where I was like, is she?
Am I tripping?
Yeah,
carry on.
Guys, you'll have to let us know in the chat. But either way, the fact that...
No, it's Mad V. It's Mad V. We're both tripping. Yeah, it's Mad V. It's Mad V.
Well, they all could be, because again, Camu is just so knowledgeable of the controller role, and she's so incredibly talented in what she does with kind of pulling back those Astra smokes to bait out those pushes. And again, you saw the amount of utility that she would use, not to just support herself, but her teammates. And then on top of that, to frag out the way that she did. I do think that she has been one of my MVPs for this whole tournament, because it's not just that game. It's been consistent on multiple different controller sort of agents as well.
There's something poetic for our MVP at a 3 Duelist event being a controller.
Vania last year.
Yeah, I think that is
although she did then go on the Duelist.
That is, because Camu hasn't played a single Duelist in this tournament yet.
No.
But she's putting up the same numbers, at least the Duelists are putting up. Now, we won't have Petra in a grand final, which I think is insane. However, Petra was watching. She was in Twitch chat. She was typing away, and she was giving us some shenanigans. Petra asking why is Petra not playing, which I think is hilarious.
It was a weird reaction seeing this picture, because I fully got goosebumps. I was like, this is just so not something I was ever expecting to read. Like, in my naive mind, I thought G2 Gozen would be Mimi and Petra till G2 Gozen was no longer.
Yeah.
You know, until we were all in the ground.
Wow, that's
yeah,
very
I did. I thought it was going to go the whole way, you know.
But also my gripe is, why is she not VIP'd in chat?
True.
What is that about?
Red Bull, get on it.
Yeah. Who do we
That's
need to talk to?
embarrassing. Yeah.
Do you know people?
I know people.
Okay, you get your people to talk to their people.
I will.
We have to make sure Petra is going to be
mission.
VIP. But I'm glad that she's still watching, you know, supporting, because I'm sure there's still means a lot to her. It's almost like you can take her out of G2, but you can't take the G2 out of her.
Yeah, and I do hope, obviously, wherever she goes next, I'm sure all of us will be there to support her and carry on. But there will always be sort of that team that kind of were the beginnings of, not the beginnings, but, you know, the beginnings of maybe her Valorant career.
Yeah.
I know what you're thinking
Yeah, no,
right
I am.
now.
Yeah,
I know what
carry
you're
on.
thinking
So
right now.
sorry. Yeah.
But yeah, that will always be a special place in her heart, is the family that was G2 Gozen that she was with for so long.
Yeah, this tournament has been crazy. We've literally had Sonda retire in this room.
How emotional was that?
I was so emotional.
Yeah.
I was trying to keep it together. And we've had, you know, FlyQuest come all the way here from Americas. We've had Mary come back to EMEA with a different team. I think the first time I've ever seen, you know, the best of SEA in London as well, competing, potentially taking a trophy. How big of a deal do you think it will be for the trophy to go to the girls on Falcons?
I think it would be great. I love to see sort of any and all regions thrive, other than the kind of two EMEA and NA sort of big guns. You know, I love it when it goes other regions' ways. I think it only helps the scene progress, and it helps sort of grow that region into even bigger and better than it already is. So I would personally love to see that. We spoke about it yesterday as well, how as much as I love G2 Gozen, and I just love to see it go in several different ways, you know, with them being the reigning champions from last year, already receiving a Red Bull Instalock trophy. I would love to see it go to another team and to another region.
Or G2 go not... No, I was just going to think of... I was thinking of
Trying to think of something punny.
It's not happening. I had lunch really recently, you know, when my food is settling, so I'm getting comfy. I'm getting comfy, which is the perfect time for a grand final. I think I know where you're coming from. You know, you want some variety when it comes to the teams that lift trophies, but my only caveat is it is not the same players. You know, Rescue is not here. Petra's not here. We got Nello. You're telling me you wouldn't like to see Nello lift a trophy?
I would. This is the thing. I am very, very happy with this grand final. As for me, I genuinely do not mind which way it goes. I think if we are really getting into the nitty gritty and deep in it and really thinking about it, that's when I would kind of then introduce that. It would be nice to see it go to another region and another team. But I think similarly for a lot of people in chat, both of these teams are so lovable and so talented and amazing that I think either way, everyone's going to be happy.
Yeah, and I think it's very poetic if Mary just comes, you know, leaves us, physically leaves us, and then comes back, but then leaves us, our region.
Yeah.
And then come back and then win.
Yeah.
That's just that's girl boss. That is the definition of girl boss.
It is. And I what a career that she's already had. And then to add that also onto sort of the CV of things that she's done from the very beginnings, from such a young age, would be incredibly iconic.
You know, she came up to me and said, looked me in the eyes.
Yesterday.
Yeah, and was like, "You've watched me grow up," and I'm like, "God damn, I feel old."
Yeah,
I feel so old.
But it is so beautiful, and I think that's the thing. You think about Valorant just having their 5-year anniversary. People who were there from the very, very beginnings, who we've all had the privilege of watching progress and grow in the industry and the scene. And now we're here, and it's like, you know, there are names that we saw 2-3 years ago at their very beginnings, and now we get to watch them absolutely pop off. I love it.
Yeah, and it will be a great day as well for SEA, because over at Pacific, I don't know if you guys were watching VCT, but Talon won, and then PaperX won. To me, Aneri has always given me Forsaken vibes, the way she plays, the way she talks, and you know, some of the best talent I think we have in this game is from Indonesia, and they're just crazy talented. So it will be a huge day, I think, for SEA to do that. At the same time, though, G2 Gozen qualified for Toronto this morning as well.
Did you see the Jorgamo Potter interaction?
I did. Oh my goodness.
Why is everything so emotional happening in Valorant like over the past 2 weeks, you know? Very, very cute and very humble. And there is a lot happening right now in the Valorant scene. And I do think that this could be a really, really good one for SEA to have to kind of add to the collection.
But then Bros and Gozen, you know, they both win. They both have a nice day.
True. Or is it that G2's had enough?
Yeah, but I think Gozen... Quote me on this. I think Gozen are better.
Oh, I don't even. Yeah, I would not even argue.
I would take Gozen over Brozen every day of the week.
I honestly and sorry, Fnatic, if you hear this, I did consider buying the G2 Classic just for G2 Gozen, no other reason.
Do you know how many people I've met that tell me that they're buying the Classic for Gozen?
Yeah.
Not Brozen.
No, I know. That's most people that I encounter genuinely say that. They're like, this is for Gozen, by the way.
Yeah.
So
I might do that.
amazing.
I don't have the Classic yet, but I
not
would
even
like,
EDG?
No, I do have the EDG.
Okay.
I had the Fnatic one from last year. You know, once is enough. They don't need me to have two of them.
Yeah.
EDG and Paper X.
Okay.
But I do like the jackets, the G2 jackets. Have you
They
seen
are
them?
cool. I always love like a varsity kind of bomber jacket. I think they're so fun. I love when merch is. I guess we could shout out maybe the best merch being FlyQuest with their pink jerseys. I do very much buy into a good merch drop.
And I do believe you can get the Fnatic Instalock stuff, right?
Only if you're at the watch party.
Oh,
Only if
shout out to the watch
exclusive.
party. I hope you guys are doing well and you're watching now. Yeah.
It's really, really amazing. And I hope we see some people wrapping it here, but they have a t-shirt and a long sleeve tee that is exclusive merch at the Fnatic HQ. So if you do want to cop it, I guess you're going to have to go all the way to Fnatic HQ.
Yeah, it looks comfy over there. I might swing by later.
I've already been.
Was it good? Was it fun?
It was buzzing. Can't wait to get back, to be honest.
Yeah, what was happening? Tell me. Was
Just
there
lots. There's like good vibes, people playing, some games, lots of pictures, some bevs, lots of Red Bull, of course.
I was waiting for that. I was like, you've
bev.
had me at Red Bull.
It was just really good vibes, buzzing. The sun is out as well. I feel like in the UK, the minute the sun's out, everyone's in a good mood, so you can't go wrong.
I want to know who was responsible for bringing the sun. It wasn't me. I came from Berlin.
It definitely wasn't me.
Yeah.
It definitely wasn't me. But whoever it was, shout out. Maybe it was the rest of the world team coming over.
Probably.
From sort of further away where the sun actually does shine.
Because someone said to me like, "Oh, you brought the sun over." I said, "But
Berlin,
bringing from Berlin? Are you sure about that?"
I'm pretty sure. I'd love to know a stat if there's actually less sun in Berlin than there is in the UK.
Oh, 100%.
There has to be.
Yeah, there was a whole month where I didn't see the sun.
There's only once I've been over and the sun's been out, and that was last time.
Ah, so it's you. It's you.
Maybe.
It's you. You're the issue.
The issue?
Yeah.
But I bought the sun.
Yeah, only one time. Yeah. You come so many times, you only brought the sun once.
It's not, but I'm not the one bringing it. Otherwise, it would be there all the time. But we need to figure out who carries the sunshine.
Yeah, and who brings it? Who do you think brings it?
I think it's a collective of the 4 Game Changers teams here.
Yeah, I mean, I think, I agree.
Yeah,
I agree.
Just the vibes of that.
I think Gozen did also come from Berlin, so it's not us. It's not us.
They were the reason for that cloudy patch last night. That was what they bought.
Oh, I see.
Yeah.
We've moved on to the weather now. This is my favorite chat. Now,
how's the weather?
I wish we were having this chat with Summer. That would be so appropriate. Yeah, I did crack a joke yesterday with her. I don't think she liked it very much. Yeah, I and she was like, I hear it a lot, and I felt really, really bad.
Right. That's like ginger jokes with me, I guess.
We've got 4 teams.
Okay.
If you could assign each of them to a weather, what would they be and why?
Like summer, spring,
season, not
winter, autumn.
Yeah.
Okay, this is tough.
I think there's an obvious answer here, but I'll see how you feel.
GiantX, only because they went out first, I'm going to give them winter. Christmas, though, happens in winter and other great celebrations, but I'm going to give them winter because it's just a bit... Ooh, chilly start. G2 Gozen for me are autumn.
Why?
It's my favorite season.
It's your favorite team then.
I would say Falcons are summer and FlyQuest are spring.
Why?
It just feels right. It just feels right to me. Like, that's how I would picture it. There's no specific reasoning. That's just how I see it.
No rhyme or reason to this?
Maybe because Falcons are my sunshine.
Oh my goodness.
Man.
You're going to have to say something nice about the other 2 teams. You've done G2 is your favorite.
And okay,
Falcons
well,
are your sunshine.
FlyQuest, I have to say, I genuinely think the most happy person at this whole event was Lace.
Oh, right.
She is just so smiley, so happy. And for me, the epitome of spring is like, oh my God, sunshine is finally here. Like, in the sense of you've just done the really tough winter with the dark days and the rain and whatever, and then you get a little glimpse of sun and you're like, springtime.
Yeah, but then
That's
GX
Lace.
can't just get Christmas.
No, but also my birthday. No, it's not.
I was trying to say your birthday was on
birthday's in
Christmas.
autumn. No. But like in the sense of the only, because I don't think any of them deserve winter. I do think it's a. Although, side note, jumpers. I love a jumper.
You wear that in the
hot
autumn.
Chocolate.
Yeah.
And I love a good winter coat. Like, tell me now.
All right.
There's nothing better than just chucking a winter coat on a very basic outfit and spicing it up, you know?
Yeah, well...
what about you?
I do have a really good answer, but we're going to park that because our teams are ready. And up first, it will be the team that we've seen already today. Back for revenge, perhaps. Here comes Falcons Vega.
Your first grand finalists, challengers to the throne, flying up from the lower bracket. Welcome to the stage, Team Falcons Vega. Ineri, Mary, Mad V, Alexi, and Camus.
Camus is there. Don't worry, don't worry. That because she's bringing the good vibes. She's bringing the frags as well. So I can't wait to see her on the server. I was saying this already, but we have seen them today. They could perhaps have a small advantage of, you know, being warmed up and also coming in with a really important win.
Yeah, you could also definitely talk about the fact that sometimes playing a best of 3 before going into then a best of 5 can be adding that factor of maybe a bit of tiredness, a bit of fatigue. But it was quite a quick 2-0. And also I think Falcons Vega are very much accustomed to sort of those longer days of playing Valorant. And I don't think it will affect them too much at all.
I almost think it's an advantage here. But it's not going to be easy for them because they are going up against the reigning Instalock champions. They are returned to here to reclaim their throne. Let's send it once again over to the stage and bring out G2 Gozen.
Back in the big smoke, your reigning Red Bull Instalock champions. Welcome to the stage, G2 Gozen, Nello, Akita, Mimi, Amy, and Vanya.
You guys know it. They are the reigning champions. They were here already last year, came from the lower bracket, one map down as well to go into the grand finals, won 3 in a row and became the first ever Red Bull Instalock champions. It is a different roster this time around, but something tells me, Meg, they look even stronger purely because this time they didn't even drop a match.
Yeah, I have to say I'm looking at Nello there as well because we did speak a little bit yesterday in the interview about how last time she was here, it was with Carmine Corp and she was knocked out straight away. So I think just the pure joy to have kind of had a bit of an easier ride and find their way to the grand finals with ease, really. They didn't seem to have to put up much of a fight to get there. I think they're just happy as Larry, mate.
Yeah, it's such a redemption arc for Nello, you know, one of the best players, I think probably the best player for such a long time until the G2 era, and then she kind of had a little bit of a drop in terms of results, come back again, having to go to different rosters, finally end up on G2, a team she's played against and lost against like a bajillion times, and now she might pick up her first trophy with the G2, which is very good for them going into the next split, you know, give them some confidence because we expected them to win in VCT already, but they just haven't.
They didn't have the best start to the year. I think a lot of people, especially off Game Changers champs in 2024, there's been a lot of changes, a lot of questioning as to decisions that have been made, and I think we haven't really seen that G2 Gozen that we're used to. But from the looks of this tournament so far, we are back in the G2 Gozen era.
They've done Falcons a bit of a favor. Falcons don't want to play Ascent. They will play Lotus. We're going to go Haven Fracture finally, and Icebox and then Pearl.
I do do really, really like this map pool. I'm not a big fan of watching Ascent and Split personally, so thank you, G2, for knocking those ones out. Lotus, I think, will be a really interesting start, as in terms of Red Bull Instalock, we've actually not seen G2 Gozen play that map yet. So I think there's going to be a lot left open for G2 Gozen to bring to the table for this one. Falcons, we saw them go up against GiantX in the beginning and win this one out. So I think maybe G2 Gozen have done their homework on that one.
I think everyone on this planet could have predicted that split ban, you know, G2 not wanting to go to split at all here, especially against Falcons. But what I'm extremely surprised about is they've already played each other on Icebox yesterday. And Icebox is so much later in this map pool. They want to basically play the 3 maps where they haven't played against each other at all. First, the Fracture we just haven't seen. No team in this tournament has wanted to play this Fracture. I know it was floated yesterday, but we didn't see it. So we're guaranteed Fracture no matter what happens. I hope it doesn't end there, but that's the one map I am most excited about today.
I think both teams will be grateful that Icebox isn't sort of sooner in that map pool choice, because that is the only map that goes and lost, and that was against FlyQuest Red yesterday, and Falcons also lost it against G2. So I do think that maybe it's just that they need to warm up into that one and have a little moment before they get there. If we get there, that even is, as obviously this could go 3-0. I do hope that this goes the whole way, as one of my favorite maps to sort of watch personally is Pearl, and I feel like we've not seen too much of it this tournament, that I selfishly would like to see these two go up against each other on Pearl.
I'm going to put my reputation on the line and say there is no way in hell this will be a 3-0 for either of these teams.
No.
I really don't think so. I think it's going to be very, very close. I think we could even get all 5, which would be very exciting. But let's start talking about this Lotus here. Falcons have instantly selected it. They've had plenty of opportunities to give us the 4 Duelist Cypher comp, but they haven't yet. This will be the last time they'll have the opportunity to do it in this tournament, Meg. I want to see it. Do you want to see it?
I really, really do. I don't think we're going to get it. Hopefully they went back and they listened to a few of the segments yesterday. And
do you reckon they listened to us?
We brought it up a few times, but I don't think so. I feel like they'll almost not pick into it to spite us.
I think they listen to us and then just giggle away. You know, they're like, oh, these idiots.
I feel like
Tweedledee and Tweedledum.
Move on.
Yeah.
Move on.
Yeah, we're living in the as FNS said on his stream yesterday. We're living in the past. But taking a look at this for Falcons, they're not gonna give us that comp. Boo. But on the side of G2 Gozen, what do you make of this?
Is this the first time we're seeing Fade be played?
In this tournament, I think we saw one on Ascent, but I could be wrong.
The thing is about the Fade is I don't know if they're my favorite initiator. Obviously, them being played by Amy does take that up.
It is the first Fade in this tournament. Sorry,
because for me personally, I don't think that Fade is potentially where you're going to find a lot of value as an initiator. I do think that there's a lot that they can do to just shut down that Fade utility, finding any information. So I think it'll be interesting to see how she really utilizes that to find value for her team to then take the sites and find the space.
Well, it's finally time to kick off this grand finals and send this over to your casters. I can't wait to get into this game and have fun, you two. One more time for Baza.
That's the one that we've gone with. Look, it's all good. There's a grand final up ahead, and what an absolute privilege it is to be involved for a second year running Billy. I mean, G2, 2024, your champions, now with a chance to defend that throne, but Falcons Vega have always posed that threat, and here it is. Grand final, it's a rematch.
I think this is the one that we expected, you know, the 2 teams that we kind of expected to be in this grand final of the Red Bull Instalock for this year. And I think as well, a grudge match, right? Of course, G2 Gozen already knocking Falcons Vega into that lower bracket. So yeah, no, I'm really looking forward to getting stuck into it.
Absolutely. Look, we have former teammates clashing against each other in the server. Mary trying to prove that she was the one that got away and not the player that G2 have been able to replace, as of course they have a new duelist with them for this competition, and I think in many ways it is poetic how we've seen things come together for them so far. But there is Valorant to be played, and Lotus is where we're going to head. G2 with a title to defend, Falcons Vega to turn things all around. They started from the lowers after that upper bracket final loss, but now with everything on the line, can they win where it counts?
And this is the thing, Hazza, Falcons Vega, they're looking to dethrone G2 Gozen, of course, our 2024 Instalock champions. coming into this one, Red Bull. Red Bull?
No?
I don't know where I was going with that one, but yeah, no, it's just going to be nice to see this rivalry coming up between the two teams.
Absolutely. And as the round starts slowly here, something to note, Falcons on the defense, they do have the raise. The difference in the Duelists here, lots of utility damage through those paint shells, potential showstopper later on into the rounds. And that's the kind of dump that you've got to be prepared for. It's a trap play, which they elect for on the pistol. As G2 are beginning very vigilantly, just looking for any kind of movement, but absolutely nothing given.
Yeah, super slow start into this one, but it's actually the position of Ineri and Mad V that the G2 girls will need to be cautious of when they start walking up here. And it is Ineri that's going to be able to take away that first pick. Lots of utility being traded back and forth, and G2 Gozen not really being able to capitalize on any sort of space so far. Hazard, they're looking to rework towards B side.
Yeah, Ineri was the contact piece there, and Falcons pull the pin to great results. 2 kills picked up, and now Body's in the right position to start challenging this B hit. It's coming in from G2 and falling flat immediately. Mary at the double, picking up where she left off last time against G2. It was a strong end to the series from her, but of course, we all know the result. Falcons this time getting the pistol to start.
And a flawless round from Falcons Vega there as well. Not dropping a single body, looking to start as they mean to go on. And it's Mary that actually picks up 2 kills. Of course, there's got to be that fire burning in your belly when you're going up against your former team. The team that, of course, she won that World Championship title with.
Back in 2022, the only chip that Mimi currently holds on to on the international stage. Back-to-back third-place finishes from that point onwards. And so G2, again, shuffling the deck before the next stage of play. First time they lose an opening stage in EMEA, as this one is just a low buy. In fact, G2 haven't spent a single penny on upgrading any of the weaponry. It's a C-site take which they make, and you know, sometimes with the 3 Duelists, you just have to respect this. So Falcons giving it up in its entirety. At the very least, a spike plant, but as time drags on, it gets more and more dangerous, Billy. And oh my lord, the classics. Never mind. G2 are in it to win it now with numbers and upgrades. Akita holding on to the Bulldog. She holds on to this round itself. Looking like an immediate equalizer from G2. Falcons failing to capitalize on any early momentum. Sparing heroics from Ineri, which are denied at the gate. Thrifty round in response. A perfect way to retaliate if you're G2.
And this is something that we've seen from a lot of the games so far this tournament, Hazza, is the rounds can be so flip-floppy, especially in those eco rounds. Falcons Vega always able to capitalize off the back of the rounds here. But coming into this one, Ineri is going to be able to pick up that Bucky. This is something that as well that we've seen throughout the tournament.
Yeah, look, forget the GC Sheriff as it's been dubbed. It's the Neon Bucky that we've seen a couple of times be a real issue. The shotguns for Falcons Vega in general. It was Camus with the Judge yesterday on Split, but with that removed. Looking at this round of Lotus, G2 immediately reaping the rewards of the previous round win. In terms of that Bucky that I highlighted, well, it's on C right now and already taken out by Vanya. So a little bit of space and G2 looking elsewhere.
And is this A site that they're starting to look towards, getting some of that A rubble control here. Akita just running in and looking to find some form of space.
It is just a player deposit, and the fact that we do see Alexi repossess the Bucky on C.
Here.
With a blast pack,
closed.
you know, if push comes to shove, maybe a chance to make things a little difficult for G2 getting the spike down, but right now Falcons not in the best of positions to be contending, and the utility backside's perfect for Akita. Full capitalization, things looked a little bit daunting there for a moment. But Falcons have been backhanded away from this C-hold, and Akita hunting for those final couple of players is denied, but the rest of G2 should be able to close out comfortably, and they will.
Another round on the board for G2, and it is Akita that is the star of the show in that round, being able to pick up those multi-frags. Of course, the most recent addition to G2 Gozen. Hasn't actually been competing in VCT Game Changers for that long, has her?
True. Quite a few rosters that she has represented. I think back to F9 Wonders, Cicada's crew. We saw her most recently with Zeron's Mint, of course, in their promotion campaign for the second time after failing to do so in Contenders 2024. But finally where she belongs, and on a top roster, looking to lead this charge back towards Sand. It's Mary early on to try and challenge. Falcons actually converging from both ends. The B main play has been halted here by an offensive smoke. Mimi laying down the law and G2 resetting again mid-round.
But this is great because that pressure coming out from Falcons is kind of forcing G2 Gozen to go and explore towards A, which of course is where Ineri is holding this sightline with the op this round. Unsure if the Dimensional Drift was able to clear her out. She is going to be smoked off and has to reposition.
Falcons right now, they just assume that the site is fully compromised as the spike makes its way in. Mimi confirms it. Who's this on the rope? Vanya just hanging around to see if she could maybe get one there before the retake is set in motion, as Falcons need this one desperately. G2 off the back of a pistol round loss now with a chance to really keep that momentum rolling forwards for them. First point of contact is Vanya, still loitering around in the lower position, and it's Nello, in fact, that's going to get dropped first. Quick double from G2, but Falcons have an equivalent exchange. G2 on the back foot now, playing from tree. Mimi with the ghost. Forced to peek out with that tap of the spike, and Amy's position not yet noted means that there's still a chance, and there certainly isn't time for Falcons. Oh, Alexi can't do a single thing. Amy has it caught. It's a clutch which keeps them going.
Really nice individual work from Amy there. Just being able to get in that position and have that post-plant situation where she's just able to capitalize and trade off of Mimi.
And it's a crazy decision to make in the middle of those fights going on as well. The wraparound to find that positioning, to not have been cleared by Falcons at the same time. Yeah. Even with the lesser buy, now they have the guns. I know that some of the FlyQuest staff in the venue were saying, oh, you know, the most difficult rounds to get past with Falcons are these ecos with the Sheriffs.
Definitely.
Let's see if that one stands up to what was promised. I have to say, Akita made it a little bit difficult. Can't quite land the overdrive. Odds skewed against Mary as Nello confirms yet another kill contract delivered.
But look at this flank coming in from Falcons.
Yeah, this one has caught G2 a little bit blindsided. Two players in sand, Seekers coming out, just thinning the herd. A full flashed Amy isn't a dead one. The support is there, but Camus still going against the grain, against the Gozen. Triple kill from Camus, but the round isn't yet done. Onto the shoulders of Mimi, capable in the clutch, the captain. With little HP left to her name, only one body shot from Madvi would suffice, but simply time is not on her side. It's a headshot from Madvi, and oh, she's got it. Falcons somehow, it's those Sheriffs again.
Thrifty. And that's something that you were mentioning just there, Hazza. You know, these Sheriffs, definitely something to be scared of, especially when they're in the hands of Falcons. That's a round that G2 Gozen are not going to be too happy with.
I mean, the rate of knots at which we have come into this grand final is ridiculous. G2 playing with a slower pace on a couple of these, defaulting, respecting the fact that there is a lot of utility that could drop outside of a lobby, and that's what you're about to see here as the barriers go up into what feels like one of the first full rifle rounds that we've seen since that retake on the same side of the map. The nade comes in a little bit late, so this early control will be with the attack.
This time though, G2 just so cautious of those two players that were playing in that pocket previously, but it's Alexi that's hidden away in tree, manages to pick up one.
And Eri is here to follow it up as well, and Eri gets a double, and that might just be the A-site hold in the bag. While all this is happening, Nello in the ult means that she's brought away from the action, fortunately enough for her. Amy has held on to the space, but hanging on to life itself, she'll finally have to let go. Spike sitting on the back of the French woman, but There's a double peek coming in. Can she hold on to it? First kill good. 7 bullets. Time to reposition, but Nello calls the bluff. She's waiting for Mary. Yet the opposite number will claim, and so Falcons have their equalizer.
10 HP. Difficult for Nello to be in that 1v2 towards the end there. And it's just that aggression on A site. I think Falcons doing so well to just dip out of that pocket and reposition round to stairs.
I have to say, it's been a very scrappy start
It really
to the
has.
Grand Finals, Billy, but that's exactly what you expect. I feel like, you know, Valorant, a game of 2 halves, it's always the second which counts for the most, and honestly, with both teams coming into this one feeling fresh, Falcons with a chance for a bit of an extended break after that lower final with the show match. They have reset. Mary emptying her pockets in defense of this B site as G2 don't have the best of guns. It's the Stinger leading the charge. Akita into Hobbit, but dropped very quickly. Showstopper back through the smoke, but searching in the dark finds nothing, and G2 look elsewhere.
From the shadows, going to be utilised over towards that A heaven, and Nello's good for 1, peeking out of stairs there.
And now the map has flipped. The cartographer has swapped around the sheets, and Mary, finding that one, has a really strong position. There's a player coming in the form of Camille, but Nello hasn't missed a shot so far with that Sheriff in hand.
Face your fear!
3-on-3 situation, and G2 finally looking to try and re-engage with noise cut, and Neri has to go searching, and upon collecting that information, it is a scary realization that G2 now have numbers. Mad V, another captain, asked for a clutch. Spike not yet within her view as G2 regroup to try and re-clear. Positioning changes up, but the result is the same. G2 have their answer, and yet again, it's the low buy that prevails.
And I think I've already highlighted it as well, but we see that happening so much in this tournament so far. And I wanted to highlight Nello there because I think that the amount of risk taking that she's able to have, which helps them put that round on the board, is just so nice. And of course, winning out that kill contract in the previous round as well, she's almost back up to having it back online again. I seen her tweet the other day that she wanted to have a good win rate in her ISO out.
She wanted to know what it was. She was asking Meg in the post-match interview, like, how many have I got? Because I don't think I've missed. Right now, G2 fighting for one of those ultimate orbs. Outside of C, a flashed Aneri is finally a dead one, but Vanya is 10 steps ahead of play, and unfortunately, in Instalock, that doesn't really mean anything because she's been shut down on the C site. But Nello, in the ISO ult, need I say more?
Yeah, we highlighted it coming into this round, and it is, of course, going to be used.
Stopping fire.
Falcons now forced to kind of re-clear that C space, but it's G2 again just completely slowing the pace down after that initial aggression, which is something that they do so well in this mid-round.
It's where they won a lot on Icebox when these two played, I think. Just a constant information battle, a war of attrition which Falcons are beginning to engage in. It's a flank setup, 2 players strong. Arriving at quite the pace, G2. The potential for them to get caught out by this again. It sits on Amy to receive the response from Falcons, and it's not the most glowing of reviews that you give. Alexi with a trade, and Mad V is right there in it. Dog coming out now for info. Over the head of Mimi on site, so she won't remain stunned. The Seekers are available and still in play. Falcons can choose to use it, but Mad V wants to go in dry instead, and with that, there's a crossfire set up. The guillotine pose to be dropped over the head of Alexi, and it is Akita, of course, that will cut the rope.
Get ready. And again, it's these rounds that are just so flip-floppy. Can never be too sure of whose way it's going to go. But coming into this one, Falcons are going to take just a breather, quick little timeout. Obviously, something that they want to change. And I think the big change that I'm noticing right now when we're looking at this buy is Alexi with that operator.
Absolutely. I think from the times that we've seen it before, when she was on the Jet in the split composition that they were playing, of course you have better tools to disengage there on the defender's side. Still, the blast pack's decent enough movement utility. But then when you look on the other side at the Neon, at the Yoru. Yeah, you know, God forbid Mimi TPing in with the paranoia, a little bit more freedom, I think, with a format such as this. There are plenty of threats that you have to be considering, and Falcons have made that realization throughout the tournament. We saw it, the changes in composition that they've made as we start to see some repeats coming in. But back on Lotus now, the question is, have they learnt their lesson?
We'll soon see, Haza. And again, we're starting to look at the ults here again that Falcons have available to them.
Yeah, strong options, I think. One of the reasons why G2 on the other side would have picked the Fade, I think, is because of the Nightfall. How valuable that could be. So definitely factors to consider coming into this, and G2 will be aware of it. Lexi's op not yet revealed. She's hearing a whole lot of steps on the other side. To just build on what I was saying about those timeouts, Mimi very complimentary of Drew being able to see a couple of steps ahead. His strong suit as a coach, the question is, are they ready for this one? I mean, she's out in the open and Alexi's looking to peek it, shoulder spotted, but nothing given.
And it is an abnormal smoke put down on C there.
The lurk smoke.
You have to, you know, question what's going on behind that smoke. But again, it's this pressure towards A that we see.
And it's the exact same that you say about that smoke is for the fast lane here as well. From Akita, just trying to sell some pressure. There are two G2 players on the A side of the map. One of them's going to get caught in the kill contract, but the other, Vanya, finding value. That's Aniri, knocked down on B. Mary winning out against the ISO for the first time in the mirror matchup with inside the ult, but G2 have the B control, and they can set up post now.
So that Sky ultimate is going to come into play, which allows Falcons to start coming in on that attack.
And it's the pressure from the backside that G2 have to be worried about. B main now compromised and looking for an outlet. Amy in towards Hobbit. One player here, it's Mary, a dead woman. And with that now, a 2 versus 3. A sticky situation, and it's all on Amy. She can't stand the task. Falcons do respond. It's a 4th from the timeout. Exactly what they needed.
And it's such a nice idea from G2, as you mentioned, Haza, you know, having that A pressure being created, but the rest of the team being able to go into B site, get that spike plant down. But Falcons are just completely aware of it off the back of that Sky ultimate. It's something that we mentioned throughout this tournament as well, is what agents are people choosing to go alongside that triple duelist? You know, how can we actually gather any sort of information? And I think the Sky and the Fade on both sides have proven to be really valuable on this map, at least so far.
Absolutely. Like we were saying, it's not just what duelists you bring, but what do you then prioritize where you don't have that obligation? And for what Lotus requires, it is a lot of clearing utility. So already the horn coming out from Amy, confirming there are players here, but that's where you need it. Oh, B! Akita flies in with the bucket. Great opening kill, but how much more can she find? G2 still not with the best of guns, so it's the overdrive that you're hoping that could be finding something. With that beam of light searching the darkness, it finds nothing. Still an op to fall back on though, so things do get better. G2 with numbers, here's the Bucky again. Nello finding another, and before our very eyes it looks like another thrifty round conversion. Amy looking for a little bit more, but that search gets cut short. Mary still good for it, but Akita won't stop going. Showing she is the one worthy to wear the G2 jersey, and in their colors now coming to her own. Madvi has to give this one up. There's no time left. That rifle is best saved. As yet again, the team with less money coming in is the one who has the better state of affairs.
I would love to get a tally count for how many thrifties we've had like throughout this whole weekend. It's absolutely ridiculous.
I feel like that's the story of the Instalock weekend. Thrifties and Swifties. It's all that we're going on about.
You're awful for that.
Oh. But while we do have a little bit of blank space in this buy phase, important to talk about the buy. Falcons now the ones pushed onto the pistols, but they do have ults, Billy.
They do that. It's just a question of whether or not they decide to use them. I mean, Showstopper and, of course, the Neon Overdrive could be utilized. And in saying that, they are going to be. It's a very heavy push down from C main, and they're just completely flipped the map yet again.
this aggro play, an explosive look towards C, the showstopper coming out the woodworks, everything but the kitchen sink thrown at G2, yet still they're able to fight this one off. In fact, that's the spike on Amy's back. They all want a little bit of this action in A lobby. And why wouldn't you? Amy finding a triple kill. She says, you know what? I'm not planting that spike at all. I want 3 kills instead.
Last round before the switch.
And it's further steps taken towards G2 maybe having some ults here in the last round because Falcons just used loads of them on an eco.
Flawless round from G2. Flawless attack round so far. Constantly creating question marks around the map, which is forcing Falcons to find desperation in these rounds, committing those ultimates on those ecos when they could have saved them for this round, but alas. Coming into this one, it's a very heavy push towards C main for G2 initially.
Yeah, G2 liking to take some of that early room. Oh, Vanya put under duress. Not sure if the stun quite evades her. The paint shell's in close proximity.
That flash is lovely though.
Brilliant use of the util to just keep Falcons honest, not allow them to pursue that player. G2 continuing this default, but with the advanced positioning of Mardvi, she should be hearing some of these steps. Ooh. I've seen this before. Does it clear it? Okay, sure. At times that Prowler just sort of bends around where the player is if they're close, and so information traded. Falcons should know this is an A piece.
But that's the thing, they are aware of this. They've already got 3 players towards this. Sight has it to help hold it down, and it is actually already going to be going in Falcons' way. Amy left all on her own, fighting whoever she can, and she does good to isolate the first fight. Low HP on a Neri, but it's going to be the shorty that's taken to Amy's face. A round on the board again for Falcons.
It's all about the read, and that's a great way to end the half for Falcons. We saw a few different looks from both sides. G2 playing a slow game. I think when they went for those quicker, more explosive takes, they were getting caught off guard at times, right? It's a little bit stop-start. And for Falcons, I like the idea, right? The macro to just take a step back. They were trying to force G2 into some uncomfortability in certain areas of the map, hoping they could execute into a stack. And that final round is a great demonstration of it. You see the replays here on the half. Yeah. The individuals are out to play, Billy. This is on to be a great one after the opening 12.
Honestly, I feel this in my bones being a 5-map series.
I said it to you at the start of the day. I have not casted a BO5 this year that hasn't gone 5 maps, so...
Well, that was with Cairo. You're with me now.
That's true. That's true. Production's loving it.
Jinxing them, but it's fine. Coming into this pistol round. Falcons just looking to contact all the way up into B, of course. Mary seeing what she can find on A, but is very quickly dropped down by Vanya.
Great confidence from G2, disrespecting the smoke, second phase of the round, initial utility gone. So they take the A space. In the meantime, though, as you mentioned, Falcons looking towards Waterfall, trying to set the post plant up from here. Only issue is there's no main presence, there's no second layer. So Mad V now making this lurk towards upper is something that we'll have to keep tabs on if they want to try and win out the round. Time is ticking low. G2 burning the wick at both ends. The defuse needs to get into motion, and those first couple of kills might just be the catalyst. Now taking that duel head on, and Neri with 2 kills back. The flank has been cut out. It is on both sides of the smoke that we look to this duel being around decider. Mimi trying to stick it out fully, has got half, can't take her off it, and Neri there, late round, but G2 will stand up and be counted in their numbers. It was a convincing retake after that first pick. Another pistol round on the board, but this time it is G2's.
And it's really nice from G2 playing that round, you know, sticking together as a 4 there to be able to isolate Mary over towards the A, and it just allows them to flood in. Of course, you see Falcons trying to use some form of initiative, trying to clear out Waterfall, planting for that CT spot, but it's actually those 2 double smokes that they're all sandwiched in between. It's a tough one.
Absolutely. And going out. As well, something to note, both defender sides have won their pistols. I don't remember how that second round went though for Falcons. G2 hoping they won't fall foul to more of the same. Those sheriffs have already made themselves known outside of the C site. Sand The turn of the door keeps those two defenders on B as well. G2 knowing that they must station bodies to account for multiple lanes. With the early ground taken by Falcons, they now look to try and walk it in. But to the judge they go. To the slaughter. A couple for Vanya. Mimi's involvement cut short, but work done as far as G2 are concerned. It's now the cleanup crew that just look to send it to a 9th.
Yeah, that judge doing wonders on C site. Mad V just really unlucky to walk right into it. But still, 2 fell from G2, so I think Falcons can be somewhat happy with that round at least. Being able to break into a little bit of G2's economy here.
Sure.
Meaning that they're having to buy up a couple of sheriffs. They've also still got that judge there. Nothing too much to write home about.
For G2, this could be a serious momentum builder. For Falcons, it feels like a necessity at this stage in the game when the defending champions from their defense on Lotus are starting to knock on the door of double digits. Early util out on A, but look at the position of the two G2 players from B. This time, it's Akita and Nello, the two French women that have walked up right behind them. Falcons boxed in, and so G2 pulled the trigger. The rifle of Akita, only good for 1. The paranoia follows it up, but it's slow in the reapproach.
There. And look at Nello here as well, just choosing to bide their time. Waiting to see if any of Falcons will come back, but in fact it is actually that A site that they're going to commit.
And it's Vanya's judge once again to be tested. First line, and it will not falter. Vanya at the double, and Amy for good measure gets one with the sheriff, but here's Mary. 17 points of health. We've already seen her have impact, but you're asking for a whole lot more in a round like this. Could make all the difference in terms of the round count. They need this to stay in Lotus right now. It feels their own map selection. It's Mimi on the other side, her former captain helping the cross. Nello with her, but a couple steps ahead. That's where Mary gets the punish. First kill picked up, and with the oh, it's gonna miss. That was the equalizer. The chance for a better HP and perhaps favourable terms to win the battle, but Mary's waiting for her chance to strike. And of course, Gozen go down at her hands.
Wow. Shocker. Honestly, I think as well, like, no, genuinely, like, wow. I think Mary is someone that we always harp on about, you know, her return to Game Changers last year. Now, of course, moving over to that Southeast Asia region. No longer in EMEA, of course, where she first began.
Yeah. First ever Game Changers champs MVP at only 17 years of age, but as she has grown, so have G2, apart in many ways, but now she looks to make them rue their mistake, perhaps. Nello, opening pick. It's an area that goes down this time. G2 not taking things lightly. Mary still active, but finally silenced. And for just a moment, G2 having the numbers. It's another player taken out, but what? Oh, Alexi winning that one onto Mimi is huge, and all advantage lost. In an instant, the spike will be recollected, and it's a retake for Vanya this time.
That timing there was just so rough for G2. The second you look away, Alexi's able to get you, and it really is just left on Vanya to be able to try and get this one out. She does have the dimensional drift available to her should she want to find out where these two players are sitting. Information gathered.
A little bit of everything on Vanya's utility belt, but now that position is known and there's no faking about it. Alexi holding it down. A triple kill from her to immediately springboard off the back of such an important round win. A 2v1 clutch posted by Mary, but Vanya can't amount to her efforts. So G2 now knocked onto an eco, and things will be kept close between the two.
Really nice synergy from Alexi and Camus, of course. Former teammates on SMG, Zipto last year as well at GCC. Just really nice. You can tell that these girls have been playing together for years in the way that they play. Coming into this one though, again, it's that early C aggression that Falcons look to take, and Mimi's actually going to get chipped down so much with that nade, Hazza.
Yeah, I'd be raging if I was her, man. Life of an Omen main. You think you teleported out of trouble, and then the next minute, there's another fight going on, and G2 want to be the instigators. They haven't accounted for Alexi, though. And so for the second round in a row, she could be looking to put up big numbers. Oh, Mimi drops in at just the right time. And so with her own smoke reverse engineered, it goes 4-on-4.
But look at how much space Inari's been able to get on that A site. MadV popping a flash here just to fake that there's still some presence towards C as Falcons look to direct their attention elsewhere. But in the meantime, G2, they're all over this. They're completely aware that we've left a gap open on air. We need to re-clear everything.
G2 have got black and red shirts all over the shop. They're ready to defend this A site with their lives. The weapons might not be the best, but on the angle, headshot height, Amy hoping for a little more. Akita doing it with only a ghost. Still 2v3. With 20 seconds or so, the spike goes in. It's a longer rotation for Vanya, but she has the ult if she chooses to use it. Oh, this is just damned. This is rigged from the start if you're Mimi. MadV in front of the smoke. Doesn't need to call anything here, just pull the trigger. And the IGL on the opposite side is relieved of her duties. Vanya, the last player left, Bucky in hand, and look, combined with the ult, there's a world where this could have been favourable for her to at least find a kill on the way back in, but with no teammates to support, nothing of the sort. Falcons make this a one-round game.
And you have to wonder how Mimi stayed alive for that length of time, being the very first player to, of course, take so much damage from that initial fight on C. Still left there in that 2v3.
And someone who's been around since the inception of our scene, from the originals to being signed with G2 Gozen, a real statement of intent from the organization to renew her contract for another 2 years.
Yeah, she's not going anywhere.
Absolutely not. And you'd be foolish to think otherwise. The question is now, how does she respond with Drew, this new partnership that has been built under interesting terms, I have to say, with a tournament such as this to make your debut, but they have to look for an answer now. And as you can see, working away, the rest deep in thought. By the time we got to the latter end of the day, you know, yesterday, it felt like the coaches were doing all the talking, the players were just getting a rest in, as we did go very late. But we have the potential to go even later. This is only the first map of the best of 5.
Thanks for reminding us.
Look, just doing my job.
I think the good thing is, as well, by the time we do get into the later maps, Hazza, is you're talking about the coaches, you know, being plunged in at the deep end by this being Drew's debut tournament with G2 Gozen, of course. But I think it's great because then you get to test the sort of creativity and the innovation coming out and what the coaching staff can actually help provide. Of course, the players can only do so much. They're making plans on the fly and trying to adapt.
Go. Straight into the thick of it, though. No rest for the Wicked. As soon as the timeout concludes, the barriers are going to drop on A, and it's a total brawl in the gun round. Akita, first line of defense, and she's not going to miss. Not up close, and not through a smoke either. It's a double entry to start. So A looks under wraps.
And that initial vulnerable coming out from Nello, allowing Akita to be able to take that A rubble space was so nice, but Falcons Vega looking to divert their attention towards B, and it's that Prowler that's just going to miss out on the timing of this.
But G2 still cognizant of the fact there could be players here, and those suspicions are confirmed as the util comes out the woodwork. Nello blinded from the angle, but Mimi just looking for a timing. The spike going in, this might be a double reveal. Oh, it was beautiful, but no! Doesn't get anything, and actually it's the rest of G2 that confirm it instead. Thankfully enough for Mimi, it was a well-supported site defense, but it all goes back to Akita and that play made at the start of the round, all the way from the coach slot.
And again, so flip-floppy at the end there, just when you think Falcons are getting away with it, being able to get that spike down. You see the spray trying to come through from the smoke. It's so dicey yet again from both sides.
It's a huge read to make in that situation as well, or an important area to fight for. And we have to be thinking about the calling between these two. Not just Mary coming back to face Mimi again, but Mad V, the IGL, who was here with Falcons before. Just one map taken in the 7 appearances they've had against each other. With that being yet another consistent factor, the call is C this time, but it's into Vanya's op they go at the second time of asking. She has the kill, but at the cost of the site.
Gotta go. Spike will go down, and it's actually the position here of Cameo that we need to be conscious of. Look at this triple flank coming in from G2 Gozen. Going to be able to TP out, but it's very quickly shut down from Akita. In the meantime, Vanya's been able to pick up one with the op, but it's actually Mad V that's doing wonders on the site.
Let the gun do the talking. Mary partnered up inside the smoke. It's the Mena duo. The flag bearers for the Falcons side. And with the ult confirming Mimi's position, it's Mad V at the very least that should be the safe pair of hands that ends it. Mary's got her covered. It's a thrifty round conversion, a costly one for G2.
And it is that dynamic duo of Mad V and Mary left at the end there. The two players that were formerly in VCT EMEA. Of course, moving regions like you mentioned, Haza. And I find it so sweet that Mary came back knowing that Mad V wanted to play with her. You know, they joined up on this team, Falcons Vega. There was questions whether Mary would come back to G2, but no, it was in fact Falcons because she wanted to play with Mad V, which I think is just so nice.
Allegiance lying elsewhere. But they're sticking it to G2 right now. Not let off the hook all too easy. The previous round win doesn't feel like all too much as they're put on an eco of their own. It's the C site. In again, Vanya forced to just give this one up and play retake, but we have a heavy flank coming in from the defenders, one which Alexi is acutely aware of. The paint shell's coming out. It's well supported, and Nikita blinded, betrayed by her own captain's flash. So Falcons now seemingly set up for success. It's one back in the conversation, but small talk as far as Falcons are concerned. Camus claiming yet another. How many more for Mimi? Not enough is your answer. 10 all. The first map of the grand final delivering.
And again, you see the ideas coming out from G2 deciding to go for that flank. But of course, the little error of Akita being fully Omen paranoid before being able to take that peek. I don't know if it's a little communication issue that potentially just happened, swinging in before that was allowed to land. And it does call for a pause here.
Sure, I was just about to add on. That's exactly what this tournament is for, though. Building up the comms, the teething issues, the kind of things that you don't want in the group stage. As we know, VCT EMEA has changed since Falcons last played in it the previous year. It's now one big group, so you play everyone in the group rather than, you know, those smaller groups of 5 that we had in previous years gone by. But looking to the future here as well, and in terms of what G2 want to do, their second timeout called already in this opening map as we sit at 10 rounds apiece. What do you think it is that they should be aiming for here, really, Billy, when you look at how Falcons have played the last couple of rounds?
I think Falcons have been able to get away with those direct hits, right? We saw G2 on their attack approaching it so differently, showing initial aggression, pausing, then figuring out what they want to do in the mid-round. Whereas with Falcons, the confidence is just sky high with these players. Of course it would be, when you consider that they've just come from VCT Southeast Asia Game Changers and being able to win that Split 1 title, only dropping one map the whole time.
Yeah.
Of course they're coming into this tournament confident.
With the gap closed that you have and how fast, free-flowing, reactive rounds can be, G2 seem tempered as B main is where it starts to go down. Great damage onto Alexi. Only 37 points of health, but she won't care with an op in hand.
I'm out of here.
It doesn't take much to find a kill, but Mimi investing utility, dropping back, and look at the response from G2. They are quickly in position for an A defense. an empty one. There is no threat there, and with Vanya TPing out of C, not seeing a player there, at least I don't think so, the rotation hasn't been called. G2 still think it's A.
I've got your trail. And this from the shadows could be everything. Vanya does decide to cancel. I mean, Camu could have easily stuck that, obviously unaware that Vanya had the op there, but Haza, look how quickly this is coming in now.
Look, we've seen Vanya play that position many times before. You ain't Omen ulting behind her. That's what she does to you. And so with it going post-plant 5v5, the only ult in play is Amy's, the Nightfall. Could be huge for the retake and already set in motion. 3 players caught inside and the Terror trails, tie them down. Forward goes Akita, but forward she falls into the ground as G2 respond. Killcrack contract online. Who does it take? It's Alexi with the op. And so MadV is left out in no man's land with only a single point of help. Alexi, what? Defuse coming in, MadV! Oh my lord, how have Falcons won that? Get out of here!
I can't. I actually can't. They had no right winning that Haza. The fact that MadV is doing God's work on that site whilst Alexi is taken into that kill contract. You see Alexi memeing on Nello.
1 HP! MadV had 1 HP. Of the 2 targets you could have found, you pick up MadV, she goes back to full health in the ult, and then gets dropped somewhere on site. But no, it's Alexi popping up. I don't know. The plant wasn't that open, but it was still for sand.
It's disgusting, mate. Jeezy peeps.
Jeezy peeps indeed. And G2 barely given a moment's notice to reset out of such a chaotic round. Falcons poised to go up to 12. Map point on their own pick. With a Nightfall invested to the retake as well. Both timeouts already used.
And look at this pace change from Falcons. They're just playing so cautiously now. Waiting for any sort of initial aggression coming out from G2. Recognizing the light buy.
It is opportunely timed, as you can see on the map. Akita just spotting out C. Little extra support for Vanya. She's going to get left over there solo. And so to A, we look again. There is no main presence. Not from Falcons, at least. You've got Amy posted up on B. So any kind of a late movement would be laboured, but with Akita taken down in the stairwell, Falcons now feeling with numbers on their side. This is the play they want to go for. They are going to hit the B site, and G2 are well prepared for this. The showstopper going off without a hitch, but Amy's only got the Sheriff, and so it doesn't quite live up to the expectation. These pistols just trying to stave off anything from Falcons, but with Hobbit control under the green banner, it's the Op and Vandal, the upgraded weapons, that make all of the difference.
Tough one for Vanya to be able to get back into. With only a Sheriff in hand.
And it's a tough pill to swallow for G2 because you just stick the pencil in the tape, give it a rewind. Most of the viewers at home won't even know what a tape is, but you get the point, right? You've barely had a moment to digest what has just happened.
I mean, yeah, like how are you supposed to recover from the round prior to then have to light buy into this one? I mean, G2 need an answer from them here. They were leading this. Falcons just being able to bring it back these past few rounds, Haza, and looking to come away with their map pick going into this best of 5 grand finals.
As we were staging it, I think a lot of these rounds coming back to MadV as well. Not just the calling, but the numbers she's been able to put up on a role, which is best suited to her now, but formerly a duelist player, we know, likes to call those kinds of plays that enable the individuals that they have. Every single player on the Falcons side with an attendance at a GCC. That's the end goal, but for now, this round, the one which Falcons could be doing with to take themselves to a map win, but G2 won't let it go easy. Vanya has already begun affairs with an opener.
Scout destroyed.
Look at how split up G2 are. You just have that 2 over towards B, and of course, this 3 kind of towards A site. I mean, that spam is just...
Yeah.
Hoping to get something, and it does do a bit of damage, but it's very quickly healed up with that Sky utility.
It was MadV taking the orb. Mary gets all the damage, and MadV's like, I am so sorry. Here's a heal. So at the very least, Falcons getting the HP back, but no shields on Mary. Does still have, or no, doesn't have the double tap available, sorry. So yeah, those first couple of dominoes dropping over and setting the round in motion. Vanya looking outside of A. Early dimensional drift used. One less thing to think about in this post plant if you're Falcons. Getting closer and closer to the finish line now, as Aneri wants to sprint over the line. She looks for the fight in towards spawn. Nello, quick trade, but Camu is there, putting her foot down, looking for more. Does she clear the left corner? Mimi is just waiting for the peak, but it's Camu, and Soul down the river is Akita. Mimi can't stand up to the task. Falcons all of a sudden have numbers, and in post-plant, that's a problem. Winning from this situation multiple times already, and with no smoke, no way to cloak the positions that they currently sit in, they might just be screwed. Peeking around the corner, it's Camu again, looking for the quad to end it all out, and she does! 13-10, Falcons land the first blow of this grand final.
Not looking to drop Lotus whatsoever throughout this tournament so far, and of course, we hadn't seen G2 play it yet in Red Bull Instalock, and it's obviously not the way that they want to be starting this grand final, given that they're coming into this one with that double map veto advantage. I mean, of course, Falcons decided to take us here, but yeah, I mean, it's a tough pill to swallow given that Falcons were able to get into that. It looked as though it was going G2's way, and then that crazy round happened.
Which one are you even talking about, Billy? I'm like, 23 honestly, crazy rounds.
I think that round with Alexi jumping around in the kill contract with the
2v1,
yeah, is going to be stuck in my mind for a long time now.
Oh, the 2v2.
I mean,
I don't know. It was all quick. As you can see on the replays here, fast-paced. That's how we like it in London Tan. We got, I've not got the accent. We got more Valorant for you all coming up, of course, but looking at the veto here, I think it's important to note as well that we were hoping for a strong start on Falcons' behalf, because the maps at the front end do look a little bit better for them. As it drags on, that's where you start to favor G2, favor some of that experience as well, I think, is a conversation that we have to have with the average player age here as well for both teams. But something else with it just being Lotus, going into Haven, the other 3-site map that we have, and then Fracture. I think the IGLs make all the difference. We've already spoken a little bit about how MadV wants to try and get a read of what Mimi is setting up and vice versa. I think she had her red by the end of that game.
I have to agree, and I think Haven for me is an exciting one for us to be jumping into next, because of course MadV and Mary are usually the two causing havoc on that double duelist whenever they have played it in VCT Game Changers. So I'm looking forward to that and seeing if that does affect how her IGLing works. You know, this is something that is comfortable for them, and of course this isn't something that we've seen them play in this tournament yet, Haven, so I can't wait to get stuck into it.
Yeah, a lot of unknowns, as it always is here at Red Bull Instalock. The score for your first map of Lotus, 10-13 as it would read from left to right. It was Falcons' pick. They are your winners to kick things off, and it's the kind of start that you would want, especially coming up from the lower bracket as well, with an earlier start to the day after the upper bracket final yesterday, losing in straight sets. Great way to build up some early momentum. Akita was at the races as much as Mary. I can't wait to keep seeing more and more of this head-to-head.
Yeah, I have to agree. I love seeing these two players come up against one another. And again, like, you know, having that international rivalry, Falcons coming back from EMEA and going into Southeast Asia. Now, yeah, coming back to face off against G2 it's such a nice, yeah, head-to-head that we get to see. I think especially given, you know, the times that we got to see them go against each other last year was always that grand final of stage 1, that grand final of stage 2, and now we get to see them at a grand final of Red Bull Instalock, the first time that they're facing off, of course, since Falcons Vega decided to go over to another region. So I think that we have so much more to look forward to in this grand final.
So much more to look forward to, and so little time almost to cover it all. But to sort of add on to what you were saying there to close up before we go any further, I think, yeah, you have multiple generations of Game Changers history in EMEA and beyond building here, right? Akita, first tournament now before that main event when she'll make her debut with G2, yeah. Finding herself in a very similar position to where Mary would have a couple of years ago. But before we head back down memory lane, there's of course plenty more Valorant to be played. Don't go anywhere. We'll return with the second map of the grand final after this.
Hey, it's Mary.
Hey, it's Alexi
From Falcons Vega.
We're Mimi and Nilo from G2 Gozen.
And today we're gonna see how well we know each other.
Yeah. Question number 1. Who knows the most random facts? So I would say it's Odell because she always like an internet weeb, you know, like she always
she knows the
every time you
weirdest.
ask her a question, she always know.
I guess you, because you lived
Well,
longer.
because I'm older.
Yeah, that's the thing.
Who is most likely to start singing during a warm-up?
Oh, that's so me. Oh, you starting a lot of songs.
Just keep breathing,
Who would survive the longest in a zombie apocalypse?
Me. They're all gonna die before me.
Next question. Who is most likely to forget their mouse or keyboard before a tournament? You want to
It's
stay together?
you.
No! No!
Which teammate is most likely to sleep through an alarm?
Amy, again. She was like this morning.
I thought it was 9:30.
You ready?
3, 2, 1.
Mad V. We know each other too well. Too well.
And with our first map of the grand final in the books, it's only the second time in Madvi and Mary's history together combined on Falcons that they've been able to pinch one off of G2 Gozen. They're going to need a couple more if they want to take this one home, but with the veto advantage, which doesn't feel like much of an advantage, I have to say it's a strong start.
I don't know, Haza. I think I've seen this story before at last year's Red Bull Instalock. I think I've seen it before. You know, lower bracket team coming up into the grand finals, deciding to win the whole thing. I think G2 Gozen doing that last year, the fact that it could happen to them this year, absolute cinema.
You know what? That is true. That is true. My memory almost fails me because in my mind it's like, oh, well, G2 swept the grand final, so, you know, they must have come through uppers. But no, they didn't. It was Shopify Rebellion, as you say. And with the North American Rebellion shut down, the hometown favourites gone, it is between Falcons and G2 Gozen now on Haven. That's where we head next. Another 3-site map. My 2 favourite maps in the pool, I think, to kick things off.
Oh, really?
I don't know. Yeah.
Feeling blessed today, then?
No, I'm feeling absolutely blessed. And with some of those rounds as well, what do you say right now if you're in the G2 camp? Trying to reset after that one and coming into this, which could be so important in the direction of this series. You alluded to a potential sweep to hold on to their home ground.
I think the thing that we're seeing from G2 Gozen at the moment is they're giving Falcons Vega too much respect, right? And I think when you're running that triple duelist composition, you just need to go in all guns blazing. I think that there's clearly a lot of thought process happening in their approach, right, in both attack and defense. But I just think, yeah, you need to be able to just completely disrespect whatever setup Falcons Vega have. I mean, these girls have been playing together for so long. When we consider Amy, Mimi, Vanya, you know, they've been playing together the past year. Of course, they have the addition of Nello and Akita coming into this year. And I think as well, like, this is a really great testing ground for Akita to settle into the team. Of course, Nello played in stage 1 with them. But yeah, I just think get the confidence up and start disrespecting Falcons Vega. You know, there's too much going on here.
No, I completely agree. Playing their own game is really important, and someone who was on their A game in map number 1 was Alexi. The Raze pick, I think, was really cool to see, because that's not something that G2 opted for, right? They went for the Neon as well. We saw the Euro too, but no, I mean, yeah, the Raze util damage, I wouldn't say was like a crazy big thing, but just, yeah, the double satchels, the showstopper at times, it makes life difficult.
Yeah, it definitely does. I think that you can have a lot of explosiveness with someone like Raze, and it is obviously someone that is picked quite frequently on Lotus, of course, so there's kind of no surprises seeing a team deciding to pick that up. But of course, playing the operator is a little bit interesting, which is something that we saw Alexi do quite frequently on the Raze, which, yeah, is a little bit unusual. And I think there was definitely that one round that comes to mind where that nade actually did do quite a lot of damage to Mimi on that peak out on C. So yeah, I mean, not necessarily needing to do so much damage, but just the amount of space that she's able to take on that agent was really nice to watch.
And comfortability as well, right? Even just picking the op, maybe if the shoe doesn't fit, like, because we usually see her on the jet, and I think comfort is a word that we throw around a lot in GC. We've seen a lot of crazy compositions played before, but if it works, it works. And I think sometimes you do just have to play to your strengths. And so coming into Haven, again, I'll spin this back to G2 and what their strengths are with this map, with the players that they have. We saw Akita on the Yoru last time, but we've seen quite a lot of Vanya Yoru since. Do you think we can expect a change in who's picking up the mantle here or not?
I think it's difficult to say, because of course Akita is coming in as the primary duelist, so you would want her to be playing on maybe not necessarily what you would play in VCT EMEA game changers, but you know, like we mentioned, that comfortability again. You want Akita to feel comfortable. She's the new addition coming into this team, and I think for Vanya, like, yes, her Neon wasn't amazing when they played Haven against FlyQuest Red, but I mean, I feel as though that could have just been an off game for Vanya, which rarely happens, you know?
And the same for Akita, because I remember she was sort of hot and cold in spells. We had the really high highs at the start and some slightly lower moments coming into the second map of Icebox when they were playing FlyQuest. But it does feel like since then she's found her feet and been a little bit more consistent, because that's something else that you've got to think about. With it being a best of 5, it's a long day. You kind of felt some kind of semblance of that in the lower game as well, I think, where we had Sonder on the Reyna out the gate like really early. It was Sondering time from minute 1.
I love that.
But then,
don't make me sad again.
I'm sorry. I'm sorry.
No, but I like that you raised that, because of course Akita, in like mentioning endurance, right? This is a player that has only played in a couple of best of 5s, realistically. True. This will be her first best of 5 in that LAN environment too.
But that's what the experience is for, and something which I think from her time on Xerath's Min was invaluable. I've heard Lou give multiple interviews before and say, look, when we get the opportunity to bring these girls out to those events, whether it's, you know, in France, in Paris, or in Belgium, or anything like that, they go, even if they have to play a second official in the day, a qualifier or something like that. I think that we had with the situation when they were playing DVM Miss, I can't remember exactly, but yeah, it's just so invaluable, and something she's always harping on about is bringing that next generation of French talent to the stage, and now seeing her here excelling in this environment against some of Game Changer's household names, it is a sight to behold. But things have to get better for G2 on Haven. That title defense could very well come down to map number 3 of Fracture if they don't start steering the ship in the right direction.
And I think as well, like, I like that we have this discussion of Akita, because then when you look on the other side as well, you could consider Mad V having a kind of similar story, right? Having to battle through contenders whilst being on Falcons Vega, right? And only really being a mainstay in the main event in 2024, right? They got relegated in 2023 from that main event. So she's also kind of faced adversity in the way that Akita has worked up to this main event now.
Honestly though, contenders buff. I don't know how many people know about the contenders buff. Maybe it's not been scribed before, but I have to say, to now put it in writing,
there's so many hidden gems in contenders.
Exactly.
Genuinely.
And even the teams that go down, like KC, for example, when they went down and then came back up and all of a sudden found out, oh, wait, we can be a playoffs team, whether you rebuild the roster or not. Some of the players there just feeling like they had to prove themselves, I suppose, because, yeah, GC main event at the best of times, it can get a little bit messy. I feel like you lose a couple of series and there's no real chance to get off the horse. You're straight back in the saddle, do you know what I mean?
Yeah, and of course this is us speaking from Game Changers EMEA experience,
exactly.
right? Yeah, so like, yeah, I just love the contender scene, and I'm sure it's the same across in other regions as well. Just so many hidden gems waiting to make that sort of Tier 1 Game Changers debut. So yeah.
It's also a learning experience for Falcons, because you have to remember, coming into this event, they hadn't dropped a map so far this calendar year. It had been clean.
They dropped one map.
Oh, sorry,
Just
they hadn't
one
dropped
map.
a series,
Yeah,
is what I
yeah,
meant
yeah.
coming in. They had dropped a single map, that in the grand final, of
yeah.
course. But then you look at like the build-up that they had up until that point in time, as we do have agent select here. There have been changes across the board. Vanya does retain the Yoru, which we've seen her head towards, and Akita's back on the Jet.
Yeah, interesting to see, actually. It is going to be Mary and Mad V that I kind of alluded to previously, potentially being on that double duelist, but it's actually a Reyna that we see picked up from Mad V. She's usually on the Yoru on this map, so that's going to be interesting to see. And it's not something that we've never seen from Mary and Mad V before. Of course, this is two duelists that they've played on Icebox way back in Stage 2 of Game Changers EMEA last year. So yeah, I think looking at this one, it's interesting to see that both teams have decided to opt for that Sova and that Omen to accompany these triple duelists.
And one of the biggest changes for me as well is the fact that Nello has moved off the Cypher when she was saying yesterday about how much extra security it offers in terms of, oh, it's actually easier against triple duelists, because if there isn't that extra utility, you're going to struggle, especially those shock darts. Maybe a little bit of prep, because Alexi has picked that one up on the other side. Amy as well. Heading into the second map of Haven, it's G2 Gozen's home ground under the soil of South London. An opportunity for them to equalize this series, and make the right steps towards defending their crown at Red Bull Instalock. Onto the C site early, Falcons from the attack, not waiting a single moment to get this one underway. They feel momentum at their backs, the wind in their wings. Falcons finding 4 players on site and leaving Amy to do it all solo.
Spike planted.
And it's a big ask. Coming in here in a 1v4 for Amy. Look at this double stack up as well on logs. I mean, Falcons, they're all over it in that post-plant. Prime position to be able to stop Amy from being able to get back in there whatsoever. And again, it's this direct, aggressive approach that we can expect from Falcons Vega on their attack. That's why I said, Hazza, going into this, I want to see G2 disrespecting that a little bit, you know? And I think perhaps Nello playing that ISO, as you highlighted, could be a good indication of that. I want to see what space she's able to gather on this defense and whatever information she's able to find out.
Yeah, for sure. I mean, we've seen her a few times when she was even on the Cypher, like to walk down C long, take more aggressive positioning if Garage was removed, for example. And on the attack, still committing to being the one that's going for those lurks, even when you have more supportive utility, such as the undercut. With no upfront investment from G2 on the second round.
Look what they're walking into, though.
Falcons could find themselves in the beehive, walking straight into the stack. And with Amy stunned backside, it's only the first of the players spotted. Still, Falcons don't have too much of an idea. The reaction has been made towards the sewers. Vanya, the first of those players to show up, but there's plenty more where that came from. Akita, just the one. And so with that, we are brought right back down to earth, but I don't know, Mimi's still behind. V seems to have the right idea, though. Oh, Mimi still winning the duel, but yeah, that's a costly one for Falcons.
It definitely is, and you look at the utility that's committed into that short space, but not capitalized off the back of it, right? Falcons, they use a paranoia to clear that out, and G2 Gozen players able to just slip into sewers there, which allows them to get back onto site and be able to pick some of Falcons up. Means coming into this one, they've had to buy up a couple of sheriffs, and an outlaw is going to be considered by Mary.
It's the first attacker-sided pistol round that we had seen so far in the series, but Falcons building on that now, coming into the bonus. Ooh, it's an early Angel that goes off screen. But the focus right now has to be this pack of 3 players walking up in Garage. It's Vanya on the other side with only a Vandal spraying into the pack. A target-rich environment, she's just going to go down. And so Falcons now a player to the good and with the C site open.
Yeah, the C site's completely free for them to take here, Haza, and it's going to be a long flank coming in from Mimi as well, just clearing out any space for potential lurks.
That's the question. Is she going to even elect for it? I think you just want to clear Garage from both ends at this point in time and make sure that the rest of G2 Gozen are supported. Mimi does have the paranoia to come in, but there's an equal response from Falcons, push and pull, and as it stands in this 3-on-3, well, you wouldn't really favor them from this position. Dashing across, Akita gets no info, Mary gets them all. Camus to close, and that's a big bonus round win for Falcons.
And it's Mary in a position that you're just not expecting her to be in there on that C site. And again, it's not just the supportive utility from Camus that the desk were highlighting at the very start of the day, but already gone 5-0 in this one in the first 3 rounds, Haza. A real standout player of Red Bull Instalock 2025, for me at least.
This is going pretty well.
I agree with what ISO just said. It is going pretty well for Falcons. Can it get any better? They're up against pistols here, but as we know, there is really no gold standard. Doesn't matter how much money you bring, always a chance. And as G2 have begun to backfill this space and have players on site, Falcons start to think better of it.
And Nello's waiting for that Sova Dart to come in, expecting an aggressive push, as Falcons have done so many rounds before. But look at this walk around.
Yeah.
Opting to clear their own spawn. It's just a question of whether or not they realize that Vanya could be pushed up in window. And look at this.
Yeah.
Potentially some support coming in from Akita too.
Oh, it's a huge timing to take. Vanya knew that at some point in the round, with all of the info cold, she needed to make the move and find out what exactly is going on. And G2 now have an idea. The stack set up on A this time. The anchor removed as Mimi is gone from the default spot, and Mary the one again to do it to her. Nello with the first sheriff shot. There are so many G2 players here. This could get scary. Falcons need a safe pair of hands, and it comes in the form of Camus. Rifle, pistol, matters not. Falcons on spot and ready for this 4th round.
It's a big ask from Akita to be able to pick up anything here, and just going to be completely shut down. I think as well, you have to start questioning, when does the timeout come in for G2 here?
It's so funny too. Falcons used 1 timeout. You saw the value from it. The confidence increased. Not to make any assumptions, but in some ways you feel like it was probably just a motivator. Like, guys, you know, remember, you can shoot. Trust your read, trust the calls. Because one thing I will attribute to G2 is they've always been really good at that micro. And when you have a pre-existing core of over a year, then absolutely it's something to be thinking about, these finer details. And Nello opening up the round is absolutely huge, as there are guns in play for both sides. To the mid-duel, Vanya fighting, Madvi winning 2 headshots in 2 seconds or less. And it's onto a 3-on-3, and that's where the defense finds itself stretched thin again on Haven.
Look at Akita, still all the way on that A site, and a retake with an operator here is going to be a tough challenge should it get to that point. Spike yet to go down.
It's actually just a tap from Mary. She is the Spike carrier, but the furthest player forwards, finally dropping back. Mimi's paranoia comes in. It's earlier this time. G2 straight in there, chomping at the bit. Akita, the first to draw blood as that lust continues. First player picked up, Madvi around the corner. Akita on a tear. And with Amy right by her side, G2 do get that first round on the board. And something else to think about here as well, Billy, is that it is so well timed, because you've got 3 players left standing with money in pocket. It's a huge, huge win.
Absolutely. A lifeline for G2. They really needed that one to get the ball rolling on this map, I think. And it's actually Amy's recon dart, I think, there that really helps give the rest of the team that information, of course, you see the paranoia come in from Mimi super early, but just that recon, unable to shoot it out because of the flash.
Seen Amy a couple of times now come up with huge reveals. It's the double one that we saw on Lotus as well.
It sounds sad, but I just think of Petrosova when I think of this map.
Really?
Yeah, I think of that GCC clip.
That's fair enough. Facility usage has been spot on, of course. Big shoes to fill for G2. Akita doing that on this round, off in hand. There's nowhere to look. The ult was the one revealed. And so the rest of Falcons do their job. They find the shots, and G2 with half as many members left into yet another Sorrow retake. Really out of spawn. First player down. As good as it's been from her, it gets no better. It has to be Mimi to succeed where her teammates couldn't. Camille is the first of those players, but it's Mad V firing on all cylinders. The captain collects as Falcons correct and move on to number 5.
Was that Mimi or Camus from the shadows?
I think it was Camus. I'm pretty sure, right?
It was cancelled, no? They shot it out and it was cancelled.
Yeah,
honestly,
it's the bug where
it was so weird for me.
You got like the Slender Man model. Akita's got a jump scare.
Honestly, that threw
She's
me off
not collected
guard.
all 12 pages.
Yeah,
She's wondering what's going on.
I can't imagine how they felt if that threw me off guard just watching it, never mind playing it. But, I mean, a pause here from G2. Really need to start considering, you know, what do we want to achieve on this defense? And it's difficult because they just keep getting forced onto these low buys, never really being able to string any rounds together. Of course, only having one on the board so far, Haza. And when you look at the economy of Falcons, they're able to start building this up now where they have a bit of leeway. Some rounds to mess around with too.
Been a lot more proactive with these timeouts, G2, but then again, the situation dictates it. The only pages we're concerned about now are the ones in the strat book, flipping through it, seeing what's on offer. It was 8, not 12. That shows how good my knowledge is of Slenderman, but that lead continuing to grow. Nothing slender about it. Falcons now in a great position to find a 6th. Sheriffs for G2, but a Blade Storm in the hands of Akita. And as the sole defender, the custodian of this A site. Oh, just goes straight through the ISO. And the next is even better. Gorgeous play from Akita. The immensity staying at an all-time high. As G2 wanted an endurance match, it seems like she's got the stamina to boot. And with Nello by her side, the two are unstoppable. Alexi, the final player, with Mimi closing in. G2 still not on any of these upgrades, though.
And it's that A lobby aggression at the very start of that round, Haza. Something that we've not really seen too much of in this map so far. It is possible for Alexei to be able to get back into this round. Amy just trying to jump peek, but it's a question of whether or not Akita gets cleared, and she is going to be able to close it out with that 3K. I mean, those first 2 kills, Haza, were just absolutely beautiful. And of course, you have Nello coming in to help support on the site. Really, really lovely round off the back of a timeout for G2 Gozen.
Brilliantly played from Akita. And you ask what the call is there? Go kill. Give her the blades, give her an opportunity like that. She seizes it. I mean, honestly, a player in that position as well before we head into the next round, equally as important with Falcons having big ults, is that she has the confidence to go for that play, knowing she's the only player there on a brand new roster at this level. G2 need more heroics, if that's to be the case, but the only one in the server right now is Aneri. Lightning in a bottle. First kill picked up by Vanya, equal to it. G2 looking to hold on to the C site in proxy through the ults invested. The player that ends up getting caught is Nello diving in front. No, it's Vanya, in fact. It's the AWP, and it's taken out by Mary. So numbers for Falcons, and a little bit of time to reset. It doesn't last long. Akita's right back in the mix. Still hanging on by a thread here, G2. Recon not fully revealing the position of Mary, but Amy will walk forward on the warpath. Amy again, but Mary overlooked, and without that deep clear, they don't have the most important detail of the round.
What do we learn by fighting
G2 can't add another when the guns come up for them. It's Falcons to follow through.
And I think as well, they were just unsure of the position of Mary, right? Being able to take that player into the kill contract, there wasn't a whole lot of information that you could give back to the rest of the team. Falcons looking to answer back off the losing that last round, and it was a Neri that actually went in all guns blazing.
Yeah, and it's the sort of trust that you've got to put in your teammates as well. For Mary and Mad V making the jump regionally, something fairly unheard of in terms of game changers. Akita again is this solo A player as G2 have rifles in the next. It's a tech pause, unfortunately. But it gives us a little bit more time, right? I mean, as I say, the team culture they've already been able to build up Falcons is absolutely fantastic. I talk of region switches. I'm gonna, there won't be a dry eye in the house yet again, but the only one I can think of really was, you know, Floor to EMEA, Tier 1.
You
I'm sorry,
Floor
that's
up
my
yesterday.
goat, man. That's my goat right there.
That's crazy. Yeah,
So-
we know that's your goat right there, Hazza. You
Apex #1 fan.
you did feel the need to tell her last Red Bull Instalock
There's
that she was the goat,
there's
which
no-
honestly valid from you.
There's no way you've brought that up, but yeah, it is valid. You'll mock me about it off camera, but on stream, yeah, she is the goat.
You're the goat, bro.
She is.
Yeah, no, I mentioned her yesterday, actually. I was
Oh,
like,
really?
yeah, because I mentioned Apex, and I was
Yeah.
like, any way to, you know, give a shout out to Floor.
30
Yeah.
seconds left.
Oh, there's Meg. Cheers. Tech timeout. So as you can tell, in terms of what there is to talk about right now, Billy, and how this game has been going, I mean, of all the rounds to make a break in play, it's one where G2 desperately need it. Sure, it's the defense, but you want to really minimize the advantage that Falcons are taking into this second half of Haven.
I think as well, though, something that we have to consider is this defense and having 3 duelists. You know, it's difficult. It's difficult in being able to kind of anchor a site when you are running that 3 duelists. You kind of do just have to run it down, and we've seen it time and time again where the sites end up flipping because people are running it down.
Like very flank heavy, but I feel like when you have that double duelist combo, at the very least, when I'm talking of traditionally what we've seen in VCT, right? I think Fnatic often playing the ISO Yoru, the initial pioneers of it.
Yeah.
Just in recent memory, I don't think GX have all too many memorable performances, but when they were running it, right? When you had like Purple and Cloud, I think that they were really flank heavy in how they wanted to try and do it. And even against Heretics, actually credit to them, they won a lot of early rounds by having that kind of like setup. But once it gets red and once you start thinking about it, expecting it,
Yeah.
that's when you need to change things up. So having a game plan is one thing, but having variation is another, of course.
I think it is difficult because, of course, they are running that composition, but just they have the Akita on the Jet rather than having a Cypher in here. And I guess in some ways they have been using Akita as that anchor these past couple of rounds, solo holding A, trying to pick up what she can. What did I just miss there? I didn't see that from Alexi.
He was just laughing away.
Are they doing stretches?
No. We had all of Falcons Vega holding hands before the start of the game. I thought that was really sweet.
Oh, that is really
It
sweet.
is,
yeah.
yeah.
I mean, we had some rock, paper, scissors going on the other day from GiantX as well.
She's just gone ahead and given Madvi a slap on the back. I don't know what that was for. As you can see, admins in close proximity, but all of the players here just hoping that that tech issue can be resolved, and we'll be with you as soon as possible, of course. As if you're joining right now, we're currently on the second map of Haven. Falcons Vega 1-0 up as things stand, but this is a best of 5. And with G2 having the map veto advantage, this being their first pick in the series, all pressure is on their shoulders right now to turn things around, Billy.
That is indeed. Do you know what I was just thinking, actually, Hazza?
Oh,
I
go
want
on
to
then.
know. No, I was just looking at like the compositions again.
Yeah.
I want to know what 3 duelists you would decide to play on Haven. Because, like, obviously, these 2 teams have gone for quite different approaches, right? We've got the Jet and Yoru on one side, and then we've got the Reyna and Neon on the other side. And both teams deciding to obviously play that ISO, but
Sure.
do you have a preference of which one you prefer?
Out of the two, probably the G2 one. I don't know, maybe I'm just a Reyna hater. I think like...
I feel like the G2 one maybe you prefer because it's not steering away from anything to, like, do you know what I mean? It's kind of a bit of normality.
You're saying I like normality. I don't like change. I think that's probably valid, but we do go back to normal. We have rolled back the round, and so it will begin again at 6-2. Falcons with the advantage and a map under their belts. Into this could have huge ramifications. It's a swing round in every sense. There's little money left on both sides. The only exception is Mary. A great performance from her so far against her former club. The one which she served so well to deliver that first championship, but looking for one in Falcon colours now.
I'm out of here.
They just double down on the A play. It's the same pressure they showed in the previous round. An agreement made, perhaps, but mid is the next on the list of options.
That's the thing, you do just see the 5 players starting to walk up here. Initial contact being made now as they just decide to explode out onto the site.
It's crazy after the pause as well that we go into a B play from Falcons, something that we've just not seen so far after building on that conditioning that they'd already set up on A. It's that double flank of Duelists that you were talking about coming in from G2. Multiple into the map, and Neri falls for the fake out hook, line and sinker, and so that's Vanya getting her foot in the door. But time now begins to become an issue as Falcons are holed up on the site itself, and there's so many angles to clear, so that flank could fall foul. Vanya again cracks the whip. Second kill picked up, but Alexi has a double of her own. 3-on-3 and time is ticking. G2 in on the site looking for the fights. They're going to win at least the first. The plant is not for Falcons. Nalo holding on for half, but needs to hold on for a hero now, because it's Mad V to take it at the death for Falcons.
It's always so iconic when a round ends with 2 kills and both bullets come from the shorty. Of course, only having 2 bullets in it is just the aura. The aura that Mad V has. I love it so much.
Mad indeed.
I'm hoping this is a tag pause.
The screen's gone black and white. That's usually a telltale sign that it's a timeout taken.
And it's going to be G2's second timeout of this map already in this first half.
As I said, proactive, but this reaches new levels, I think. 120 seconds expended. But Falcons also able to just ride the coattails, you know, the slipstream behind and say, actually, we get a minute of our own to deliberate what it is that we think is the play to make. So in many senses, if you look at that mental battle between the two, they are on the back foot in every sense.
And you can see that it's Drew, the new head coach, that's actually doing a lot of talking in this timeout, Hazza. I mean, there's clearly something that he's spotted that he wants to either fix or exploit, and you can see him frantically writing notes.
Yeah.
And I mean, you have to consider as well the wealth of experience that he brings into this roster, right?
Yeah.
Masters Madrid's winner of last year. The players that he's worked with, you know, being assistant coach on Sentinels, now over here in EMEA with G2 Gozen. Let's see what they come up with off the back of that timeout.
Oh. It's further royalty which he inherits in game changes on the roster. But in terms of the round, it will have to be played a player short-handed. G2 losing the opening engagement. Nalo looking for the window fight, and once more, Falcons feeling like they have the right read. They had 2 players peeking from window. The TP from Camu was the counter.
Oh, this owl drone could be everything. It doesn't even spot Akita, actually.
Yeah, and it's both drones used in the round as well. G2 with their own through middle, and that's the re-engage. Akita in lobby drops all the way back to the deepest line of cover on A. Actually says, you know what? I reckon I could do that again. And so with the Sheriff in her hands, she's up to the task. Akita first bullet, nothing more beyond that. Another 3-on-3 and another retake for G2 to digest.
It's It's lovely that Akita even gets away with 2, putting G2 Gozen in a better position now to go into this retake. And Vanya's actually going to pop that dimensional drift, clear all of long for any sort of information here. It's Amy that's going to be able to catch out Camus completely off guard. That's the smoke's gone. She can get a free peek from heaven here.
Still a bit of a disconnect between the G2 players in this situation, though. So it comes down to the fights, as always, and that's where Falcons will thrive. Iniri her first, looking for a second, but it's Amy dropping down to save them yet again. Mad V up to the test, up to the task. Into the limelight, Amy calls her bluff, but it's Mad V at the last second. There was barely anything in it, but she's the one to land number 8.
Again, Mad V really having such, not only an individual performance on this map, but being able to call her team from the front lines, playing that Reyna as well. It's insanity. I hope we don't see any more IGL Reynas, genuinely. I hope this isn't taken like seriously into actual pro play.
I mean, so many of these rounds are completely frantic, and I think that's where G2 are now starting to struggle. I mean, you saw in the previous round already the initiative of Camus to start clearing out that spawn-sided space. The dimensional drift comes in from Vanya, but they're looking for an out. Nello in a first duel, wasn't able to win it in the previous. The story continues here. Akita's been the going rate for the defense. One back in the conversation is good, but G2 need to keep this ball rolling, and with 2 players in close proximity of B, the Lear's got great value for info, but still, Camus didn't know it. And so Amy holds on a little bit longer. Can she find any more value? Of course she can. Amy with another, but Mad V with a triple. On for the ace. Empress is available. Can G2 hold this? 2 players on the line. Of course they can. That's a third. But is 3 going to be enough?
Last round in the half.
And you have to wonder what went wrong for Falcons in that round. I mean, you see Camus TP onto site, completely unaware of Amy despite shooting out that Lear. Just a little bit of mixed communication, perhaps. Or just too tunnel visioned on the amount of aggression that they've been able to find. And I like that you mentioned as well, you know, in the start of that last round, Haza, the discipline that G2 play with.
And, well, here it's Nello for the 3rd time in mid, and it's not 3rd time lucky, it's Mad V. Oh, I felt like there was only one outcome, and with an Ares Bucky up close, the same can be said of the B site hold. It falls to the hands of Falcons. With a plant coming in, it's another G2 retake.
Spike planted.
Scatter. Whoa! And he keeps finding that one just as soon as we go into the Omen ult. She's flying around all over the place. Camus buying precious seconds that G2 simply don't have the account for. Vanya, that's one at the very least, but still this player hold up at backside's not being cleared, and so Iniri gets the most of her position. Falcons are running riot. Without that Sentinel in the comp, it feels like every site is open for the taking, and once Falcons get there, they do not give it up to Gozen.
And I said to you, Haza, I want to see Nello be that player that's taking risks, moving her onto the ISO in this map for this time, but just completely shut down every single time trying to go for that B peak. I wonder now if it's a case of an ego peak now, wanting to win that duel at least once and just unable to do so.
G2 finding a couple of rounds in almost successive fashion at the sort of quarterly waypoint in the first quarter of this game. But as the first half dragged on, we come out of the opening 12 with Falcons having a 9-3 scoreline, which reads in their favor. The first attack side pistol round was picked up by the Falcons here on Haven. G2 so desperately need one of those now.
Look at this aggression already coming out from Falcons. 3 of them deciding to push down window, and look at this, they've completely got them in a stab here.
It's the read to make, because after all of those mid-duels, the Falcons have been winning, may I add. They want more, and they're going to send the rest of the forces to their deaths, like lambs to the slaughter. Iniri the shepherd, and with Falcons finding 10 rounds now, it doesn't feel like there is all too much left to stop them. Both pistols in the bag, and heading into a very strong anti-eco.
It's honestly difficult to believe that Ineri is usually that Sentinel main for this Falcons Vega roster.
Well,
like, obviously coming from a Duelist background, then moving on to that Sentinel, just being locked on Cypher. It's so sad when you think about it, and given her performance in this tournament, maybe there's a consideration of, do they run this triple Duelist more often?
I mean, I hate to be the bearer of bad news. We said it last year, we were like, oh, but if it works, would you? Nobody wants to run 3 Duelists. Like, I can see the incentive when Ineri plays this way, at the very least, to try and enable her, but Akita feels like the only one going against the grain for Gozen right now. Into Garage, given free reign. Mary with her Ghost, I mean, has the double tap, thinking about a mid clear, but thinks bitter of it.
Smoke's gone now as well, with Mimi being the first to fall.
With this movement utility I was talking about before, Falcons so quickly able to rotate, disengage. This time it's Ineri off site, and Akita continuing to be an issue elsewhere, a thorn in the side. G2 have numbers, but they don't have bodies on the site. It's an effective 2-on-2 if Falcons want it, and they're going to get it. 1v1 now. Alexi up against Amy in the corner. Akita elsewhere, running up to long as fast as her legs will carry her, but still, they don't know. Thinking about the flank, Alexi could get caught off guard by this! Akita, the saving grace again for G2.
I was literally just about to call her the saving grace as well. I mean, she is. She is the one that's trying to keep them in this map, in this series as well, of course. Let's not forget Falcons did win that first map. And this is, of course, is G2 Gozen's map pick. It's nice to see that confidence coming out from Akita.
It's crazy.
But I need to see it from the rest of them.
Absolutely.
I need to see everyone pulling their weight.
We're pointing the fingers at the Duelists as well. Like, Mimi's just sat in a sandwich where Vanya and Nello feel like could be providing a bit more. Everyone on Falcons has had a moment or two in this map so far. G2's pick, important to mention. Their pick of the litter on this round, at least in terms of those rifles. Cloudburst used to just deny the value of the recon on the retake. It's a flawless 5th and a brilliant momentum builder.
Absolutely, it's just a very clear, direct approach from G2 on that round. Running straight on to C with no issues whatsoever, but as we go into this full buy round now from both sides, it's Ineri, it's picking up that operator that I'm going to be keeping my eye on. But before we even get into that, Haza, Falcons deciding to take a breather, have a quick timeout here and figure out how they want to utilize this operator perhaps.
And while it won't show on the HUD, Falcons, this is their first timeout. G2 used both in the opening half. They were sweating to piece together what ended up being a sum total of 3 rounds. The same 3 rounds which they're right on the precipice of picking up should they convert this one with Vandals in hand. It feels like a momentum stopper in many ways. Falcons Vega just putting a wedge in the middle and stopping G2 from building, but at the same time, you give them more opportunities to talk things over. And with Akita in hot form, 19 and 10 right now, leading in the server, as Falcons have 4 players on double digits, she's still looking for that win for EMEA where her former teammates couldn't yesterday. G2 heading for a direct C execution right after this one, I think is something which Falcons will need to be prepared for.
Absolutely, Haza, and it's interesting that they actually have 2 players over towards A.
This feels like a situation where G2 made the call pre-round, and then given the timeout by Falcons, have actually decided, you know what, I think there's a better option here, and it looks like a double fake.
But look at how much space Ineri is able to get as well. Bear in mind, she does have the operator going into this round, and it's the initial C aggression that Falcons are going to throw back some utility.
Oh, but Mimi losing her life on A is everything. Precious cargo in her hands. Akita chasing down. Nano there as well, and G2 from this position, now with numbers, should just be looking to move this one forwards to a round win. 3 versus 2. They very rarely struggle to convert from positions such as this, and with the pings on the map, they're aware of a rotation coming in. It's a late one from Falcons, though. The A site is at the disposal of this attack.
And let's not forget, it's Madvi and Mary This dynamic duo of Falcons Vega.
Ooh. I mean, on Lotus, a 2v3, something of the sort. Falcons winning things out by a split second. More moments like that could make the difference. Is there any more Mary Mad V magic? Or have G2 found a way back into this game with the bonus they have? Akita uncleared. And with that, Gozen do get 6.
And it's like you said, Haza, that timeout potentially trying to stop any sort of momentum that G2 are able to build here. And now that we're getting stuck into this, they are starting to put rounds up on the board. They are starting to string rounds together. They're able to build up that economy. And look at Falcons by now. They're having to reconsider what their options are here. You can see them scrambling across the map, trying to figure out what is the defensive setup for this round. What are we doing?
Neri does have the finger gun though, the overdrive. Could go ahead and use it if they can find a good space to put her in that position, but with Alexi down early, it's an untraded death, which means that G2 have free reign and plenty of A control.
Focusing.
Get out of my way!
You can see all this pressure being made on B just with one fake out. Mary so cautious of it, but it's actually Neri and Mad V that are going to be trying to hold on to this A site for as long as possible as the execute starts to come in, Haza.
Anime battle back site. It's the knives versus the lightning bolt, but Akita has been lights out herself, and so 2 kills from the Vandal is what we end up with. Repossessing the smoke, Camus clawing one back. Mad V not yet cleared, but Camus still going. Needs an ace now, and needs a little more time. Not allowed. Vanya right back in it. As are G2, just 3 rounds the gap. This has a similar feeling to what we just saw on Lotus with the lead that G2 gave up. Now Falcons finding themselves in a similar situation.
They're just trying to make it entertaining for us. That's what it is, right? It's just like, oh yeah, we'll just slow it down a little bit. It's so nice of them. Not to say that it's not been entertaining, of course. It's been a great weekend here at the Red Bull Gaming Sphere. But it's like you say, Haza, I mean, this round could be pivotal for Falcons should they lose it.
A must-win for both teams, for G2 to continue mounting that comeback, and so back to C they go. The original plan given the green light. It's Camus here, but very quickly put down, and Akita continues. Just feels like every single round she's finding at least 2 kills, if not more, and so with that in mind, you have to be concerned of her as the sole player on site. G2 have dropped back to a much more defensible position. It's long they've headed to, and Neri still has the fast lane. That's about all in terms of denying the line of sight, and so Akita just keeps on going. That's the 2nd kill. How many more can she possibly give us? Not enough! And Neri with a 3rd. A 2-on-2 situation, and that's the ult, the safety net. Amy coming in with a Hunter's Fury. Tanking it, and Neri at the very least to have found half onto the spike defuse, but half doesn't quite cut it. We need the full picture as G2 are continuing this comeback.
And Neri trying their damn hardest with that up back site there. And of course Akita, like you mentioned, trying to hold on to the site. You could see the plan that G2 had though. Falcons recognizing they needed to funnel into that site. Of course the Sova ultimate being used at the end there to guarantee that round win for G2.
And you know, we just had such an important round. All the guns are out, and then here we go.
Who's next?
Run of the mill, standard procedure. No way that Falcons are able to pick up an 11th here with
not
just
on a Thrifty.
And a Bucky, which is in the hands of Alexi. Now that's going to be an upgrade. Mary able to find a Vandal when the kill contract, double tap active. You would think that that search can oh, it was towards B! She was looking for the lurk! Mary! Not finding anything, but at the very least, I mean, Falcons aren't fully sold that there wasn't still a player there. They are chasing shadows, and so precious time bought away from them. Time which they just don't have. G2 holding onto the site this time with bodies in that position, on spot, waiting for the duel. Combo flash and the reveal, it gets nothing. It's Akita with another double kill. And G2 onto their 9th. There is barely a round in it here. G2 are on an unstoppable trajectory.
Yeah, they've really clawed their way back into this one. And we see this happen with this tournament, right? As soon as you get over onto that attack side, we mentioned it yesterday, you can start to build that momentum back up. But it's actually Akita popping off for her team right now. Just 2 off of a 30 bomb.
There's rounds left to play. I was saying it earlier, Billy, but it's just like every single round, she just doesn't stop. Doesn't know when enough is enough. Falcons can't sleep.
I think G2 need someone like that though, because like I was saying earlier, you know, they're a team that they play so disciplined in their approach, right? They're such a great team in that sense though, but I just think in tournaments like this, it really tests that.
Absolutely. She was 17 and 10 at the half, now 28 and 12. Another Blade Storm available.
Disgusting.
Absolutely disgusting. Falcons with some ults of their own, something to build around perhaps heading into this one out of the second timeout, so no more breaks in play, no scheduled ones at least, provided that we don't head to an overtime situation. And coming out of this, what's the read from G2? Looks like they're setting up for A. It is only MadV here, and she will struggle to disengage so much as some of her counterparts.
And it's a nice switch up, right? Deciding to fight for that A control now, and I mean, Ineri's managed to get all the way down C long already, very aware of what's coming into this A site, and Nello's kill contract is actually going to pick up MadV away from the site.
Camu also full sticking that TP, means that she's the last line of defense left on site, still hovering around her own smoke, but from the valence she's able to find the first turn in of a head. Mimi against the opposite number, Omen on Omen. The violence ends with G2 on 10. Mary can make a go of this, but even her best effort shouldn't be enough. There's a couple of shots in the body there as well for good measure. Nello stays dead, but G2 are very well alive in this second map. This map of their choosing. It felt like a necessity, Billy, but I have to say this course correct. So needed.
And it's really nice to see them switch it up this round, of course. We've seen a direct C approach the past few rounds. Falcons being forced to play in a retake. And again, we see it this time round. Being forced into that retake because of the tempo from G2. Conditioning their opponents so much, baiting them into that C push, meaning Falcons having 3 ready and set up to push down C long. And I mean, we've seen this 10-10 before, Haza, between these two teams. In fact, on that last map was when Falcons started coming away from it.
And with the half starting 9-3, whether you believe in curses or not, G2 are right in and amongst it now. The same curse that's plagued MadV and Mary. The opener, only their second map win against the Gozen girls. But now, re-establishment of that authority. The C site has already taken a bit of a hit from that util. Camille down to 35. But it's all just pressure. It's looking like that same fake play. But again, Falcons have read it with some presence in lobby themselves.
And G2 are so cautious of this.
I have the spike.
Not even deciding to go towards it or explore it. It's just gonna
classic drone, right?
Yeah, exactly. Reclear any sort of space they can, and I mean, Falcons doing a good job to just kind of hold on to these positions, though.
And the difference is that Vanya was behind it, but a quick Euro TP's the audio cue. Falcons know it now. It's a quick realization, and Neri, Bucky in the face, but 2 follow it up. Akita and Mimi, side by side. These generations of Gozen now combined. This is the one which they need to take the lead in the map and battle their way back into the series. MadV's got a judge, but I don't think she has a chance to win the round. Not unless a crazy distraction could be bought off of this Sober ultimate. It's a tag, it's a good start. Don't get much better though. Alexi, ooh, 2 on the Sheriff. And she's got a Vandal to work with. But one thing which will continue to elude her is time. Evade her, I should say. As it's starting to become G2's day now, 11-10.
And it's interesting that they even decide to commit that Sova ult into that round, given the time that had passed away. Of course, you mentioned perhaps using it as a distraction to help Mad V potentially take down Mimi, but it almost feels like desperation at points, like we mentioned, Haza.
Nikita has her 30 bomb.
She does indeed.
I feel like Falcons would need to push this one to OT for her to hit 40, because right now, I think a couple more rounds, that should be it, settled. Falcons need a response. They've been waiting for one all half long. Just a single round picked up since the side swap. And with Mary now in Falcon green colours on the defender side of B, backs off as G2 re-engage through Garage. It's the C site they go to. Iniri, oh, it's a perfect stun! Ripped off Nello right after the first op shot. Double player advantage, G2 given the good grace of the B site. Falcons happy to play retake here.
Just completely slowing it down. Spike is going to be planted by Mimi. And it's a question of whether they take a fight here, try and get advantage back in their favor.
They have to. And the recon dart should be the catalyst for it. Akita playing right behind, timing everything. Akita takes a shot to the dome but still won't go down. Not until the trades come through. And the rest of Falcons, what looked like a gesture of goodwill, giving up the B site, was just them preparing for a retake. A retake which G2 were not there to defend against. Not at all. We'll go to maximum regulation. And it's anybody's best guess as to who wins from here on out.
And again, it's those micro sort of setups that we see on the fly that the IGLs are having to come up with, you know? Figuring out what are we going to do to be able to retake this site. And you see the kind of right idea from G2 as well, having Akita lurk in that window, being able to claw anything possibly back to allow them to have a number advantage yet again, but very quickly shut down.
Very quickly, this one could go peak tongue for G2, where, as you can see, standing ahead in this situation, Akita does get the opening pick, but look, they need to convert here. This is for 12 for either side. Alexi on the side, Nello, the player that goes down. Quick trades, back and forth, but still, Falcons falling in. No, there's Mary at the key moment. The biggest play that she could make of the tournament so far still might not be enough. It's a 2-on-2, but no time to plant. Falcons are right back in. Or at least they faked that they would be. There's a moment's silence.
Spike is going to go down, Haza. Both pairs just waiting to activate, and it is Iniri that's going to pop that ult.
Oh, but it's G2 that find all of the kills. That is map point on their own pick after being on the back foot for so long in this, not just by rounds, but by mental as well. The timeouts that they called, both used inside the first half. But neither team with 3 duelists finding the most effective way to defend. There's no consistent success. G2 Gozen get the first chance at tying up the score.
And of course, if Falcons want another shot on that attack, they will have to win out this round. Coming into this one. See again. Falcons looking to take that space on A-Long. And from the shadows, going to be invested from Mimi instantly.
Oh, Akita trying to fire in here. It's a ult that comes back across into the ice. It's a fake out, which was taken by Mary. No player for her to fight. Where does the body end up in this? It's still in safety, but the rest of Falcons are flying back through. G2 can't defend the site. It's only Mimi here with Amy by her side, spike in hand, but no support for the duel. Amy turns up at the right time. And now an opportunity for G2 to reset.
But you have to consider the HP on these last two players, Haza.
And of course, it would be Mimi and Amy versus Madvi and Mary. Each captain and their protege on either side, but Mary's further in front of this than Amy could possibly be, but still calls the bluff, holds her nerve. Madvi! No way! She comes up late, and at the 11th hour, Falcons have their 12th. We're going to overtime.
We did say this was going to be a juicy final. And we are going to get that overtime in this second map. I mean, the players are just heating up.
Billy, the question is, though, is the juice worth the squeeze? Because if G2 now in overtime don't convert this...
Nah, don't.
How is that going to feel? Falcons a chance to go 2-0 still and kept in it by their captain. The skipper sending us to OT. And so it's back to the mid-duel. It is back to, I'm seeing bodies at that barrier.
Nello.
Or that B side.
Nello.
Nello, you best find this duel.
Oh, there will be a round of applause, surely, if Nello's able to win this first engagement on mid, which we saw time and time again, Haza.
Falcons feeling that mid for them is an oasis. A place they can constantly come back to and find success. Nello's got the flash in. Surely this is it. Nello gets hers, but Camu's found two. The same TP back across.
Nello.
The great equalizer. Nello's not going to stop. Why would you? Go on. This is the chance to make the play. Nello looking for it. Just one, and Camu's right back. Both of them have had their moment, and so has Mimi. But Camu needs an ace, and with the ult in play, it's defender spawn. She goes.
Shadows traveling.
But look at this smoke landing in garage. I mean, Mimi is completely aware of this, just looking to walk down long. Here's the plant going down, able to feed the information back to Akita, who's on her way back from A.
But now the question is, how do they play it? Mimi seeming disciplined, bookmarking that space, left side of the default box. Oh, walks in, Mimi! Confident as ever, okay. Doesn't need the backup, the duelist with 30+ kills. She just walks right in and makes it her own. Gozen with a second opportunity now to win Haven. But this time it comes in OT.
Switching sides. And that must be such a weight lifted off your shoulders as well. Being able to get that first round on the defense in this OT. Knowing that you could fine well take this map now that you're over onto that favored side of the attack. And you can see the pings, the plans created on the map right now of what G2 are hoping to do in this round.
I mean, credit where it's due. Nello got her kills in mid. Like, we were all backing her. Sure, I would love to see both of these teams take us to a 5th map. You're not really winning on anyone in particular, but it's a weight lifted off of her shoulders as well. A confidence builder. How are Falcons feeling coming out of that? A pack of players on B just there for a quick rotation. It's more C inclined, but that's the correct read.
Here.
Utility already being used on B by Ineri, so conscious that G2 could be anywhere here.
Camu, the star of the previous, steps up again. Camu in overtime! Going into overdrive and overachieving on the C site. Another triple kill picked up. Madvi in the feed as always. Falcons
overtime
with an equal response. 13 all, and we go again.
Something tells me we're going to be here for a while just in this singular OT, I can't lie to you. And do you know what? The fact that it's Camu coming out alive in these past 2 rounds of OT, not only in those past 2 rounds of OT, I mean this whole map, look at her top fragging at the top for her team. The amount of impact that she's had beyond just the kills as well, Haza.
Oh, it's such a difficult position to play as the Omen on the C site. Mimi knows that too well. She can't achieve where Camu was able to, and now Falcons with the chance to draw first blood in the next round of overtime. Mary adding on, Nello trying to piggyback it, but just can't. No chance to get the shield back up, and so Mary shoots her down, or Madvi I should say. It's a 3 versus 1, and it's Akita. Already 32 kills deep into this defensive side now. Walking back into the site with an op in hand. Things have been going well for her in regulation, but overtime is a different story. A story which continues to flip. Now Falcons have the chance to bring that second map home.
And instead, going to be a timeout to just gather thoughts here. It's G2 Gozen's timeout. Of course, recognizing that they need to win this round to be able to keep themselves in this map.
Drew again at it on the mic, answering the calls of the Gozen players. What remedy could he possibly have to the last couple rounds we've seen? It's G2 on the attack here. So in terms of what went well for them, creating a little bit more chaos across the map, raising some question marks, 3 sites, 5 lanes. It's your choice as to what it is you want to try and do. We've seen Amy with the drone try and sell a little bit of a fake towards A. Falcons in many situations were, even Mary invested her ult on the B site because she thought that there was a player flanking. These are the sorts of things you've got to be looking at.
This is the thing with G2 in their attack, that they're so good at that mid-round, right? Being able to create that initial pressure across the map, create question marks for the defenders that they have to go back and re-clear, utilising things like the kill contract, baiting out utility from them. And I think that just shows the wealth of experience that Mimi has as the IGL here.
Cover going out.
Absolutely. I mean, we talk of Red Bull Instalock being a stress test of your system, how you play as a team. What still stands when you take all normality out of the picture? Camu has to be the authority here, and again, she delivers. First kill collected, TP across. Oh, for a second, it looked like G2 had guessed themselves, but it does stand corrected, so C open for business yet again, and there is a flank this time.
Yeah, and it's coming through from Nello. Just so aware, asking the rest of her team to be able to buy her time here, and she's spotted everything, Hazza. This could be everything.
But how many does she get? Nello in behind. Here's all the steps. Already Falcons at work, but Nello chipping in where needed. Looks like we're going to be heading to another overtime. Alexi forced to face the music, but even a headshot on the first player is a death sentence. She has had her location revealed. And Akita, the gun for hire, now signed up to the Gozen squad, is the one that ends it and carries play onwards.
And it's like we said at the very start coming into this, that lack of sentinel on both sides just requires so much more awareness from the teams when they're going in for that retake. We discussed it going into that last round, but it's actually Falcons again that are just caught out by the lurk on G2.
I think both teams have almost gone back into their shell in the way that they're not looking for these elaborate fakes or crazy reads. In the end game, just keeping it straightforward and making sure that the basics are working out for Nikita. Oh, hungry as ever, but punished for that. Eyes bigger than her stomach. So with Alexi picking that one up, it's Nello in the corner. Nello! Oh, a completely new player in OT already. So much value for Gozen when needed. Stepping up at just the right time, Nello! 4 kills for 15. Gozen needed a hero, and she's answered that call.
So turns out she didn't need to peek down B long. She just needed to send Akita down C long and then just sit in a corner and wait for the Falcons players to just not clear her. Okay, nice strat. I got it.
That's crazy. Nello's nearly going to break even. Dude, she was 10 and 20, now she's 20 and 23.
That's what we were saying. We were like, come on, Nello, I need this energy. Where's it gone? But, I mean, fair play. Respect her for baiting Akita out down C long. And sometimes you have to do what you have to do. But coming into this round, Hazza, could be the last one.
Falcons still unable to attain the fruits of their labor. G2 the same. They were the ones who forged the comeback from 6 rounds down at the half. Now a Neri's op could very quickly have all of Gozen grounded. Alexi there as well. 1 kill is good. It's allowed the Floods to make its way back through. Neri is blind, but already in graffiti. It's a different story. Oh, and Neri sticking around, wanted more. 2-on-2, Spike goes in. You can see Camus still hanging around, setting up for the paranoia, and ooh, this makes things interesting. Vanya brought out of play info for Amy to try and work with, but it's effectively a 1v2, and now that is confirmed. Vanya up against it, only gets one, and so we go again.
And the thing about this round, Haza, for me, is like that dimensional drift actually ended up screwing G2 over a little bit, right?
Yeah.
You see Vanya go and try and clear out CT at the same time that paranoia comes in. Amy trying to follow up off the back of it, just being completely shut down. And again, it's Camus that's proven to be really such a great player in this overtime. But of course, shout out to Ineri as well for the very start of that round. The stun being able to help out Alexi when necessary.
Brilliant stuff all round from Falcons. Neither of these teams want to let go of this map. And to remind you, for those just now joining us, firstly, where have you been? Secondly, in this Red Bull Instalock Grand Final, Falcons with 1 map under their belt already. Lotus 1. And a margin of only 3 rounds, 13-10. G2 with a comeback here on Haven, their own home ground, their map choice. The longer this goes on, the worse that defeat is going to feel for whoever is on the receiving end of what is already a 30-round classic with 2 more in the chamber ready to go.
And that's the thing, right? We're playing a best of 5 here, Haza. It's a real question of which players have the energy.
And at this stage in the veto as well, it's so key because, as I said, the longer this goes on, maybe you do start to lean more towards G2. Falcons really wanted a strong start early on, and look, with only 1 more map to pick up, should they win it?
Well, that's the thing. If they win this one, of course, they go to that map pick of their own. Fracture is going to be the map after this one.
Not something we've seen from G2 yet, but another defensive side. Something we've gotten all too used to. Only a few rounds picked up from it before, but Vanya has already added the first nail to the coffin. Falcons far from dead and buried. B-site is where they plant their feet. They're hanging around.
Ineri trying to see if she can get anything here, but it's actually Nello that gets the first pick there. Still not really any way to open the site until Mimi from the flank.
I mean, the trades are so staggered right now. The plant for the spike, it's not really for Link, it's more for mid, grass, literally anywhere that Camus isn't right now. So G2 goes and pick up the round, and I have to say, it all goes back to Vanya. From the cubby, she started it, and on site, she ends it. Well held.
And it's such a weird and awkward round, right? All the players start to be a little bit split up there, Haza. Not really any way to trade each other out. And it's funny as well because G2 Gozen, of course, were coming in from lots of different angles, right?
Yeah.
Those were fights that could have been isolated, but unable to do so.
It's a really difficult post plant to make work when you have this plant and you probably want to be set up just from mid as normal, window perhaps. But G2 consistently flanking. The mental game so far developed. And Neri on this angle, and again, when tested on C, the task could not be too tall. Mad V from A-Link, the next of the players to be put under duress, but Falcons with flying colours continue. Mary again, and Neri once more. It's a team performance in this next set of overtime rounds. Mimi would need a 1v5, something that we have not seen all too often. Quite within her wheelhouse, but I have to say 2 kills makes a 1v3 a lot more digestible, and as much as that utility coming in is nice from Falcons, there is no capitalization, and Mimi has time.
So much time here. Looking to just work her way back towards Garage. Just gonna peek through that smoke, and of course Camus just so aware and is able to completely shut that down. And I mean, we spoke about the teams having their attack side being more favored, right, Haza? But Falcons keep bringing this back on their defense, man. I can't lie. I don't know what's going on at this point.
Every single time a Falcons player is put under scrutiny, then it's just not a problem. It really is. It's like Mad V, yep, I'm on the Reyna, that's all good.
And it's an area on that op as well. The past couple of iterations of this overtime, just been able to always get that first pick. It just completely opens up the round for them.
With Falcons default, or I say default, beginning with C long control, they're actually just going to head and end it here and now. Look for that attacking round win with a double stack setup. Both of them fall. Akito and Nello into a communal grave, and with that, 2-player advantage, Falcons in post. Is it going to be enough?
Planted.
And you look at the second layer of this Haza, this Sova lurk coming in from Alexi, just waiting outside garage, biding her time.
Not the player you'd usually pick, the Sova, the initiator, but this is Red Bull Instalock and anything can happen. That's the mantra G2 will want. It's a 2 versus 4 rigged against them. Amy now asked of yet another ace. A smoke given to her post-mortem, but still not enough. Sacrifice for G2 Gozen. It is Falcons with the advantage this time.
Match point.
And we just said it before we got into this one. You'd like to think that Falcons now would be able to close this one out. It is, of course, the past 2 times that they've gone on to that defense, we've been able to keep themselves in this overtime. It's just a question of whether they can turn up when it matters most now. 16-17.
With this stage in the game, as we said before, every extra round, every extra minute you spend on this map with a chance to still fall at the hands of your opponent makes it that much worse. Yaneri's op is again involved. It won them the last defensive round. Could she do it again on A? It's a deeper line of sight that she's going to take on A, but in the meantime, Alexi's found sewer control and is hearing steps of this rotation.
But it's Vanya's positioning that G2 have recognized here, Haza. Been able to get all of that garage space, and it's Camus again, so aware.
And Vanya's gone early as well, so with her taking that duel, there's no security, no guarantees to the C-site play. Extra utility used to make sure it can be taken back. Mimi's still banking on that paranoia to be a counter to Falcons' natural retake stance as they're queuing up in C-Link. So are G2. Amy wants it. Oh, it's an aggressive take. Could have been everything. Still might be. Akita with one more. Needs a little bit extra than just that. Even trades. 2 on 2. Yet again, similar situation. Player in the corner. It's Mimi. Oh, Mimi again. We go once more.
Switching sides. Overtime.
I'm smiling right now. I
Smiling
really am
on the
smiling.
inside and the outside.
Exactly, I'm
Look,
so happy.
At the very least, I think Mimi, the play there, is genuinely huge. The 2 kills is one thing, but the call to say, actually, let's go and fight them in their own backyard. I'm sending a paranoia.
That
Amy,
paranoia
you're going.
was
Akita,
so
you're
nice.
going. Such a big adaptation. You want more Valorant? You're gonna get it.
Here we go, Haza. Round 35. And it is, of course, that C aggression that we saw last time Falcons decided to go for their attack. And surprisingly, Mary's able to check that corner, picks up the first one, and Nello answering back.
Oh, it's a huge reveal and a huge play from Nello. Between her and Amy, it's the C site hold which G2 Gozen so desperately needed. Vanya cleared from the corner at the second time of asking. It was a great little bait and switch from Falcons to open up the round, but what followed? Best left in the past. They've got to win the defender side yet again.
And this genuinely could be G2 Gozen about to
in.
take it, right? We saw that last defensive round from them. The one that they needed to win the map out.
And at this point, Nello's like, actually, you know what? I think I do want to have a look and see what's going on in mid. That's where it goes down, and where the map might just end. G2 double entry. All on Mary, you'd think, but it's Mad V instead, the one who pops up in the feed. Mary's next, even standing. And it's her site that they're gonna hit. double tap or not, she backs away.
And it's already brought back into a 3v3, Hazza. Just when you thought G2 were going to steamroll through Garage and on to C.
And just when you thought that they'd lost all advantage, an open C site here could be absolutely huge. Falcons forced to deliberate and divide those forces accordingly. Sure, you've got Alexi as that deep info on A, the canary in the coal mine, but it's all gone cold. It's G2 again on the aggressive, but having spotted out Mary, they don't follow up on it, and now there's a flank.
And this is the thing, Hazza, surely G2, they have to be so aware of the potential threat coming in from Alexi, deciding to in fact take Garage control instead, and this could be another flank coming in from G2.
Oh, it's a flank coming in, but for who? Both sides. G2 looking set up for this. Mimi not looking the right way, but the support is there, Rafania. It might finally be over on Haven. An equalizer queued up for G2 Gozen. It was a long one. They started on the back foot, but throughout they battle. Mimi to shut it all down. A map for the ages as our Red Bull Instalock Grand Final goes evenly split.
Wowie, what a map, Hazza, I have to say. I didn't know how many rounds of overtime we were going to end up going into there, but I mean, 19-17 to G2 Gozen. They have to be happy to get that map under their belt. I think especially with it being their map pick, of course, knowing that we're going on to Fracture Falcons map pick next, and you kind of mentioned it on the cast as well, right? The further that we get into this veto, the more tired the players get, the more it's in favor of G2, of course. And I mean, this map was just a delight to watch.
The map here for G2 felt like a requirement, whereas for Falcons, it was a golden opportunity to kick on, to get that 2-0 scoreline in the series as a whole. And it's a missed opportunity which they may very well be made to rue. You mentioned the scoreline there, and maybe this is a crazy jinx. I've never seen like back-to-back that kind of scoreline. It's always a stomp the next one, and whether that is G2 building up some crazy momentum, a great opportunity for them now to go ahead and do that, or if Falcons have a reset in them onto Fracture because it's their map pickup next, and look, the pressure is a pendulum. It's now swung on their direction.
And this is the exciting thing, right? Because of course Fracture has been in some of these map fields, but we've not actually got to see it be played yet. So yeah, I'm looking forward to getting stuck into that one and seeing what Duelists that they decide to go with as well. I think the fact that we're going to be able to sit in theory craft due to not seeing it already, yeah, no, it's exciting.
Yeah, plenty of time for theory crafting. I was going to sort of joke that that's what the coaches would have been doing when it's all those timeouts we used, but then we went into OT, and at that point it's like just spectators to the madness, and the scoreline ends up 1-1. I mean, potentially here, at least 2 more maps to be played, but the possibility of a 5th and final map upcoming, I don't know. It's a crazy prospect right now for both of these teams. We mentioned right at the very start of Haven, which feels like a world away now, endurance. Can you keep that level up? I think we saw signs of that, right? Like on the G2 side especially, Akita was crazy in the in regulation, right? 30 kills. She got to like 32, something like that, and then in OT it was very quiet. Felt like Falcons finally had the read on what it was to deal with her. Whereas Nello, on the other hand, started very slow, but it was the perfect slow burn. By the end.
Animal.
Yeah, unbelievable
I think that's a good point to mention, right? Because you do start to see players, kind of run out of steam, and we're saying that about Akita, but she did end up finishing, top of the board at the very end of that map. But it's like you say, the further that we get into these maps, should it get to that 5th map, who's able to come out on top, and is it becoming a battle of endurance at that point, like you say?
And to complement Falcons Vega to that extent as well, when we're talking about doing heavy lifting, every single player on the Falcons side had a huge moment, and as long as those individuals can always come up with something here and there, I don't think they're going to be too concerned. But hey, I tell you what, after a map like that, it has to be a break, of course. We will catch you on the other side of this one, where we have Falcons map pick of Fracture. Unfortunately for them, they won't go in with the advantage, as we are all even in this Red Bull Instalock Grand Final.
Red Bull gives you wings.
I am Michaela Linsbach. I go by the in-game nickname Mimi, and I'm the IGL of G2 Gozen. Red Bull, speed, and energy. I mean, it's not the first one ever. But no, I don't think losing split 1 has done anything to our mental. If it did anything, it's just to motivate us to keep going and keep working hard. I think one reason for why our chemistry is really strong on Gozen is because we're very honest with each other. Having the same IGL for a longer period of time is very healthy for a team environment. I think it's really hard to say who's gonna win. I think anybody can win, honestly, but let's go Gozen.
One enemy remaining.
Red Bull gives you wings.
I hope you guys had a very nice break there, because my goodness, did we need it after that map. That map in itself could have been a whole best of 3. I'm your hosting, so I'm back here at Red Bull Instalock in the grand finals with Meg. That's, first of all, the longest overtime we've ever had at Red Bull Instalock. And second of all, possibly the best map you think we've ever had?
It's making me laugh 100%, but I wrote such a close game on Lotus as my notes for the first map. If you think Lotus was close, that was such a, as I like to put it, a squelcher. There were rounds that just a tiny different factor would have completely changed who won it out. And that's the kind of game that we all love, that has us on the edge of our seat, and that was just such an enjoyable watch.
Every single player had a moment, and some players had multiple moments, as you guys can see the scoreboard. Now, what you don't see here is the total amount of first kills, and I am astonished that Falcons lost this map, because they had 23 first kills. G2 only had 13. 23, and they couldn't close it out, Meg. And if they close it out here, who knows? This could be a 3-0.
I honestly think Nello finally locking in after sort of we had Hazza and Billy talking about that darn mid push, but when it finally went Nello's way, I think that was the game changer. Nello locking in there definitely took them over the line, and of course Akita kept them in it. Akita was dominant, absolutely not willing to let that one go from the 3-9 half, and she really just showed up multi-frags every round, and without her we definitely would not have seen that scoreline.
I love that it's a story of 2 parts. You have the first part of regulation where G2 were 9-3 down, and if it weren't for Akita, they wouldn't have never made it to overtime. Akita sort of carried them over the line, as you'll see through some of these highlights. But then once we got to that overtime, Meg, as you mentioned, it was all Nello.
Yeah, I would love actually for you to say about Nello on the stage as well, because the height, when she finally locked in and kind of started to pick up the pace, she was also making it very abundantly clear on that stage.
She was matching Alexi's energy, by the way, matching the decibels. But there was a round, I think we're about to see it in these highlights, where Nello did a very, very Nello flank from B all the way onto C, gets to, here we go, this is it, the backstab, and immediately stands up and screams about how it's the Cypher in her. I think you can see it from her player cam, where she's like, yeah, you know, I play Cypher, this is the Cypher in me that managed to do it. I love a lurking ISO. Would you dare to lurk on ISO in a grand final?
I think it was the best thing they possibly could have done, especially with this kind of format. You tend to see a lot of really fast-paced rounds heading straight into that site, and the last thing you would expect is that super late lurk coming through from one of your duelists all the way through A onto the CT of C. So big up Nello, because definitely without her, that would not have gotten so far. And that's the thing about a seasoned pro like Nello, who's been in the game for so long. Even with a rough start, there's definitely still the opportunity to lock in, and she has the resilience game, right? She knows how to mentally sort of stick these games out, even when maybe the performance on her own role isn't going the way that she maybe planned. She definitely has the reps in Game Changers to come through and help her team win this one.
So cool, calm, and collected in in that overtime. But this is the thing: the first blood, first death over a stupid amount round of Valorant. But if I read this off to you, with the exception of Akita, not a single player on G2 went positive in the opening duel. So Amy was 2-4, Mimi was 2-4, Nello was 2-6, and Varney was 3-5. On the other side, Aneri went 8-3. Cammy, you went 5-1. Mary went 5-2. Maddie went 4-3. Alexi, it's okay. You can have one map off, and they didn't win. So for me, this is gonna be a huge momentum swinger into the side of G2. If there's anything that G2 will take something and be able to take advantage of, is a crumb of momentum and confidence.
I think you need it, especially in a best of 5 grand final. The minute that you can grasp onto something like that and have almost something to ego them with, being like, hey, you kind of threw that, guys, even when we were dogging it, that can then be used in the mental game going into the future maps. But I do also want to say, this is my new map to now bring up in ranked games when people tap out on round 1. I'm going to be like, hey, did you not see that game on Haven for Game Changers Red Red Bull Instalock when they brought it back from 3-9 and they were not having the best performance.
Yeah, into
They can do that.
19-17 as
Yeah.
well. That is a crazy overtime. Fracture will be next, however, and this is where things get very, very interesting. We haven't seen it from anybody. This is the map that's also leaving the map pool very, very soon, and where our player of the hour, Nello, likes to play Chamber. Do you want to see her play Chamber here?
Absolutely not.
Oh, no. I was going to say absolutely yes.
There is nobody really that I think should play Chamber, period, on
Yay?
the planet Earth. No? Where is he?
Oh, no.
Not to be rude.
Lost to G2. Yeah, there we go.
Do you know what I mean? Like, I think it's so easy to hole in and get
Mary?
stuck in that. No.
You don't want to see Mary Chamber?
I think there's many other agents that I'd rather watch
The
her
Cherry?
play. The Cherry.
You don't like the Cherry?
I honestly, for me, being a Sentinel main, I think Chamber is such a waste of time, especially in a format like this, because you don't need a Sentinel like Chamber to add to the aggression of the 3 duelists. So I don't even more so want to see the Chamber coming out in this one. But I wanted to point out that I'm so excited to what happened.
Nello just started flexing her
Oh,
biceps.
stop. I love her so much.
I don't know who that was to, but we've kind of already spoken about how it's going to be for G2 mentally, but I want to draw your eyes to this lower third here. So ever since Alexi, Camille, and Neri became a core, so SMG, Zipto, into Falcons, every single grand final they have been a part of, they have won. That is 4 out of 4 grand finals. They are the grand final demons, you know. This is where they turn up. And even before that, when Aneri was on oh my god, Alter Ego Celeste, she famously lost probably the most important final of her career. They've all learned from it. They all have a ton of experience. So is there a world of hopium you think they could still bring this back?
Oh, definitely. I mean, that was still a very, very close game, and I think something throughout both of the games that we've seen from Falcons today is they're incredibly consistent. All of the team is showing up. It's not like an individual carry. Everybody is doing their roles, and they're performing super, super well, and I think that means that there's no strain on a certain player, or one is getting more exhausted than the other. They're all carrying that load and weight equally, so I think they can just bounce back and come into this one as if Haven sort of didn't happen. I think for me it's definitely that mental game now, but I think a team like Falcons, who are very loud, very proud, they can very much get through the loss on Haven.
And also, Alexi's coming today with her hair up. She is locked in as we take a look at Agent Select. It is the return of the Vanya Phoenix. This is iconic.
Come on. I love this so, so much. Again, I have been gassing up anyone who plays Phoenix so far, and to have Vanya on Phoenix on Fracture of all maps, I am absolutely living for this moment, and therefore will be biased towards G2 on this one.
And shout out to our first Brimmy in the tournament, and of course it's Camille.
I like it. I do like the Brimstone on Fracture. We see it quite often. I'm surprised that we don't have Mimi. Wasn't Mimi a Brimstone girly back in the day?
Well, we'll see what the reason is for playing Omen on this map, because it's time to dive back into this and see how many overtimes you can get this time around. Sorry about that, Hazard and Billy, but we just enjoy listening to you two so much. Over to you.
It's so kind of you, Sue. It's very much appreciated. And yeah, from what we heard from her and Meg just then, I think it's important to mention as well, after so many rounds played on Haven, I want to know what kind of a gauge early on we're going to get on how this one is shaping up as a series as a whole. We find ourselves in that third map, right in the middle of a potential fifth, if we get there. Billy, where's your head at right now?
Honestly, I'm scared for both teams coming into Fracture. I think, like, when we look at how many times they've played it this year and we compare them against each other, neither team has dropped this map this year. Of course, we look at G2 Gozen, they played it 3 times in that group stage of VCT EMEA Game Changers, but never again touched it in the playoffs. And then when we look at Falcons Vega, I mean, they've played it 5 times, at least with this iteration of the roster this year. They have played it in another tournament with a different iteration of the roster this year. But 5 times 5 wins. So either way, one of these teams will be dropping this map for the first time this year.
G2 Gozen, of course, already knowing what it's like to end a streak. They played against FlyQuest in that opening series on 3 maps, which they were all undefeated on. A 2-1 win, which put them on course for what you're now seeing as a rematch of that upper bracket final, a grand final. where on Fracture, Falcons, this is their choice, the defender's side. They've taken arcade control. Very strong position to have towards B, but if you can't hold the site itself, it doesn't make much of an issue. It's a quick trade both ways, 3v2, G2 in control, with a flank coming in from Nello as well, or at least that second layer. I was thinking for a second there maybe Camus could be in trouble, but well supported.
And that molly just completely stopping the rest of the team being able to get onto site there. You see Vanya and Mimi having to reconsider their options here. Mary and Camus so conscious of the fact that they could have rotated over towards the A site, but instead looking to just make their way back towards that B site.
Yeah, G2 have heard the steps, so unless Falcons were faking it, they're going to be able to settle in on
30
B.
seconds left.
Even just seeing the comps here as well, I think the fact that there has been a prioritization of that Brim breach shows exactly where Falcons' heads are at in terms of the meta. Lots of utility damage, but none of that left here. It's an empty belt for both sides. G2 have done a brilliant job at chipping away, taking that space towards defender spawn. Well, they don't know exactly where this retake is coming in from. They know it's more likely than not to be from the flank. There's a brilliant double up here. Actually, no, it is just Vanya out in the open, looking for the flash after the first kill. Mimi finally revealed, but Camus needs the half. Mimi, no, nearly just forced to give up the ghost. It doesn't matter now. She's won the round anyway, as Camus wasn't able to get half. But that was a stressful way to win the pistol, and I think she knows it.
Probably not a frenzy you want to have in that situation when you see Mimi swinging out like that. But I think whilst we go into this next round, Haza, I do want to kind of touch on the compositions, of course, because this is the first time that we're getting to see what these teams have decided to play with this triple duelist format. And Falcons Vega not steering away too far from what they would usually play on Fracture. Of course, it is usually that breach, that brimstone, that raise. And of course, having to bring in two other duelists, usually a Vise and a Teho.
Yeah, and I think it's the omission of that Teho, which is key as well, as I was saying. Those three agents combined with the Brim and Breach. So on meta, so on brand right now. The amount of utility damage, especially by the time you get to that attack side. We've seen these lineups for the quick tower takes on B. And once again, sort of leaning into that vein, Falcons have gone for the slow play from Dish on this round of just pistols to take arcade control again, where they know the strengths of those post plants usually lie, but G2 dismissed the situation, so it's another free site.
And I think it's Nello that we need to be paying attention to here. Managed to bring up so much space, but the classic actually taking over the ghost that Nello had.
Get back on the ISO. The flanks with the ISO work better. Vanya flashed up, supported here. Already has the run it back available, so you're thinking about that in the next round. G2 only just getting there, I think it's fair to say. 2 players left, 2 rifles retained. But the point still stands. Falcons did decent damage there, and you can sort of already see what those protocols look like.
For sure, and I think that mentioning that run it back, you know, that's something that we're going to be seeing from G2. Trying to build up round after round, getting it back as many times as they can. Because of course, not only are they using this to take space, it has so much information gathering potential. Where not having an initiator doesn't really matter necessarily. I mean, we saw the Phoenix utilised similar to how a KO is utilised on Ascent the other day as well.
So true. We've seen teams try and do it before. You know, even with the changes to the wall coming in from last event, you can see the value. Vanya has the info, knows Alexi's there. Would have loved to have found the kill to the player on site. But G2 already heading in elsewhere. It's a dash over the top from Dish, and Akita's dropping down the spike. There are 2 players on this flank for G2. And Neri, it's been dealt with in main. Emmy winning that one and getting out too. Both Satchels, Madvi only one. Not quite the full picture for G2 as they are missing some upgrades here. And Mary should have had that one on a plate. Akita was 1 bullet, but it just didn't land. So it's doomed. They're looking at a bonus round win.
And it's all left on Madvi. Akita low, so could be isolated here.
It's done. there's just not enough time for MadV to even consider this. You maybe look at saving the Vandal, but it's just another gun back in the hands. Akita goes in, all guns blazing. And so G2 have their bonus. Such a big win. I don't want to...
No, don't say it, don't say it.
I'll stop myself, but I'll be back later. I'll be back. I'll be back.
Oh, of course there's...
Okay, maybe I have time.
I think you do. Okay, explain yourself.
I don't want to call it in too... You know what, Billy? I don't want to call it in too early. I'm just going to breadcrumb you. It was something that I said after the last map. Went OT, long one.
Yep.
Just let that marinate on your mind
Yeah,
for a moment. For everyone else at home. But I will be picking up where I left off very shortly. I hope it'll be shortly, obviously. We are in a tech timeout.
Oh, you never know. Nah, it won't be long. I asked Cairo this the other day. Experienced many tech pauses, Hazza?
No, we didn't. No, we went out to VCT EMEA. We had two 12-0 halves. We had an 11-1 half. Yeah,
I mean,
they love us there, funnily enough.
I get them on the analyst desk and when I'm casting, so here we are.
Best of both worlds.
Either way,
with a long OT map, right? That's a good way to fill the gaps with some Valorant. We're right back in.
Easily resolved. Quick and easy. Back into this one. Blades are going to be popped, and it's G2 actually looking to take that A main pressure, but this is a lovely micro play from Falcons, just looking to stop anything from main coming in, but it's actually Akita that they're unaware of to begin with. MadV, quick response to trade that back out again.
And because Akita was using the jet knives into the site as well, there's no gun to be picked up. So Falcons still not getting the most out of even that first pick that they were able to find. It's a nice trap play in A main, like you said. As Amy is going to get that orb one way or another. It sits on the shoulders of Camus, shoots it off. G2 off to a fantastic start.
And it is that play in A main that we see from Falcons Vega coming out. You know, the kind of things that we expect when they're running a composition such as this. Using that neon and rays to pair up together. Utilizing the breach stun as well to have those micro plays like I mentioned.
And being able to pull that out, especially coming into a round like this as well, is absolutely huge. Alexi back on the Duelist, now with the op. Difficult previous map for her. This could be everything to set herself in motion. It's gone right down the throats of the G2 players, but still she gets out on 10 HP.
It's crazy that that doesn't manage to get traded out, but Amy looking to answer back, does double satchel onto the site, and Showstopper quickly popped here, Hazza, and she's looking for more.
Akita fears nothing, and neither should Alexi. Sweating a little bit, trying to take that first engagement, but now already with a kill under her belt. Perhaps renewed confidence for Falcons. They converge from both ends, but Arcade goes up in smoke. Akita smoldering Falcons as this performance continues. Yeah, they're going to chase her to the ends of the earth. They want this op gone. Okay. That's one player pass. Oh, Akita finally realized, and with the dash reset, Alexi's out of there. She's actually going to live this. She's dashed into them once.
I mean, it's just a game of cat and mouse at this point, Hazza, but the fact that she gets out of there,
fair play,
manages to save the op. Okay.
The bigger takeaway from the round, though, of course, will be the fact that G2 Gozen, now having won that gun round, with the knowledge that the op remains in play, come into this so strong. 5 rounds to the good as we continue to watch those stocks chart upwards. And to come back to that conversation you were sort of laying down about Falcons setting up these trap plays, trying to fight for the orb, you're going to see a bit of that on A here. It's always a priority for G2 when you have that cheap cost of the ultimate for Vanya's run it back. She's gonna be here. She's gonna find herself dead and buried in the same place. No way, Falcons. Oh, Mary investing the showstopper.
Attacker spawn.
It's a 5 versus 2. Blink and you'll miss it. So it's not how the round was supposed to go for G2.
Last player standing.
Yep. Falcons.
What can we say about that?
I mean, that's what I mean. I'm looking at the round, and you see, you know, G2 using their initiative, right? Deciding to smoke off the potential of where that op's going to be, but I mean, Alexi just decided to take the peek through it.
Yeah. But like that's the thing, when you don't have that extra initiator utility here to be clearing corners, to be trying to fight against an operator, then how do you get that info? Amy picking up yet another orb. It feels like the showstopper is more important to G2 right now in terms of how they've been setting this one up. Amy would love to have it here, but that's not going to happen. Falcons with their first on the board, and what a way to win it.
And it's nice because that's a bit of a confidence injection, right? Just
And it was only the showstopper. Look.
That's what I mean, yeah, just being able to get that first round on the board. That operator still in play, of course, saved over from that round, which never should have been, and proven to be so lethal as well in that last round, Haza.
Never ended. Bit like Haven.
We're gonna be here all night.
Here we are. Falcons on the board. Finding out what works for them. That seems to be Alexi's op. Could she be in for any more?
Here.
Falcons queuing up on A. TP pass. Got to make a decision. Commits to it. Oh, it's brilliant from Alexi. Knew that Mimi would have been there. But what goes around comes around. There's a jet on the other side of the map, and Akita has made this an even man count.
But look at all the ultimates available on Falcon's side. They can just opt to go for a retake here should they really want to, Haza. No need really to be so aggressive.
Look how passive Alexi is after finding those first couple of kills. Knows that she has the Blade Storm since the beginning of the round.
Here.
Falcons, rich for ultimates. Something that we said at the start, and here's one of them. Orbital Strike. Just condemning the site control. Head-to-head, big one. The exchange, doesn't go either way, really. It's just bullets traded, but no bodies dropped. 3-on-3 situation. G2 do get the spike down. Fanya denied positioning by the ult. Finally, Alexi removed from the situation, but Akita remains in play. Another ult from Falcons. Oh, they're chasing shadows right now. Needing to win this one with the amount of upfront. Akita full blind, updrafts out, and it's for good reason, because Mad V was looking for a jewel, which she's just never going to be offered. Still waiting for this fight, and while she wins it, I don't know if there's enough time. It's going to be so damn close. Oh, Mad V's got it. Another clutch from the captain. It was a heavy investment from Falcons, but it's paid off.
Honestly, I think that's probably one of the better rounds that we've seen Mad V play. And not to say that she's not been performing well, but just the amount of support that she was able to give her team to get back into that one. You see the breach stun on default. You see the aftershock come in right behind it as well. And being able to isolate Akita there in that pressure moment and still being able to get that defuse.
I mean, the discipline there to not fully commit to the fight straight away, knowing that Akita's still holding on to that op, not just diving in. With such little time left, just under a second. G2 into the next round, put their foot down. Finally, the run it back returns to the round, but it doesn't get all too much. The spam followed up by Akita, though, means that the solo anchor of B is gone, and Alexi removed on her flank as well. The repurchase of the op, no value. Nello set up to receive 2 players with a trap that goes broken. It's the player that falls behind it as well. G2 Gozen finally able to establish a little bit of control. Last couple rounds shaky, but this is the perfect response.
Mad V potentially just opting to save here. Yeah, I think that's a wise choice.
I was thinking for a moment, maybe she's like, oh, you know how the last round went.
And honestly, I wouldn't blame her. I wouldn't blame her if she decided to go in for that. You know, still got a flash in the pocket. Stun has come back up as well.
Everyone on Falcons does still have money. Fanya will be hoping to potentially catch Mad V late here. but both sort of giving each other the time of day, the respect as well. G2's money not completely out of the woods. In fact, it's worse than on the defender's side. Looking at the situation, they've been able to build up to a couple ults of their own now. The only heavy hitters I'm looking at are the Blade Storms on both sides, to be honest. Like,
I think this is a nice timeout though, because G2, the pace change that they just had there, you know, we speak about how they're so methodical in their approach. Now just having that time of a breather thanks to Falcons. And you could see them just figuring out, how do we get back into this one? We managed to get a couple of rounds on the board. And the thing is as well, Haza, when you're looking at their composition, there's no reason why they can't set up these crunch plays like we discussed before.
oh, absolutely. I think the problem with Fracture is where do you choose to use it? And what's your plan B if there are no players there? Because honestly, that is the state of affairs at times. I think, yeah, again, we're kind of wondering, where do the priorities lie for Falcons? This is their map pick of Fracture again. It's important to note. When you look at it, what are they hoping to try and obtain? At the start of the map, it felt like Arcade outside of B was where they put most value, but G2 didn't really show too much presence there themselves. A lobby started to get a bit more of a look in. Well, now... well, the round begins from spawn for Falcons. They've not got the best of guns, so maybe playing a little more reactive is the right solution.
But it's Mad B that's got that hero rifle that we need to keep an eye on, choosing not to give it to any of the 3 duelists that she could have, and in fact, keeping it for herself. It is Alexei that's looking to take the first contact here, but ult's committed from G2 Gozen. Amy popping that showstopper.
Yeah, oh, but Nello goes down in main. That could make a huge difference. Not threading the needle. Oh, gun in play, Mad V. That was the one saved Vandal that they had, and the upgrade on a Neri doesn't count for anything. G2 with just one of those rounds that you can't deny. It's frustrating for Falcons because there were opportunities there for them to get back into it.
That's even more frustrating for Falcons when you think about it.
Absolutely. But it was the decision that G2 made. Amy's gone on the judge. She's built up that showstopper round on round by this, orb selection. They went dish there. She's coming in at an elevated angle. You sort of have to respect it. It's like, okay, I can sit in the open with a Sheriff and hit the flying mid-air one tap, or I can just give up the space.
Again, not the result they were maybe looking for, but looking a bit deeper into this round now, Haza, we can kind of look at what they've actually spoken about in that timeout. Of course, Alexei has been having a great performance on that operator, going to invest back into it.
Get out of my way!
Mary from up on high, seeing if she can't drag G2 Gozen down with her. Akita. High octane for her so far. Ooh, Nello does trade 1 for 1, but there you have it. G2 with the numbers here looking so strong, and with a missed shot, a blind Alexei's a dead one. Still, so many players on B, and Camu finally can stand up to it. Another triple kill. The Brim doesn't need a stim. It's Nello that needs to clear her corners, and oh, she's going to.
And look at the HP of Camu. Needs to be able to come up huge here, and it's actually the crouch peek that catches Nello off guard. A 4K for Camu. We've been waiting for her to stand up strong, as you said, Haza.
A Bastion on the B site. The blockade that G2 Gozen just can't get past. How many times has she had ridiculous individual rounds? Forget the duelist. It doesn't matter what agent you pick. You put a gun in her hands and she's getting the job done. I've been so impressed with her performances. And looking even to the end of the year, the calendar for both of these teams, with the end goal being not just attending those Game Changers championships, but winning them. Just gets you even more excited for it. But into the next, it's the op-out again. Alexei just not quite finding the same kind of value that she was early on. G2 have cottoned on to this and managed to find the perfect counter. Aniri and main is a story which seems to be delivering, but just not enough. 3 on 3, and Amy's online. getting active, getting ever closer to a showstopper, but it's the ult from Camus that comes in instead, trying to deny the space on site, and while the spike plant's not going to come in, it's a matter of time.
Amy looking to find the ace here, and she does find the fourth. It's just a question of whether Mary peeks into the crosshair of Amy, and she does.
There you have it. We were made to wait for a while to see another ace, but Amy has picked one up. I think all theories of Meg's 4K fanatics have been debunked now. She's sat on the sofa opposite me and she doesn't look very happy at that. But I tell you who will be. G2 Gozen, 8-3 now. 1 round away from it being the same scoreline on the half that Falcons fell to. A huge comeback. We've seen crazier things happen.
I mean, the stories write themselves at this point, Haza. And look at this timing from now. Literally just missing an Neri. But it's the shorty from Akia that's going to pick up that first engagement. Camus, the player that Falcons have relied on to be the anchor of this B site for so long, is going to be the one to fall.
And it's Akita again to hammer home another kill. It's not just her impact in that department, but the space taking as well. Finally put to rest by Neri. But Mimi knows that as long as she shoots in the general direction of the tower, someone's going to be coming out. Vanya wrapping around the generator position to find the final player, Mad V. Falcons have had their moments on this map, but unfortunately, it's not quite been enough so far. A G2 pistol here could just be enough.
I think I've seen this tale before, Haza.
I have, but I think the difference with that one was that Falcons failed to pick up the pistol round. When they had 9 rounds, it took so long for the 10th. If G2 picked this up here...
I think it could be everything, yeah. And I think it's something that the desk highlighted as well, right, is the amount of first picks that they were able to get in that match and just kind of throw them away. I think coming into this one again, it's been very flip-floppy, right? In the sense that sometimes Falcons are able to get that first pick on the defense. The operator has been so good for them, but...
Yeah, no ops in this round. Yeah, it's actually called the pistol round. I don't know if you guys knew that, but...
Oh, thanks for that one, mate.
Yeah, only top tier analysis here from myself. G2 looking towards the B site now, as Falcons have made their first incision on what could be their last if it doesn't draw blood. And Neri doing exactly that. Nello down. Sentinel back in the server. Will be missing from this situation. But look at G2, how quickly they gravitate towards the main position. In the meantime, Falcons starting to take some arcade space. You can see Mad V pushing from the tower, holding on right now as the flash comes in. They've not cleared Alexi. That's the last mistake that you will make, because Falcons have picked up the pistol that they needed, and they're right back in this.
We're going to 5 maps today.
Well, you saying that right now?
We are. I just have this feeling. I've been having this feeling all day. But that's okay, because I think as well, it shows the health of the competition that we have, no?
Yeah. Having the feeling about 5 maps. But it's good that you're talking about it, of course. Yeah, I don't know. I think about a decider every now and then. I've got to keep it to myself. Oh, surely not. I mean, this isn't the round for G2. Not with the classics. You know, they'll tell you, buy the bundle. Mimi's got it there.
Fully smoked.
Is it really that good? Can Falcons keep it clean and make that bonus dangerous? Because that's what we're really looking at here. You need momentum now if you want to make this second half work, and that's exactly what they're doing. Akita is going to get a double. And one more from Nello is the kind of damage that I'm talking about.
Spike planted. I mean, an area is low, Haza. It's not completely without the realms of possibility.
And it looks like she might be the first point of contact here as well. There is a double stack, but still a chance for Nello as she's just playing security guard, double, triple checking the cam.
That's my security guard.
That's my security guard. Goats and security guards, whatever is next.
I want to know what she's saying, because I just saw a chuckle in that player cam there.
Yeah.
Camera taken out.
And what are Falcons saying? Because they already know, okay, we're running away with this round. Nello goes down to the spike, doesn't let them stretch those margins, increase any kind of potential advantage, build towards an ult. But it's a healthy bonus, a strong one. You've got 3 rifles, a little bit of everything.
For sure. I think it's the revival that Falcons needed, you know, being able to get back into this one. But it's a question of how much they're going to be able to do when, especially when I see Akita buying up a glass cannon operator going into this round potentially.
Yeah. Few times we have seen that scope shattered.
And the thing is, some of the players on Falcons here only have light shields, regen shields.
It's as good as it's going to get. G2's chance to take 10 starts with Akita doing exactly what we prophesied. The ult in play, deadly as ever. She gets out as well. Nello next up. Any more would be great, but Falcons do have a response. At long last, a chance to get the spike down, but it's late from tower, and there is a flank slowly working its way across the top side of the map. Oh, Akita, you don't even get a moment to breathe. That's the spike as well. It never crossed.
Akita just looking for more here as well, Haza. And I think she's going to get it.
I was just about to say, I don't think that spike is going to cross. Akita aiming right for the mid-drift, but Alexi peeks in. She's a dead woman walking, finally put to rest. Perhaps the 4K theory was true after all, but it matters not. Akita has got all that she needed, all that G2 needed. The bonus would have been huge for Falcons. And, oh, looking at the money when it comes back up on the screen. You thought there would be more. You really did, but they went all in.
Yeah, they really did, Haza. And I think as well, Akita, such a standout player that we've been highlighting all throughout this tournament. I mean, we talk about risk taking as well. Deciding to buy that operator, no shields into that round and getting the ace yoinked from her. From her own captain as well. Coming into this one though, Falcons Vega just completely sending it up tower, being able to gain control of that super quickly here.
And now, you know, usually where this comp will be scary is in post-plant, but Falcons without Liberty here. Oh, starting to fight forwards. Mary at the double. That could be everything, but Akita's still online with the blades in hand. There would have been a chance, but it runs dry. Falcons follow it up with a thrifty. Get out of here.
I'm sure I asked for a stat on thrifty rounds earlier. I'm asking again, can we please get a stat for how many thrifty rounds there have been throughout this tournament? It's ridiculous.
Can we please get a member of staff over to aisle G2, please? The cleanup is not going as expected.
I want to know who's been thrifted as well, because I feel like it's always at the hands of Falcons, right? They're so good in these thrifty rounds, deciding to get creative, full sending it at teams, things that you can't always expect. And of course, it forces G2 to take a pause now, Haza.
You look at the meta of Fracture as well to have a more general conversation. I mean, Falcons Vega, as I said, playing more on brand. G2, I mean, elements of this comp you may choose to keep, but I feel like they wouldn't be paired up together where you do have that very set synergy on the attack side. Drew picking away at what he believes might be the problem. I have to say, look, even having Nello on the Cypher here, we know she started slow on Haven, but I think that should be a huge difference, at least in terms of those kill trips, when you've got a Neri heading straight in every time on the Neon. It's like one of the most
with
direct
a Bucky
counters you could have.
Yeah, as well.
Yeah.
No, precisely.
You need that advantage coming into your retakes.
Right there.
Well, let's see what G2 can do with a rather strange buy that they have going into this round. A few Sheriffs on board, and of course a Bulldog and a Judge in the hands of Vanya as well. Trip set up for Mimi's Sheriff on B, but
with the smoke in play, she's done enough to just stave off early aggression from Falcons. working the bottom end of the map.
What?
Bopping around. But it's A that they're going. This is going to get messy.
Yeah, 4 players from G2 sat patiently waiting. And of course the camera's going to be the first thing to take contact here.
And the question is, what comes from this? Where's the profit? Who pulls the pin? Right now, it's dead silence, and so Alexi breaks out into the open, breaks the ice. Akita, a couple. Oh, it's Nello there as well. No, there is the second kill. Flashed up, Kamiyu has taken a boatload of damage in the process. The wide wall allows a reposition for Vanya, at least to keep Falcons guessing, but she's got out of dodge.
And how are we in a 2v2 now, Hazza? G2 managed to get so much from that.
Yeah, we can hold the thrifty round stat because there's a very real possibility that yet another gets added to the tally. G2 coming in from both ends. Mimi to drop, but it's Vanya set up. Bulldog in her hands, and here is the paranoia to make the play happen. One player blind, taken down. Vanya gets them both with the Bulldog. And out the back of the timeout, G2 do reach 11th, and that comeback feels like it might be a little too staggered now.
And you have to question what Falcons' decision was there. Like, why they decided to go towards that A site. They saw the smoke come down on B and just decided to walk into the A. There's no way that one smoke on B forces them into that stack on A, you know, just a little too fearful, not willing to explore what was beyond that smoke, which is so unusual because this is a team that peeks beyond smokes in other rounds.
I was going to say, we had the conversation recently, what, 100 people versus one gorilla who would win? 5 Falcons players against one smoke and they turn away? I was not expecting that.
It's not like them, no, that's what I'm saying. I mean, maybe just cautious that all players could have been sat in there with a shotgun, but no, a complete fake, and this one.
Oh, Vanya's invested the ult, but kind of need the main end to hold up here, and Amy's been able to do exactly that. The paint shells just slow it down to a snail's pace if you're Alexi. Cornered, looking to clear it. Both players there for the fight. Vanya, the one that ultimately wins it. This was Falcons' last-ditch opportunity to just throw some money at the situation and hope that it sticks. Down to the last 2 rifles. Back to business on B. Nello's getting that information 5 to 10 business days ahead of schedule, though.
Yeah, it's going to be difficult here now for Kamiyu and MadV to be able to even get a plant down. This could easily be contested. G2 are all here, ready and available.
To shut up shop, but ooh, MadV, one back. Vanya, though, that's the Phoenix that we were foretold would be hitting the server. And she's gone off like dynamite. G2 Gozen coming into this one. I'll finally mention it. We had such a close game on Haven. You were always expecting that next one to be a little bit more one-sided. The fact that G2 have channeled the momentum, Billy, it's set them up brilliantly now, heading into what will then become their map pick next.
You felt brave enough to share that
Now
that we're at map point and you're going to have jinxed us, but it's fine.
No, but, well, you see, this is the thing. Either I'm bold or the viewer gets the maximum entertainment. Maybe Falcons can just keep us on the edge of our seat. Is there any more left to be played? It's a key to sight hit, and well, I tell you what, hit her straight through the box. Nello removed before she even gets a look in. Okay, yeah, Falcons will get 7.
The round's not over just yet, Hazza, and it is that remaining core of G2 Gozen from last year, of course.
They should get 7, but maybe they won't. G2 are back, and I spoke too soon. The players in sight are cornered. There's a showstopper still to come through from Amy. Oh, it's not going to land, though. Falcons still here, still fighting. Maybe the last one's still alive for G2. Can the captain close it out with a clutch? First couple shots were nice, but the next, not quite all right. Mary to haul Falcons over the line. They stay alive, but just about.
You gotta stop jinxing things into existence, I swear to God.
I said it was Falcons round, it was Falcons round. It's fine,
yeah.
it's fine, it's fine.
All good, all good. But I mean, even with it being Falcons round, Akita with that much money left in the bank, still able to buy up an operator going into this round.
Yeah, it's another timeout, another G2 timeout. Doesn't feel like Falcons had been... Well, they've been a bit more reserved, right, in terms of how they want to use it throughout the series. I think that's a valid point now to raise as well when you look at how things started. Then heading into Haven when we got the double timeout from Drew in the opening half of that. They come back to win it. And now on Fracture, it's a very different conversation that's going to be had. How do we close? Because look at the ults that they've got and the ones that they're building towards. Honestly, the biggest game changer here for me has to be Vanya's run it back.
Yeah, for sure. We mentioned it at the start going into this map. The amount of information it's able to gather, not just the space that it's able to take, but just being able to recognize if there's too many bodies stacked towards one site. And of course, it looks as though it's going to be a direct B approach from Falcons Vega to begin with.
B is a site which G2 Gozen have often struggled to hold on to. Early raise nade coming in to deny the traps, but Vanya's here. Both flashes intended to be used. Nello the only one that gets value. G2 off site, but look at the flank coming in. Oh, Mimi, wait, she just gets the double straight up, peeking it right away. Nello the next. This could be it. A Neri last player remaining. A 1 versus 4. But G2's story on Fracture is one of coming right back in this series. After being so many rounds down on Haven, they are the team with 2 maps now under their belt. Heading into the 4th, they feel like the reigning champs that could just do it back to back.
I mean, amazing performance coming out from G2 Gozen there. I did get a little bit worried, you know, I was starting to write the narrative of, oh, well, maybe Falcons are going to go off and win this, but I mean, G2 doing a great performance on Fracture, and I think it's crazy given the amount of reps that Falcons Vega have had on that map this year. Of course, I mentioned it as we went into it, G2 managing to keep their win streak on this map so far this year.
And keeping it clean as well, I mean, 13-7. It's telling, especially after the first half. I mentioned it numerous times throughout the commentary. Couldn't let it go. But after Haven, when things are that close, when you play 3-4 rounds of overtime, you don't end up closing a map you had a huge lead on if you're Falcons. Then it comes back to play against you. They're mental right now. Completely drained, it feels like. And while they came into Fracture with a clear way of how they wanted to play it, with what you already mentioned, an undefeated record, a very set way, a set system, an approach, it didn't quite translate. Maybe that's, them then playing with the 3 duelists and the format, that's the sort of asterisk you put on it. But at the same time, we expect that quality of them. And when you struggle kind of like they did, yeah, it's frustrating.
I think it's a little bit difficult as well because as we start to look ahead, of course, Icebox is going to be our next map, and Falcons Vega don't have a great win record on Icebox in this tournament so far. Of course, the 2 times that they've played it, they've lost it.
Yeah, and the first time they played it into the second, we saw a composition change, we saw an improvement, but still, when it's probably, like the worst map in this whole veto process for them, that's where those early couple of rounds really make all of the difference, from Lotus to Haven, and now having seen the Fracture, G2 coming out of it not only with the advantage in terms of maps, but as I already mentioned, the mental advantage as well, how they're going to be feeling in this situation. And sure, it's one thing to sort of beat a dead horse and say, oh, they've come up from lowers, they've had to play a longer day, all of those extra
G2
extenuating
had to do that last
factors.
year.
But as you say, we have seen that from G2 before, and now it's really. Can you go ahead and close it? Yeah.
Well, I'm sure we'll find out, Haza. But until then, we are gonna just have to keep holding on and thinking. It's just what, it's so exciting the fact that we're already getting to the 4th map for me. I think like Icebox. It does make me wish that we do go to that 5th map, like as much as it doesn't look great for Falcons. I know that like G2 could be able to close this one out, but I want to see a Pearl. I do want to see a Pearl.
Look, That's what we're about to find out. We're going to head to a break, but when we return, we will be back with the 4th map in this series. It's Icebox, and for the Falcons fan, a difficult one to digest. G2 Gozen back in front with a title to take for the 2nd year in a row. Can they do it? That's what we're going to find out after this.
Hey, it's Mary.
Hey, it's Alexi
From Falcons Vega.
We're Mimi and Nilo from G2 Gozen.
And today we're gonna see how well we know each other.
Yeah. Question number 1. Who knows the most random facts? So I would say it's Odell because she always like an internet babe, you know, like she always
she knows the
every time we
weirdest.
ask her a question, she always know.
I guess you, because you lived
Well,
longer.
because I'm older.
Yeah, that's the thing.
Who is most likely to start singing during a warm-up?
Oh, that's so me. Oh, you starting a lot of songs.
Just keep
Breathing, breathing, breathing.
Who would survive the longest in a zombie apocalypse?
Me. They're all gonna die before me.
Next question. Who is most likely to forget their mouse or keyboard before a tournament? You want to
It's
stay together?
you.
No! No!
Which teammate is most likely to sleep through an alarm?
Amy, again. She was like this morning.
I thought it was 9:30.
You ready?
3, 2, 1.
Mad V. We know each other too well. Too well.
Instalock time. Let's go, let's go. We have finally seen Fracture here at Red Bull Instalock, and over at the Fnatic HQ. I'm sure they've been enjoying this grand final as well. I absolutely love the neon cosplays going on in the crowd. I do believe Cairo is there somewhere. I don't see him yet, but I am over here in the gaming sphere with Meg. How are you doing?
Ooh-ah-ee.
Ooh-ee-I. Why would you give me that opportunity?
I can't believe you just whipped that one out.
Sorry, FNC.
Yeah, but no, we're having an absolute giggle up in here, especially after that map, because Fracture, we did expect the chaos that did ensue, but of course, got a shout out to Vania on the Phoenix, who did all of the right things that I expected her to do on that Phoenix role, and it was a very enjoyable map, and I'm glad that it did go G2 Gozen's way with the Phoenix.
Yeah, and I love Fracture in general. I'm a bit sad this is the only time we've seen it, and this is the only time we're going to see it at this year's Red Bull Instalock. But the comps for me were really interesting. We didn't really get too much time to talk about it during Agent Select, and given the circumstances of the three duelists, I actually really loved both of their comps, and I think we saw two very different game plans, and it was G2 that ended up winning. Do you think it was because they had a better game plan with the comp that they brought out?
I do prefer the Sentinel here, as I do think the Initiator can kind of be fulfilled by a duelist somehow, with sending somebody in, I guess, with Vania on that Phoenix, with the run it back to gather the information before the site takes. I just think that on a map like Fracture, where you're having so many lurks, there's so many crunches onto the A and B site, and even pushes through their own spawn into the sites. I just think that having the Sentinel there, like Nello, to just maintain a bit of map control, in my opinion, was what won them the game. But of course, not just that, the absolute stonks that all three duelists put up on G2 Gozen. You had Akita, Vania, Amy with the Amy ace, bro. Like, they were all coming through and delivering on that duelist role, and I think they all had their individual sort of duelist moments and did their own little things to help assist the team to take the win.
They did indeed, and Vania had her ultimate after one round. After the pistol, she already had her ult. She ended up having 4 ults in 20 rounds, which is insane. That's a Phoenix ult every 5 rounds. And every single time she ulted, even when she didn't get a kill, it was always valuable. There was one ult she did, which I thought was so cheeky, where Akita literally ran up ropes on Heaven behind the Phoenix ult. It was a cheeky little bait from Vania, and then Akita gets the trade. It was such beautiful synergy and execution that I cannot believe that Akita, first of all, hasn't played with this team for 2 years. And second of all, that they haven't run this comp before, because you wouldn't know that they haven't done this before if you just watched that map without the context.
No, and honestly, shout out to Akita, because I have been completely wowed by her performance, not just in 1 or 2 maps, throughout the whole of Red Bull Instalock. She has been so incredibly consistent, and I think it's so good to see her come through. Again, with Vania as well, we did expect her to be sort of up there on the ACS, but to think Akita is almost pulling up nearly 100 ACS more, like, and that is just consistently throughout all of the maps as well, is incredible.
That is ridiculous. 346. She won 6-1 in opening duels at a grand final on LAN with a new team against the world champion. Yeah. This is, you can't make this up.
I did speak to Nello about why we weren't seeing her on the Jet, because one of Nello's most played duelists is, funnily enough, the Jet, and she said that's Akita's. I would never take that away from her, and clearly that is the right decision, because I just feel like that's Akita's comfort role. What she knows and how she knows how to play Jet is beyond anyone else that we've seen in the tournament.
Are we about to see one of the greatest pickups we've ever seen in Game Changers?
Honestly, I think it could be if Akita can sort of maintain that level of gameplay outside of Red Bull Instalock and throughout the rest of the year. This could be what G2 Gozen needed to kind of come back into the competition after a rough sort of couple of splits and a couple of tournaments. I do think that this could completely change the way that they show up.
Yeah, Split 2 is going to be very, very exciting, but I'm getting ahead of myself because we still have a grand final here to play, and we still have map 4 coming up. Potentially Hopium on my side, a map 5, because I want to see all 5 maps. I think it's only fair that we fly Falcons all the way here to London. You know, we have to go the distance here.
Yeah.
But Icebox is going to be a very, very tall task for them, though.
Yeah, they did lose it out to G2 Gozen yesterday, Falcons, but like we kind of mentioned earlier, I think sometimes you have that lower bracket, that loss buff, because you're coming into this understanding where you went wrong and being able to rectify those mistakes coming into the next matchup against someone like G2 Gozen. And they have now the experience against them to know how G2 Gozen did play Icebox. With Amy on that Killjoy as well against MadV, I wonder if we'll see them switch up to play MadV on a role that she's potentially a little bit more comfortable on. We haven't seen MadV on their ISO yet, have we?
Yeah, that's a crime. That's
so
a crime.
maybe this is the moment, because
This has to
Mary,
be the moment.
Last time on Icebox on ISO, she didn't put up a great performance, so that could be the little switch out.
What I love is they've played 2 Iceboxes in this tournament and 2 completely different comps, 2 completely different ways of playing this map as well. One that was extremely plant heavy, you know, Harbor Gecko, and another that was extremely fight heavy. But I want them, I never thought I would say the words I'm about to say. I would love to see them take a page out of Team UK's book on Icebox before.
With Lexi on Sage.
Yeah, but what I love is they obviously also had a very plant-heavy approach, you know, wanting to play that Sage. I think they went Sage Viper, which I think is such a nice balance, because if you look at the comps that Falcons have already run, they did Harbor Gecko, which, you know, full plant, wanting to plant, and then they kind of darted down, and then they went Viper Killjoy. So I'm thinking you mash those 2 ideas together, and you go Sage Viper or maybe Gecko Viper, and I would really, really love that for them.
I do think Gecko Viper could be a bit of a winner here with that, obviously, plant assistance, and you still have that post-plant utility. You've got the Gecko Molly, you've got the Viper Molly, and I do think once they get the plant down, the thing about Falcons is they very, very rarely kind of give away those 1v1s that aren't at least planned or thought out. They're very, very good at being controlled in those post plants, so I do think that could potentially be a winning combination for them. I do, though, really, really like the Killjoy, and I think maybe MadV just wasn't having a good day on the Killjoy, and maybe they swapped that rollout and put the Killjoy on someone else, because again, looking at Lou's performance on GiantX on that Killjoy yesterday, and how valuable a Sentinel can be on a map like Icebox, especially with maintaining that mid control, those late lurks through mid, those lurks onto the A or B site. I just think that they're really going to have to think about what they want to do in their game plan in this one and what they're going to favor.
But wouldn't you want MadV to go ISO here?
I do.
She
I
can't
do.
do both.
I do. So I don't know. Maybe we see Alexi go onto the Gecko, or Aneri take that. Well, I think with the way Aneri's been playing on Duelist, I don't want her on anything else. I can't imagine Mary coming off. Obviously, Camus is going to be on that controller no matter what, I think. So maybe it's just Alexi didn't have the best performance on Fracture, so potentially her kind of coming off that duelist role, as she did previously play Jet against G2 Gozen and played very well, but I think if she's not feeling it, maybe she can take one for the team.
Send me in.
Yeah.
Let me cook.
Yeah.
Let me cook. Because for G2, you know, this is what they do best. When they get themselves into these situations, they can close things out. There's no dilly-dallying. You know, they want to make sure that they secure this. For me, all the pressure's on the side of Falcons. I don't even think the comp is going to matter too much from G2 because they're playing with so much confidence right now.
Yeah, they've got a fire underneath them, especially after that Haven win. I think this is the thing. You could definitely say a team like Falcons could come back into this, but G2 Gozen, when you give them that in, they take it and they don't let it go. And as you've just seen on Fracture, they kind of come in, assert their dominance off a win like that, especially a comeback like that. You know, it wasn't close the whole way through. It was looking like Falcons were going to take Haven, and then G2 come back in such a fashion and win in overtime. They're definitely feeling it right now.
That was the pivotal point, I think, like you said. The mentor was shaken a little bit. I want to see them get a little bit louder as well.
Are they not? Because I was going to say, out there, are they giving it what they've been giving it?
It's just pure Nello. It's been pure Nello silliness, Nello energy, Nello screaming. I want to see Alexi come out with a war cry to start things off. And Camus was also standing up a little bit here and there in the first couple of maps, but that last one, I think the energy weren't fully there, but of course it's a long day. They played a lot of maps already. But if this is going to be their last map here at Bull Instalock, give me some shenanigans.
Yeah, and I do think that they've had the time now to go off and pop a Red Bull and maybe potentially regain that energy and come back into this with the fighting spirit that we've seen from them in previous maps. Because I think that's the thing. A team like Falcons, they perform at their absolute best when they're in fighting spirit, when they're in top form, when they're giving it the gab, they're giving it the BM on stage, and you can see that their energy is sort of flailing and they're feeling the hit off that Haven. So I think they really have to have that full mental reset in this sort of break now and come back into this and take G2 Gozen on as they know they can.
I know Mimi and Mary, I believe they're both Red Bull athletes. I could be wrong.
Yes, you are.
But I need Camu to be signed up because her favorite thing to say so far in this tournament is pulling off the most unbelievable clutch and then screaming, Red Bull gives you wings.
I love
that. Is just the best thing I've heard today.
That's so good.
I mean, if that is not epitomizing, you know, the brand, I don't know what is.
Sign
her up.
Sign her up just off that. That is truly the perfect way to sort of, that is the war cry of Red Bull Instalock. I feel. And for Camu to be the one doing that.
On the controller.
Yeah, on the controller.
Brimmy.
On the Brimmy. I mean, that Brimmy round, I can't remember exactly the round where she hit that 3K and literally saved the round on site. Camu, for me, has definitely been an MVP. And I think there's only so long that you can maintain that level of like performance. I do think Camu now needs sort of her teammates to maybe match the energy that she's trying to put back out there into the server, and also potentially that clutch sort of ability and kind of the multi-frags that Camu's been consistently pulling up.
Yeah, I think Aneri's had a uncharacteristically quiet map, you know, on the last one, but I fully believe in her. The first map, she came out swinging. I think this is where they need to maybe recover, have a little chat. Of course, we are having a slightly longer break than we did of the other maps to give them a bit more time to rest, to regather their thoughts, regather their energy, be able to talk things through with their coaches as well. I mean, there were a few moments during those timeouts where Drew was not smiling. He was so locked in. Yeah, I turned to the G2 manager. I was like, it's grand finals. Drew is locked in. Drew is not hee-haing anymore. Because if they win the next map, it would be G2's second Red Bull Instalock title, but it will be Drew's first one, and it'll be his first title in EMEA.
What a way to sort of take a title in the EMEA as well. This is definitely the one you want to be having. And what a great way to start his intro into G2 Gozen and 2025, you know.
Look at him, he's so locked in.
Oh, he's giving us a cheeky
he's giving us a little thumbs
up. Are you kind of expecting any crazy picks on this one, Yinsu? Like any sort of...
On Icebox from G2?
Just anything different that we haven't seen so far?
For me, at this point, it's almost like a don't fix what's not broken for them. The pressure is not on them. Even if they end up losing this map, they do have map 5 as well. And my goodness, God knows G2 are good when they go to a map 5. And I'm glad. Wow, this is. I'm kind of getting a bit jealous.
I mean,
are you jealous?
Oh, we're getting.
I'm getting really jealous
as well.
Okay, where would you sit in that little hand? You know, holding hands over. Where would you put yourself?
Oh, I've got to be in the middle.
In the middle, so between Mad V and Alexi.
Yeah. Yeah, because I feel like you can definitely get the boom boom, the fist bumps quite easily. On the end, I feel like I'd feel a little bit.
I think I would go between. Is that Mary and Aneri? I think that's where I would go. I would plot myself there, you know, because I think they're both very cold, cool, calm, and collected.
Yeah.
And I can like charge them a little bit. You know.
I feel that. I also just remembered that I came up with an Amy Ace song.
Yeah, go on. Hit me with it.
It goes,
yeah.
Amy Ace, Amy Ace, Amy Ace, Amy Ace, Amy Ace, Amy Ace.
Oh, we're doing the whole thing? Okay.
No, we don't have to go the whole way.
All right.
But just seeing Amy doing a little bit of mogging there on the screen, it just reminded me, she's so cool.
It was at the debut of this song. Yeah, because you got a few songs, so they're gonna have to put that up on Genius for you. And speaking of Genius, we've got Billy. Oh, and Hazard's there as well. Take it away, guys, and I hope this one's a good one.
Yeah, Billy, you want to intro us in as well?
Yeah, I guess so. I mean, we kind of just got jumped into that one, didn't we? I'm like over here clambering my notes together, getting ready to jump into this 4th map of the day, but we're back.
We absolutely are, and so are G2 Gozen. They now have the lead. The pressure shifts to Falcons yet again, as it felt like it was going into Fracture as well, of course. That second map in the series, long will that linger on my mind, I think, just in terms of how pivotal that is, what a watershed moment it could be. You look at both of the grand final records for each of these teams, and they speak for themselves. This new crop of Falcons players yet to drop one so far, but standing in their way, a G2 side which haven't lost a main event final since they dropped to Guild back in 2022. Those same 5 players that beat them, only a couple, 100 feet above us, perhaps, from the Red Bull gaming sphere in London. Plenty of history there, and looking back at the history of the comps, Billy, it's a brand new one for Falcons Vega. A 3rd comp on Icebox in this tournament.
I mean, G2 Gozen, of course, they switched up their comp from the first time they played it into the second, but I've decided to stick with that. But it's Falcons Vega as well that have just completely switched things around.
It's 4 Duelists too! We've actually managed to break through the ceiling, and we're so close to having that 5th Duelist. Clove at the best of times, and the way that their kit works, I think, does enable you to get hyper aggressive. Question on my mind is, like, how did G2 handle this? Because it's an attack side as well. It pretty much, the fate of this grand final could very much live and die in those first 12 rounds.
I hope it wasn't an accidental lock-in to these 4 just... I'm kidding. Of course, the time that the SMG girls had done that was, of course, with the Cypher. But no, they have opted for the Clove, as you say, has a very aggressive controller, like you mentioned. And I think getting stuck into this one, it's so exciting, G2 Gozen. 1 map away from being back-to-back Red Bull Instalock champions, and Falcons Vega, their debut at this event, of course, looking to dethrone our current champions.
What an upset it could be from this position at the very least. Falcons, the favourites of many, myself included, coming into the tournament. Their style of play notorious. The 4 Duelists, we saw it. And now on Icebox, could that be the answer? Give me the first player to spot any action going on. And Akita always in the feed. Just a single kill though. Maybe still holding on to this space behind her own smoke, trying to play around it. It's Alexi instead, as Falcons have the numbers. A 3 versus 1, but Vanya all of her utility back in.
Spike planted.
Spike goes down, and as you say, Vanya looking to pick up the first and is able to get that overheal as well now.
Needed it cleanly, and at the very least, Falcons have offered that first way back into the round. Vanya still has 1 orb left, a chance to dismiss or devour. With those players spotted, it's more damage on the overheal gone. Falcons pathing around. Is this a wrap behind Vanya? Has she accounted for this? She has! Quick dismiss away. 1 more target left, and Mary's only 17 points of HP. Over the top, Vanya goes. Time working against her here, but might just have the killer read! Vanya's door! Has she done it? It's so close. I think it might just have slipped away from her. It was a damn good effort by Vanya! But at the very death, Falcons do get the round, which felt like it was guaranteed from the start.
Yeah, that's something that we'll need to keep an eye on going into this map. I think Haza is, of course, starting on that attack side, being able to come into this with 4 Duelists. The first team that we've actually seen decides to actually go from 4 Duelists, and it's the team that we expected it from.
It's those cries on the desk left unanswered for, just going all the way, 5 Duelists.
Every player on this roster has played Duelist at some point in their career, so when we came into this, I thought this tournament was really made for Falcons Vega.
That's what they said. The streets were talking. Falcons in the tournament this year, of course, and onto the scene with a bang. G2 very quickly, having now lost the pistol, head into this one with not all too much. The flank has been checked. Falcons have found some positioning off this as well. The Outlaw of Aneri will just tear right through them. Felt like the shield was there and then just smashed right through. Falcons getting the rounds you sort of expect them to off the back of that pistol with the numbers that they had. Sure, it went close, but now into the bonus, it is rock solid.
Yeah, being able to keep over 4 Bulldogs there, and Neri being able to buy up as well.
I mean, because it was flawless and we didn't see too much damage taken, every player that had light shields has got a cheap upgrade. So this is one of the better bonuses I think that we've seen in the whole tournament. Both the Phantom and Vandal absent from the Arsenal, but matters not. Mary able to pick up the first. Vanya in close proximity. Nello to shield up and maybe drive some of that attention away from her Reyna player, who dropping in, spots an area, finds the first, looking for more, getting out with it. Smash and grab. G2 Gozen in the rifle round, run rampant.
Really nice synergy between both Vanya and Nello there. It's just the little things as well, right? Nello being able to shoot out that boom bot. Vanya's position uncovered completely.
Great start to the map for her. Our 2024 Red Bull Instalock MVP. On this map, she was also playing the Phoenix, but it's back to the Reyna now. With the Empress online on both sides, Mary looking to return it to sender. We have some early utility for them to try and gain control. Kita up in nest. When does she take the timing? Head spotted, Jet on Jet, that's the first. G2! It is an emphatic way to win the next round. And not only did we have a bonus denied, now it looks like they're going to take the lead off of this.
And it's really nice early recognition from G2 as well, right? Recognizing we're going up against a 4 duelist composition. Let's just take our chances, go for that early aggression. And the fact that they're doing it together, showing the experience that they have.
I mean, like, how much thought can you actually put behind this if you're Falcons as well, in terms of what those combos look like, right? I mean, Mad V can position herself in a way that the undercut from Bell is going to hit where the orb is, and you have the nade as well. But beyond that, it feels like G2 just have everything covered. And they read that, you know, 2 rounds in a row now.
This time, though, Falcons looking to take kitchen control, but Amy looking to have this on lockdown. It will be the turret that alerts her of any sort of presence in Tube right now, and Vanya just looking to come over and support.
G2 have reinforced mid. It's still a 5 versus 5. There's no blood spilled inside the server right now. Oh, well, speak of a devil, it's Akita. Incarnate. How many kills could she get from this position? I mean, it's quite an overextension to be still playing Belt there after the dash away. It's not really an upgrade which has been retrieved just yet. Finally, it falls into the hands of Falcons, but not before G2 have managed to deal further damage.
And it's a 3v2 now. Alexei, she's been able to recover a rifle, but that's it gone. It's been completely shut down.
And time is running out, so even if Mary wanted the rotation, there just isn't enough bandwidth to try and support that idea. Has to go for it. Has the ult, the heal, but everything else works against her. You need the quickest, cleanest shots that you've ever seen, and it's just too many conditions that need to work out for her for Falcons to have any chance here. So G2 are in front. It wasn't the cleanest in the end. Falcons do make things difficult, but with those building blocks in place, can they bring us back to an even score?
I think we need to also start looking at all these ultimates that are starting to come online for both sides. Nello, of course, has got that kill contract, able to deny any sort of spike plant if necessary. But it's Falcons deciding to go towards B this time, but it's a question of whether or not this positioning from Vanya gets spotted and is able to just pick up one dismiss instantly. Very quickly traded out by the Reyna on the other side of the server, and the kill contract we mentioned has been utilized, and Nello is good for another.
And as soon as Nello knows, it's blood in the water for Falcons, but that is a huge kill. Kamiyu could have just moved the needle enough to keep Falcons' heartbeat ticking over. Tap of the spike, they're looking for an advantage here, and look, with the smoke placed by Aneri, push comes to shove, they needed a chance. Still top site is Amy, and with Mimi supporting, it's a double peak, which Falcons can't digest. G2 continuing to follow up on this into the rifle round, the lead extended, and it all starts with Vanya again.
Yeah, she's getting away with playing in some sneaky corners so far, and I think that's a good thing as well, right, is that G2 Gozen are able to keep Falcons on their toes a little bit, despite playing, you know, a bit more of a normal composition in comparison. They're still able to create question marks.
Nothing normal here on Red Bull Instalock. Falcons trying to push us into crazy hours.
Is that a Phoenix impression?
No?
I don't know what you're
I
trying
mean, look,
to
if they want to
attempt
add the voice line into the game, I'll take royalties.
Right.
The kind of money that Falcons don't have in this round. They've got ults to work with, though, and with Mary finding that kill, Akita is just damned with a shorty in the ult. Showstopper goes out, flank coming in. Vanya's still alive, that's a problem. Lockdown makes this thing a little bit awkward. Falcons trying to reposition themselves, but it's out into the open, out into the gunfire. But Falcons responding. Mary and Camille. Amy, the last player left. There's an isolation on this first, but I mean, how much further do you take it? The plant works against you, as does the time. Continually moving in a direction which they just can't get past. So a huge retaliation from Falcons.
And I don't even blame Amy for going in for that fight, right? You look at the economy of G2, they managed to build some things up, and even if she gets out of 1 or 2 there to start breaking Falcons' economy. And you look at the ultimates starting to be utilized as well. I mean, Amy trying to use that lockdown in that round, but unfortunate to not be able to come away with it.
Also, how quickly we had 2 players on the flank for G2 Gozen. It's kind of showing their hand in terms of how reactive they are being to Falcons here, but that's the perfect start. Akita finds a clean kill with the operator, dashes out of harm's way, and you have your Sentinel utility behind this. Amy has repositioned herself towards the B site itself. Falcons have a lot to get through.
In an area with this attack operator in hand, I mean, we talk about players and teams being able to take risks, and it'll be interesting to see if she does get away with anything in this round. Looking to just prop her up on A here.
Neely's smoke timing is exquisite. Falcons have been stopped at the door. Akita finding another pick. This time it's right through the middle of play. The belly of the beast. She sinks another. 5 versus 3 situation, and when Falcons find themselves on B, without the numbers, it's such a difficult site when you don't have the kind of security that the first of the comps they were running had. It's on to the Duelists to do something here for them, but Akita is telling that story all by herself. 3rd kill picked up with the blades. Still, Falcons walking on the back of their feet. Vanya another, only Alexi. Phantom good for the first, but that's where this one ends. G2 a 5th, continuing on that warpath towards a 2nd title.
And I think Falcons really struggling here on these post plants, right? Whenever they're losing the rounds, taking the site, not as difficult of a job, but actually being able to keep possession of that. You look at the utility that they have for post plant, not an awful lot. Perhaps the raise grenades, the clove medal as well. But other than that, it's actually the gunfights that we're having to take.
These are all things which we've looked at Falcons using earlier in the round as well to try and create problems. I think one of the things to mention is, okay, sure, you've got 4 Duelists, but it's this consistent lack of initiators that I think we see in the tournament, just because you need at least 1 smokes, right? Okay, that's another slot filled. The only slot that Falcons have filled that isn't a Duelist here. And, you know, maybe a Sentinel, something like that. Nothing regenerative, nothing signature that we talk about so much in the current meta, 2025. Those refreshables. And in terms of re-clearing space, you have to commit players to it. There's really nothing here. I mean, what? You have a boom bot?
Yeah. I think that's why, like, a lot of this tournament, what we have seen is a trade-off of utility and then it goes to gunfights.
And even to that extent, G2 have the Killjoy here, right? And that's giving so much passive control. So many rounds where Amy is maybe slightly tweaking what the setup looks like. But it's delivered the results, and so with Falcons having an extra timeout under their belt, now, where do they take this? It's like A again. It's going to be one less satchel.
And it's Akita looking to make the first move. We've seen her do this in previous rounds, and good for one, but Mary hasn't answered back.
Aneri missing. Trade of the Jets, but G2 have read this like a book out of the timeout. A stack, ready for the duel. Falcons at times have been quite straightforward and direct how they approach these out of a pause.
Perhaps a little too predictable at this point. And I think as well, when we look at the players on opposing sides, of course, Mary and Mimi understanding each other's tendencies, perhaps.
Question is, how much has that changed in the time away? Vanya waiting on the other side of the smoke, placed by the IGL we were just speaking of. Mimi supporting the A site in proxy. She's not quite here. Kamiyu could be back though, and with their ult invested, Falcons back in a strong position, but it doesn't last too long. There they go again, another 2 kills. Amy, last player left. Just when you think there's a moment of respite for G2, Falcons responding in kind. Exactly what was required coming out of the timeout, and it's probably in Amy's best interest to save. Has a whole heap of money available here. And if you find Kamiyu, maybe there was a chance, but no, gives up the ghost and gives up the gun. Not one that Falcons elect to take, but just around in it.
Which is interesting, right? Because we have seen Aneri play that operator on this attack. But no. Not even deciding to pick it up. And look, Alexi's having to buy up a Guardian here.
I mean, it was cut fairly fine. 2 players left. One of them came back for a second bite at the cherry. Kamiyu investing the not dead yet Cloves ultimate. To rack my brain for a moment as to what it was called. We don't see them played all too often, but this might just be the perfect storm. Falcons doubling down on their A aggression, but Akita lively still. Just the one, and that doesn't feel like enough. Not unless Nello pops up. Ooh, she wanted a little bit more there. Oh, but the suppression from the undercut's huge. Wanted the ult, now denied. Huge counter from Mad V. One more kill would be the icing on the cake, but Mimi stops it.
Spike down A.
2 versus 1 situation for Mary. Would love to heal off the first, but you're expecting that second swing as soon as she hits contact. Creeping closer, G2, and that's where Amy will close it out. 6-4, G2's advantage continues to grow.
And it's the same aggression that we're seeing from Akita time and time again. The confidence of this young duelist being supported by her teammates in Nello. And Vanya from time to time as well on that A site.
And we're seeing a lot of stop-start rounds. Like if Falcons don't get the fights they want early, they're not going immediately right back in. And I think Akita's happy to roll the dice. Like, okay, maybe I go 1 for 1, but who am I picking up? If it's Mary, then who else is here for Falcons right now in terms of kill involvements at the very least? And as we say, utility is a rare commodity for them to play around with. All duelists built to be self-sufficient. How can they support the rest of their team? Nello thinks best of the kill contract. Another A hit from Falcons. Another ult 1. Her position under some stress here, but still standing up to set up the rest of G2 Gozen. Billy, these rounds are too quick for my liking.
Brother, it's been like that a lot of the time. Wait until G2 goes and turn onto the attack, then it'll be a lot slower. Don't worry, don't worry. But no, I have to agree. I think that Falcons going for this direct A approach, right, round after round. We see them potentially setting up for it again on this round.
But it's like, we remember back in the day, double duelist, commonplace, saw it all the time. On Icebox, it was Jet Rainer, right? Oh, it's an A site simulator, guys. You can't plant on B. Well, G2 are going to make sure that you can't. looks like they've been good for these A duels anyway.
It's you and me.
Mavi's ult could be huge. Does have the shield in play. Akita goes right through it and finds the fight anyway. And from that position and pipe, she's still within safety. Kamiyu finally removing her from the bigger picture, but here's Nello, one back. G2 remain in front, but Falcons have responded, and Mary's kept it going. Kamiyu, much needed, but so is Amy.
Spike down
Another A-site reprisal. Walking back into this space before she struggled, and now it's the info game. Mary in the corner again playing with discipline. Who bites first? It's a game of timing. Amy looks the more eager to go ahead and see if there's a player hanging around as Mary continues to wait. Now walking around the side, Amy into the angle that Mary is holding, turns away. I don't know. It's got to be the call from the teammate. You spotted her. Time to turn back, Amy. This could be the chance. Mary given the chance to plant. Closing in the gap. Amy on the line. The 2v1 converted and the half asserted.
And it's intense moments like that, Hazza, where you see the experience come through from Amy. Regarded one of the best sentinels in the EMEA region, back on that comfort role of Killjoy on this one.
Switching sides.
We're talking so much about Falcons, do or die, choice words, coming into the attack half with 4 duelists. Feast or famine had to be the perfect start, or at least it felt that way. G2 now with their chance to see if the shoe fits on Icebox. The same map which they defeated Shopify on in the 4th of that series, if you include the one map given away to them. G2 Gozen not going down easily in these big best of 5s. But things are going to be falling short of that decider for Falcons Vega if things don't pick up soon.
And it's an early aggression on B. Coming up from both sides, actually. And Neri looking for one, and the support of utility going back and forth is lovely, and it's Mary playing in that pocket, does not get cleared.
But how much more can she possibly do? The bullets respect the fact that she must drop back, and with Mad V collecting a kill elsewhere, it's only going to help build that Falcons empire. Huge kill, Vanya. Gets the heal. How much more health? She was still looking for further fights, so didn't maximize the value from the Devour there. Wanted to try and pull the wall over Falcon's eyes quickly. Amy with a clutch to end the previous half, but on 10 HP and no tools, this one's rigged from the start.
Mary looking to set Falcons up on this one. And it's weird now how it's flipped, right? On that defense. We can probably expect them to be playing aggressive, trying to isolate these fights on the extremities, with them playing 4 duelists on this map. And it's actually Mary that's popping off for Falcons at the moment.
Yeah. Look, a grudge match for her. Lotus, the win for Falcons there. Only the 2nd time she's been able to pry away a precious map from the hands of the Gozen girls since making the switch. It's not going to get any greener here. In fact, it's not her site that they're hitting, it's Mad V's. With damage onto Nello, it's the shield broken at the very least, but here is Mary again, arriving at the scene, responding where needed. G2, a kill there could have been everything, but from this position now, it's feeling a little bit damned, and with only 1 casualty in the end, the opening pick that goes against Falcons, they're looking pretty healthy coming into another bonus round, and that's a story we've said a couple of times now.
I mean, we know that Falcons now, they need to start getting these rounds on the board, and I think that they're making a good start of that. Looking to just reacquire whatever they can that's left on the floor with this weaponry. But this is the round that G2 need to win, Hazza.
while they do currently lead on aggregate throughout the series. With such a strong map win on Falcons' pick of Fracture, it's only going to take a couple of rounds for Icebox to slip away from them. I mean, think how many times we speak of G2 coming into this against teams like KC, GX, domestically, where despite the Dynasty they struggled. As difficult as Falcons have found it here, it's not exactly home turf for G2 in this topsy-turvy veto.
It's certainly been a tough start to the year for G2. First time in a long time not being able to make that main event grand final, but coming into this one, Vanya, Nikita and Amy as well, just completely storming down that A site.
It's exactly as you put it, G2 storming the gates of A, giving a rifle round win, a much needed one up against Falcons bonus. We would remember, of course, the previous map of Fracture where they sort of invested heavily in those situations, that they didn't have much money thereafter. But this time, it's a follow-up gun round, which is equally as valuable, if not more so. The money's not going to be great, you're on the defender's side.
Coming into this one, has a B just completely left open by Falcons. This is going to be a 4v4 over towards the A site.
And with shots traded, there's still no tangibles. Not until Nello pops up in the kill feed. What a turnaround this series has been for her from those first couple of maps to now really finding her groove on the ISO. Amy calling the rest of the team over. She's got a late lurk through mid, but it's that open B site that you alluded to right from the barriers. I mean, this is one of the most painful parts of playing the comp that Falcons have. You just can't afford to attribute that many bodies.
100%. And then when we start to look at the kit that's going to be available to G2 in this post plant, thinking about those Killjoy nano swarms, of course, of not even going to be on the bomb though, considering that Amy is having this lurk. I mean, G2 gonna have to take the Angels instead. They do have Nello's kill contract.
But that's the Boombot just used. All the clearing utility. G2 still up for a fight here and starting to win all of them. Absolute. Amy already with her first from this mid lurk, which was set up from the get-go. Gozen now gearing towards 10. Double digits, only 3 away from being recrowned champions in the heart of London.
And it has to be Nello, right? That's been a standout. You highlighted her in that round there, Haza, about how she's just had such a performance this last day in the grand finals. Really just being able to turn things around.
I mean, as we said, coming into the first stage, still in pursuit of that very first title of all the off-season events that she's played. You know, mid-season, not able to pick up anything. And this round is a great opportunity for G2 to keep that momentum moving forwards. They'll be without Nello, but the impact is already felt. Camille's Sheriff has been otherworldly at the best of times, but these circumstances don't favor her whatsoever. Top site plant is just an extra step away from where she can look to take a duel. The shots onto Mimi aren't gonna land. The target-rich environment shoots back. G2 only need 2.
And as much as there was a weaponry disadvantage, I mean, the whiffs now, you can see the fatigue start to set in. Falcons Vega really need to kick it up a gear should they want to take this championship title from G2 Gozen, of course. You mentioned it before, reigning champs potentially here.
How many times do you see this? There is nobody on B. There is nobody on mid. There are 10 players right up against the wall.
I'm telling you, it's deathmatch.
As it drops on A, and here we go. And Neri opening the scoring. One back from Vanya, one back from Mad B. It's trades everywhere, but finally Falcons, they get in front when they needed it. Oh, they so desperately needed this round. A huge result for them as the A site hold finally stands the test.
And again, how do you even break down a round like that, Haza? You just see utility back and forth, gunfights back and forth, trades coming through. course, the showstopper was committed.
It's just ridiculous. More trades than Spittlefield's market up the road. G2 putting a little bit more presence on other ends of the map because they realised, wait, hang on a minute.
I mean, we mentioned B.
There were quite a few players on that A play. There aren't any now! What is going on?
I am losing my marbles right now.
Oh, Mad V's missed the ult because there's nobody B either.
And it's the right reaction from G2, right? Seeing that initial utility come out from Falcons Vega on B. And just predicting, okay, they're all stacked towards this site this time.
All right, let's not get silly. Who's on defense? Who's on attack? Amy first kill, holding on to A. But G2 ready to receive. It's the Blades on an Airy that look to try and get things started. Camille following it up. Falcons again in the feed. Camille wanting more. And Falcons able to get it. Both Rainers dismissing. And Mary with 3 on the round. Falcons finding 8.
One enemy remaining.
Camille's not even there to see it conclude.
Well, I did say a couple of rounds ago, they need to kick it up a gear, Hazard.
I mean, this is just unbelievable. Like, joke as much as you want about it sort of looking quite strange, the optics for this whole tournament, may I add, with the Duelists. I think it's one of those situations where if you're Falcons, you kind of have to lean into that read. And the same with G2 and how they looked to play it. Drew calling the timeout here.
Oh, that's the thing, right? When you're playing up against even 4 Duelists now, you can try and Giga Brain it as much as you want.
Yeah.
But the unpredictability of this composition that Falcons are running, I mean, it's more just about the in-the-moment decisions and being able to adapt, which is hopefully what we'll see out the back of this timeout here.
Those trades as well. Feels like the word that I'm using the most. Getting ready to look up some synonyms, perhaps, because it's getting very same old in terms of how these teams are taking chunks out of each other.
I mean, it's what I've said this whole tournament, you know, it's been very flip-floppy in the sense that it's been very back and forth when you look at the kill feed.
And looking at the score sheets as well, with Mary topping the charts and Vanya on the other side, it's...
Please.
The return of the Rainers.
No. Do not play Reyna on Xbox.
Falcons 5 players in through middle. G2 still have a couple of rifles here, and yeah, they have the A site again. Amy's walking off towards Garage. It's going to be another flank and another post plant for G2. Ooh.
It's just a question of how quick Amy can get round here, fully running.
But look at the post plant this time. G2 have actually read the situation ahead a little bit and decided let's play towards screens. It's a little more preferential. Over the top goes Alexi, winning the first of those fights, but it's that back and forth as the pendulum swings. It starts to favor Falcons. A 3 versus 2 situation, but this late lockdown in middle is the biggest issue. It's turned attention. Maybe only with a classic, but maybe that's enough for the Dane to put it all on display and to win this 1 versus 1 where Aneri would be favored, but Mimi is giving it a damn good go. The spike isn't halved. Is there time? Yes, there is! Aneri, an exhibition of her own individual skill. Each and every player having a moment on Falcons.
And the creativity is there. You can see the adaptation. You can see it from both sides. Having Amy as that extra layer, making that on-the-fly decision to plant for CT, as you said, Haza. But a Falcons as well. I mean, yeah, you could question how creative it is, just all deciding to push down mid.
Yeah.
But switching it up, and I'm getting scared the more I'm looking at this mini-map.
Modern art, Billy. Modern art.
But look
it's
at
all
Amy.
being thrown at the wall. What's going to stick? Aneri, the headshot. Aneri's still going from the belt. The elevated position. The extra control. Falcons finding everything that they needed. All the shots that they had to hit. How many times has Amy been forced to face the music? Phone into the hot seat! Oh my lord! The gift that keeps on giving couldn't deliver any more for G2 Gozen there. But I have to say, this is getting out of bloody hand.
The way they all lined up, I mean, Meg is still sat here with us and she instantly jumped off the sofa. We've pushed the sofa back.
Look.
This is honestly becoming shambolic, quite frankly.
Save the conga lines for the after party. That was way too close.
That's awful from you.
I mean, it's like 3 players in one spray, but here we go again. Back in the saddle. Amy is the second layer. She's late in mid this time around, rather than holding on to spawn, but the first half of it has to hold up. The other end of the bargain. G2 look like they're fading in the face of the Falcons right now. Still at 3v5, but that's very quickly taken away. It's flawless, in fact. And while G2, yeah, they have nothing to fall back on. Billy, this game has changed in an instant.
We've seen this before. As soon as it gets tied to tide, the one that makes the comeback usually is a real one, Haza. Which means if we keep going the way we're going, Peril will be that decider.
Oh, there
Peril
we go.
will be that map that tells us who our next Red Bull Instalock champions of 2025 are. But before we get to that point,
I have to say it's a rather perilous situation in the first place that we've been thrown into. And for G2 as well, just pistols. That's what you bring to the 11th hour. The penultimate round with play extended all the way to the limits of regulation. And Neri is here on top of yellow. Here's the spike go down, but G2 needs space. They need kills, anything to work off. Falcons ready to constrict positioning through main. That's where Amy's coming in late, but these flanks haven't found the value so far. It's Falcons instead that were winning the duels. Oh, Kita knocked out of the server by the boombot. Alexi's still going. Mimi trying to provide something here. Clean first shot, but Amy's arrival could never be timely enough. Any damage here would be nice for the next at the very least, but G2 goes and nothing goes their way. It's overtime or map 5.
G2 not happy with the fact that this has slipped away from them. Had the chance to potentially close this out. But it's Falcons that's been able to completely get back into it. And I worried for them, Haza, switching over to this defensive side with that composition that they have, but the aim duels, winning out every time, constantly so aware as well of what G2 are trying to achieve on this attack side.
We have seen G2's timeouts find value before, but I think Drew will be frustrated at how quickly this has gotten out of hand. An instant classic in some ways, a map to forget in others. These ongoing 10-player skirmishes that we're seeing either side of the map as each team feels that they're able to read one another in terms of where that duel is going to be. But even when G2 get to post, it still isn't a guarantee at all.
Timeout concluded. And we do have that kill contract available again, Haza. Nello has been an absolute superstar on the ISO today. It's just a question of when does that get utilized. Seeing pings over towards that A side of the map.
And this is way more discipline from Falcons. Solo player taking the orb. This is the last line of defense for the site, and Alexi is gone. 4 versus 3, advantage G2. And so the kill contract comes back in from Madvi, the biggest 1v1 of the map so far. She has the shield, she has the advantage, and she will win that fight for her team.
Well fought.
The captain holding the torch, the rest of the Falcons trying to follow it.
3v3 in play now. And the pace just completely slowed down. That Lear will Alert Falcons to know now that this execute is coming in on A, but again, it's this flank time and time again throughout this map, Hazza. The map is flipped once again.
But Mimi's ready for it, and she's going to at least get the first of those kills. There's a TP if needed, a paranoia there too, but what she really needs is player numbers, support. She knows that at least one of them is heading back from this way, but not that there's both. Now they do. It's Mary, the player to end it all here on Icebox and send us to a deciding map. That same 5th map, she would have won her first championship in with G2. Could she go against them here, as she has done all map long, and win yet another? From beyond the grave, it's the smoke that goes up. A chance to play around. Mary has the first, needs more. A Keita against her, but it's a Mary 2v1. Is there time? No! And so we will go again!
Nah, I'm not having that. That was so poetic. You set it up so nice for the map to end, and then it just didn't. I mean, a little bit of trolling perhaps going on there from the last G2 Gozen players, but my God, wouldn't it have been nice for Mary to close that out and send us to the 5th map?
As I say, it wasn't the exact same map to be played. Pearl, different, of course, to that G2 Gozen campaign, but another series that went the distance, another classic, this one, looking to swiftly find its place in the annals, the history books of Game Changers. Not just in EMEA, but beyond, right? From home soil to what Falcons have brought for us here. It's an early duel for a Neri again. So good at first bloods, but Vanya following it up. Mary right back. G2. Such a tough spot. It's got to be Nello once more, but this time it doesn't work out for her. Twice as many players for Falcons. Another chance, another opportunity for Amy, which goes missing. And so it must be Mimi.
Spike planted.
Closing in now from the flank. Not much distance between them. Only one round in it, but Falcons draw first blood in this second overtime of the series.
Switching sides.
And it's that same pistol run that we saw from G2 Gozen at the very beginning of this map. Pushing down, getting Vanya positioned in jail, Nello to support. Falcons just so aware.
Neither team wanting to have a mark put on their pristine grand finals record.
And I mean, Meg mentioned it as well on the desk, just Falcons being able to rectify their mistakes of losing this map the last 2 times that they played it in this tournament.
Falcons have the players on the A site. They were ready for G2, but there's some slight hesitancy about it. We know how effective they are in the mid-round. The question is, have Falcons read this?
It looks as though they have, because you see that rotation coming in now, Hazza.
And do G2 want to commit to this? It looks like they do. I mean, a minute on the clock. The ISO contingency goes out, the wall, better coverage. Alarm bot in sight to help support the plant, but that's huge. Both ISO shields removed. Now a chance to instigate. Alexi following it up. It's a brilliant use of the undercut, but Amy's got an equal exchange. 3v3, but all of a sudden, things are getting worrying for G2 Gozen. This might just be the round that slips the net. They still feel like there's an opportunity to be pursued elsewhere, so back to A they go with not a second to spare.
The thing is, though, if Amy gets this plant down, Hazza, that Killjoy lockdown will be available. Of course, they've got a nano swarm left to be able to delay anything as well.
And a turret for the flank too. How many times have we seen Falcons go for this flank? It's something that they're going to be looking for again here as well.
My ultimate is ready.
That spike will go down, but look at the way it's been planted, Hazza. It's just a question of whether or not this flank is expected.
Well, Amy at the very least will get the value from her ult. This can't be cleared by Falcons without a deep committal. Hearts in everyone's mouths as The first of those flanking players has been spotted, but how far into this does Vanya read it? Does she expect the rest of the pack? Finally, they're spotted, but still, Amy is absent. It has to be Vanya, but she's only good for one. Another 2v1 for Amy, or we go all 5 maps. The defuse is happening under her nose. There's nothing that she can do, and that's gonna be it. 14-12 for Falcons. They don't say this one's done yet.
Managing to come out swinging. You're right, Hazza. They don't want to go out yet. They flew here for a reason. And man, it would be so iconic to come back to EMEA, to dethrone G2 Gozen. I mean, these are all questions that we'll be asking ourselves as we go into this last map of Pearl now that Falcons have managed to get away with Icebox. I mean, we mentioned it throughout the cast. It's a map that they've lost both times they've played it this tournament.
And to just state the obvious, with 4 duelists as well. I can't believe that we've seen 3 different comps from Falcons, and the one which works is the most outlandish of the lot. But hey, you said it.
Let's not forget the time that they did play that 4 Duelists on Lotus, they absolutely dominated. So let's not forget that they can do this with 4 Duelists. And yes, as much as it was close, as much as G2 will be kicking themselves for letting Falcons get back into that.
And that's how it goes down on Icebox. Pearl is still left up for us in this series. All 5 maps guaranteed now, Billy. We both felt it in the air. There was something in the water today. And look, we now head under those Portuguese waters to Pearl to see who it is exactly that's going to be lifting the trophy at the end of the day.
What a way to end the event. I mean, the fact that we get 5 maps, I'm blaming Meg for this one. Meg said that she wanted to see 5 maps. She said that she wanted us, I'm looking across her. She said, oh, was it Sue? Never mind, my bad, it was Sue. I'm blaming Sue for this one. She said she wanted to go to 5 maps and we're getting them.
Yeah, you know, I've casted a few best of 5s this year and all of them have gone to 5 maps, and that does actually continue. So look, maybe I'm the problem. I'm happy to just sit here in the middle. I'm the problem, it's me. But we're going to be carrying onwards into Pearl then, and I have to say now, Billy, who has the momentum? Because we saw what happened after that overtime win on Haven for G2. They come into Fracture, they look like a different team. They absolutely demolished Falcons. Is it their turn to do the same?
I think this is the thing. When we consider G2, you have to think about the amount of best of 5s, right, that this organization has been playing in for these number of years, and they always bite back, right? They always do. They never go down without a fight, and I think that they will be the ones that are wanting to bounce back into this one. But again, as well, you consider Falcons Vega, a roster that has come into this year with changes, yes, of course, but no changes since Split 1, right? It's the roster that they've been playing with for this year so far, so it's almost an element of, does teamwork kind of take over on this one, whilst G2 are trying to add in these new players, of course?
It's so hard. I'm absolutely torn. It's like asking a parent to pick who's their favorite child. Like, do you know what I mean? I think right now, looking at both of these teams, they both have so much behind them.
For sure.
I think the most crushing thing for me would be if G2 come back to this event with the player change that they made. Sure, I think they would have already gotten the value from the time spent on LAN to sort of to boot camp to be here, but then to crash out and not have another title pass them by in one form or another. It's like, you know, it's not very G2 Gozen-esque, if that makes sense. But look, we'll have to see what ends up happening when we get to Pearl. But first, one final break. We will have the decider for you after this.
Red Bull gives you wings.
In 2024, Red Bull brought together the world's top Game Changers Valorant teams for a one-of-a-kind showdown.
Welcome to Red Bull Instalock. We are coming to you live from the Red Bull Gaming Sphere here in London.
With a duelist-only twist, teams had to adapt their rosters and approach to the new style of gameplay. Shopify Rebellion dominated their early matches, advancing to the final undefeated.
Shot is there from Fluorescent!
Carmine Corp's journey ended early as they struggled to keep the pace with the competition. GiantX started strong with a 2-1 win over G2 Gozen, but fell short against Shopify Rebellion.
There is absolutely no chance.
G2 Gozen with a surprise upset to lower bracket Redemption, pushed through after an early stumble.
The wall there does a lot of damage. Might just be able to clutch this one out and send them to the grand final.
And in the grand final against Shopify Rebellion, G2 Gozen turned up the heat.
G2 are in prime position to take it all home.
Dominating 3-1, they secured the Red Bull Instalock crown.
Hey, it's Mary from Team Falcons. I'm here at Red Bull Instalock. Initially, my role in G2 was a sentinel because I was mostly playing chamber. Towards the end, I was playing Duelists, but I didn't really have that much time on Duelists. But I have it in my blood, so it feels right to be on Duelists now, and I love taking the initiative for my team. I'm not really scared of anyone, if anything. I love to take duels, and yeah, I'm super confident. I mean, honestly, it was my first tournament and my first international tournament, and winning it at the age of 16 was something that doesn't really happen often. I learned so much from my previous teammates, and I took in so much of their experience. It feels like a dream, honestly, but I'm here to win it again.
Red Bull gives you wings.
This grand final is going the distance. Now, if you are a G2 Gozen fan, I would like to apologize because at 11-6, I said we were going to OT. So if you are a Falcons fan, you're welcome. Meg, am I apologizing to you or am I saying you're welcome?
I don't know at this point. I think I felt so many emotions throughout that game that I don't even know what I'm feeling anymore. Like, I was up in the air, jumping,
Are you full of beans right
leaping out
now?
of the sofa. I am. It was, as I like to call, unbelievable scenes. It was just so many ups and downs emotionally. I do have to say, Falcons deciding to group up on literally every single round on the defense there did win them out. They just took every single fight as a together, whether it was on flank, on the B site, on the A. It was just, yeah, nothing like you've ever seen in competitive Valorant before.
It's almost like looking at this comp that their bread and butter of the 4 duelists plus Cammy who playing Cloak, basically 5 duelists, is how they should have played this tournament the whole time.
We got exactly what we wanted from it.
Yes.
Me and Sue have been sort of repping this for the whole time, hoping that they'd pull out the 4 duelists, and it was exactly what we expected. Chaos, a lot of just very quick rounds, a lot of aggressive fights, and I guess it's just solidifying that 4 duelists for the Falcons, ex-Zipto, ex-SMG girlies, clearly is the way forward for them.
Yeah, 4 duelists is better than 3. Who would have thought for them? And I mean, I have the privilege of being on that stage around the corner in that room, hearing some of the BM, the comms, and I think there's a little bit of back and forth between both teams, but I really want to highlight Mary quickly because so often we highlight her fragging prowess, we highlight how talented she is mechanically, and so on and so forth. But there were a lot of moments during that map where she was saying to her teammates, guys, do not be scared. Let's just fight. Let's duel them. Let's group up. Let's peek them together and let's just fight. And the fact that they all listened to her and the fact that this is a player that came into the scene when she was 16 years old, now at this point being one of the leaders for Falcons, to me is so impressive. It is so great to see the development of her growing up in this scene and having such strong mentor to be able to just tell them, hey, our win condition is that we have 4 duelists, and if we just fight them every round, we could be able to win this.
That is the thing about Mary as well. You wouldn't expect her to be so fearless when she is so young, but she has been in this scene. It's almost like she's built herself from sort of that age of 16 when she first joined, and everything she knows is just how to take those fights, how to be confident, how to get those aggressive picks. And I do have to say, like, I think that's what they needed. They needed somebody to say, guys, we're playing like scaredy cats here. Like, let's go in all together, take this fight and dominate. Because we did see the energy on the stage between the Falcons girlies, just not what we've been seeing. And the minute that they got that round, the minute the momentum changed, they were absolutely back on top form with the clubs.
And I love the understanding of their win condition. You know, Icebox, it's a meme at this point. It's a bit of an A simulator, especially if you don't have a Viper or a Sage to help you plant on B. And I think they realized that if they themselves were playing the A simulator with a side switch, G2 were probably also going to go for the A simulator, so they just stacked A most of the times. They fought against them on site. This was around when I said, hey, we're so going to OT, and somehow I manifested that. And it was beautiful to watch them come back.
This genuinely sent me into orbit.
That could have been a
near
difference
lineup
maker.
for me. It would have completely changed the game. I do have to say, I wish I saw G2 maybe explore mid a little bit more. But again, you can say that easily now. But when you're coming up against them, grouping up and taking those fights together, I think even if they were taking those the space in mid, they're instantly trading out the kills. And yeah, the trades across the board. That was all we were seeing constantly with those fights. And it did literally end up just being that one round on A on that with that fight, the round that you were just talking about, where Falcons finally won it out, and then from then on, they were just constantly fragging and trading.
And we finally got the Mad B ISO. You know, we pray for times like this, and we got it.
Yeah.
Here's the thing, though. There is no more second chances now. This series has gone the distance. We will be going to a map 5, and this is Pearl. And this is where I feel very passionate. So I want you to bear with me, Meg, and you guys at home as well, while I quickly give you some context and break down why I am so passionate about this Pearl. Now, traditionally, when it comes to Pearl, EMEA teams have never been the best. You know, we go to global events, we always get stomped by APAC teams, by America's teams, by Chinese teams. But when it comes to game changers, G2 Gozen, once upon a time, was incredible on Pearl back in the Giuliano days where they just whip out a Yoru before it was cool, you know? They were trendsetters, whip out a Reyna if they wanted to do that. And then the meta changed. Tejo was brought in and G2 Gozen invented a comp, which I'm pretty sure they copied from BBL. But anyway, G2 Gozen made a comp extremely popular to a point where everyone else around the world copied them. Everyone else around the world picked this up and they decided to play the way that G2 Gozen do. Gozen have the insight and the access to the Gozens, and they've spoken about this a lot. You know, we've heard Mimi spoke about how if they have questions and they want to kind of ask for advice or maybe trade sort of thoughts on how things are working on a map, they could just go to Gozen and be like, hey, what's up? What are you guys doing? Let's see what you're doing. And they managed to adapt that style so well in EMEA. And would you guys be able to guess what I'm about to say next? Because for the Falcons girls, they have taken this comp that started from Gozen, that went to Gozen, that bled through all of the other teams, and they've yoinked it. And I don't know why I just chatted rubbish for all that time, because it's gone out the window, but they are going to stick with that Aniri vice.
I do like this.
And this is what Gozen did so well.
And you did hear G2 Mimi sort of talk a little bit about when they played Spotlight Series, how they took a lot of inspiration from that. But Alexi on the Phoenix, I'm taking inspiration from this because I would like to see Alexi come alive. We've seen her be a little bit quiet in the past couple of games, but her on the Phoenix, I think this could bring her back in and really bring this over the line for Falcons with Aniri on the Vice as well.
Yeah, and for me, it's either going to be a classic, you know, EMEA might get stomped on Pearl, which is going to be very sad. I want that to end for us. Or it could be a do not outdo the doer. We know how to play against the Vice. We know what kind of game plan you're going to have. But that Phoenix, like you mentioned, is throwing a massive curveball, pun intended, into this last map.
I think as well, the Phoenix on mid here on Pearl is going to do absolute dirty work, kind of coming into connector and wreaking havoc maybe through art as well. I just think it allows you to crunch through mid. Again, use the Phoenix as an almost initiator, find that information and then commit to the sites, or even come back and then give something else a go if it's not quite right for you.
Well, this is it, the final map. By the end of this, we will be crowning a winner for Red Bull Instalock. Hazza, you asked for this. You know, you have a immaculate record in bestifiers at this point. So over to you and Billy.
2 overtimes already in the books across multiple maps heading into this one, Billy. There's little much more that you can ask for. You know what they say, imitation is the best form of flattery, so Falcons picking up this composition or elements of it, I think makes things interesting, at least in terms of what kind of a read G2 Gozen are going to have on their game plan.
For sure, and they've not steered away really too far from what they would usually play on Pearl, right? Ineri and Camus staying on the same agents that they usually would, and it's usually Alexi jumping onto that jet. She has played that on this map in the past, but in fact it's going to be Mary and Alexi choosing the Phoenix. I like that pick. I have to agree with the desk. I think the Phoenix has proven to be, can be at least, a nuisance on this map, especially when you look at that B long control that you're able to get on that attack. So yeah, I'm really looking forward to this one. And I think as well, I love that the girls highlighted Giuliano on the desk as well. Of course, when I look at G2 Gozen, I feel as though Giuliano was one of those individuals that invented Yoru on Pearl, right? When we think back to when it was chosen at that Game Changers Champs a couple of years ago, but we're gonna get stuck right into this one, Hazza.
Begins with the attack towards A. G2 gathering their forces for the first of their pushes. Falcons backfilling the space. Players here. Alexi, here is that Phoenix. The flashback through, but it's Amy in the backside. Nello traded, but Mad V is the one that holds the headlines. 3 kills picked up by her.
Spike planted.
Spike going in, Mimi repositioning Secret, joining up with her teammate who's already a few steps ahead of the play. Nello to nail Mary to the ground. She wins that head-to-head. With the double up here, the support network is just too strong. Nello with 3, G2 finding their first pistol in a while on this grand final deciding map.
And it's the ISOs on either side that are warming up right into this one, but again, this is another map, Hazza, that Falcons are yet to drop this year. We think back to Fracture. That was the first time that they've lost it this year, at least with this iteration, against G2 in this best of 5.
It's a great way to start things off. Mimi, ever the motivator, 3 assists for her team. Very much knowing what role it is that she has to fulfill. Over a decade of experience in competitive play. Trying to pave the way for the next generation, the same way that she did for the player on your screen. Mary with a Marshall, but it's Nello that just completely denies it.
Stopping fire.
Falcons trying to make a rotation happen, but G2 are hesitant in their commitment.
And Nello, another player that has such a wealth of experience, has a... Just going back to the talking point that you mentioned with Mimi, we think back to the very first game changers in EMEA way back when. It was, of course, Nello that won that under 10-star Nova.
Still waiting to hoist another trophy, but it's rounds like these that you need to lock in if you're G2. If you want to be comfortable enough to take the win when you can. This is such an awkward end to the round, but G2 do get through it. Not without a couple of scars left on them, though. Just the 2 rifles, which this bonus is going to be picking up for them, whereas you think of the last couple bonuses Falcons had, very, very strong.
It's going to be a question of whether or not G2 are also able to convert the bonus here. Like you say, we've seen it time and time again from Falcons.
I also love how Akita and Nello were not the last 2 players left, but they're the ones with 8 kills combined in those first couple of rounds. So the rest of the team, selfless enough, say, look, this is your opportunity to step into the limelight. It's been a long day. G2 looking to put a quick end to things on Pearl with a bonus win, but Mary's denied it early doors. The Outlaw tells the tale. They know what to expect. Towards the other side of the map, still players holding on. But it's the lane where it goes down, and in Falcons' favor, they needed this one, and it looks like they're going to be getting it with a quick response.
Absolutely. You see the players ready to punish any sort of mid-aggression coming out from G2 this round, and it's Mary that kicks things off with that Outlaw. Spike now left in nobody's land. Vanya just making use of her time here, being able to pick up that orb, start working towards that dimensional drift.
Yeah. Just got to be looking at min-maxing things. I mean, we have both ISO ults available into the next round. It could go off like a powder keg, as so many of these have. Madvi making damn sure that she has that ult. She finds yet another kill. To continue pushing that envelope, it's Falcons on the board, though.
Madvi leading from the front. IGL of Falcons Vega. We've seen her play a variety of roles throughout this tournament, but back onto that duelist in this final map.
You think of the other 3 teams that we had here playing as well. On FlyQuest, Thea always on the, you know, the smokes,
of
same
course,
as Mimi here. You look at GX and Lou stepping in. I think few will envy her position coming into the team on such short notice, but
it's
Madvi
you and me.
Very much exclusive to the others in that respect. Aneri has been caught here in the ult. Nello not going to lose that. There is a counter though. Madvi not yet thinking about it, but then when the shield goes on and the undercut in, it's actually hit her own teammate. So a pack of players on the G2 side walk into Madvi, and that's 3. It's a quad, of course. And with 1 bullet left, there's only 1 more to find.
And we highlighted Madvi before even coming into this round, Haza. Leading from the front, not just as an IGL, but picking this ISO on Pearl.
And even just taking a back seat to things in terms of how they're holding it. The setup remains, as does Madvi. Still 1 bullet left in the chamber.
Oh.
She wouldn't, would she? Oh, it's not going to happen for her. I mean, what a way to finish with a flourish. But it's Falcons again, and so the scoreline is tied. But with the intent for them to go ahead and build a lead of their own now. I still can't can't believe she didn't reload.
Honestly, Giga Chad behavior from her. Like, actually Giga Chad, and I really do respect it. But that's the thing, we do see her on the ISO. Of course, she's moved over to the Tejo more recently in split one of Southeast Asia Game Changers, but
Out of my way.
ISO's not something that she's afraid of, but it's a complete pace change from G2 coming into this one, Haza.
And as that crown could very well exchange hands, it's Akita that looks to put on the hero's cape in this round. With the blades drawn, it's an opening pick, the player pit is gone, and with Alexi failing to clear the corner, this might just be the thrifty return which G2 so desperately would have been looking for. Anything to just give them that extra 10% on a 5th and final map, which the organization knows all too well. In terms of the duels from Secret and Spawn side, Akita can't get any more as Camu cuts her loose from this one. The upgrade, the only one for G2, goes on to Amy, still holding on the other side of the Cosmic Divide. They have to make a play, but with the drone coming in, that's the info. The drag away from the spike as the gravity well is placed. G2 all of a sudden would have had some comfort, but that is quickly lost. Oh, to the madness of Mad V again! She holds the line and she has the time. It's 3-2 and Falcons somehow remain in front.
And it's such nice decision-making from Falcons as well. Yes, you think, never count G2 when they're out, never count any team in this tournament when they're out, when they're on a light buy. But again, I have to say the individual decision-making from Falcons, Camu coming up huge in that round, being able to get that Cosmic Divide down, and Mad V, such a supportive teammate in being able to help hold out those players away from the push as well. Really lovely job done by Falcons.
And for as good as Falcons have been, it's the context of these rounds which is so important. With a full 2 days play behind both teams, and only a matter of rounds now separating from a new champ being crowned, potentially. It's weighing on G2's mental. It's back to A they go. The setup is here and so is Alexi. The Phantom finds the first kill and the damage on the second player. Nello removed, Mad V still alive.
Careful now.
Spike planted.
Akita looking to see if she can isolate a fight, but just gets completely taken away with this kill contract.
While this is happening, we've seen Vanya reposition towards Art as well, across the other side. Knew about Alexi, but she's the second layer. The brunt of the push is coming in from backside, and with Nello trying to hold on to this, the Phantom has to come up huge. Vanya's managed to bail her out, but Nello's gone without a chance. Mimi, the captain, dependable at the best of times. Mad V's done it. Can she go ahead in her stead and find one better? She's on for it. Only one player left. It's Mary. But it's her former captain that has done enough. What a 1v3 to give G2 their third round.
And Falcon's just looking a little bit lost there. Just solo swings into main, Haza. A little confused as to wondering how they can shut Mimi down there, but as you say, it's the captain of G2 Gozen fighting back, not letting Mad V think that she's the reigning champ in this server, you know?
15-4.
It is disgusting.
And I don't know if that's like, you know, a little bit of tax on there as well, where, okay, maybe the calling isn't as intensive because this format at the best of times is absolutely ridiculous. Oh, Aderi has just dodged the ult, and oh, she's still flashed. Vanya with the judge. Opening pick, and G2 will continue to roll with the punches to keep that ball rolling. One round at a time. Falcons not done in this one just yet, but it's getting there.
Deploying drone.
Looking for the group up for this re-engage. Flashed up, Vanya not going to win that one this time.
Here.
The damage limitation for G2 as they drop back to be long. Still an opportunity for Falcons to try and win this, but with Akita hanging around in the alleyway. There's little left that can be done here. So much utility to fall back on in post-plant. G2 can keep it clean. Mad V, only one more. Her reign of terror ends in round number 7, but when those rifles come back up, could very well be a different story.
And that positioning in the post-plant there that Akita's able to take means Mary ends up losing out on her operator, no longer able to carry it over into this round.
Yeah, it's a bit of a weird one, right? Because it didn't look like Falcons were completely committed to making that retake
Honestly,
happen.
I thought that they were going to just let Mary save with the operator, you know, send the other 2 players in with those sheriffs, see whatever damage they can do, maybe bait out an ultimate, but no, just Mary commits into it, and it means that she's moved on to the knives for this round, Haza.
Yeah, and it's another B play from G2. This one has some venom. Cosmic Divide there. I mean, it's a flash from Alexi just to deter G2 and maybe set up a Neri, but not much more comes from it. She does disrespect the wall at a second time of asking. And with that, I think Mimi's ult has ran its course here.
Spike even waiting on long still. They're so conscious of that potential flank, but move your eyes over towards Vanya, who's been able to pick up so much space, is calling to the rest of her team. Guys, come A. I've managed to find a free site over on this side.
It's a long rotation though, and while there is time to facilitate this move, what does the call end up being? The spike is now with Amy, so G2 will be sending it towards A, and the timing from Mimi's absolutely everything. Clean kill onto Alexi, and all of this is just a distraction. How much more could she...
Nailed them.
No, it's not happening. Mary's there. And so 2 on 2, but G2 have time to set up.
And Amy's still so cautious before entering into this site.
Spike planted.
Does have that Hunter's Fury in hand.
I mean, but Vanya, hardly risk averse at the best of times. Controller, duelist, she does it all. Looking for this fight on Falcons in spawn, can hear the stampede of steps running her way, but of course, it's Mary that kicks things off into the window! And Amy sends Falcons to the wall. It is another round which G2 win by a thread.
And Amy has been ice cold in these clutches today. Throughout this whole tournament. Another player that's had a fair share of being able to play across a variety of roles, right? Jumping onto that duelist, jumping onto that comfort of Sentinel, and now over onto this Sova. Just genuinely such a world-class player that G2 Gozen managed to pick up last year.
Exactly. And as well, it's more of what Mimi was saying to me earlier. I was lucky enough to, you know, sit down and talk with her for a little bit about this team and the project in progress. Akita, a player who they said, you know, we were lucky to pick her up at the time that we had, right? It fell at just the right moment, the stars aligned, and I think you say the same for Amy and the same for Vanya when you look at their respective careers on both Ascend and BBL Queens.
Of course.
This is a roster which has been put together over a length of time, but as it continues to take shape, we have Falcons now into a retake. The full rotation has been made all the way around the world, but only with pistols, they're starting to win things out, and all of a sudden the round doesn't feel like a write-off after all. Camu sticking this here behind the wall. It hasn't been cleared, not until Amy steps up. The safe pair of hands, yet again. 2 kills already, only 2 bullets. Needs a little more and can't get it, so there you go, Falcons. Of all the rounds to win, it's another low buy.
Anytime I play ranked from now on and my teammates tell me, no, we can't lock in this many duelists, or no, we can't win a light buy or an eco buy, I'm going to tell them to shut up, respectfully. Like, after being here this weekend, there's no way. Like, I'm going to live my truth and tell them, you know what, guys, you need to go back and watch Red Bull Instalock and understand that this is doable.
Parental advisory, do not replicate this at home. Billy, with all due respect, I mean this in the nicest possible way, your teammates are not Falcons. You've got Cairo on the best of days, so let's not go there.
Listen, Cairo, he tries his best, you know? He really does.
Yeah. Yeah, sure. Let's wrap that conversation up.
Yeah, let's park that
and
one.
head back to G2 here, because this timeout is a needed one, I think, at this stage in the game. Just when it looked like they had that runway in front of them on this attack side, Falcons have cracked down on it. These rotations have been quick. They've had players in position. As much as we speak about this tournament being a bit funky, it's those protocols which stand the test of time and change.
And the thing is, you can see that Falcons have opted to go for a Sentinel this time, which isn't something that we've seen a lot from them this tournament. And they're still having to play retake with a lot of these rounds, but speaking of Sentinel, it's actually Neri that kicks off this round with a 3K.
And Alexi is just going to walk it over the line. It's a flash and goodbye from the Phoenix. The peak is taken on by Mad V as the scoreline has found itself level.
But yeah, what I was trying to allude to before Neri popped off was that we've seen a couple of rounds where, oh, I just got a jump scare. We've seen a couple of rounds where they have been utilizing the Thorns in some sense, but
yeah,
it's been very easy for Gozen to kind of steamroll through this.
Absolutely.
I don't think we've seen the full value just yet of what this Vi's kit is able to offer on a map such as Pearl.
It's definitely been useful, at least in terms of that lane control. It placed over towards B right now. Global utility, so Neri has freedom of movement here to join up with the rest of her team as it's an A hit coming in. Vanya? What? I thought that was the fake out, but apparently it can shoot now. Hunter's Fury into backside, the undercut hits, but it's a little late for my liking, because with none of those tags landing onto the Falcons player, except for that one onto Mary, the decay doesn't get the value.
And look at this reset up from Falcons on A. Got two players now looking to clear out mid whilst the other two position themselves.
I love this. Falcons staying active. 2 players for a backstab. 2 players on the A site ready for G2 Gozen, but are G2 Gozen ready for this flank? Because it's coming in way quicker than they can get ready to pull the pin on the execute. Alexi lines them up, knocks them down. The flash is there for fuel to the fire. Falcons finding the lead now.
Last round before the switch.
And it's that word you used in that round, Hazza, proactivity. Something that we've seen from Falcons all throughout this series so far. Never looking to sit still. Always looking to see what information they can gather to set themselves up in the best position they possibly can. And it's something that we've saw from their defense more than anything that's been really valuable.
I think it's the best seal of approval, the best quality assurance that you can get of a team in game changes. Can you beat G2 Gozen at a mid-round? And Falcons have done that a number of times now, where coming into this, as I said, Mad V against G2 Gozen, the record not the best for her, and neither it is for Mary, but that's another opening pick. 1 by 1, G2 going down. This was supposed to be the purchase, the chance to keep us even at the half. But Falcons have 1 foot in front.
Alexi.
And with a scoreline of 7-5, that just feels inviting. Alexi looking for it. The response is to take A main control, so at the very least, they know where the push is coming in from, Falcons. They're set up for this, but G2 need more real estate.
Revealing area.
Ooh.
Spike is going to go down, but of course this push that's coming in, it's super delayed. I mean, Neri, she's invested the ult, but no capitalization off the back of it, Hazza.
Yeah, Amy just droning right back, and now with the gun back in her hands, she beats out Madvi in the 1v1, and Neri, 3 kills. It's just Vanya. Oh, and it's not going to be enough. Camille, ever the closer, as Falcons move in the right direction. The trajectory continuing to be primed upwards from being knocked down to the lower bracket by G2 Gozen now. They have the advantage coming into the final half of Red Bull Instalock 2025 with the opportunity to take the title from the champions.
It's a 7-5 half going into this one. I mean, one of the closer ones that we've seen throughout this series so far. But just to quickly touch on their defense before we even get stuck into this attack side from Falcons, I think that, I mentioned it before, you know, having that Sentinel utility felt so valuable for them, even though it wasn't always being pushed into. And Camus, as much as she's had a quieter performance on this map so far, it's not just about the frags that she's been able to get, it's about that supportive util as well.
Vanya, it's a little bit too much for her to do solo. Drops back to the site, that's where the support of Amy is arriving. It can't come too soon as the recon reveals. Vanya rips away the players. It's all headshots between the two of them. Akita, the body shot bandit, snatching away one right at the very end. But G2 won't care how they pick up the pistol. The fact of the matter is, they've done it.
And knowing that you can pick up that pistol now, of course, you go into that buy round for G2, forcing up. Hopefully gets you back to an even playing field of getting it to 7-7, although in saying that, you never really know with Falcons when they're on an eco.
This is on the low end, though, even by their standards. It's Mary's Sheriff against the world, against the reigning champs. I mean, it's those kind of angles where it's going to thrive. If you know a player is holding a common position, a quick pre-fire could very, very quickly ruin the round for G2. It's actually MadV that's taken on board the damage. And as Vanya creeps further and further up B long, you feel like the chances that Falcons can find something in this round diminish.
But it's okay though, because you can just poke and prod and see, guess what G2's defensive setup is going to be like. Of course, starting with initial aggression towards A main and looking to potentially re-hit this Hazza.
But there are players here because Vanya's all the way up to club now as we keep tabs on her position, Mary. I mean, either the quickest adjustment of all time, but how did she know? Falcons, they've found a way in. There are still players on the site here for G2, but they've got to do something about this before it gets too troublesome. And that's where, again, you look to Amy. So many times she has been the player that holds together G2 Gozen. And once more, that will prove to be the case.
Are we going to defuse?
I mean, what are we looking for here? Or is this just BM?
I think it's BM. I honestly don't think that they're looking
if
for
you
anything.
want, I'll go walk out over to the stage there and see if we're getting verbals exchanged right now.
I would love to know like how the players have been reacting in between these rounds. I mean, I know that we can hear a little bit of the screaming from time to time.
The previous weather report suggested that there was quite a lot of shouting going on.
Listen, healthy competition, that's what we're here for.
And what I want to know is, are G2 all bark and no bite? How exactly does this bonus look? Is there teeth to it? I mean, as good as the guns get, I think... Well, I wanted to say Vanya's Outlaw, but there's only one target within striking distance. It's going to be MadV. She's got a shield. And looking at the mid-duel, it's a Neri that walks away with 2. And so this one might just be DOA.
Quick reaction from Falcons off of those first 2 picks from Neri. Just being able to walk into A, and they are going to have that added pressure as well, of course, of MadV just clearing out all of main, but it's Mimi
Oh, and the flash landed inside the smoke, so Mimi unblinded, still holding onto this space. The signpost at backside that's just trying to establish any kind of G2 authority, but Falcons walk all over them. The bonus had no real legs after that first interaction in mid, and Neri with another double kill.
Yeah, it was kind of shut down from that point onwards. The round at least has a... Unfortunately, Mimi just being overwhelmed by the amount of players that were running into A site there.
So this is an absolutely huge round. It'd be earth-shattering for G2's chances below surface level here in the Red Bull gaming sphere. Alexi getting suppressed on the way in, so can't use any assistive utility. Nello has stopped Falcons from getting any further than that first smoke.
But all of this is a fake, Hazza. Look at this movement through double doors. Down towards mid. Spike will be making its way towards the B site, but it's the position of Vanya.
Her positioning in general so far on B, dictating the pace of these rounds, enabling the rest of her team to set up has been exquisite. The question on my mind is, when does the penny drop? When does she realize that this is compromised? Currently back to the pillar, looking towards the initial attacking area.
Look at all this pressure created by the players on B, adding those smokes down. It allows Mad V to move up, but Vanya takes her timing. I mean, it's all over the shop from Falcons there.
Oh, but Alexi waiting for more players. Oh, it's brilliant from Alexi. Cerebral. And with the discipline there, that's the advantage now back in Falcons' favor. Akita and Mimi, as I said before, two different generations of Gozen now combining to try and clutch this out to level the score at 8 each. It's Alexi that Mimi has to get past first, and she does it. A smoke to the spike, that will support, but playing around it is Aneri, still lurking in this position. That could about be the killing blow. Akita time playing against her 1v1, but Mad V isn't going to let this one come all too easy. She peeks out in the open, and it's Mad V again. Falcons in front and building towards that championship now.
And it's such a nice recovery from Falcons. I mentioned it there, you can see Mad V, you can see the cogs working in real time, right? Coming in from that B main, recognizing that we haven't cleared out long. A G2 player could be positioned here, and of course, it's those Astra smokes that go down on B to allow that pressure for Vanya to turn around. Just the timing maybe a little bit off from Mad V to take that contact.
And I just wonder, like, how does Alexi even get to connector there? I mean, G2 without the added security measures that the Sentinel would provide, something you had to be aware of as Vanya continues to demand attention. The hero of the previous round very quickly pushed from the pedestal. So quickly we see things change up on a dime, but Aneri has been so consistent so far on Pearl. The final map in the series, perhaps the best yet that we've seen from her.
Which is ironic because we've been loving her Duelist performance so far throughout this tournament, but back on the role that she actually plays for Falcons back in Southeast Asia Game Changers, I mean, shown exactly why she is that primary sentinel for this side.
Only inheriting it this year, but already making a menace of herself. Amy's managed to pick up a kill back onto the site entry, but Falcons here still with better weapons. There's just no upgrade for Vanya. That first one tap that she hits just doesn't do enough to add a butterfly effect down the line. Double digits broken first by Falcons. So G2 goes and follow it right back up with a timeout, Billy.
And I think it's needed here. You've allowed Falcons to be able to get to that double digits. I mean, Vanya is doing God's work over on that B site, but it seems to be mid and A where it keeps falling apart, Hazza. Just needing to find some answers to what Falcons are putting down in front of them.
you can tell from the body language as well on G2, something has really changed. Drew's gone from being laid back and smiling to, you know, perfect posture in that chair. And as everyone along the line of players listens on, you just wonder, what is the necessary change that they need here? There are some big ults coming up into the next round. Those are the tools that they have to work with. Falcons, one of their own, the Bladestorm, and creeping close to quite a few, actually. Mad V, Camille, both one off. And even to that extent, you've got the run it back as well. I think this A main fight that we've seen repeated so often is huge, but it's not this round that we can expect it, perhaps.
Yeah, I think recognizing the ults that G2 Gozen have, you know, Falcons having to also answer back as to why have G2 called this timeout and what do they have planned for it? So instead of the usual aggression on A, deciding to take that fight towards B. And this operator is going to be completely cut off with that blaze wall.
And you can see the other wall of note right now is the Vice wall on A main, because that's controlling the presence there, which G2 have already started to show. The wall gets tripped and Mimi in mid as well. This is a situation where maybe Falcons would have liked to have picked up both orbs, but the question is it still on the ground or has it been taken? I don't think it has.
Yeah, you're correct in saying that. It hasn't. It is still there.
But that's the trap play, and that's exactly the injection that G2 needed. Amy delivering a fatal blow. Akita and Nello right by her side. Akita, maybe overheating a little bit in this situation. G2 can't afford to throw too many numbers at this. You're not just looking at the round win, but the ramifications of it. Money's not the best. This was a 4v1, but now Camu only has 2 more targets in front of her.
30 seconds left.
With only 6 HP though, has a full pocket of stars though, ready and available, and that Cosmic Divide is going to be committed.
Towards A, but G2 realizing the situation getting out of hand. Vanya is watching over it. The fake out, the flash, all things which Camu simply has to disrespect. The objective played. Still with stars to work with, but you look to the gun, and in the Astra matchup, Mimi able to win that, albeit the odds skewed in their favor. I don't feel that G2 got the best return on a round there. Camu did a lot of damage on her way out the back door.
And I think as well, Hazza, if we think back to the very start of that round, you could see that Falcons had such a nice setup. Using the blaze wall to try and bait out that operator shot on B. Of course, having that Vise wall, which we see again similarly placed here, but a bit deeper this time.
And I think you also have to attribute the same to G2 there. It's a couple of times that we've seen them attempt that combination of the decay with the undercut. Of course, now the changes since last year when we saw ISO at this event is that you only get one, so that investment has to be spot on. But it was an instant double kill.
Really nice micro stuff set up from G2 so far, but it's a very quick push down alley here, Hazza.
Alexi running the length of it and finally finding a kill before the ult fades away. Vanya's ult getting the first, that's the spike dropped, and looking at this ult, it means that the push can only come in from one direction right now. Alexi trying to lead the line. That's where Mad V finally gets involved again, and Falcons are putting it all together. Another 2-on-2. Nello and Akita, the blades out for the youngster. This has to be her highlight moment, but it's a Nary's show on the final map of Pearl. Falcons just 2 rounds away, and it's not going to take much to get there.
And the timing of that blaze wall to come out and cover CT, allowing Mad V to cross over onto the site. It's just little moments like that where you can see Falcons Vega, they look to be in flow state right now, Hazza. Really looking to dethrone G2 Gozen, of course, 2024's Red Bull Instalock champions. Only a couple of rounds away from that now.
So Falcons Vega's flawless record in this tournament in some senses, of course, this being a rematch. Could definitely be something to behold. As we know, they weren't here last year, but now they have exploded onto the scene. Mary into backside. Vanya just didn't know where to look. There were too many players, too many Falcons on B site. Mimi has a Sheriff. That's about the extent of it. You are looking at a potential championship point. And as good as she has been for all of these years, the last of the originals may very well be put to rest. The first kill picked up, but there's an awkward silence here, which continues to favor Falcons, and there you have it. Camille at the death, and it's just one round which separates them now from taking that title from the hands of Gozen.
And I think this attack side from Falcons has honestly been such a delight to watch. I think the pace changes that they've been able to have. I mean, we see them fight for A, fight for mid so many rounds. Of course, we see them run down alley in the round prior to this one, recognizing now that that B site looks weak. So they just all send it down B site that round.
This is pacey. Falcons into A main. Such key jewels. They want to monopolize the ultimate orb again, and so it goes to the hands of Alexi. Now the question is, did G2 read this? Last time it was either end of the map and the Vice Wall. Will it be the same again here? Oh, this is the proactivity. G2 realized they need the info, but it may just come at the cost of their lives. Putting their heads on the line, and they hit the chopping block. 3 of the best from Mad V as she leads the rest of her team to this title charge.
Making cover.
IGL and captain of the team took a risk when moving regions.
But it's a risk which looks like it may very well pay off. Only Vanya left, the MVP from 2024, can say goodbye to the title because it's Falcons to win it all here. London calling, and they answer the phone. Another grand final which will not go against them. A celebration in the sphere. You have to say, the way they battled back after overtime to then take it in the 5th and final map is just ridiculous.
In the first ever grand finals for Falcons Vega to be able to beat G2 Gozen, to be able to come out victorious. Of course, we think back to VCT Game Changers EMA last year. Stage 1, Falcons versus G2. G2 come out on top. Stage 2 again, same thing.
And what a moment for those players as well. Crossing over regions or perhaps just staying at home, but here in London, it is Falcons Vega which have won the all-important game in the best of 5, made to wait, but when the opportunity arrived, it was only gonna go one way. The latter stages of this game, everyone having their moment, but Falcons stand at the top of the pile. Your 2025 Red Bull Instalock champions, Falcons Vega! Little left to be said about this one, Billy. We've all been left speechless. Falcons Vega with a series for the ages in the Red Bull gaming sphere. It's been a fantastic performance, but we now, of course, want to hear from those players on the stage. We're going to be throwing it over to Yinsu, who is standing by with your champions.
Hey, I'm here. Let me walk all the way around. Congratulations. Here we go. Here's a mic. We're going to pass this down. I'll start with you, Alexi.
Alexi. I'll start with you. Now, ever since we've had the Alexi, Camus, Aneri core, when you joined SMG and Zipter are now here, you are flawless in grand finals. It's 5 out of 5 grand finals that you've won, 100% win rate. So I wanted to ask you, what is the secret? You know, how do you keep doing this? You seem to have a buff when it gets to situations that is the hardest to win.
I mean, actually, it's just like the team chemistry, like the three of us, you know. Like, I don't know, it's just, we just love each other, really. We just trust on each other and, yeah, everything gonna follow through, you know.
And also, this was not an easy one to come into, you know. You have to have really high energy. And I think you've developed yourself as a character in Valorant to be the one with the highest amount of energy. So how did you maintain this all the way through today and make sure that your voice is still going to get heard, your teammates still going to be pumped?
Actually, in the first 3 maps, I was so depressed because I couldn't kill. Until the last map, actually. But my teammates got me, so I'm just gonna give the same energy that they're giving to me, you know. So,
you were still screaming, though.
Yeah.
There was still scream.
That's my support to them because they were the one fragging, you know.
Oh, so even if you can't frag, you can, the mental support is there.
Of course,
I love
of course. Very important.
If you could pass the mic to Mary. Now,
Hello.
Mary, I think you know what I'm gonna ask you. What do you think I'm gonna ask you? You know!
I don't know.
I mean, there's a very specific team that you finally managed to beat after a little bit, a while.
Yeah.
So, yeah, how does that feel? You've done it, because in the past, every time you played against your former team, actually, you've only ever managed to win 1 map against them since you left.
Yeah, I remember.
And today, this is a very, very big moment.
I mean, I obviously have still so much respect for them. Like, they made me who I am today, and with their experience and with the teammates I've had, like, no matter what, like, aside from the banter, like, I still have so much respect for them. But yeah, it feels good to win against them, though.
It doesn't happen, but now you know how it feels.
No,
when you're on the other
yeah,
side
for
of this.
sure. Yeah, it was like, I think fracture map, we were also dead, and then I went out with Alexi. Like, we all went out together, and I was like, you know what, guys, I'm just gonna sprint. Me and Alexi 1v1 sprinted, and we just like ran to the pole. And that's how we gathered.
Physically
yeah,
sprint?
yeah, like actually
Outside, in the streets of
just
London.
to get energy back, and then like, yeah, it's just not to give up, you know, like, I don't know.
I also heard comms from you, you know. I heard you many, many times say, don't be scared. Like, why are we scared? Just go, especially on that ice source. Just send it. We got this. And you've come so far, you know, from coming in as a 16-year-old in the beginning, and now after all these years, you've kind of become a leader. Do you feel that way?
I mean, everyone here is a leader in the team, honestly, but when it comes to like giving energy and everything, I feel like we all contribute. But like, I'm the one that's also really pushing the team to stay positive and not like, it's never over till it's over, you know, and to still push and push and push. And I think that comes also from the experiences I've had in the past. So I really love this team, honestly, and like, our biggest goal obviously is to win the championship, and we will, hopefully. But
yeah, it's a good step. It's a nice step. I'm glad you mentioned the word leadership, because Madvi, you were leading from the front, especially in the last 2 maps. Now, 2 questions. First of all, oh God, it took so long for that ISO. I was getting really annoyed because everyone else got to play the ISO. You finally got to do it. So was that fun to be able to flex?
Of course it's fun, but like having Alexi and Odell and Mary on the team, I would just prefer them going Duelists. But on the last map, like, it was like more of comfortable fix, so that's why I went on the ISO, and I'm glad I went.
Yeah, I mean, I think you were like 16-3 after 3 rounds or something stupid like that. It was crazy.
It was a good game.
And this grand final, everything was against you. You're in the lower bracket. They have the double ban. You played a best of 3 already today. You could have maybe even closed this out 3-0 at one point, that unlucky kind of comeback. So how on earth, Madvi, did you guys win today when everything was not supposed to happen? It took that win your way.
Well, I'd say experience will work on this point because we played in the morning and now. So, because we're all experienced players, we all played LANs before. We've been playing for 3 years, so I think that's it. Experience is the way.
You enjoy playing as many rounds as humanly possible, it feels like. Yeah?
We're just having fun in this tournament.
All right, and speaking of having fun, Aneri, I didn't think that I was going to see you play Duelist in a tournament for a while, let alone win a tournament of you being back on that Duelist. Was it fun?
Honestly, like what Lexi said, like all the maps I had a very bad start. I was going like 3-14, 0-7. But then like at the end of the day, like I know that in myself that I can come back and I'm not going to be like acting depressed even if I can't like kill. And it was actually fun, but like I think my friends made it even like more fun because they were all shouting and stuff. I'm not someone who shouts, so I just enjoy their presence, I guess.
Did you shout at all today?
No.
Zero? All right. And how much do you think a tournament and an experience like this develops you as a player?
I think the more I go to LAN, the more I'm calm. Because I think the first time on LAN, I was a bit so shaky. But now these days, like even if we're losing like 4-11, I'm going 0 kills, 8 deaths. Like I don't care. It's just I'm gonna play it until the end, and I'm gonna like give my best until the end. So
It doesn't bother you. I love that. And the shouting. So you were doing some of the shouting. There was some that was being done coming from you.
Yeah,
So
right.
first of all, I could tier list, I think, some of the favorite things that you said today. There is a long list. Where do you come up with this stuff?
Which
so
one?
creative.
Sorry, I said too much, so I don't know which one are you talking about.
That's what I mean. The variety. There's so much trash talk and banter and
Voila.
funny things. There was one point you said something and Alexi took your hand off your mouth because you were laughing so hard. You were dying. So where'd you come up with these things?
I don't know. To be honest, I'm not.
The baby girl one. Yeah, the baby girl. That was fun. That was fun to witness.
Wow. To be honest, I just on this grand finals, I just says what comes out of my mouth. I mean, I cannot kill on the grand finals anymore, so I just like give off the good vibes, you know.
Yeah.
Then when I heard them laugh, I'm gonna be like, I'm like, oh my god, I should continue doing this, and yeah.
All right, okay. I need to learn from you, I think. I need to take
Thank
notes.
you.
Because I feel like mine is too generic, you know, just like a sit down, you know, like be quiet. But you had some gold lines. I would also like to take this opportunity to reveal that you have been officially voted as the MVP of Red Bull Instalock. So, which I just want to reiterate how insane this is. Because you did not play a single duelist, yet you put up numbers better than some of the duelist players we had in this tournament. I think that really goes to show how impressive that was. So yeah, how do you feel hearing that you're the MVP here?
Well, to be honest, thank you very much for the opportunity. Guys, oh my god. Wait, I don't have media training, so like, bear with me, Shiba. I'm so thankful, and I didn't expect this outcome also because I'm just here to support my teammates, you know, like ever since I've been a support player, but then I think on this tournament, it's really my legacy game, so like, you know.
Yeah, you were clutching, you were doing everything right. I just have one last question for all of you. I hope production don't mind me, you know, being a little bit cheeky with taking up some time. But especially for you, Mary, I think one of the most iconic moments for you was talking about what it means for your region. You know, this is bigger than just you. And we're surrounded by players from Philippines, Indonesia, Saudi, Bahrain. We don't see players from your regions lift trophies, win titles, be the best in esports very often. In fact, you were the first in your region.
Yeah.
So what does this mean for, I kind of want to get an answer from all of you, you know, for your region, for how hard you've grinded, and also opening up perhaps a future for other players from your region to do what you're doing.
I mean, it's honestly always the underrated regions that are like underlooked at, you know, like it's always EU and NA, but you know, there are players out there working really hard, like APAC, for example. And coming back to your points about like MENA representation, like honestly, we're so happy to be, you know, the role models for other female players in the Middle East to also step up and, you know, compete, you know, like we're here and we're out there and like, we would love to have more female Middle Eastern girls to be able to compete in tournaments and represent as well. But yeah, like, do you have something else?
I don't think like us, there wasn't any player from Southeast Asia who has lifted a trophy yet. I know this is not like VCT Game Changers Championship, but it's a step closer. So like, I mean, like I've always think APAC is an underrated region, and I just want to collect more trophies because I do really think our region has the most hardworking player.
I mean, the fact that you guys and then Paper X1, Boom are doing well as well. You are really in the forefront. You two, Cammy, you, Alexi, also want to say something?
Oh, I don't know anything, but aren't you like curious who came up with the 4 duelists on Icebox?
I'm so glad you said that. But Filipino region, leading, doing well. Anything you want to say on that topic? Maybe Alexi, if you want to take over?
I mean, I'm just very proud because everywhere in the world you can see so much Filipinos, you know, like even in gaming. I don't know, I'm just so proud of my blood, I guess. We have the talent, I guess.
You do. Hell yeah, you do. Yeah.
So yeah, just out to all Filipinos there, just keep doing it.
Keep grinding.
Something like these three are the most hardworking individuals I've ever seen. And like, it's insane, you know, like I never expected them to be this hardworking. Like, just I really hope with time we'll lift up the bigger trophy.
I mean, you beat some of the best here to do it as well.
Of
so
course,
it's
I'd
a
love
nice
to do
start.
it again though.
Very nice start. Madvi, you want to close us out? Yep.
That's the same. I'm so proud to represent the MENA region and especially under the Saudi org, Team Falcons. So I'm just proud to be here, proud to get this trophy for Saudi.
I'm very proud of you guys as well. I thank you so much. Congratulations once again. And one more time, a trophy lift.
So Falcons Vega, your 2025 Red Bull Instalock champions. A new challenger to the throne, and G2 continuing that streak of events now where they have, you know, not quite been able to do it, and it feels crazy. It feels like we are really starting to usher in a new era of game changers. You don't want to focus on the negatives, but yeah, there is change in the air.
I mean, at this event in particular, history ends up repeating itself, of course. The team that ends up being knocked down into that lower bracket final does end up closing out in the grand final. And like you say, it's so nice to see how healthy our competition is in the sense that there's new people being able to come along and win events, and it's not just G2 Gozen, you know, dominating everything. And I think as well what you were trying to say is that yes, they're not quite fulfilling or living up to the expectations that we have of them at the moment, but you know what, it's a new roster. We've got some new players coming in here, and I don't think that we can judge that too critically.
Oh, exactly right. It's the dynasty, those expectations that they set themselves, and as you say, it's a real passing of the torch, changing of the guard in terms of just the new faces that we're showing in the server as well, not the result necessarily. Of course, Falcons proving what it is that they're capable of here in an international tournament, regardless of the format. They are a team to be feared, and they're the ones that people are going to be watching, because I think a lot of people coming into this tournament, regardless how good the players are, would have thought, oh, they were so dominant regionally, surely they're not going to be able to win as convincingly as I think they did in a lot of situations.
I have to agree. I think I definitely questioned them coming into this tournament. You know, as you say, they've been so dominant within their region since moving over to Southeast Asia Game Changers, and I was worried, you know, have they gotten complacent, you know, not being challenged as much as maybe perhaps they were in EMEA, but nonetheless, I mean, an amazing performance coming out from them here, and they just completely proved me wrong as well. I had no reason to worry whatsoever, and yeah, just great performance from the girls.
I mean, what an absolute turnaround, and a revenge story as well, as Falcons Vega do take home the trophy. But before we are done, there are two more people that I would love to hear from. It's Yinsu and Meg to close out the show.
It's me again with Meg again. How does it feel to be right?
I literally was gonna say, how does it feel to be right too?
Twinsies.
Because we fully did predict this outcome, but what I didn't expect was such an well, I did, but I didn't expect after last year with the 3-0 that G2 Gozen sort of came through with in the grand final, how incredible that best of 5 would be, that we'd go to all 5 maps in an incredible fashion. You know, everything was so close up until that last map. This whole event has been so highly competitive and it's so close, and it's been a nail biter here and there, and lots of upsets, but also champions in the making too.
I just want to bring up two things that they said in that interview. First of all, from Aneri, the more lands I go to, the more I'm going to develop and become comfortable. She was saying the first time she went to a land, she was nervous. She didn't know what to do. There were situations she's never encountered before, and this is why this event is so important in the Game Changers calendar at this point. And then the second thing is all those girls talking about how much this means to their region. You know, Mary saying, come on, like if you are other girls competing in the MENA region, watch us learn from us, don't give up, grind. You can get here too. And the same for Philippines and for Indonesia. I don't remember the last time that we had a winner. 5 players from very, very, very small esports representation regions with massive fan bases. And I think this is just them trailblazing for the future of Valorant.
It's so important, and we only want the scene to grow and progress. And I remember sort of meeting Aneri, and get to talk to her at the Game Changers Championships, and even seeing her develop in the past sort of 5-6 months compared to then and now. It's so incredible. And again, I echo this totally, even just as a Game Changers enjoyer, like just having more LAN events to watch and see the girls come head to head on stage, on LAN. It's so incredibly important to help the scene progress. And I absolutely adore this event. It was my favorite event from last year, will be my favorite this year. It's so special and so intimate and wonderful. So I'm very thankful for Red Bull and all the amazing teams that showed up.
Yeah, this is the thing. It's not just about a celebration of one team that won. It is a celebration of all of the players that came out here, the coaches as well. Some of the content that they've been making, I've just been laughing along. It's great. It is really like summer camp, you know, they all get to get together, they all get to hug it out, you know, they can trash talk as well. Cammy, you just out here with some of the most creative things ever heard. On the other side, Nello was full giving it as well. Absolute crime that we haven't seen her at GCC, so I'm hoping this is going to be her year. And of course, for FlyQuest, Sonda has officially retired.
God, so much has happened really at this event, you know, with the amount of sort of roster changes that we've seen come in to Red Bull Instalock, and then also people sort of retiring from the scene. It's been an emotional one. I definitely have had many ups and downs. I'm sure the players have, the talent have, everyone involved has. And it's sad to see it end, you know, it's long days, but it always ends very quickly.
Don't be sad to see and be happy to know that it happened.
Very
there
true.
you go. And on that note, we're gonna go, you know, have a cup of tea, have a little snuggle, you know, reminisce on all the things that we've done here today. I want to say a massive thank you to you, Meg, for being here with me alongside me. Thank you to, of course, our casters as well, production, Red Bull, the gaming sphere. What an amazing space this is. To all of the teams that came out, to you guys at home for watching and sticking with us for the last couple of days. Who knows? We might be back next year. But for now, it's been our Red Bull Instalock. Congratulations to Falcons for winning. Have a lovely weekend to all of you at home. And maybe, just maybe, we'll see you next time.